taking out highs. A little bit of a pullback through 378, but a nice look to start the morning on the back of an absolute blowout report from Alphabet right across the board. We'll talk about Meta as well in the other direction in a pretty big way here. Just made session lows. Microsoft as well on the back of their earnings report to the downside this morning. Not as bad as the rest, but Google really the standout here. There's Amazon higher this morning as well. QCOM to the upside as well this morning in a pretty big way. 174, 175, a key level on a higher time frame. Overall, yeah, that headline, something to consider for today as well on the back of what happened yesterday. I mean, with Fed Chair Powell, with interest rates in general, the inflation discussion continues to steal the headlines, really. Fed Chair Powell going to stay on, feeling quote unquote forced to, given the legal action around him. But the situation in the Middle East, no change. The situation with oil, no change. The situation with inflation, potentially no change. So, I mean, that is kind of hurry up and wait. But these earnings reports definitely adding a little bit more positive context here today.
A little research. I was trying to figure out why he feels compelled to stay on so long as the investigation could be opened. And I couldn't find any reason. So to me, it looks more as if he's putting his foot down for Fed independence so that he can continue to have that vote should, Warsh really kind of take Trump's path. Because there was really no logical causal connection or a legal connection. So I couldn't understand it. But interesting that he put his foot down there. And we'll see how it goes out.
I wonder if it's more a, kind of, he wants the team supporting him, or he wants to feel like still a part of the institution while he's dealing with these potential legal actions that could or could not come. But until they actually, say they're getting rid of it, that he'll stay and hope for, some sort of resolution. But I mean, it's worth noting, tech taking the headlines this morning. QCOM, great looking report. Alphabet, just an absolute monster.
And raising CapEx as well. And I was talking to Neil off camera about this. So interesting look for Meta. They also raised CapEx, maybe not as much as analysts were expecting, but they raised it nonetheless. Google doing the same.
Yeah.
One is doing really well price action wise, the other one's not. So we were theorizing that perhaps maybe the market trusts Sundar a little bit more in terms of how the money's going to be spent. And I was going back and forth with Neil on this. Again, it goes back to that founder versus manager, right? The founder is a little bit of a wild card, Breno. He can pull a Reality Labs again if he had to, right? Whereas Sundar is more like, let's keep the boat
controlled.
Kind of
exactly. Some of those numbers, though, just incredible revenue right across the board. All of their divisions just firing on all cylinders. So Google definitely winning this morning, guys. Amazon, I mean, we'll get into that a little bit deeper. Meta as well, but a good look overall, I think, for tech to start things off. Good morning.
I mean, you could make the big four flat-ish argument, like, Microsoft down, Amazon is up, and obviously Google and Meta
I
kind of
think
offsetting
it's probably
each other.
about right mathematically.
It's close, but I think when you consider the CapEx was, it's good for the market if it continues that spend. But then this morning you had Eli Lilly and Caterpillar with good reports, and they're both going to be up. I think that helps things. You have oil down, right?
Yep.
We've got the USD down, which is bringing the metals back up today, so they can be in play. Just heard MasterCard reported. RCA, Royal Caribbean, reported this morning. They were pretty good. There's a lot to like. Like yesterday, we came in and it was like, Robinhood and SoFi and blah, blah, blah. And I guess you could not be happy about Meta, but I'll take strong numbers and flat if we have to live with that for that big four. So pretty happy with it. An absolute rocket ship, though, for Google. I think it's really difficult to be. Oh, what's Qualcomm?
I think Andre's stuck there on.
Oh, yeah, that's all
there
right.
he goes.
I think we were talking about this last night. You're just sort of stuck in this moment where the comparisons are inevitable, and like even AWS at 29% growth for their cloud, it's like it just wasn't quite good enough, despite the fact Amazon did have a good Q. It was just Alphabet throwing out that 60, just incredibly impressive. Like they continue to win. You just got to tip your hat off to them. We have a really good chance of seeing Intel at $100 today.
Yeah, I think it probably will
98.
hit that.
an unbelievable rally that has been. So yeah, I feel pretty good about the market today. We ended with strength for the most part after the Fed no decision there, and it doesn't seem like the market's freaking out about Powell staying, that political decision there. Ooh, let's start over again. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Joe, you're on, brother. As long as we don't talk about the Raptors, man.
We're having some technical
Clearly, we're all
over here. Look, we got something right. I mean, Meta Platforms was the biggest mover, but it was the biggest mover to the downside right there. So if you went either way on the options, you're 9% down right now. I think 606. I mean, it looks like it wants to try to hold that. So we'll see if that can come into play. But yeah, there goes Meta down 9%. But the real winner, of course, was Qualcomm. And that was up 11%, 9%, was just up 10%. Now up 9%, so that's going to match Meta's downside play. And of course, these names, if you produce something that's in demand, you're going to be ripping. And we saw NXPI yesterday with 20-something% on it. We saw Seagate, STX yesterday starting to go off as well. Look at NXPI. You go, like, wow. Like, this has been just another one of those names, man, that breaks through these levels, and it's like, see you later. Great extension there for an XPI as they talk about the chips in the cars. So you got to look to see what's going on there. Tonight we get Apple. I don't think we're going to be staying late for that one. That's at 4:30 for Apple, so not too much going on tonight. Reddit and Apple there with a little bit of Rivian in throwing down tonight. But yeah, man, it was a big one there yesterday. LLY this morning, you mentioned, I don't know if we mentioned Caterpillar, also at all-time highs. Eli Lilly finally starting to go back to the upside right here, so that's good. We got that in our portfolio, so we're happy with that one. But yeah, overall, Amazon, yeah, I mean, the story keeps going for them, so I think that's a good report as well. Going to be underneath what the expected move was. We talked about that. Thought maybe all of them could have been under. Looks like it'll go 2 for 4, 2 over, 2 under. Amazon up 3%. Choppy early when we had it on the after show. They're down to 245. Nice move back up to their 270. So AMZN. Trying to do some work today. I don't really have anything written down on the note. I'm not even sure I'm going to be trading any of those big names there today because you never know what's going to happen on earnings. But USO hits wartime high there, highest since 2022, over near that 150 marker, 123 or so a barrel, and now pulling back today. So that was nice. So last night I got a note, just before, I don't know what it was, 10 or 11 o'clock, that oil had hit these highs. But you are now getting faded a little bit. I was thinking about actually shorting some of USO, but that's a dangerous game. That is for sure. Yeah, this is my hat from High Park.
Yeah,
this is my High Park hat.
Team.
Right there. This is the team that I am the head coach, of course, for the Red Sox, and then the girls, the rep team for Little League. So this is our Little League. High Park only has 8 Little League teams. Of course, we had a team go to the Nationals last year, so represented Ontario. So we're really proud to be associated with that organization, and also very, very, excited to be obviously a head coach of one of those 8 teams. 8 teams. So we're really proud of that. And plus, the Blue Jays just demolished the Red Sox 2 out of 3, right? So they won 8-1 yesterday. So yeah, why not support? We'll support the Blue Jays through and through. But yeah, you mentioned the Raptors not having great luck yesterday. They were winning they were up by 12 at one point.
They were in control for a lot of the game. But you know what? You can't lose one of your best players and expect that things are going to go well in the fourth quarter. Eventually that catches up.
I mean, Brendan Ingram as well has been.
He wasn't playing well.
Pile of what.
But you still can't lose him at the end of the day. It's just, I understand he wasn't really doing much. It's asking a lot for the rotation guys to try to step in. But be happy with the Jays. At least, hey, Game 7s are fun, so let's hope we can push them to a Game 7.
We're having problems here when Ramin's here early, so we got Ramin here early, helping in the background.
You know who's not having problems? Hertz. Okay, and I say that, and now I'm going to jinx this move all the way back. And there's a partnership with Uber, 2 strategic fleet partnerships, accelerating their growth into autonomous. Yeah, and it's actually given back $1 of the move. Well, maybe the squeeze this little mini squeeze will have a second leg to it. They're going to be in play. It's a couple of million shares, and there was a good bottom consolidation. You never really know. It's a decent enough headline for them. obviously Uber not going to move on that, but we've been talking about Uber as a disappointment price-wise. I think price-wise, Uber's been a bit of a disappointment. It's got a chance today to hold the 50 period and look pretty good. This is a kind of day. If you hold on to the bid here, you wicked under the 50. There's been good support. You get that. It's not a rounded bottom, but it's almost like it gets a false bottom. I just don't like that it wasn't a high volume. It's the only thing that doesn't have me wanting to just assume, yeah, that was it. That was a low, because a pretty low volume open grab there on Uber. But yeah, Hertz is the one that'll likely move more today if you're looking at the small cappers for sure. So I expect it's going to be a busy one, but I don't think you can forget about some of these day two plays, because I have Robin Hood on the mind. So after yesterday's that morning flush, still believe that if it can't break out that high of 74, looking for a little bit of continuation on that bad boy. And MasterCard is one of the actually earning names that we did not mention. Down. It was Visa's strength. Visa was up. Now, I haven't seen the report or anything like that, but Visa was up 9 or maybe even 10% at one point yesterday. And MasterCard going in the other direction. It got a sympathy bounce, but if you're looking for red, apparently it's not just Meta this morning. So MasterCard losing on their report.
Ford is down.
Oh, Ford was...
No, Ford's down 6%.
Wow, Ford.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Like, if you're not in the right space and not making things that people want, you're going to go downside. So there's Ford down 5%. You want to talk about something that someone said in the chat's on a different mission. SanDisk is on just its own world right now, up another 4%, breaking through 1,100. So you haven't been wrong doing anything with SanDisk. I mean, this name is just popping. It seems like every day. We did have one little bit of a red day on a gap day right there. So we'll see. These guys are coming tonight, I believe, as well. So SNDK should be good. Good morning to everybody. We are ready to rock and roll. Looks like we got through our technical sort of glitches there. We did have, our building was all out of power, and we had to, it's a switch over today. So we have a generator there outside. And it's, don't try to come take that generator. There's a security guard.
Heavily guarded.
There's a security guard out there watching it. And Joe on his break is going to switch and go out there and give the guy a couple minutes off and start to guard that place. So you better watch out if you're trying to do anything with that security guard over there.
Darwin says Tony is back.
Yes, he is.
It's not Tony.
Good job, Tony, Darwin. That's awesome that you're
Tony's a high-level security.
Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't afford to keep him around. He was very, very high-level security. Yeah, I'm gonna find a picture of Tony.
In the house, man.
I have Tony as part of my. I have him on my Instagram here. I'll find him for you
people,
guys.
Man. I remember renting it from the Jays game
in a second. Yeah.
He worked at the Rogers Center as well.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
You're still getting flack. Coffee Black. It's been explained that it's not a Boston Red Sox hat. It's a High Park Red Sox.
Here, like this is here. Just going through Instagram.
You gotta show it again.
This is just from This is just from last year.
They're tripping.
This is me talking with us. So you can see the Red Sox hats over here from last year. This is an old picture. But I was going through Instagram trying to find. Here's Neil and I with Bills, by the way. This was, how long ago was this? This King Taps January of 25.
So deceptive.
Right there.
We go out with our high school boys to watch the Bills.
See Raptors
and only 2 people wore Bills jerseys. Like every other person.
Yeah, everyone else is pretty fraudulent.
I was not happy.
There's the Green Bay Packers, of course, right there. My lovely daughter. This just goes back. This goes way back. They're like Neil and I here, like just the old school. So much old schoolness. Oh, no. This is when we had the trade. It's when we had hair and the trading background there. We had traders sitting back there. Sharif used to he's had an example yesterday where he was sitting in behind us.
Those are the shirts that we had to wear.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we were wearing those cuffed. What do they call with the? Here's Neil and I again. You know, there's lots here. Oh, here we go. This is a throwback. This was a throwback Thursday. I'm not sure. Well, this was posted 2 years ago, but that's like, how come I didn't say in here how long ago this was? Oh, not sure how long ago it was.
It has to be 2019.
Yeah, this is when these were our green screens. So we went from this to trying to put up charts and everything behind these things to what we have now. So. Anyways, go peruse the Instagram. Oh, this is when we sponsored a golf. I'm going to have to get golfing soon. there. That was a nice for cancer research there. So anyways, all right, let's go back over. I cannot find a picture of Tony, but he was our #1 security guard, hence why we had people running through this place like it was
top flight security.
Yeah, exactly. So all right, Brendo, yeah, those were back in the day. Remember those green screens?
Fold up. Yeah, those were good times. I was just trying to find short percent here for Hertz. Percent of float, I see 47% still on the short side. So Hertz just popped on this. Hertz and Uber going to partner. This was right when we came on at 8 o'clock to power autonomous robotaxis and driver-led fleet operations. So that's worth, a better part of 70, 80 cents here for HTZ. But that seems high to me still. Percent of float short still 47.5% here for Hertz.
Yeah, this is an interesting headline here. Just reading it right now. It looks like their affiliate, Oral Mobility, they're going to provide fleet management, and that's kind of like maintenance, charging, logistics, robotaxi service using vehicles equipped with autonomous technology, launched in San Francisco later this year, Brendo, with possible expansion into 27. They're also expanding their driver-led fleet services on Uber's platform, so kind of extending a partnership that they already had.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's had quite the move, both up and down over the past couple of weeks here. We got all the way up to $8 in the past week and a half. I guess we've come all the way back down to $5.50. So, yeah, Hertz doing Hertz things here on that last little run up we had with all the rest of the squeeze names. But back to almost $6 here this morning on that, guys, for Hertz.
You know what? Like, just because of what happened to Avis, you got to have it on the side burner, right? Like, it's not gonna, it won't squeeze like Avis. The thing to remember what happened with Car is you effectively had two firms soak up the entire float and were like, we're not selling, and it kind of manifested itself into this this squeeze, right? Because there was no available shares, and so anybody that was short just had nowhere to get out, and then it just started snowballing in that effect. So you're not really gonna get anything like that, and you wouldn't truly have anything crazy unless you start taking out some highs. Thing like $8, $8.50, $9. We're nowhere close to any of that. That said, if it can hold above VWAP at some point, this could be one to visit. It's very thin here. It's done a couple of million shares, 2-3 million shares, but relatively thin early in the pre-market. This is a kind of one where if you start to see it holding and trending up, more of a join trade than anything else. But you can't just manifest that it's going to have an Avis moment because it bounced a couple of bucks early. It's already given back too much of the move, and as I said, underneath the volume weighted average price. But you can always hope and dream. Just remember that almost every single time when you have any kind of like secondary play in a squeeze in a sector or sympathy, it's almost never anywhere as good as the first. And then don't forget there was a big move in Avis on its own off of the bid, halted at the open, and then it held all of its gains after posting a wider loss than expected. So this one on its own has a chance to do a little bit of a post-earnings move. But I'd rather watch Hertz if it can get above VWAP. It's just, it might have already made its high.
Yeah, I just like the fact that it came in here and is starting to bounce off of a level that makes some sense. I mean, you come into the 200 period moving average here at 560, we bounce off of it, and then you get news. So that's kind of what you're looking for. You want it to hold. It held for 5 days, held for a week, which was nice. It showed pretty good resilience, had wick down through it, made its way back up, always closed above the 200 period moving average. Now you get a little bit of a catalyst with Uber, so I think that's going to be a good move. And yeah, to the point of a short float, you don't need to have a crazy short float to go. It's only $6. So all we need to do is get in there, have some of the retail guys start to buy up some options, outdated options, some $8, $7, something like that. And the next thing you know, this thing's going to get going. So I mean, debating adding this to the note here, just even right here, 640, 650. Like, this is looking like it wants to do something. Nice move up, right? Gets into that 740 on the news. The algorithms take a hold of it. We talked about that on your Fed Day preparation. Wait for the first 5-10 minutes and let the algos, kick around, and then, wait for the next leg to drop, which would be like the 2:30 press conference. So right now, you're just letting it settle down, waiting for it to build a level, and it looks like it's trying to do that right here around 650. So yeah, you have your 25 period 640. 610 or so right there as your 50 period. So I think Hertz, yeah, upside. Good news, good story. And look, it can't all be Look, sure, it can be all about those big 4, big 5, big 6, big 7 that reported, but there are other little names here to trade, so we don't want to forget about Hertz. Is it Hertz International or is it Hertz Global? What are we called these days? HTZ, let me find out. Yeah, Hertz Global Holdings. So nice move there for them, and we'll see if we can continue that a little bit higher. I mean, we saw Waymo's doing like 500,000 rides a week now or something like that. So I saw that note, obviously, there through Google. So, Uber, Hertz, they all got to get going.
One note on the short float. Even if the short float could be, some sources had 20, most of them had it in the 40s, the days to cover is between 6 to 10 days on Hertz, which is obviously sometimes considered to be a bigger metric or more important than the actual short float is the days to cover, and that's decently high. Anytime you start thinking about double digits, and that's of course, you start thinking about the relative chances of a squeeze. It has a shot. Like, I'm not seeing anything else in small cap land that's looking incredibly powerful. I don't know if it's one that fits your radar there, Sharif, but my guess is if it gets above VWAP, it could be explosive.
All right, a couple other things to consider this morning. I was just reading a note on oil back to the downside here in a pretty good way to start things off after, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 8 of 9 days to the upside for oil. We're coming back into 145 here in a bit of a hurry this morning, topping out over 151. I mean, it didn't seem like anything changed.
No.
So, I mean, a bit of a pullback may be needed regardless, but good to see for everyone at the pump, obviously. But, I mean, the situation's still the same.
No, President Trump tweeting or truthing yesterday basically that he's running out of patience with the Iranians and there could be more, military action.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, today he's supposed to be briefed by Central Command on potential military action. He's basically made it very clear he's going to keep the what is he calling it?
Blockade.
The blockade, the naval blockade on the ships, and he's going to continue to seize the ships. Iran responded yesterday basically saying that there's going to be unprecedented military response. We're yet to see what that means.
The comments this morning from the Iranian side even leading towards the fact that they are more in control and they are the ones that are running the business side of it, I guess, and the situation around not only how it's going to operate going forward, but how it's going to operate right now is more in their hands. So, I mean, who do you believe at this point?
I was reading something about them not having enough storage capacity to actually house all the oil that they're generating. Yeah. And so at some point in time, that oil is going to have to get shipped somewhere because you're going to run out of places to put it. So we'll see how they can kind of manage that. But that seems to be this economic lever seems to have them with a bit of a different tone, right? They're still very, very combative, as you can see. But I think the naval blockade is changing things.
Even for the Iranians, even for all of their neighbors in that region, at some point it's going to get to the point, as you were mentioning, where they need to get stuff moving.
Exactly.
And maybe that's what Trump is pointing toward and alluding to. But a decent sized pullback, anyways, guys, which is good to see for everyone at this point for oil today.
Yeah, you'll take it's. I mean, look, we at the absolute lowest, you could say the best. We'll just say the lowest here. You got back to where we were at the open yesterday. So good, because we were basically just trending up. Like USO was kind of nonstop with a couple of hiccups in yesterday's trade, and there has been a slight bounce, but I think it's a little bit more constructive for a stronger market today. But you look at the reaction that's going on, and like some of the producers out there almost feel like they've got like another leg. Like I was mentioning, like Chevron was on the midst of a break. That one's going to try to pull back. I think some of that support, this and XOM, Oxy, have had some support levels on the way back in. Because even if we get the best of news, I mean, prices are going to linger higher for a while. It's just sort of how it goes, right? And these guys crush it. They're killing it over 80, let alone well over 100 a barrel. So these can still win. And I think they'll still work, but for today, USO is trend down until proven otherwise. The market, if you ixnay the edame, if you get rid of Meta, Microsoft too. Like everything looks pretty strong today. And then even on top of that, the numbers were good. So like you had good, strong earnings from the mega caps, and we have weak oil. we're almost at 1% to the upside. Yeah, you feel pretty good about the market today. Let's go talk about some options plays potentially with Joey Options.
All right, guys, welcome and good morning. A lot of activity in the world of options. Let's start things off with Google reporting yesterday after the bell with fantastic numbers and also a lot of activity at this $355 mark, expiring May 15th, guys. So this is an in-the-money call that we're going to be looking at. 48,000 contracts still currently open at that level with 500, they're open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for the bid and the ask, guys, we have a couple weeks until expiration, but our bid and the ask still relatively expensive. $11 at the ask and $10.15 on the bid, guys. So if you're looking to write that option, you're going to be collecting $1,015. But as for our delta metric, considering we're in the money and expect this contract to continue to grow and appreciate after the open, we're at that $46 metric. So for every $1 change within the underlying, we're going to see that within the change within the options contract. Now we're at the money IV, relatively cool, surprisingly so, compared to a couple of the other names that we're going to be talking about this morning. But what I want us to focus on as well is essentially the appreciation within this contract. So at one point we were worth about $7 or so, and then now it's continuing to climb, and you can see that we have a high of around $11 at the close yesterday. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Amazon, guys. At this $300 mark, a little ways away, but open interest sitting around 19,500. But a lot of volume coming in here, 56,800 contracts traded at that specific mark. But it's going to be expiring tomorrow. Keep in mind, that's why we're going to have a relatively low bid and ask. $80 only on the ask, $78 on the collector side. But our delta, considering it's so far out of the money, relatively cool. But one thing to note is that we have an increase in implied volatility, 127%. The options market is pricing in, so that's pretty high, and you're going to see that premium reflected into the actual pricing of those contracts. Now, as for the contract itself, nothing crazy from an appreciation standpoint, but still from $20 to $80, not so bad. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at SoFi as it was continuing to sell off. Another in-the-money contract here, guys. Open interest at this $18 mark, sitting around 28,200, and then volume 10,300 at that specific level. But one thing that I want us to note is that our delta is high. Why? Because we're so deeply in the money. Now, as for the ask, $2.55, pretty widespread for a lower price name, right? We're looking at around a $12 spread. You can see the bid sitting at $2.43. But our implied volatility with an uptick as well, 78.7%. Now let's focus on this contract and the appreciation of it. So essentially what we have, this is a put contract, so as the underlying goes down, you're going to see the value of this put increase. 373% after the report yesterday. So after the open, you see that gap up, you see the contract reflected, and then sure enough, that's where you see those substantial gains if you pick the right direction. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Very much there, Joe. And we got a super chat from Ruchi in our lovely chat. Ruchi Shah. Were Meta earnings that bad for it to be down 9%? P moving under 24. You're right. That's a good, it's kind of a good thing. And also thoughts on Broadcom with that massive cloud growth from Alphabet. Love the show. Let's start with the first one. You know what? I think we have to move past if you beat and have a good report, you must go up. Did SoFi beat? Did SoFi have a good quarter by most measures? Sure, they were down. And so Meta, maybe they still don't like the CapEx spend. You can sort of spin anything you want. Maybe there's still some concerns that they're not doing enough to monetize AI, right? Like there's all the stuff that the analysts can explain away why it's going to be 9% down. But you can't always be incredibly upset when this happens. If this happens one more time, Meta's this week, and continues to actually have strong top-end numbers, then you could be, low 20s in the future, in the teens? In the teens, that's where you don't even question it, where you like it as a value play. Like, remember when, relative to the other mags, Alphabet was looking really cheap and how good of a ramp off that was. So it's not a bad thing if Meta ends up in that realm and gets doubted, right? Sometimes that can be good. But you can't, just because they had a quote-unquote good quarter, it doesn't automatically have to go up. I mean, Amazon, if it wasn't for the late push, I mean, Amazon wasn't even looking like it was going to be up, right? Actually, forget about late push. It's overnight. Amazon was down until after the call and overnight. Like, this one was getting beaten up, and you tell me where they missed and where they were bad. So the market is going to do this to you sometimes, where you'll look at a report, you'll read it and say, yeah, but why is the stock reacting the way that it is? The trader, your job is to look at the price action and make the move. But if you're thinking there's a value, I mean, I'm thinking there's a value after this quarter in Meta. If they want to continue beating up on it, then this could be a good quarter to DCA. If the idea that we could be staring at the end of the year with this in the teens on it is, that would be insane to me. I don't think that happens, but if it does, I'm like, yeah, that wouldn't be a bad thing for 10 years from now anyways. But, time frames are different. Like, if you bought it last night, I get it, you're upset. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, no. I was looking there, and what Joe was talking about was SoFi. I think a day 2 play up 2% right here. It's actually hidden. It's going to be my number 1 idea on the watch list, on my watch list here today, known as the sticky note. There's $16. So if we break through $16, man, we're going to go long on SoFi. So that's going to be a play for me right there, breaking SoFi long at $16. Something definitely that I'm looking for. See if we can take that level, get back up here into 1660 or so. And obviously, we don't think we're getting up to there. But if we can just make a little bit of a movement on a positive day in the market, positive rebound there for SoFi, we'll look to see if we can get that going. $16, looking to see if we can do something there for SoFi. Remember, we're going to have Mitch on here, and I remember when he was on, I already asked him about this a couple weeks ago when we had him on, but I remember when it was up here, and I'll never forget it because Palantir was such a big stock for my portfolio. Mitch got me excited and said, maybe SoFi is the next one, but it did move up, and then I asked him about it. He justified the reasoning, and I think it makes a lot of sense to get excited about SoFi, but then they just keep on sort of disappointing here, and right now with the rates where they are, I don't know if a lot of these smaller, I mean, SoFi is such a big lending machine as well. We saw Lending Club the other day, that now, as we had just said, maybe when you get some washouts, maybe there are some opportunities, just like we said there with Meta. GDP rises 2%. Rises annually 2%. Estimate 2.3. So here we go. These are some of the cracks that could start to come through, right? With as we worry about the costs of different things. It's something like the $700 billion that's in the capex spend for this year is like 2 to 3% of GDP. It's like that's ridiculous. That's like back when it was railroads were being built and stuff. Like how much money is being spent.
But that's exactly the comparison that you.
And that's why SanDisk continues to go up. Seagate continues to go up. Google. I mean,
Caterpillar was an all-time high today. Like that's another reason.
Part of the reason as well for Google is these TPUs. Like they're building things and making things that continue to be out of supply and in demand. So that's part of the reason why you're also getting Google up so much. But anyways,
you can thank Meta for that too.
Yeah, I mean Meta's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it's getting too much on their back right now. So starting to weigh them down a little bit. But hey, man, you get Meta back to 600. We got as low as 550, 560 on Meta a couple months ago. So we'll have to wait to see if that level plays or holds. I think Meta's probably a little washed out right now, so we'll see where it goes. And hey, we have someone else's opinion that we can get here now too very, very soon. It's Mitch. Let's go back over to the desk and see what we're talking about.
All right, let's run through some of these numbers here that came out at 8:30. Core PCE index month over month for March up 0.3%, basically flat or in line with expectations. This is a Q1 GDP print, 2%. Versus a forecast 1.8%, so better than expected. Price index quarter over quarter for GDP 4.5 versus 3.7. That's really the standout. 4.5% versus 3.7 on the prices index. Initial jobless claims out there as well on the weekly basis, 189 versus 219. The continuing claims number, nice healthy downtick, 1.78 million versus 1.82 million. Last time around. So those two numbers at least pointing in the right direction. GDP sales quarter over quarter for Q1, 1.6%. Look at the expectation number, 0.7, almost a full percentage point higher than what was expected on that. So positive, definitely. PCE prices for Q1, again, a quarterly number, Remember, it's the monthly one that the Fed pays the most attention to, but 4.5% again on this number versus 3.1%. So bit of a mixed bag there, but overall we're heading in the right direction, I think, on a couple of those data points, specifically for what the Fed wants to see. I think on the PCE side, GDP, kind of there or thereabouts.
I like the jobless claims, though, because you heard Chair Powell yesterday basically say the U.S. private hiring right now and for jobs is basically at a standstill. So it kind of feeds into that same narrative we've been talking about, low hire, low fire, as the jobless claims comes in lower month over month sequentially and below the guide.
Yeah, we'll see if that continues. Let's bring in Mitch Ho over at Trade the Pool for a look at what he is dealing with this morning. Everyone's talking big tech. Mitch, let's jump right in.
Yeah.
Give us your thoughts here after last night.
Well, I heard a lot of questioning, and a lot of people were saying, but the CapEx spend, what happened here? It's going higher and higher. How's the stocks going higher? Well, one question you needed to be asking about the earnings yesterday: would the cloud growth justify the CapEx spend? And the verdict here, a clear yes. If you look at the numbers in Microsoft Azure, up 40%, AI run rate at 37 billion, up 123% year over year. Amazon's AWS up 28%, the fastest in 15 quarters. AI revenue at 15 billion annualized. Google's GCP up 63%, the best growth rate in Google Cloud history. Combine these three cloud performers, right, and you can clearly see the CapEx equation. That's the main concern here. And yes, you can spend all you want as long as you're what? Making money and driving bottom line here. So if there's anything that was given to us yesterday, it was confirmation that the CapEx spending is okay here. All the worry, all the concern about it, it's showing up in the revenue. And if it can keep showing up in the cloud revenue, well, guess what? The multiples will continue to climb higher. And so I think that we're moving into a brand new AI trade. We had an AI 1.0 trade, which was the basic large language models. Now we're going into a more advanced era of large language models, shifting into the agentic AI models, right? So this is the big move. You just saw Google released Enterprise AI. I'm actually going to be getting one of those accounts because I want to be using it with the API, the agentic API, connecting over to other APIs. You don't think other enterprises are doing it? If I'm doing it, I know they're doing it, right? So, hey, this just tells me more and more, stop running away from these names and start looking at the hyperscalers for growth.
All right, where's the trade? Let's get down to the nitty gritty here today. If you want to pick out maybe one or two, that's Amazon. Obviously, I pulled up both Google, as we said, and Amazon, the strongest of the bunch. If you want to throw QCOM in there as well, what are you looking at today?
Today, I will say I'll put a little bit of a warning sign out the gates here because we've already gotten the lift, right? This is where I think traders will come in here now and thinking, oh, no, now I buy the dip. No, the dip was supposed to be bought yesterday. The same way that I was able to play ARM on the 9 EMA and sell it into the rip, into even the after hours rip. I have 24-hour 5 market with Trade the Pool. If you guys haven't used that, you can use the overnight. I was able to sell ARM at 208. You don't even see 208 on the regular pricing because I just took that advantage. I said, you know what? They're going to give me that gift. I'm going to take that gift, take the money and run. Looking for names like that to maybe approach right back down below the 9 EMA and then look towards the close because I think today's a classic day to create some type of max pain. Yesterday was a clear max pain trade also where it was going through the bottom support, then right back up to the top range, creating a new high, then coming right back down, right? Essentially expanding those ranges, trying to stop out traders. If you're able to hold in on short-term moving average on these tech pullbacks, you're getting a nice gift here to maybe sell into the rip. If you think the drive can continue towards the gate, then maybe you're holding on to those positions. I know I'm selling some of these easy swings already.
If it's one of those days where because there's two higher, there's two lower, there's two kind of just chopping around in the middle, if the ones that are down get bought up and the ones that are up get sold, patience maybe pays here long term.
Exactly. I think you have to get through Apple's report today. They can use that kind of a next report to kind of give us a little bit of some downside move, right? Not keep the big boys in. The big boys are already positioned in these tech trades, in the Mag 7, in the semiconductors. There's a reason why you've seen these take off, right? So now I think if anything, they're using these opportunities, these pullbacks to what? To add to positioning, right? So I think today is one of those days where you look at positioning, not necessarily trying to just ride the momentum. So I'm looking at positioning and I'm thinking, why not shift over to more of the AI trade, right? So I have two names on my swings right now. I have APLD and I also have CEG. So we can either go independent power producers or we can talk also APLD, a hyperscaler kind of push there with a big deal that came in yesterday. So where do you guys want to go, man?
Yeah,
so much fun.
You're reading my mind here. We touched on BE specifically, but on the power side of things as well. Going back 2 days ago on a huge beat, that one to the upside once again this morning. What are you seeing with CEG here?
Well, so the real key here is that, of course, these are all related, right? Independent power producers trying to create power for the hyperscalers. And the hyperscalers just did what? They confirmed the CapEx spend, if anything, more spending. So it confirms these stocks, right? It shows more and more that the backlog of contracts that they have is continuing. So the only thing that can really destroy these names is those backlogs just completely fall off, right? But right now, these are clearly names that you can determine the fundamentals. And now we're starting to even see speculative names starting to play in this space, like FSIL and Plug Power. I don't know if you have seen those runs lately, but massive run, of course, in FSIL, and you're seeing these just completely rip higher. What is this? This is just dash for trash in the industry, right? They're just looking for anything to pick up. Have you seen the run in GNRC, right? It just seems like they're trying to pick up these names. Of course, best of breed would be GEV, right? I will clearly say that without a doubt. But right behind that, I'd even put Bloom Energy, and then you can go down the list, work down. CEG, VST, you got NRG, and then of course TLN. TLN is making data centers for what? AWS, Amazon, and names like this. This is where you need to know the relationships, you need to know themes, and trust me, I know all about this theme. And the bring your own power, like comments and that have been said by Trump, they're not going away. He's focused about the war, but watch that war end. Immediately, the focus goes back, bring your own power.
All right, I like the next angle you're bringing here this morning as well, the construction side of things, because with more spending is going to require someone to actually build the thing, right? So let's talk PE, let's talk CAT.
Yeah, so of course we got CAT earnings to come in here. CAT's been a great one. I actually was able to make a great trade before this USO takedown, but now we're seeing USO start to go right back through the highs, yet we're seeing CAT still stay up at the highs. This tells me one of these are going to give, right? And everyone's pretty much thinking that it's the oil conversation that gives here, not CAT, because CAT needs to continue building these AI infrastructures, right? They need the excavators, they need the rock trucks, they need, of course, all the supplies. And that's not to mention CAT's own AI game, right? It has its own AI game, right? So I think that we look here now for sympathy. CAT's a little too far gone, so I'll look to try to buy the dip in sympathy names like Deere, or maybe the disaster report that we've got today in Picard can just reverse right back.
I don't know if did we lose you? I can't hear you anymore, unfortunately. Mitch, we'll try and get reconnected. Your audio seemed to dip out there. We'll try and get Mitch back here and finish his thought there on some of these infrastructure names. But I mean, to his point, and I think you and I have discussed this many times. I mean, the money's got to go somewhere, and it's going to take time to build out, what they're going to build out. But I mean, names like DE, like CAT, even this PCAR that he was mentioning.
And he gave a pretty exhaustive list there of the different aspects of the AI stack that Caterpillar's involved in. One thing he did miss, though, was generators. And these are a 2-year backlog to get your hands on these generators. Anecdotally, I was telling you the story, people with huge swaths of real estate are coming, to the hyperscalers, but like, hey, I've got an empty warehouse. Why don't you build a data center here? The first question they ask them, what's the power situation like? Well, our power situation is what the utility company is. Doesn't work for them. It's not going to work like that, right? You got to have 100% uptime.
Hence our high-tech security outside this morning, guarding our generator with everything. I mean, this was just unbelievable. The switchover that had to happen here. Just to give some context here, we're in a building that has obviously power throughout the entire building. They took our unit, unplugged it from the building, and plugged it into this generator just to run today. And then when the work is done today, we're going to unplug from the generator and plug back into the building. So the lengths we're going to actually get this show off the ground on a daily basis. Crazy. But I don't know, guys. We have Mitch back. Give me a... No, they're still working on the audio. But Neil, Sean, give me your thoughts here for construction side of this. Oh, we do have. Never mind, Neil and Sean. Let's talk to.
We got it. I'm back. Like the chat said, I was speaking too much truth. You know how that goes.
They shut you off.
They hear you.
So finish your thought here.
3 times in the mirror.
Yeah. Finish your thought here on PCAR.
Yeah, so look for that action to kind of maybe reverse, right? It's an ugly report, but that doesn't matter because the leader had a great report, right? And what we need to be paying attention to is USO today, right? If USO just starts to tank, watch for the industrials to rise, right? So that's what I'm looking for. And what I've been talking about, more of the broadening out of the rally, right? So dips on the semiconductors, you start to see healthcare, you start to see industrials, and you start to see the financials trickle higher. Those are the areas that I'm looking when tech goes weak. It just rotates into that. Why? It's a bull market, right? And so there's going to be rotation, guys. Look for that rotation and the broadening out of the rally, and that's what I'm watching for.
All right,
the industrials, the healthcare, and of course with Eli Lilly's earnings, it could be getting the lift today, right? So look for that relationship.
Yeah, nice look for LLY this morning. Let's look ahead and talk about tonight, because more to come tonight, more important to earnings to come tonight with Apple.
Yeah, of course, Apple's definitely a big one to watch, guys, and I'm giving these great earning previews that we're doing on Trade the Pool, and it's all about kind of focusing on important things, right? Because that's what you want to be looking at. What's the critical thing to look for in Apple's report? Well, the Q3 full-year revenue guidance language is going to be important. Apple won't give you a specific number, but watch for the CFO's directional color on June growth. And that's what we're going to be looking for. Watch for more talk of the iPhone 18 supply build, tariff cost absorption, and whether the services stay in the mid-teens. Deceleration below 10% in the services could be that kind of more bearish scenario. So we're going to be looking for more comments on tariffs, supplies of the iPhone, and seeing how that's maybe causing costs to rise or not. Those are the things to look for. And of course, like I've mentioned, we're doing some great earnings streams, a lot of the education that I'm pulling, doing the deep dive. Last night before the reports, the major thing that I said was look at the cloud growth. I even gave estimates to watch for there. And that's the things you want to be diving deep is where are the investors focused on? So ask yourself those questions before you get the earnings. Can you bring it down to one question? If you could bring it to one question, that's a telling sign. That means all analysts are watching that space, and that was the focus here. It wasn't YouTube. No one cared what Google did with YouTube. Some people are mentioning that. No one cares. It's cloud. That's important for the hyperscalers because it confirms the thesis for the spend. We
were talking a little bit last night about Amazon in that same sense of each individual unit and the growth of each individual unit, and the cloud is just astronomically more than anything else at this point.
It's tied to the AI, right? Because of all the cloud. So one of the trades, and just like an underappreciated trade like Fastly, right? Some people aren't talking about this, right? How all the search queries from all these large language models are causing so much more traffic on the online that you're going to see like Fastly get the lift just because of all this search query, right? That's why you're seeing this cloud spending, right? So all this cloud spending is going to continue to grow. And if anything points to further cloud growth in the future. Why? Because quantum could be coming down the line. And now I'm getting a little bit further down, but I researched these things, guys. So I can tell you that in the long run, what I think ends up eventually happening is quantum computing comes into play. And where are they going to put quantum computing? On the cloud, because not everyone's going to be able to control these chips at your house. So you're going to go to Google and you're going to use the cloud to access their quantum mechanics.
I like it. I like it a lot. What's the latest over at Trade the Pool?
Lots of earnings stream coverage, more education, doing education myself, guys. I've been doing kind of better education using different large language models, explaining themes, getting into that. So if you're looking to learn about themes, looking for earnings, looking to trade earnings also, that's one of the best things that we actually introduced to the day trading evals. You can now trade on these earnings. You could have been trading the dip yesterday, right, in some of these names and then getting the lift, or playing it back and forth like we were doing even live on the stream. That's what it's all about, guys, giving you guys the opportunities, the tools for you guys to trade, and like always, some theme education. You guys know how I am. I work always from a macro to a micro approach, and I hope you guys are learning the theme approach here.
Great stuff. Mitch Ho over at Trade the Pool. Good to see you as always. Thanks for this.
Keep going, guys. And lithium, SQM, remember 2 weeks ago, ALB, huge run right here mentioned. We could get another one today. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, Mitch.
All right, fantastic stuff as always, Mitch Ho, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with the downgrade side. Meta on the naughty list here. JP Morgan not liking the CapEx, going from an overweight to a neutral weight. Price target reduction as well, too. You're down 9%, $825 to $725. And then we also have Wingstop on the negative side of things, going from a buy rating to a neutral weight. Price target reduction from $290 to $190 by Goldman Sachs. Now we have GE Healthcare also on the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a neutral weight, reducing its price target from $81 to $65 once again by Goldman. Now we have Form Factor positive here, a little bit less than 0.4%, but going from a buy to a hold here by Craig Hallam. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at some of the upgrades. We're going to kick things off with Qualcomm, up over 10%, guys, going from a hold to a buy by Summit Insights. Amazon on the positive side of things, 2.8% here with a buy rating by Canaccord. Price target increase as well from $300 to $333. Now, Microsoft, slightly negative, but getting the nod here by Piper Sandler. We're down 1.7%, but a price target increase from $500 to $540. And then the belle of the ball for today, Google, amazing earnings. You're up almost 8% here. Target increase from $415 to $450 with a buy rating by Canaccord. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. I think I guess the market's been buying up the downgrade on Meta, I should say. The big four. Probably not a surprise on the upgrade side. You could make an argument that, like, okay, well, what was so bad about Meta's report from a fundamental standpoint? Fair enough. But it is catching a pretty solid bid off of the lows. It's broken the downtrend. It's filling in the gap. I think that looks good. I want to go back to something. Just quickly back to something that Mitch said, because every time I pull up Constellation, I'm a little bit dumbfounded with this one, why it's not going. It doesn't make a ton of sense. You got Bloom going ham, you've got G Vernova going ham, you've got Constellation, which is basically chilling out as if it's got nothing to do with the data center play. It's so weird to me, and it's not terribly expensive. This actually trades cheaper than G Vernova by a lot. Like, it's in the 20s. G Vernova's like in the high, like 37p, 31 forward. These guys are in the 20s. So yeah, I kind of agree with Mitch. There might be something there, unless there's something I'm missing about why this is not getting the benefit in the power side. It's a weird one, but it seems like a little bit of a value. So I'm going to keep that one on the watch. I already own one. I don't need to own two, but might be worth like a little bit of a catch-up trade for sure. And by the way, G Vernova, I thought this would look a little bit stronger with the increased CapEx spending. So I don't know. This one, I love them, but I thought you'd do a little bit better after we got confirmation that the big spend was still there. That's disappointing to only be up a point. I thought it would outpace the market with the CapEx spend. One to watch. I like the 50 period if it pulls back in. But yeah, interesting that CEG for Mitch.
Yeah, he also mentioned a little bit of Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly's quarter was huge, man. I mean, big numbers put out for Eli Lilly, up 6% right now. It was up higher than that. So if you're trying to, sort of breathe a sigh of relief here for Eli Lilly. It's been a bad run. I mean, I came in and I said to Derek, wow, it's nice to see Eli Lilly finally starting to make a move higher here. We'll see if we can hold the 200 period moving average, right? That's going to be at 911. So we'll see if we can get that. Good level again comes right into some kind of support. I think the buy, in worst case, we would have, seen it down into here, 740, 750, 760. But there's a nice bounce up. So that's good, man. Save yourself that $100 downside. See if we can get going now back there to the upside, and then we'll get going there. All right, man. Are we still not, what's going on, JKL? Are you still short MSTR and all that? Because that looks like they've been printing. They're still swinging short. Oh, there it is. Still swinging short MSTR and entered a short on the Qs. Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, the short on the Qs has not been well received by the market. But, here today, especially with all this exuberance coming through, I mean, the NASDAQ continues to pump a little bit higher. We showed you that Meta was starting to go again. And, shorting something that looks like this is very, very dangerous. But as long as you have your out, I think you're okay, right? I mean, we've seen the exuberance hit the market. It happened last night. It's happening right now. Still have Sandus to come and Apple to go. But I could see the market pulling back again and just having a little bit of a reset here. So, yeah, maybe shorting the Qs isn't a horrible idea. I wrote down on the sticky note that we're going to go long on dips and looking at the TQQs for myself. So I do think that we do have an initial move down lower early. So we're going to look to see if we can get something around the 200 period moving average, 62 or change there on the sticky note, which is out on the TQQs. So you and I sort of thinking something similar there, JKL. You're probably waiting for a little bit of a bigger move, but I think we can buy dips today if there is any whatsoever. And we'll wait for those market on open imbalances, right? I mean, those will tell the story because right now it's very, very, I'm going to call them up here. It's very early days for the imbalances. We don't really have anything that's been reported here today that's on here, right? There's like no Eli Lilly. There's like nothing of any significance right now. XK? I mean, I don't even know what that is. Oh, you want to talk about SMRs? And well, we don't want to, but we talked about energy a little bit. That XE stock, recent X Energy.
Yeah.
It's coming back in again, but I just wanted to say this was another name that could get a little bit of a look here as we went up to 36. Watch out for it coming back into $31, $30. That was where we IPO'd from. So you're coming back into these levels. We had one bad IPO day, but then, got fire the next couple, pulling back in. Watch out for $30 on XE coming in again one more time. And yeah, man, I mean, people are still talking about Google, people are still talking about Amazon as we continue to go higher. But hey, maybe we have topped out, I mean, 378.75 here for Google. We're going to have a rundown. We're going to talk about all these names. We don't want to beat a dead horse here. But let's see if we do have a little bit of a pullback coming in. Maybe Google, maybe people are selling off some Google and picking up some Meta, which didn't have a horrid quarter. That was a great long down there. I mean, we said like maybe at 606, maybe we're starting to hold something. Looks like we did hold pretty good, up $10 now on that 606 level. So, all right, man. Thanks to Mitch for coming through. He gave us a couple good ideas. Always nice to have him come through. So thanks, Mitch, for that one. And we're going to continue to go on with our regularly scheduled programming and get back to the desk and look at some futures potentially and then start to this rundown.
Great interrupt. I don't know if the power situation forgot to connect the HVAC in here today. It's feeling,
noticed that, huh?
Feeling a little
I didn't want to say anything.
It might not be. I don't know. But
I feel it. That's all right.
We should be thankful we're here anyway. But sorry.
An easy cup of water does fix that. Cold cup of water, I notice, always helps regulate the body temperature when you can't regulate your environment. So.
Go for it.
All right, guys, we're up 0.5% here on the SPY. We closed out literally yesterday on the same at the same level as we closed out on Tuesday. So we're looking at yesterday's closing print being 711 2/3, with the overnight high being around 715. We're still using that 715-ish area as R1. As I'm going to zoom in here, as you can see, we've been quite consolidated with 715 basically acting as a key area of resistance. If we sell off, Brenda, we were saying 705. But it looks like more like 710 now is starting to be support level 1. A little bit of a higher low there. Let's look for 710 as support level 1. Yeah.
Dare we say higher low? Dare we say? If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Free watch list is available below in the description right now. Link down below will get you to the sign up page. You need your email, and that is it. Has everything on it you need to know, every single pre-market. I'm just noting the ECB's Lagarde making some comments right now. There was a, correct me if I'm wrong, Bank of England interest rate decision this morning that they held, but there was one dissent I read toward a hike.
Interesting.
So, which is the first time they've had that. I mean, we were talking a little bit about that yesterday with the Fed. and the situation in the U.S., but I think UK is definitely worse.
And Canada held as well. Tiff Macklem, the Bank of Canada governor, made the same comments that if we have higher oil prices for longer, we're going to have to hike rates. And so a lot of people are saying the real estate market might pick up on the back of that people may expect higher rates and start buying now. We'll see if it's a hot summer.
Hurry up and buy.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly hasn't in the past couple of weeks or months, even here in Toronto anyway. Let's get into everything we need to know this morning. Meta, top of the list this morning. If you're with us after the close last night, we went into it a little bit. I mean, as we were saying, between 8 and 8:30 this morning, comes down to the CapEx. I think, a bit of a shocker once again on the back of what happened. Like we were sitting here talking about these earnings 2 months ago. It's not even like it was a long time ago. And everyone was blown away by this CapEx number at that point, and here we are higher.
It's higher now. The market was looking for a higher CapEx. So here's the new guide, guys: 125 billion to 145 billion. That's what they're looking to spend for all of 2026. We'll have to see if they reach that. EPS 731 beating the 679. Revenue, Brendo 56.31 billion beating the 55.45. But I have a few points here that are really kind of underreported by the mainstream media that I really want to stress upon. First and foremost, the next LLM for Meta is going to take 10 times more compute than Llama 3. So just think about what that's going to mean in terms of build out and CapEx. That's one thing to keep in mind. Secondly, ad load saturation. They're saying basically ad load on Instagram Reels has hit a ceiling, and the only way for them to actually increase that revenue is by charging more money per ad as opposed to putting more ads out there. That's something to think about as well. And then the WhatsApp pay to play. It's a significant portion of the revenue beat came from WhatsApp business messaging fees. So something to think about there. Couple of underreported stories for Meta.
Yeah, if you zoom out, again, we were looking at this last night. If you zoom out on this thing, back to decent support levels here, guys, but not much in the way of upward momentum to look at yet.
Yeah, I feel like if it had been, it's still a chance. It's 29 minutes to go. If it had been down 10%, I would have been talking about, hey, look for that fail break of $600 on the even. That would have been almost exactly, or just barely over 10% to the downside. Then you get that SSR rule bounce play. I don't know. I guess it hasn't bounced far enough to completely write that idea off, but I didn't even, give a major name like this that gets down 10%, I'm usually looking for that specific reversal setup, like the bottoming tail candle off the open, the wick bottom. You don't break the low, there's nowhere to go. Well, it's already bounced, and it's already bounced pretty decently. $10-12 is pretty solid. It's not filled in the entirety of the gap. I'm not thinking fade on this at any obvious levels. I think this is more of a stay away. And the other side of it was, I don't want it to go down, but I felt like if this got sold off too far in the report, it'd be a chance to grab it in the second quarter here. So yeah, I'm not disappointed that it's lower, but I'm kind of disappointed that it's not lower for the trade, if that makes any sense. Because I think it would have been an easier pickup trade. I don't know that I would want to chase this move. You still have to worry about the comparison. As solid as the report was, you have to worry about the comparison to the other names here. I think Amazon, maybe not Microsoft, Amazon and Alphabet certainly stood out a little bit more, and we'll talk about Alphabet in a bit. I suppose if it gets down to 600, it's still a chance, right? It's 3% away. Meta can easily do that when it's down 7.5. That would be the bounce area that I'd look for. Get that little false break of the low and play the reverse.
Yeah, I mean, revenue came in higher. 33% year-over-year increase, which is great. That's the ad revenue there, $55 billion there. Great numbers. Their business is working. I don't think there's any problem with that. Meta guided revenue between 58 to 61 billion. So they're even thinking it's even growing higher in the upcoming quarter. So, they're going to be an ads business right now. They don't have anything else. That's the problem with Meta. They don't have the cloud. They don't have really, anything that anyone's subscribing to. What are you going to pay for, the Instagram check mark or something? So right now, what you're doing is you're just sort of paying for the future growth. And if they're going to put a spend out again of 125 to 145 billion, adding and extending out their CapEx number, just as Mitch said, man, everybody's worried right now about the cloud, and right now Meta just doesn't have that space. And without, I guess, a bigger number, I don't know what exactly they're looking for. They're making money EPS, they're making money earnings per share, and then the revenue number as well that we just discussed. So I like Meta down here. I think it's probably fallen enough into a spot. We knew that this was going to be a mover and a shaker here today, but all we've really done is take out the 50-period moving average. This was more the thing. This is why we talked about, I thought that Meta did have a good chance of getting to the upside there, was because you're at the 200-period moving average, but it looks like technicals don't fail again. I mean, comes in into 680 there a couple times, bounces the head off of it for 2 weeks, and then downside. I think we retest this level. Out of any of the names today, I think this is the one that you'd want to nibble on here. I do think some of the other ones will pull back just a bit. I'd rather hold Amazon and Google. But just for the valuation, I think Meta's coming in again to some decent levels where Zuckerberg will eventually be justified, I hope anyways, with all of this spend as ad revenues continue to increase. And that's the name of the game for Meta. So they're actually, competing obviously and dominating that space right now. I mean, if you're a company, where else you're going to put it? I guess you could put your money to Google, get into YouTube and things like that. But Instagram and Reels and Facebook, I don't know, is Facebook still a thing? But now they're going to try to monetize, and they are monetizing WhatsApp now as well. And there's many other things, I'm assuming, that Mark Zuckerberg, I haven't sort of penned through the quarter exactly, but there's many things that Meta has. We saw the deal there with the TPUs with Meta and Google. So hopefully they can cut some of their costs, get a little more efficient, and go through a little bit of an increase here today. I still think a pullback into VWAP 610. Whenever there's a gap, we always say play to VWAP. So it actually played real nice to VWAP there, held it, and ripped. So now that ripped, it's up $10. So if we can come back in and hold these levels right here, I think you got some support now. So yeah, Meta not looking too bad down there, low 600s, but I see you have a poll up.
Well, first of all, I love the commitment to the rhyme, because you have to.
What did I rhyme that time?
Because you say, and I do this too. You say VWAP with gap to VWAP.
Oh, yeah.
But then you say VWAP.
Oh, right. So I say the gap, the VWAP. Yeah, okay.
One of the things that
I think it's VWAP. I think we always say
VWAP.
that, but it's an A in there.
It's like one of the reasons Eminem was a GOAT is because he had that ability to, you just slightly change the way you pronounce things to make it flow and make it work. You're not grossly changing it. Everyone knows what he's saying, but he makes it work. But I was just sort of listening in, and we've been talking about these all morning. Why not? I'm going to make it real simple, make it really simple for everybody out there. Which would you buy at the open? I can put a question mark so you know it's a question. I guess it doesn't really matter. 9:30 at the open, which one of these reports are you buying? Meta 1, and these are current prices, right? So you got to buy Google at the highs. Meta 1, Type 2 for Alphabet, Type 3 for Amazon, Type 4 for Microsoft. We're about to talk about Alphabet right now. I guess we could have waited in there, but get them in. We'll start the voting right now, and we'll see what you guys think by the time we get into the open. And do you like buying the dip on Meta? Do you like buying a semi-dip on Microsoft? Do you want to buy strength in Alphabet? We'll let the voters choose. It is overwhelmingly buying the dip early on Meta. Maybe it's because we haven't made a case after Google's beat.
I just want to come back to this screen here because I realized I had all those stupid bad wicks on here, and when I get rid of them, this is what the Meta chart looks like. So I just wanted to show people because it just looked like a straight line. But this is, you're starting to hit back. That's a 25 period, the 25 period, the 25 period. So, until we sort of break this trend, which would, in my opinion, either be a break of the 614 as we zoom back in a little bit, or there's that VWAP at 611. So I just think that right now you're starting to make a couple higher lows coming in right now. So a trend break. Now it's only 907. We'll wait for those imbalances to come through. But to me, this looks pretty constructive right here, getting back up to the upside. So we can hold on to hope that potentially Meta could still, I still think things flush at the open. But we will look for like a 610, something like that area to look to buy on Meta. But I cleaned up the chart there. Sometimes on earnings, see, like you can see down here, I didn't do it on the 5 minutes. So it looked, my face is in the way. But that's okay. Here, I'll put it up here. There it is. Oh. Of course, Andre, we beat each other to it. But there it is right there, right? So that looks kind of crazy. So we got rid of those, and now our chart looks a little bit better. Maybe we'll clean up the wicks there. It's actually funny because Mitch there, Neil, said that, he got out of ARM or something at 208, and you didn't see that print because it was a dark pool, right? And so sometimes...
Blue Ocean, I got it.
Yeah, so sometimes you'll see these wicks, and they could be true. I mean, it could take 100 shares up there, 5 shares, something where there was no liquidity and someone hit it on a Blue Ocean or something where just there was no Reg NMS. But those shouldn't happen. You're not supposed to be able to trade through, but sometimes those dark pools with different reporting structures and rules, they can report, I think it's 24 hours after, or maybe even even later than that.
It's always been up to 24 hours.
Yeah, so sometimes
it's
we get those. And we've requested to get those filtered out of our system, but unfortunately, I always laugh because compliance gives us the most ridiculous reasons. It's like some people use those wicks as, do they?
I think there's one use for them that is, well, this is just my opinion. A lot of the vast majority of the crazy wicks do correspond to like the edges of the range in the overnight market, right? So like it might be like
there's reasons for it.
Yeah, so that top, it could be the top in the overnight, and then therefore, if you have some crazy wick, you don't have to look at blue ocean, or if you don't have 24-hour chart. I don't know. I think that's a weird one, but I do think it's not weird that Alphabet had the best reaction. I think we were talking about it last night. Almost everybody was like, well, which one would you sell if you had to sell? I don't think anybody was selling their Alphabet. And hopefully you didn't after last night.
All right, here is Google on a bit of a pullback here. We're back to the highs from after the close last night, trying to hold right now around this 375 area, potentially key. I mean, we're at all-time highs, so, I mean, there's really not much to look at as far as levels go. As I was commenting after the close last night, if you were with us, some of the numbers in this report are just eye-watering, like just unbelievable.
It's just hard to believe how much they're making in profit. So that top line is something and the bottom line is something else. But the distance between them, Brendo, not that much.
No.
110 billion. Let's just go 109.9. 110 billion is what they brought in revenue, easily beating the 107.2 expected by analysts. But what stood out to me is what I mentioned there. Net income, guys, rising 81%. Up to 62.57 billion. That is their profitability. That's quite ridiculous there. But I want to mention a few points here underreported. The shadow TPU stream, for the first time, Alphabet is explicitly confirmed. It has begun selling its tensor processing unit, otherwise known as a custom ASICs, directly to select enterprise customers. That basically puts them in competition with NVIDIA, as we've been talking about. The search cannibalization. Remember this? The LLMs were supposed to destroy search. Not happening. Search and other revenue actually accelerated, 19% growth. And management actually said that users with access to AI overviews and AI mode are actually conducting more searches and clicking on more ads. So kind of putting the kibosh on that theory. A couple more here, Brendo. CapEx cliff. So they guided a huge CapEx number, but the CFO on the call said it's going to be significantly higher in 27. So they were guiding for 26. 27, expect a bigger number. Last but not least, I know you're going to like this one, YouTube. They're decoupling, they're trying to decouple YouTube from their search revenue, and they're trying to get it on a standalone through subscriptions, whether it's YouTube Premium or YouTube Music. They're kind of trying to generate money from there. Good luck for them.
It's still an impressive number. I know Mitch wasn't too concerned about YouTube, but it's still an impressive number for YouTube specifically. The one thing that, just going back to the AI point, the one thing that I have found lately that is kind of annoying, but if you get to a point on a conversation with Gemini or with ChatGPT or whatever, where it's so detailed and so long, and you don't want to screw up the flow, if you know what I mean, and if it spits out an answer with, let's say, a name in it, and you want to know more detail just about that name, not necessarily change the context of the overall conversation, I've found lately I'm highlighting that name, or like going Google search that name specifically, and not just continuing in the same conversation, because I don't want to just screw up everything else that's in that actual conversation. So yeah, I mean, remember when we were sitting here talking about, AI is going to kill Google search?
I think it was a decent theory to have, but what's happening in practice is it's not happening.
It still hasn't happened. Yeah. Anyways, really, really strong, guys. Impressive here for Google.
Absolutely, and when you do that, like you pop in a new tab, and then you get the AI answer anyways. So that's the first thing. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. Like I'll be sitting, like it was weird. Like there's in one of the fantasy leagues that we're in, I guess it's both of them. The app is trash. Like you have to do some certain things from the browser. You don't have the right like commissioner access, and so I'll sit there and I'll just have the Gemini, and I want to find something. I just click Ask Gemini because I'm already there, and I'm the lowest, going for lowest hanging fruit. There's only one small thing I disagree with when Mitch was talking about Alphabet. I do care how YouTube goes. I do care about all the different levers that they can pull to make money, because you know what that does for them? It gives them, everyone's worried about, are you going to be able to generate enough revenue and cash flow to be able to sustain sustain this spending. Well, who's the one making boatloads of cash with many ways and a big moat? That's Alphabet. And on top of that, they got the biggest growth. Like, they're doing everything that you want. Now, if we're talking about the price, okay, sure, it's at the highs, but you know what? You're still getting them relatively cheap to some of the other names. It's not like they're sitting there trading at 40 times. You know, like you should be in the, if not at 30, certainly very, very close to it after this report. For the day trade, it seems like we're in the midst of a pullback. I don't know that it pulls back heavy enough that it's one that I would want to trade, because I'm looking over, and I think Intel's dipping, and I think that's going to have good volatility. And while we're sort of talking about this, just from the trading aspect of it, and yes, Intel, I said test 100 today and look for that pullback in the prior highs. In the aftermarket, in Blue Ocean, it did get to $100. So technically, Intel has seen it, but it hasn't seen it in the intraday, and it's already starting to pull back in. You had a pretty distinct, we closed at 95, but you had a pretty distinct 94 support level that I think you can go for. Like, it just feels like we're going to get a dip in here today. On Alphabet, I doubt we dip far enough for it to be interesting for myself. It's a great stock. It's very boring in the pre-market. Look at how long it's been since it moved on Alphabet.
Yeah, I think you're right about everything there as far as what to be concerned with and not to be concerned with. Oh man, see, there we go. So we got another wick here. So you just got to go to, if you're watching and you're on our program, so you have a low there of 349. So you just got to edit this to something that's more reasonable. 375.31. We'll take the open price, and then we'll edit the chart. So there we go. So now it looks a little bit better on the chart there. So yeah, it just looks like we're coming back in there now for Google. So kind of like opposite of Meta right there, where we're starting to tick a little bit lower now. We were up to 378. You're already down $4 on Google. Again, great stories, great earnings report. Hi, Ramin. How are you doing? She's doing amazing.
It sounds.
She must own Google, but there it is. Nice downside play there. She might not be happy that she's in this early, so that might be one thing there for Ramin. But there's the pullback in, and again, there's VWAP coming through. So we've just gone over all the numbers. There's not much else to talk about. I mean, we could sit here and say how much we like the stock, and it would be true. So I would just say we're going to wait. I would rather not short this name, so it has to be a break of VWAP and then a hold. So for me, we're not going to catch the falling sword or knife, and if it comes back in, fine, let it just drop back. But for me, the long really does start here at a take of 376, back up to the highs, get out for $2, and then see what winds up happening after that. So I think an early push here on Google is probably what happens. It's been now beat up just a little bit. If we do come in and we see some sellers at 925 when the imbalances come, then maybe that does get us back into this 370 area. But honestly, man, Google's a pretty strong name that has a lot behind it. There was not one number that you could have been upset with. So as we start to talk it up, obviously we're not affecting the market here, but there it goes, up another $1.30 right there since it got thrown over to us. So it bounced off 374. Here it comes right back up. VWAP's not that far away. It's probably going to take it out even before the market opens, but that's a great sign. Come back in, build a base, take VWAP, and then go. So I love a 376 break. I would love for that to happen early. I think you can take that shot into 378, 378.50, get out of like 75% or something like that. You know how I trade differently than most anyways. So you can get out a half or whatever you want to do, and then let the rest ride and then use VWAP as you're out. So I think this is a name that you're going to want to buy today. It's just a matter of what price. And I'm not looking lower. I'm looking higher. So I think that we wait to play the trend, break it to the upside, hold your 25 period, hold the 50 period, take out VWAP. And then look, if you're wrong, you can get out at 375. Like I think it's $1 upside, $1 downside, and then $2 or $3 upside. So I like the risk to reward there for Google today. And it's always nice buying a name that the rest of the market seems to like as well. So you're not fighting anything there. Yeah, so everyone likes Google today, and that could be a trap. You know, that's part of it too, right?
You know when
everyone likes something, maybe it's the other way. Like everyone's like, oh, the Blue Jays started off so bad. They've won 4 series in a row, you know. They're right back into it. Why do I keep bringing this back to baseball all the time?
Right.
Yeah, Trey had a nice day. 5.1 innings, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks. And I'm wearing the Red Sox hat. So.
And the velo was there. But before we go back up, it's actually still 45% would buy at the open. This is probably a testament to how much Meta is down and not preference over Alphabet. But it's even between Alphabet and Microsoft. It looks to me like people would rather buy the dip than buy at the highs. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with buying a strong name. Speaking of, well, I mean, if we're going to talk about good reports, Eli Lilly's right up there. Chilling.
Yeah. All right. Eli Lilly moving around here. It might have been a dark print, but there was a big spike downside there. It looks like it's right back up. But yeah, let's talk about these earnings because better than expected here for Eli Lilly, trying desperately, looks like to hold $900, which is much improved over the past couple of weeks.
Certainly, and it's a real destructive beat on both the top and bottom line. EPS 855. The street wanted that ominous 666 number, a really big beat there on profitability. Likewise with revenue, $19.8 billion, beating by over $2 billion, 17.62. That's up 12% year over year, and up 12% quarter over quarter and 56% year over year. But I have a few angles here that I want to cover. First of all, price for volume trade-off. So basically what Lilly's been doing here is they're intentionally aggressively, giving rebates and insurance negotiations to prioritize essentially volume over per vial price. That's different than their competitors. Also, the Foundeo angle. We talked a lot about the oral GLP. That's really picking up here and helps, diversify their market share. And then also China, a big win here for Lilly. Mounjaro's inclusion, Brendo, in China's national reimbursement drug list drove this year's non-U.S. revenue by 81% as a result of that. And last but not least, Alzheimer's. Kisunla acceleration. While GLP get all the clicks and all the attention, that Alzheimer's drug saw a 6-time increase year over year in revenue. So good luck for Lilly.
Yeah, quite the, potentially, anyways, quite the reversal candle here, guys, on the daily chart for this one today. We're back above that low once again, which is key.
Yes, this one is going to, there's no breakout button. So I don't know, I have to hit something else when it looks like stock is going to break out. But look at the daily chart on this. Strict triple top, strict downtrend. It's going to break it when it breaks the 200 period moving average. That looks gorgeous. So it needs to get above 911 and break this 920. But I think that's something, well, it's Thursday, so I don't want to say it has to happen this week. But we talk about the 3-day rule. It's settling a little bit lower after that huge report, but still holding on to those gains. I think once it takes to 920, it has all kinds of room to fly. I'm talking about this on the higher time frame. I mean, it's a rocket ship. I know people like try to make the comparison to Novo here, because Novo, it's always sexy to try to get the thing off of the lows. That's moving a little bit here today. Oh yeah, Novo with a bit of a spike just now. Interesting. Everyone wants to buy the one that's, oh no, it's at the lows, or you can just buy the better company with an actual other pipeline as well. And I think that breakout is looming on Lilly. It's not really a day trading breakout. I think this happens tomorrow, early next week. I don't want to put a date on it. Before the end of next week, I think you're breaking back out, and then we can just ride it to the high on Eli Lilly. Love the stock, own it. And Novo's probably, arguably, based on what I just saw there, might even be more interesting for a day trade. Not entirely sure why it just spiked 1% and up 4% today. It's above VWAP. Maybe it's sympathy. I'm not really sure. I didn't see a news story for them. It's got a decent short float. But it's on the back burner. It's a more day tradable stock, and it's got a nice uptrend going.
Yeah, we put Eli Lilly in the portfolio. I like the stock. It's one of the picks for the year. I mean, it hasn't been doing that well. We did lose the shelf there on Eli Lilly. We talked about that when it was happening right there at 980, and we're like, oh God, watch out. And then that very day, this wind up happening right there again. So 860 looks like a decent hold there for Eli Lilly. Adair will probably be on this name, but underneath VWAP right now, you're looking to get broken through there. It's always hard to make a trade on stocks that have just recently reported because you don't have too much of an idea of where the money's going to be coming in. Like right now, Ford has a sell on it, so they're down. Will we talk about Ford? Well, we're going to talk about Carvana next, but Ford with the down. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't get the percentages when I click on them, but Ford to the downside right there as well. So at least that's giving us some room to work with. But I don't really see Eli Lilly holding this bid, especially if the market goes downside. We're underneath VWAP. I would say we probably would see this 890 at some point here. The 200 period moving average. So watch out for that name coming through. 895 is the level that you're looking to hold. So if we break that, I do think it's a little lower. Nice move, though, but up 6%. I don't know if it gets there. The numbers were good, as we talked about just from Brendan and Sharif up there. Good gap up, beats on both the top and the bottom line. Hiked its forward 2026 look, but still up 6%. Still got those wonder drugs on the GLPs, so we'll see if those continue to be a thing, which I believe they are. Looking for more approvals, looking for more in the pipeline. But Eli Lilly, good report, and it seems like management likes it, and they're pumping it up. So we'll see what winds up happening if we do take out this 200-period moving average. That's what's got to hold, and that's at 910, and we've already faded off of that. So right now, looking to break above. 950 is where you're really looking. We'll see what winds up happening with Eli Lilly. And Brendan's 100% right, of course, because the power's out in the building. The air conditioner is on top of the building. There's no way that we're getting air in here right now. And it is hot as you know what.
The day I don't wear
right now. Yeah. Today I'm wearing this sweater, of course, and this is what winds up happening. So
there is a story on Novo. I just saw it come across the board. What were there? FDA proposes to exclude semaglutide, tirzepatide, and liraglutide from 503B bulks list. Yada yada. Finds no clinical need for bulk compounding of those drugs. That'll bode well for Novo. Carvana, on the other hand, actually Carvana's good, although giving up a bit of their gains. We just hit 925. A couple of things to get to. Hopefully, oil stays lower. And for those that like Carvana,
you got to peel it from the bottom.
That's the
this one's bruised, but you got to peel it from the bottom. That's the way.
More mangoes.
Yeah, there were some good mangoes. All right, what's up, guys?
Buddy.
I was more wondering on the HVAC thing. I was talking to Randy yesterday about this. There's multiple units in this room, so I don't know.
Can you hear it?
It seems like the guy was working on the ducts this morning as well. We'll go open the door or something later. I don't know. All right, I was just counting up the analyst moves here on Carvana. Everything on the left-hand side there in red is actually positive. For the most part, they're maintains, maybe maintain at a buy with a price target increase type of thing, but better than expected though overall.
This is a good report, Brendo.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of angles here. You want to look at the revenue, you want to look at the EPS. There's a beat on the top and bottom line. Take it how you want. What I do like is ADESA. ADESA is this kind of auction that used car dealers use to buy cars for their inventory. So Carvana and ADESA have now fully integrated. So Carvana is going to be able to wholesale cars right off the lot from ADESA. So no more heavy transportation costs that almost bankrupt them in 2022. So that's one angle. The other one is the fintech revenue. That's a huge portion of their EPS beat here. So Carvana is almost like acting like a subprime lender that just happens to sell cars. Essentially what they're doing is they're selling these higher interest rate loan bundles to the secondary market. Before rates started coming down, a lot of people took out, higher interest car loans, and they're selling those to others and basically reaping the rewards without having to hold on to the loan and take the risk there. Last but not least, inventory starvation strategy. So a problem that they had was they had too much inventory that ate into margins. Now they're buying less and they're forcing their dealers and their different locations to actually realize a higher price for higher margins per car.
The auction angle would be absolutely monstrous for them to have that come through. I think is just a total game changer. But downside this morning so far, guys, this thing is super, super thin as well.
Yeah, big spread early on. Almost $2 on the spread right off the bat at the open. They've been selling it all the way back in through a little bit of aftermarket support. So this one probably needs to settle down. Just look at, I would look too if I was trading it, but I'm going to look at silver off the open instead of this. Maybe talk about that with oil. But 417 is the prior high on the daily. So that'd be your theoretical support. And it was a huge level going back to February 10th. But Carvana is going to be a bit of a pass for me. A name that we have not talked about that I'm interested in. Yesterday, I liked silver for SLV for a short. SLV for a short. Today, it's gapped up with a little bit of dollar weakness, and you've got a couple of levels to work off of. 66, like yesterday's and the Friday close, and then yesterday's top in the pre-market. As long as we're above that dip and rip, it also sets up pretty decently for a breakout through the high, because you're filling in a bit of a gap if it can take out the pre-market high. So like that's alongside. But I'll pass on Carvana today.
I was just trying to look here a little bit at SoFi. SoFi came out as a sell, so we're making a move down. I do like it breaking through $16 there today, but that's coming as a sell. We said we'd have a look here to see if there was anything else. There's Microsoft small sell. Whoa!
What was that?
Microsoft, nice downside there. Okay, market not doing anything right now. Microsoft getting kicked in the face right now. Okay, is that what's also happening with Amazon here potentially? No.
Alphabet, barely.
Okay, so just Microsoft right now getting taken out downside. So watch out now as Microsoft sellers coming in right there. Microsoft was flat-ish. Now you're down 3%. So, all right, 30 seconds left. Do we want to talk about oil? Let's go back. Do you want to go back? Let's go back to the guys. Only 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's not much to know or understand other than the fact that we're down for the first time in 3 or 4 days here, despite more headlines coming from the Middle East suggesting that we should actually possibly be going the other direction. So potentially a bounce, maybe just some profit taking here for oil guys, but eyes open as always.
Yeah, as long as it stays trend down, which it is on USO. I was checking NVIDIA, nothing else had to move like Microsoft. It seemed like it was only a Microsoft thing. As long as we stay trend down, still going to favor the long side of the trades. The market looks pretty good, except for Microsoft in the last couple of seconds. We'll ring the bell on this Thursday. That's wild. It's just small sell imbalance that does that much damage.
Yeah, let's wait to see here what happens.
We'll see.
Yeah, who knows? All right, Amazon. So here's Google right now. We said watch out for that 376. We actually took it and bounced down on that. So here it comes right now, trying to bounce off at 374. Still a little early to make a commitment now. I mean, we were just at 374. Now we're at 375, back down into 374 again. And here we go, back into 374. Wild times, 373. All right, here it comes, breaking some of those lows. We'll have to wait to see what happens there. That's Google breaking lower right now, but not really, just trying to go. Okay, here we go. Amazon also coming back in. So it looks like you're fine here with some of the early sells. We did say we wanted to pick up some TQQ on the dip. That's also dipping in now nicely too. So here we go, man. Congratulations, JKL. We talked about that as potential downside play here on the futures early, and it looks like Pikachu has chosen you. You win one more time there on that short if you put it on early, but maybe covering. Is that the 200-period moving average? We'll see what winds up happening. I'm looking a little bit lower. I wrote the Qs down at 62. Here we go, man. Everything coming back in pretty nicely.
Not everything.
No. I mean, all the big names. Amazon pulling back in now into 269, 268 right now for Amazon as this one comes back in here. So, yeah, all these mega cap names starting to get flushed out just a little bit. We'll wait to pick up some Amazon. I'm at 266 as we wrote down. And the other one was Meta. So we talked about this one maybe at 610 there. Wow, nice bounce off VWAP for Meta. So, yeah, man, maybe these markets are going to start to bounce around a little bit here.
Well, seeing that push down and seeing silver not move and not even budge, it makes me kind of like this long a little bit better.
No, we didn't even talk about NVIDIA.
As long as that can hold, it's good. I know we didn't talk about the chip names enough.
NVIDIA's getting cracked as well.
Way too fast there. NVIDIA is getting absolutely smoked. Intel's back through 94. AMD, and by the way, Intel just dropped like $2. I guess for Intel, that's not that much. But AMD just dropped 8. It's continuing to tank. It's the only place I'm AMD just went red on session. The only place I'm seeing us not dive, as I said, is in SLV. And I did like it for the long. I said we'd take the breakout, but I thought we'd get a dip because of this. So is what it is. It looks like that's going to be the first thing for me if we take out the pre-market high. Interesting to see it not go. USO only went to VWAP. You can't put this on oil, the dip that we're getting. I think it could just be taking profits after earnings as the only thing that makes a little bit of sense.
All right, 156.49s or so. Okay, so I'm going long on Marvell. So I've already gone long on the futures right here. We're a little early. We're going to wait for 62 to see if that happens, but we do fall into VWAP right here on the 1-minute chart for the NASDAQ. So we're going to take that long and see if it works for us. Marvell dump as well. I mean, we're just trying to play off that low 156 and change. Yesterday, Marvell's low close, was 156.50. That's what we'll try to absorb that off of. But yeah, an early play there for Marvell and the TQQs. So we're going to have to wait. Yeah, I mean, everything's coming back in. Break higher.
It's higher too.
Okay, I didn't realize
that.
If I don't
get SLV, I might try this at VWAP.
All right. Yeah, so we're just chilling right now, hoping to see if we can, pick out some winners here. But Marvell might not hold. I'm actually going to lower this expectation here, 155.99. We'll see if we can get out of that if that breaks down there. So we're long Marvell, long the futures, early positions, nothing to write home about. Let's just see if they wind up winning for us. Amazon record highs.
Already?
That's what I just heard.
Well, that didn't take very long if it's already back at record high. So Look, SLV does not break the high, but already coming in through VWAP is going to be IBIT, so going to play it long, give it to the low. If we make a fresh low when the market's doing it, then fine. It's no longer relatively strong. But for now, it's looking relatively strong. Amazon making fresh highs, as you mentioned.
Maybe it was off the open, though.
Oh, yeah.
I just heard it in my ear, yeah.
No, it did. Like right off. No, well, maybe right before the open, it looks like it.
Oh, man, the market just tanked again.
Wow. Intel is still really heavy. I wasn't expecting this deep of a dip after that 100 fail. This is going right into prior support at 92. All right, it's a runaway freight train. You know what happens when Intel does that. You got to be pretty patient with it. SLV is holding up really well. No breakout of the high, no test of 66. But as long as silver maintains its relative strength, I think it can be that breakout trade. And again, the market looking incredibly weak. Bitcoin holding up, it's holding above VWAP, but that's about all it's doing. Its benefit right now is it's not going down. That's all I can say with the market. But it's not moving up for me either. So it's this, Intel, and silver that we're looking for, and just some kind of a sign that Intel wants to hold one of these bids for a wick. Oh, I forgot to look at Robinhood. I'll get to Robinhood later. My guess is it probably isn't ripping.
So first couple takes here on Marvell. You know, we're long here against some out. There we go. We just get a 92. I was hoping that we could get going. There goes Marvell finally. So good trade here on MRVL to start the day. Yeah, man, it's $1.30 in the money, so we'll take it. A little bit more out there on Marvell. It just spikes to 158 and change right now. But what's not working out for us is we do have an Amazon trade. Came in 265. This is something that we wanted to try to support here for Amazon, and that's now down into 265. So yeah, try to buy a little bit more. We wrote down here, Amazon, 265 potential low for AMZN. So we're trying to buy a little bit of that dip there, which we just did. So this is what we wrote down. It's right in this position right now and going a little lower. I think we should be getting out of this if we do break back down below 264 right now. But so far, long Amazon, long the futures. Marvell's the only one kicking. That's up $1.50 now for MRVL. But yeah, the futures and Amazon going opposite directions that what we would have thought would have happened there today. But this is what happens, man, when you take some of these trades. Good thing we're just in right now, but Amazon looks like it wants to break a heck of a lot lower right here, as does the market. So yeah, Amazon's the one that's giving me the most problems now, down $2 here on AMZN. Over to Adara.
Just some quick housekeeping, guys. For one, we are going to be getting some economic data at 9:45 a.m. That'll be the Chicago PMI. That'll, again, 9:45 a.m., so in just 9 minutes. 10 a.m., we're going to get leading index change. Nothing massive here, not a major number, though I will deliver it to you guys at 10. But I also want to mention comments coming from White House National Economic Advisor, National Economic Council advisor here, Kevin Hassett. He's saying that he's disappointed in Fed Chair Powell's comments yesterday and that he can't discuss if Powell gave the White House the heads up. Again, nothing massive, but keep in mind this is of course, a issue related to Fed independence, so just be aware. Not seeing other comments here of note, though he's talking about how now the ECB and the Fed should not be hiking rates. It would be a, quote, policy error. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara.
Well, obviously, you're going to say Meta's at $600, 601.
Oh, did it go all the way back there?
Did not break, no break of the low, no break at the 600 level, but it's trying to hold. Usually for an SSR bounce, I want it breaking the level, like break and then retake. So you want it rejecting the low, and then you kind of catch it on the way back up. It might just do a clean turn. I don't want to, too late to chase a move. Looking for a fail break, didn't end up doing it. So yeah, it might end up working. That'll be frustrating if that ends up being the bounce. Whoops, so we'll go to Intel next. I was going to go to IBIT. Intel tried at the 93 the first time. It ran the stop, then immediately holds again at $92.50 again. So going to go for it the second time off this level. This is where it wants to hold. VWAP sits about $1.50 higher because Intel doesn't move by pennies anymore. That's no longer its case. Not really sure why IBIT is bucking the trend here, but it just tagged the highs. The thing to keep cautious about is if the market keeps dropping, at some point, this doesn't hold up. But
the market's flat now. What the hell?
Like we're holding higher lows for whatever reason.
Damn, we were right about it.
So maybe we can get some kind of a turn here. I'm not going to add to this on a reload at VWAP. Like this sort of is what it is. Like if we're not bouncing here, I don't want to be fighting the trend in the market just because IBIT is holding up temporarily. That would just be crazy. So Meta bounced already. We talked about that. We haven't gone over Microsoft. We didn't even talk about Microsoft in the rundown. Apologies, everybody. But there was that sell imbalance, and we're still heading and trending lower here. on softy. Not much is looking terribly good overall in the market. We get Apple tonight, and, well, I guess they're getting out in front of it and selling this one already. Apple's pulling in pretty heavily.
That might be, I mean, that might be a buy if we're getting into that
if
much.
Apple's at yesterday's lows, this wasn't on the radars. They report tonight.
Apple's not going to have a CapEx.
You get to 267 on Apple, I can't think of a reason why that's not a good reversion trade. I like Apple on a reversion if we can get it. So for now, just iBit. Intel the second time through is trying to hold on to the bid. It was just able to get up to the 93.5 zone. But VWAP is creeping lower and lower the longer this gets on. I have to respect this top here at 94 and 95 where we closed on Intel. Worth remembering, these guys dropped from $100 last night. So it did technically break 100 in the aftermarket. So there is that like false 100 breakout to contend with.
Yeah, we're okay. I mean, Amazon's getting absolutely crushed here. We tried to buy the dips. We actually got out there, and we've just been buying it a little bit against 260, but 260 just broke. So I mean, they are really selling out Amazon right now, down 1%. I mean, Amazon was up 4% or whatever it was there at the beginning of the day. So that one's hurting right now as that continues to sell off. We're hoping that we get a little bit of a bounce back here, but we're going to get out at that low, 259.50. So we'll get run over there on Amazon for sure, down there to the downside. But got out right there. That was the hit, really, as we put on a couple more shares right now. But just trying to see if it holds 260. It looks like it's trying to do it. Thank you, Marvell, for being able to go back up. We'll take $3 on that one on a top take there. We still have a third of this one, but it's not really saving the day, man. The Amazon one was the problem. And there's the NASDAQ. We were able to get a little bit out, then we got some out for flat there. So this trade is actually, it's going to be down on it, but, I was not expecting this complete pullback like crazy here in the market. And if we're going to pull back like that, then maybe it is time to look at the names that we thought, had those great reports. And if that's going to be Amazon, that's going to be Google and Alphabet and Amazon, that's why we're trying to support those levels. But maybe the writing was on the wall with Microsoft, right? When we looked over here, we're like, oh my God, Microsoft just started tanking right there just as those imbalances came out. So there it goes, man. Microsoft going lower, as is the whole market, man. We're giving everything back right now wow, Amazon just hit 258, by the way. So good out for us at 259 break or 259.50 break. But yeah, downside right now, huge in this market. So yeah, I guess it's not all roses, as we said here early. Where's Google's break-even spot at this point? 50s. It's already given back half the move, but we'll see what winds up happening now. I still want to buy Amazon. I just got to wait for it now.
If Google sniffs 350, that is a buy today if Google says 350. I was just looking at, I don't want to change away from the chart I was on. I was looking at my daily chart for Amazon here on eSignal. Like 258 is the level. That is what it is.
Yeah,
but we finally got a bit of a breakout here on iBit. So we're at 76.5 on Bitcoin. If you get to 77, that should line up with some resistance that we've got on the way to the upside here. As I said before, right now it's counter trend, so identified relative strength in it. But if the market does not catch a bid, there's almost no chance iBit just goes up forever. So I'm going to be getting out like every 10 cents or so, just sort of taking profits. Intel is trying to hold on to this 93 zone. I'm trying to reload it under 93 to give it to the 92 half area, but no spikes have been able to break $94. Like the highest it's got is like 93.80 or so. So it's trying. It's just not doing an incredibly good job of it yet. Still looking for the reload there. AMD is already back through VWAP. What about NVIDIA?
They're trying to go now. I got back into Amazon briefly.
Apple not at that 67. If Apple were at 67, it'd be an easier buy. Just hit the grip it and rip it. Because that one, what's your excuse for selling Apple?
SoFi still not doing anything.
None. They got the report tonight. Their numbers, they're going to be good.
Yeah, we unfortunately we did get out of that Amazon there at that 59.50 break, but we did get back in. I don't know, still don't know if it's going to be that well. I'm trying to get something out at 262 if we can, making a little bit back right there. But wow, man, this one's a face slapper, man. Marvell, just I don't know what the hell. This name really going back upside. Now let's put an offer there, see if we can get it. But there it goes, man. Marvell is the one for me. Wow, up there now to one. It's not making up for the loss. It's making up for the loss on the Qs, of course, but not on Amazon, which is flying back down in right there. We thought we might have seen, I don't know if we saw a bottom or not, but we thought we might have there at 58. So we're going to see if we can support, oops, I was going to say a little lower than that, but there it is. We get that long now. Okay, we're back into the market now as the TQs finally takes out that 50-period moving average, and we'll see if we can get back up to the upside now and make a little bit on this trade as the market tries to battle. I like the 61.80 level. We bounced off there a little bit. That's some of the levels that we looked at, 61.50. So we'll see if we do get a back-end play here for TQs. There goes Amazon. Maybe we should take a little bit off. Oh, nope, as it just comes right back in again. So we'll see if we get something out in the 260.30 area.
Swiping the bid.
On which stock? Oh, Intel?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Okay, good. That's what I need. I need this bid to get swiped. $4 in the money on on Marvell, $1 only on Amazon, but let's get some more out of Amazon. That one's been broken. So TQ is looking to see if that one wants to continue to go higher as well. What's up? When we're ready, we'll go to
we have the numbers here in about 20 seconds. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, again, guys, Chicago PMI coming through in 20 seconds. Forecast 54.9. Prior print here, 52.8. So we are expecting a higher number than what we got previously for that Chicago PMI for the month of April. Now, we also, of course, got some numbers earlier today as well. PCE coming in line with estimates for all of the prints. Then at 10 a.m., we get leading index change. And at any moment now, Chicago PMI for the month of April, just waiting for this to populate 49.2. So way lower here than the forecast of 54.9 and the prior print of 52.8. Again, lower than expected, and quite notably so. Chicago PMI print at 9:45 a.m. Again, 10 a.m. We'll see you guys for CB leading index change.
So very quickly there.
Gotta wait for these moves.
It just went like 80, like Intel went 80 cents down on that move. Like right when the PMI came out there. I was getting out at that high anyways in front of 94 because 94 was a prior day high. If it gets back to the low, I might try a reload of that, but I'd rather stick with what is trending up. Like IBIT on the offer, just trying to get this at the high. I thought we got anyways. It's hurting my ear waiting for the PMI. I thought we already got that. So looking for the high of the day here on IBIT. I still like this one for a dip buy. It's holding on to strength, even with the market when it was weak early. I'm just going to move it to 44 and probably get filled there. There we go. Move to 44, and then it goes through 45, like right after. No, I'm going to buy the dip if we can, but I've now taken out 75% of this, and we'll allow it to come back in if it wants to. This has held the trend to the upside despite the weak market, so I feel a little bit better about that. The other name I was looking for the long, trying to be patient about it, SLV. It's not at 66 yet. It didn't break out the high. I'm going to need it to do some kind of a trend break to get me into this. With PMI coming out, I thought.
Yeah, 49.2. We just
49.2
Chicago PMI. I don't know what versus we can go over to Adara for that. So
it was way below the estimates of like 54 halves.
Yeah, I heard you say it came in below there. So, all right, well, we take advantage of that. We obviously get hurt early there on Amazon, but we're able to make a little bit back there. You saw me take these prints live. This one actually came right in, and I was like, okay, well, we got to wait for 58s, and then 59 just smacked in as soon as we said that. And then upside, man, get some out there. Like we said, take a couple bucks, man. If you can scalp in and out of this market, it's probably not the end of the world to do that. So here we go, man. The TQs, we were able to take advantage of that. Upside into $62. We take about 15 cents, and now it's 15 cents against us as we get back into some of those lows again. Let's try to buy a little bit of these lows if we can, just to see if we retest, hold. Wouldn't mind holding that retest there. 61.45 is a stop there. What is the low, actually? Let's just stop out if we do break that low. 61.39 or so. Stop out on the TQs if that does happen. But yeah, there goes Amazon. I mean, right back. Okay, well, there it goes. Breaking the low one more time is Amazon. So we're able to get out of a little bit of shares there, so we don't have to worry too much about this position, but still not a good one as we wait to see if Amazon has some get up back into it now. So let's just see. There's that 58. That was that wick low that we had seen, sort of into where we were yesterday for Amazon. Wow, Amazon turns red there on the day. I don't know who had that, as we say on their bingo card, but Amazon definitely making some moves lower there. We just got... Oh, did we get punched in there? I don't know what happened there. We go long through 258 again on the back end, and we take a little bit more here on the Qs as that bumps and grinds back down to the downside there. So we'll have to see if we can offer some out if there is a rebound in this market. So a good little low take there. Well, I'm offering 79s. There we go. Maybe we get some of that, and maybe we get some love back in for Amazon. But Marvell just keeps on pumping, man. We were long at 156 down. Well, we can see what I'm long at. What is it? 156.80. We just got 162. lose. So rinsed on Amazon, making money on Marvell, trying to do our best here with the futures as they look like they want to head lower. So just trying to fight the trend, and it's not been a good one here to do that so far. But all about Amazon for me, and it hasn't been a good one yet.
Well, I know we had a super chat about MSTR.
Okay.
But that just broke the high. Crypto names are going. I see a lot of people typing in Mara in the chat. It's because your counter trend right now in crypto names, Mara is just, it's squeezing though. It's much more than what's happening in Bitcoin. They just won $1. It's an $11 stock. It's up 11%. You're pulling back here on IBIT. So I'm looking for the VWAP reload on this trade. SLV does not want, Silver doesn't want to break the trend down. And we're just still heading lower and lower. And I missed, the short idea I had was Hood at 74. I guess, you know what, it didn't get there? Pretty close. But Robinhood day 2 is up 2%. So they're selling this off, they're selling everything else off, it seems, and then Robinhood is catching a bid. If that comes back, I'll look for some kind of a topping tail again, because I kind of missed that short, or let it wait till 74. So either it does the same high, maybe a double take of that 73 and repeat, and I can short that, or you get into that 74 level as day 2 looking pretty good for Robinhood, but I'll be patient looking for the short. So we're going to hold on to IBIT. That's been okay, especially given how weak the market has been. And silver is just going to have to break the trend line. You know, there was a chance this was going to be a strict breakout trade, and obviously the market had other ideas there. So I'll let it break the trend. For now, the market's looking a little bit better. We're kind of holding the bid here.
Yeah, we're actually...
We haven't broken the low, so...
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a good one there. We'll face slap there. We'll fire off the hot dog guns there for the TQs. We did get... I mean, the dip buys have been what's been best, right? We talked about trying to catch the falling knife, and generally, you don't really want to be in these trades too early as earnings season has arrived, and you never know what's going to wind up happening there. But now we're back into $3 in the money on Amazon as we put some damage back on that name finally. So good dip buys a couple times there. Dip buy at 59. We waited for 50. So this trade, we waited for it to break back down through and then try to break back up above. So again, that's a momentum play long there on Amazon. Just waited for it to break the low, then catch it back to the upside instead of catching that falling knife, which did not work here. We did not get any bounces, but we just got a good out. Our best out there, 261.34. But you could see right there, as maybe Amazon wants to go up, doesn't mean the futures do. We've actually cracked out of some of that as well. Still waiting to see if that takes out those lows. I'm not even sure about re-averaging back into it, but I'll try one more time into that just in case we do get a whoopsie moment and come back in 61.50s or so. We'll see if we can get something going on there. But yeah, TQ's downside for sure as Amazon trying to hold the bid. I'm going to try to hold this one now until maybe VWAP or here 264 where the party started. So I'm going to put an offer now, 263.50. We'll see if we can get something there. Hopefully we do, and we'll be able to regroup it. But Amazon coming back in, as are the futures. We just got that 50 fill. So here we go, man. We got to start it all over again. Let's see if this market wants to battle back upside right now. It does not look like it. Here go the TQs right there, making new lows. I don't know if Meta just broke or what, but some of these names starting to break lower. It looks like not great for the longs.
Meta's holding.
Okay, so it's Meta's
You
fine.
had to buy the initial 600 in front of 600 instead of the break. It's holding barely at the volume weighted average price, but still down 9%. I believe it did tick SSR, so if you're trying to short it, you can't hit the bid without an uptick. That's the rule. Uptick rule is in effect. Yeah, with that market pulling back, it does look like IBIT's trying to pull back into VWAP. Just needs to hold. It broke the trend, so I have to be careful where I would want to. It's an early trend, doesn't matter as much, but it still broke it, so I want to be careful to make sure I'm not on the back end of this. I want to be on the back end, not the front end. I don't want to sit there at VWAP. I want to let it bounce, show some strength like it did at the open, and then buy the higher low. That's what I'm waiting for on SLV. But the one trade I was looking for the reversion on, now Robinhood's breaking through VWAP. So I'm not going to get 74s. It got to 73. It doesn't look like it wants to retest that high. I might just look for the VWAP dive here on Robinhood. And my goodness, I just saw someone say down goes Fraser. Microsoft could see $400 today.
Ooh, that would be a Fraser moment.
No, we got that super chat about, but weren't the reports good? Sometimes 40% growth is just not good enough. It doesn't have to make sense, but 40% growth. 40% cloud growth.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. All right, that's the market we're in. I guess it's not cheap enough.
What's Apple doing?
Not cheap enough.
Apple upside. Okay, bless your team and the coverage you guys do. Let's have a great trading day. Yeah, well, it needs to turn around a little bit for me. Thank you so much. Their code name.
There's so much.
Amazon looks interesting. Yeah, man. I mean, Amazon does look interesting. I'm trying to stick with Amazon right here. Thanks for that, Chris. Games and trading right there. But yeah, it looks interesting enough at these levels, that's for sure. But it's not necessarily doing much at these levels. If anything, it's starting to retrace back down. I mean, we're not getting Intel just lost. We're not getting VWAP into here. We're not getting anything. I mean, that was a decent recovery. We're able to make a little bit of money on that, but here comes Amazon right back into the lows again, I would think, as the whole market is now ticking low into the lows again. The short was completely right, man. We talked about that short early. We didn't put it on, so boo on me. But for right now, man, the market is definitely a little tipsy-turvy here as we look to go back into the downside. Now, there goes Amazon. So, yeah, good look there. You know, I'm in it, wanting to buy a little bit more. I said we're trying to get out VWAP next stop, so let's see if this name actually wants to work for us looking here on Amazon. But it's the rest of the market. Like, is it Microsoft that's tanking this market? Because I'm looking at Amazon. Yeah, it must be.
Yes.
Yeah, because Amazon seems to be fine.
Unquestionably, it's Microsoft.
It's Microsoft going lower there as we continue to watch out. We only have 15% left of Marvell. We did really good getting out there, as I just noticed it's pulling back. Maybe a reload of Marvell if that happens. And then we got to go back over to these futures and have a quick look here, because now on the 5-minute, you're finally at the 50-period moving average. The 200-period moving average. Maybe a buy zone here for the TQs as we sit in this trade that has not gone well.
NVIDIA is cratering too.
Oh, see, so
NVIDIA is at 203.
Something that we didn't
lower.
consider there.
Like, there's not much. Like, I'm looking over. Crypto's holding up. AMD's actually doing pretty decently. Marvell, you've seen. With Sean is doing pretty decently. Broadcom at one point was looking pretty good. But this is the other reason. Microsoft and NVIDIA are getting absolutely smoked. That Apple. Oh, man. We didn't think Apple made a ton of sense to be down, but I wanted 67. 6-7.
6-7? Okay.
But you know what? I'm going to go back and stick to the plan. I liked SLV, and SLV is curving and trying to hold the lows as we speak. So the market's making some fresh lows. I'll give you, IBIT did not get the reloaded VWAP. It's still holding higher. So this is a hold. I didn't really get the dip buy, but I'm only holding on to the last quarter of it.
It'd be nice if President Trump came in and said, let's buy the market again. That would be nice. That would be.
Or just name a specific stock.
That would be really.
Oh, he called out Intel last night.
Okay, on a
It was a really weird post. I feel like Lip Bhutan got snubbed because he didn't even mention Lip Boo. He basically just praised himself for buying the stock. So I feel like we got to give Lip Boo some credit.
President Trump praised himself. Nah, he must have.
He bought it.
He must have logged into the wrong thing there. That can't be true.
He bought it 19 and it hit 100 in the aftermarket.
Yeah. So I mean, what
did Lip Bhutan buy shares under 20?
Probably part of his.
Legit question. I have no idea.
Probably part of his compensation package, I guess. Would have been some sort of options. Trust me, that Lip Bhutan is probably.
Oh, I'm sure he's doing
absolutely. Yeah, I think he made the most money out of anybody out of all this, most likely. There, but congratulations to the U.S. government as they continue to make that money. Yeah, exactly.
5-bagger from the government.
Yeah, I'm at a 4-bagger myself, so I think I'm long 19 as well. So I don't know, maybe it's 5, but we got some out yesterday at 89, as you guys know.
My average price is closer to
on Intel, so
over 20.
I only ever bought Intel at that price. So
well, I bought 25s and then bought more at 19.
Yeah, here comes down through 92.90 right now, trying to go lower is Intel, but the whole market obviously has gone lower as well. I'm trying to get some out on the TQs, man, if we can get upside, but we're not really doing anything. We're long at 61.40 right now, just trying to support this low. We're not trying that much. We're not like we're loading up on this thing, but we do have a decent position here. If it can go, it'll make my day back, but who knows if it can go or not. Right now, the TQ's just holding on to a bid. I was going to give it a breath through here, but how much of a breath, we don't know, because it keeps on making new lows now as this NASDAQ just craters back down through. I wonder what Palantir's doing. 137. So we had sort of flagged Palantir up at 145 I think it was Monday, where I was like, you know what, yeah, right into here. I didn't like the way that Anthropic and the government was sort of starting now to talk about different alternatives to Palantir, and that's what they're doing now. So a little bit of a risky trade there. Yeah, TQs, man, right back into yesterday's close. So unfortunately, while we're lower than yesterday's close, this was those bottoms when Amazon came out. That wasn't great. So right now we'll look to see what's happening now at $61 for the TQQs. This is why we tried to buy it into this area here. But as you can see, this was a key area for us. For me, 61.50 there. But yeah, just kind of got to plug your nose and hold if you're going long, and that's never a good strategy. So yeah, just not good chasing some of these longs here today for myself. But Amazon working, the future's not right now. What are you gonna do? We're gonna have to wait. No more numbers coming out. And damn, man, it's definitely I mean, there is numbers, sorry, at 10.
At 10 o'clock.
So I meant the other way. No more air conditioning coming in here anymore, as it just gets warmer and warmer in here right now, man. I have a, maybe we could do a run.
I don't even want a second coffee. It's so hot in here. But you know what?
Just reach for the water.
You know what is hot?
Yeah.
And I'll also have to fail on it. It's hood. It's weird being, I know, like cryptos actually was holding up pretty well, but it was starting to come back in. So I saw like Bitcoin come back in. We got that double, it was sort of a double top. You wicked back through the 73. So on the way back down, was getting into the short on the way back through, and then just gave it back to the 73. I think I might have been on the front end of this trade. So if it gives me another shot at it, and crypto is still, or Bitcoin is still pulling back, which I actually tried to get some out, then I might jump back into that short. But I'm gonna stick with, at least, I mean, I've been holding, but if this market continues down, I don't think it holds forever. We got the numbers at 10 o'clock. I think it's the last economic number, significant one.
Better be good.
So we'll get that with Adara. And what's happening now?
That's correct, Neil. Last number of the day. To be fair, kind of a small one here. U.S. leading index change month over month, coming in at negative 0.6%, so lower than the forecast of negative 0.2% for the month of February. Market not reacting too much to this number, as I mentioned, not a massive number in the first place. But I do want to do some housekeeping for you guys today. As Neil mentioned, no other economic numbers of note for the rest of the day, but I am seeing some reports that apparently ahead of the talks in China between President Trump and Prime Minister Xi of China, or leader Xi of China, we have China's Vice Premier He Lifeng speaking with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. They're agreeing to keep the trade consultation mechanism going. This is according to Chinese state media. The Vice Premier of China also raising some concerns about U.S. trade restrictions. So keep an eye, I think, leading up to that meeting between President Trump and Xi in mid-May, I believe May 13th to 14th. I think we'll hear more headlines like this. META, one of many earnings names and watch specifically in the Mag 7 space. We had a whopping total of 4 Mag 7s report last night. Meta, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, META, the biggest mover by far, I believe, at least from a pre-market standpoint, though I think Google moved decently as well here. Meta with a double earnings beat, but they're raising that CapEx yet again, and their Q2 sales guidance leaves a little bit to be desired. Now, there's also tons of earnings after the bell today. Apple, great recovery. AAPL reporting at 4:30 p.m. tonight. SanDisk, Reddit, and Rivian, amongst the other names sharing those earnings reports. If you want to see live Apple and SanDisk earnings, and why wouldn't you? You can join us at 4 p.m. right here. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have all the earnings coverage you need. In the meantime, back to Sean and Neil with all the trading coverage you need.
Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure we were doing the late show tonight, so stay late with us, as we'll have to be here till 4:30, and it'll be a fun one there as the market tries to rebound right here. But we did have Mitch on earlier, and markets have been extremely active lately. Needless to say,
the truth.
But to pause the read here. For many traders, this environment creates big opportunity and moves that can mean great setups. But to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And guess what? That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing their risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. Okay, I gotta get a piece out here on my limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code by using. If you scan the QR code, you also have to use Trader TV to get your 10% off. We want to thank you guys for bringing that up to us yesterday. And maybe we didn't focus on that part because you guys were looking for the discount. As we did the read, there we go, man. The market's starting to go boom one more time. And there goes Marvell back up to 161.50. We're doing better now, man. We made back half our day already. There goes the TQs. Hopefully that can continue to spike a little bit there. Still looking for VWAP, man, as this market just hit some decent lows off of yesterday. We looked at where we were yesterday on the NASDAQ just before earnings came out. Amazon with the flush. Amazon now with the move back higher. We're $4 in the money on Amazon. We're $4 in the money on Marvell. And we're 30 cents, boo-hoo, on the TQQs. But just battling back from the damage that we inflicted to ourselves earlier on by taking too many shares, not too many shares, but maybe over trading potentially Amazon. Like we could have just got out of it right there. Instead, we took one more hit, and then since then, it'll be okay. And there it goes, upside for AMZN, Marvell, the market, everything. So yeah, man, we're in a little bit of a better mood now. And I actually have a report to say here. I think it's all of a sudden getting a little bit cooler right now. So I don't know if something's happened, but it feels a little bit better in here right now.
It's not as ridiculously hot as it was before, but I'm still feeling a little bit warm. Did get back into Intel. It was able to get back to that 93, but it's still failing VWAP or underneath VWAP. You're still putting in lower highs. So a bit of a chase because I wanted the entry down in the 60s. I didn't get it until it got to 90s. And you're already, just as I was saying, it's coming back, it's right back into break even. So, it doesn't always have to last. That's how it goes. IBIT put in a lower high, so I took some out. Nice, it tried to bounce off. It bounced off VWAP. It didn't quite get there. It didn't get the fill. But it's holding trend. Like you're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Well, sorry, higher lows, but maybe not the higher highs. And then I know a lot of people were looking at Mara. We saw a lot of Mara back up with a double top at 12, and MSTR was doing well. There's strength in the crypto market, but they are starting to pull back a little bit. And I went back into Robinhood. I said if I got wicked out, re-enter the trade if it double topped. So I just jumped back into the same one with basically the same stop, and then looking for the VWAP retracement. The only trade I did not get that was part of the plan is silver breaking trend, because I was over on Intel catching that. But I left the bid in, trying to get picked up, trend break. Let's see if we can get to the high. The market seems like we've calmed down a little bit and made a bottom. Just have a look at what's happening to some of the bigger names, right? Like whether it's Microsoft or I guess NVIDIA. Oh, okay, well maybe not Microsoft. Microsoft was off the lows 2 seconds ago. Microsoft just made a fresh low. So ixnay on the ofty say. And then same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA was off the lows when I last checked it, and it just made a fresh bottom, but it just wicked to the bottom. Those are the two things dragging the market the most. If they join, then I think we're good to go. This
is what I'm trying to do right now. I was just trying to see if we can get a little bit of action there. We just heard that, I think Adair has brought us some of these stories, but Trump's trying to pen a new deal here for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen up, because I think that eventually, yeah, okay, it just came out, so Dara will try to review that. And the only thing is that it's like, at some point, the oil story, it's already here, but it's starting to really, I don't know, you guys tell me, like, I feel that at some point, especially with summer driving coming, and just more travel, in the horizon there. Oil, I think, is going to become obviously even not only a problem, but even more of a talking point, because if they somehow decide to declare victory, we've kind of laughed at that a couple of times, and oil remains high, then how do we get this back down? So I just feel that the Strait of Hormuz should probably think about getting opened up almost immediately. So it's interesting to hear them talking about that more, of course. But here we go. My next out is going to be happening right now. What the hell? How come this can't work out for me ever? I was just going to say we're just at 61.65. That was my next out, and then we flushed down again. So story might have just hit the market there as the NASDAQ kind of reversed course pretty strong there. The shorts may be printing out a little bit, but that's why we want to get out and not hold on to everything. But here we go, man. Amazon downside. Adara's got some more news, so let's go back over and see what she's up to.
Couple different stories here. The biggest one, of course, for the market. Associated Press reporting that President Trump has a new plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This plan, again, reported by the Associated Press, would involve the U.S. Continuing its blockade on Iranian ports. It will also coordinate with allies to impose higher costs at Iran's attempts to subvert the free flow of energy. They're also weighing multiple diplomatic and policy options to push Iran to end its chokehold on the waterway. So again, this plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz basically does not seem like too much of a reopening. They're still going to be having that blockade. I also want to mention here a story regarding EU and chips, so really only stock I can think of to look at this would be ASML. EU drafting a CHIPS Act Part 2 for late May would allow the EC, European Commission, to invest directly in large cross-border chip manufacturing products. So smaller chip story for the EU, again, the larger story for the market. Associated Press reporting President Trump has a new plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which would still involve blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And you know what? For all of this action, volatility, it's not like oil's doing much of anything. Like USO, since the open, is like $1 range, and it's it's just inside. Hold the high, hold the low. You don't want this breaking out the high, because if oil joins the party and does what it does yesterday, then you can probably stick
man, the market is coming right back in.
I know, it was just as Adair was talking, we're flashing, got another higher low in Intel. It's like, okay, it'll make another press into VWAP. We'll get the order out in front of VWAP, and we're right back to where we started.
Why did this just happen? We were starting to go, and then everything just said nope, and there's the retracement back up. So we'll give back some of what we had made there. We didn't get anything out yet, but the market has given me the unrealized loss back in right now, as we do buy a little bit on the lows there for the TQs here, and which is the NASDAQ. So a move down into those lows again. The stop was just a couple pennies lower than where we just cracked through. So we'll have to wait out for that. And we just kind of zoom out. And those are those levels that we talked about when it was back into here. There's 60, 90, something like that. It doesn't really matter. Yesterday we had Fed, so pretty choppy. And then we had that. This is aftermarket move on the NASDAQ, which made these lows. I mean, we can't hold it to that. If NASDAQ wants to bleed, then we've already had enough pressure points there. So 60, 89 or so as an out right now. But we'll average back into the TQs and maybe take advantage of this little move higher right now. Get something out in the high teens if we can for a little bit of an L there, because there we go. That was unexpected, that move. I don't know what's going on. We do have PSUS yesterday. Pershing Square came out, so we can have a quick look at that. Up 4%. So there you go. On some of these names, like they kind of get hit. I noticed, like on the first day, maybe a little bit, and then the second day, people start to think about things, and there goes PS up huge. So Bill Ackman was on CNBC, I believe, earlier. Most likely talked this up, and there it goes, man, $25 to $28 as he gets all his buddies involved.
Joking yesterday, we know one buddy that's not going to be buying that. I don't think Carl Icahn will be.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
The greatest moment in
I think so.
that station's history has to be that. Forget about the Haynes bottom. It was when you had two. Like, was Ackman a billionaire when it happened?
Oh, yeah. These guys have been billionaires for a while.
It was years ago, but no, they went
Yeah, I think it was like 2012, 2013, I want to say. Obviously, I wasn't into like the market when this happened, but I went back and watched it. There is a video, and you can at least hear their voices. I don't think they're both on camera.
Yeah, well, trust me when I tell you it was entertaining to watch.
Oh, yeah, it was hilarious.
And just, we're going to go back to Adara in a second. There was just hopefully this is going to be a good thing, because every time I try to get out on the offer, we just smack back down on Intel. But we're right back to VWAP. USO breaks the low. I'll feel a little bit better, but then the market is simultaneously testing the lows. So I got the trend trade in silver, Intel with the dip buy. IBIT's holding on for dear life at this point.
Yep.
It gets right just on the precipice without actually bouncing yet. And we'll see if this is kind of like that put up or shut up moment. Adara.
It's kind of a wild one here, guys. Beyond Meat on watch. Defense News reporting that the U.S. Army is looking for meatless protein for field rations. They're also looking for contractors who can provide food samples of alternative protein. So it looks like this report from Defense News has Beyond Meat very excited that they could be a potential contractor here. Back to you.
But wouldn't they only care about cost and
like that Beyond Meat?
Why would they care if it's plant-based?
Yeah, I don't know enough about Beyond Meat. We were talking with a friend the other day that was into Beyond Meat, and we're like, why? He's like, he didn't really even know why.
He had no clue.
So we were just like, okay. And I think when you're looking at BYND, you kind of just, you want that news, get this thing above $1, and there it goes, up 14%. We'll see if Beyond Meat can get going. And we talked about their new switch more into the protein side of things. So we will see if Beyond Meat does get going. Now, back up to the upside, which it looks like it's trying to do there. 14.5% upside right there for BYN to the D. Okay, we just missed out on 25s there for the Qs. You got to be kidding me. We were trying to get just a little bit out as we bleed down here on the NASDAQ. Bounced up into, well, we got 20s. We didn't get 25. Bigger order sitting there at 25, so hoping to eventually get that one as we try to battle back. We did not average into Amazon at all because, again, if this market wants to go, I'm not going to be here anymore. I do have a bid lower. No, I don't actually have a bid lower. I thought I did. Maybe I'll have to reassess there with Amazon. But I don't mind maybe taking a 258 again and then using 257.50 as our out. That's the lows. So that would be something to consider for me anyways if that winds up popping. We do get that Q, so we'll fire off just a little bit of a hot dog cannon here as we continue to enjoy trading today, although been rough early, but good late. So that's for sure. We've made back about half, as we said, of the damage that we put into our own accounts, or my account. I don't know what Neil's doing, but I'm down today as we chased the Qs downside. But now we got it back, so let's see if we can get going now, get a little bit better feels now on the market than we did have a couple minutes ago.
Position dependent, but we'll be up for now.
Okay.
I stress the for now because we haven't really been holding these lows effectively. If this one can hold this particular low, silver is basically flat. The short on Robinhood is almost at, you know what I should be getting out of this. I'm looking over at that Robinhood, and it's like you cannot worry about where you got in. Mm-hmm. Cannot worry about that I missed that trade. It's bouncing off VWAP. I'm liking the market for a dip here. I'm just going to get out. The VWAP trade is not going to be as good as it would have been if I got this one. Like, that's an 80-cent move where you're risking 10 to 15. I didn't even get a good price on the way back in here, but it's just bouncing off VWAP. So if I think the market's along, you take what you can get. So the first hit on Robinhood, because I couldn't get it to go all the way, or it just didn't go all the way, it's nothing to do with what I want, won't be big enough. I want Intel to bust VWAP. It doesn't have to do much more than that, in my opinion. Now you effectively bounce support levels, and now that prior resistance, to me until proven otherwise, is still resistance. If I'm holding for more, then I want to stick to like the original plan. At the trend break on SLV, I haven't taken anything out, and it hasn't really run the stop. So I basically just got in. It hasn't run the lower high, and it hasn't gone to VWAP. So still just waiting for that one to suss itself out. And then IBIT broke VWAP, did not take out my break-even stop. If it can get back above the volume-weighted average price, that can be an ad, but it doesn't want to go. And then there is, I just said it, like Intel. So that's now 2 for 4 on Intel. No press through the volume-weighted average price, and that's the downside, right? Like I'll be barely up on Intel because I'm holding some for that break of the volume-weighted average price and a little bit more of a fill in the gap. But I'm not fighting this one anymore. Fortunate enough to have been able to get some good bids, but without the follow-through, show me some higher lows, maybe show me VWAP a little bit later. As I said, IBIT has been much better for me. And then SLV, part of the original plan, that's still holding out pretty decently. But yeah, it's a weak market today. What can I say? You just sort of take what you can get on the bounce longs, but don't get too greedy. Don't get too greedy.
No, I think that's the number one thing. Okay, I mean, so Beyond Meat again, moving high side there as the U.S. government.
$1 yet?
No. Well, no, I think you'll get there. The U.S. government decides to work on protein-less food sources there for their combat, actually. So they're okay. Oh, the TQs just broke lower. So there we go, man. We didn't reload it. We got some out there, and there goes the market to the downside. Flush City continues as we take down the lows. Now the market's down 0.51 here, and looks like it's getting nastier and nastier to the upside. I mean, good thing we
covered the
took advantage of that right there. Do we have a super chat coming through? People talking about NVIDIA $2 Is that right?
No.
Yes, it's below, actually. Right now below $200. Wow. Wow, it's NVIDIA's down 5%. Okay, sometimes that can happen, but that's a big gap. It just gapped down there on that. Now down 4.5% as, NVIDIA can't seem to get out of its own way either. Amazon's coming right back in as well into those lows. We talked about, potentially looking at some trades down into here if it does come back, but this would be sort of classify as catching. Oh, there it is. Okay, so catching the falling knife, which we do right here at 15s. 258.15 we grab there. So here we go, man. If everything's falling down, I mean, Nvidia's falling down here. Amazon, we thought had a great report. I mean, these are these great reports that we're talking about. Bang, down 1.2%. Google with like, oh my God, I can't wait to buy this name. This one's actually up. So I think that, you know, if you are looking to maybe get a little bit into something, Google could be something that we look at now, down 2% from its highs. Not that bad, but I really think that the name to buy is probably going to be Amazon. I mean, we really like that quarter. They were really hot into the quarter, and now you're all the way back into these levels right now, giving back all week, basically. Look to see what happens around 250, but here goes Amazon. We just averaged into the long. We'll see if it wants to work now. High side, AMZN.
Well, one of the last ones was the first one, but it'll be the last one, second to last one to come out. Silver was a newish trade, I suppose, but of the three, held on to that last bit of IBIT. It wasn't able to really hold that support, and it looks like it might be a short now, but I'm not going to rush over into it. It's still green. If we catch some kind of higher lows, I'd jump right back over, but now turning into a flat morning from an up morning. As I said, it was going to be position dependent. If I'd held on to the short in Robinhood, could be a different story. SLV, still fine. Like, it's actually holding some higher lows, but until it presses, I want VWAP, I want in front of the prior high. Like, this is still looking solid. Like, it's not making fresh bottoms when the market is, which I think is a bit of a good sign. But to see NVIDIA cracking 200 with a bottoming tail, like, if it doesn't bounce here, where is it going to bounce? AMD, oddly enough, is near the highs. You want relative strength? Relative strength is over here. AMD is up 2%, and the market keeps cracking lower, and it just
What? AMD's up?
Yeah, and it keeps on holding higher.
Why is NVIDIA?
The thing is, I said this about Intel and even about IBIT. At some point, if we keep on trading lower, I don't care who you are, you do pull back. So if we keep making fresh lows, and again, it's a futures catch a bid, forget about this. But if we keep making fresh lows and AMD trend breaks, I will take a shot at a reversion. That's just one of those that's too low-hanging fruit. So I'm now down to silver at it's 10.20. And I think once it gets to VWAP, I'm going to look for reloads with this. After breaking the trend, it's holding higher lows, so I can get some out, scalp to VWAP, and then start buying some dips on the trend line. And I might have to reverse this trade if the futures continue to make lows. For now, this one's starting to work out and head back up. Come on, NVIDIA. NVIDIA goes, and the market goes.
Yep.
Back through 201.
Did you get long NVIDIA? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Looking at the long there for NVDA, now 201. Yeah, so I'm trying to get some offers there on Marvell if that goes back up, as we talked about the chip names coming through again there. So we'll have to look at Marvell there. We did dip by some Amazon. We got some out there for $1 on that dip buy as we did break through 259, but we only got 259 flat. So here, now we're back into the dollar club on this thing. We want to get a little higher, 259.30. Okay, there it goes. So good. This is what I mean. Like, it's sure, look, don't get me wrong. It is doom and gloom for my account here today, but we've made some decent trades off the lows. I think as long as you kind of being patient and trying to wait for some of that, hopefully it will come in pretty decently there. Our last big blow was on the TQQs. All right, let's check out some other names here as we just only talking about NASDAQ names. It seems like I want to say thank you to everybody that's with us here today. Caterpillar up 9.5% as we have 9,500 people watching. So that's nice. We like to see that number at 1020. There goes Eli Lilly. Oh no, Joe, it's Eli Lilly time. As we go 927 and change right now, up 8 and a bit percentage points for Eli Lilly. So, you know, this is part of being diversified a little bit into this space. Talk about diversification, not at all with SanDisk, as that's 1085. This number keeps on running here, but we're going to do quickly. All right, we'll do that in a second. I just want to do a roll call because we do this all the time, and I just want to thank everybody for being here at this time. So if you're in the chat, we do like this right now. We go, hi, everybody, and we're going to yell out some names here. Let's see if we have any members. Oops, put user in timeout. No. Let's see if we have any members that are kicking around right here, right now. All right, what's up, Lindenmeyer? We see you all the time. Yo, Dane Generous. Thanks for always hitting me up on Twitter as well. Ryan O'Day right there. What's up? Michael P. DeRiders there as well. Joe is here. Yo, Joe, you're here? What's going on, my guy? Pops Mafia. Texas is here as well. Let's pause this for a second. I see a couple guys here. What's up to Lural there? What's up to Saturdays, a dog? Love Saturdays. Stan bought there. Ralph Woodward is here. Right there. We like that one. Yo, what's up to everybody else? DJ Rules. Jasmine is in the building. King Cuddy is here. Okay. Marketer there. Old Wiser. Anurag. We always know you are here as well. So thanks everybody for being here. And we know someone that's here. We can't live without. It's Adara over at the desk.
Thank you for the kind words, Sean. Let's talk about these small caps. OSR Holdings here, announcing this morning they're going to be presenting their licensing agreement at an emerging growth conference on May 7th of 2026. Market cap on this about $22.5 million. Float of around 16 million shares. Next up, you have AREB, American Rebel. This one that's rallied in the past. Couldn't find any float information here. A couple days ago, they did have a catalyst. So this is again from Tuesday, announcing their Rebel Light beer sale results. Apparently, it outsold other beers at some event by 40%. And last but not least, BYND continues to inch towards that $1 level. This story came out intraday. Talked about it probably around like 10 minutes ago. And basically, Defense News reporting that the U.S. Army could be looking for contractors to give some samples of meatless protein as they look to go towards meatless protein and protein alternatives for food rations. Back to you.
It's so great.
We're just like, what a great headline for Beyond
But
Meat.
why would you?
Defense Department looking for protein.
If it's cheaper,
They can just talk to. They should just talk to Sharif if they're looking for some protein.
yeah, if it's cheaper.
He probably has some good protein ideas over there. So U.S. government contact at Trader TV Sharif or whatever his handle is. All right, see ya at the big screen.
Today, I have RCL for you reporting earnings in the morning with a 11.3% year-over-year growth in their revenue. So currently, their revenue is standing at $4.45 billion. Now, let's take a look at the company's stock price history. In 1993, the company's IPO, maiden voyage, launched with an $18 price per share. Then we had the 2009 lows when the company's stock crashed $6. This was all the travel stocks and all the travel companies were plummeting during this time. So $6 single digit low. Then we had the peak at $135 per share in the 2020 of January. However, we did also have COVID-19 pandemic affect the entire travel industry during this time, where the stock plummeted yet again to $20. And that was again a low for the stock. But cut to today, we have the $270 high. 2026, all-time high where the stock is trading at. Now, let me leave you with something really cool. If you invested $10,000 in the initial IPO launch, held through this horrible region and trajectory of the stock, you would need to have quite a lot of grit to hold through that. But if you did, today, you would have somewhere close to $500,000. Because remember, the company paid consistent dividends to its shareholders for 26 years when it stopped during its hiatus for the dividend pay during its COVID lockdown to recover all the losses that it made. So if you held through all of that, reinvested your dividends, you would have somewhere close to this figure today. And that's all for RCL. Sending it back to you.
Trade it, don't own it on RCL. That's the cruise lines are difficult to work with. So is trying to hold higher lows. We're able to snag a couple of them. But Intel put another, every time it's made a higher low return, I've taken a shot at it. So when I put in the higher low here, bought the bid, it went no more than 30, 25, 30 cents, and then immediately slams right back down.
Yeah,
so
we're getting slammed
like
back.
It's just not going. SLV, which we're in, that's gone to VWAP. It's slowly climbing up. There's just no real acceleration. I'll look to try to play this by the dip, but if that breaks the trend, I got to be thinking about a reversal into a short. AMD's holding up pretty decently. Got to redraw this. Every time it looks like it's about to crack down, the buyers step in, but it has yet to make a fresh high. So you even have a bit of a topping tail-ish. If you go to a 15, it looks a little bit better. You have a bit of like a topping tail forming there in AMD, like a false breakout of a high, and then maybe this breaks lower, in which case even one of the strong names could be a problem. And then there is Beyond Meat. Congratulations to everyone that's in it. It's an interesting story. I paid for locates in case it did a fail break at $1. The problem with the fail break at $1 is you're supposed to break the dollar first, then come back down. This one just went to 99 cents and already pulled back. So looks like Beyond Meat is already doing the sell-off. Who knew?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good story. Got it going there. I mean, like we said, you had to try to break that dollar.
It's not a bad story.
When that didn't happen, it did not happen. So yeah, there goes Beyond Meat back into the downside here as the Nasdaq just reassessing lows one more time to see what we do here. So we're buying the dips, but not trying to get too creative with it. Just trying to see if we can hold the bottoms that we may not be able to. Lot of downside play. There today. Just seeing that Palantir making moves lower here as well, 137, but trying to hold out near VWAP. That's what that just came in as a scanner there that we're trying to break through VWAP. So Palantir not doing too bad, actually. I thought it would have been crushed there today, but you could see flat now for PLTR as we say, go market, go. And we see if we can get back up there to the upside, especially if you are in a pumper like PLTR. We know Tesla. We didn't even look at this name today here. So let's have a quick look at Tesla. Downside, only down 1%. Of course, not an earnings name today. A name that they've already expressed interest in their own CapEx. We saw that come through on their earnings last week. But yeah, Tesla today maybe found a good bottom there at 370. I mean, we talked about that yesterday, some 370 levels for TSLA. I think it was 372. Right into there. So you break below. Now you're trying to hold out to see what's going on downside. And Neil already mentioned this a couple minutes ago that, if you're going to go long, sometimes at this kind of a market might be worth scalping a little bit back and forth though. So even though we're only long right now on the TQs at O's, it's 15 cents in the money, but I'm going to put out another offer right here at 11 again, as we just got some 08s there to the outside. So trying to hold out for a long, but the long may not be in. Oh my God, thank you so much, Ramin.
Neil, NVIDIA 200, thank you so much.
All right, cheers. We'll drink it in a minute, but we'll just cheers it now. Thank you so much, Ramin, for that. I do feel like it's getting a little better.
Double bottom on NVIDIA. That was the wrong time.
Mix that up a little bit.
Trade, grab coffee later.
Yeah.
Even if it breaks 201, I'm talking about NVIDIA, you see the super chat there. There from Nick Dubs. It's a double bottom at the 200 level. And with that double bottom, it might just be like a take through 201 for less.
All right.
I'm just going to get a stop.
Yeah, I can let you set that up.
If it breaks 201, I'm going to take a break of the even dollar. But the idea would be to try to grab it at the half and give it to, as long as you can hold on to this double bottom. If the market's holding the low, NVIDIA, it's a round number play. But you know what? Sometimes that's just how things go. You're looking for that round number to hold. And it's 199, I think 42 or so, or 44 might be the actual low in here on NVIDIA. If it's going to hold, this would be as good a place as any. You go to the daily chart. It's not like it's a significant level on the daily. But if you go back on the 15-minute, I wanted to show you guys, like 199, 7 or 8 would be the low. And then this close here on the prior Friday is another big level. So this is where I would like it to hold. It cannot add to this position unless on the 15-minute, you hold the bottom and then open and close this next candle.
Let's go Hassett.
Above 201. Then you're closing it in here, and then it can be some kind of an ad. Looks like we just had natural gas numbers.
Yeah, I don't know. The market tried to bump up a little bit there.
The market doesn't care about nat gas.
I don't know. That's why I was like, let's go. It doesn't seem like it's making that much of a difference there. But here it goes, man. We said we were trying to hold the TQs, so we do it. We did it again right there on this one. It's just really too bad that we lost our ways there early with Amazon. But it's a nice little bounce back here for the overall market. The thing that's really getting me here is Microsoft. Microsoft just continues to go down, and you just made that nice call there on NVIDIA, so we can see if that one wants to dance around a little bit as well. But so far not so good here as the market continues to find a bottom, and hopefully we found one as well with the Qs and with Amazon. We did reload Amazon there a bit, so I could take a sip of that still. I haven't even had a sip yet. All right, I love the cold brew. Shout out to Tim Hortons. Go buy some QSR. You see that flag on there? Well, it's just
you never want
just
anything else, man. It's once.
I like it as well. I just get half sweet. Yeah, I know you just get black. I get half sweet and one milk basically. So thank you to Ramin for going out for that.
Once you go black.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna spill it over myself.
Dara.
Some headlines here to be aware of, guys. We do have some comments coming from Kevin Hassett once again, this time on Fox News, saying that Fed Chair Powell staying on the board could affect rate cuts. Nothing massive, but just that comment coming through here. We're also going to be getting comments from Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. He's speaking at a capstone event held by the Financial Literacy Fair. If there's anything of note from that, I will keep you posted. But another comment made by Hassett that I do think is of note here, he talked about the solid, quote-unquote, GDP number that came out today. Again, NASDAQ here trying to make a higher high. Back to you.
Yeah, we're trying to make a higher high. Yeah, finally, maybe coming through there. We are on the NASDAQ. We just get a 6140 print. So, yeah, man, we'll spin it. We'll actually do pretty good on the NASDAQ overall. We just need to hopefully get a little bit more excitement to it. I mean, we'd like a VWAP print up there at 80. That would be nice to get back to the high side. Marvell's trying to go as well. I do have an offer at 161. I guess I should change that now, 160.50 for MRVL, as we'll look to see if that's going to be a play for me. Here, we'll just offer right now. If we can get a 15, we'll take it right there as we join that lineup, and we'll see if we can get that. So, yeah, so far so good. Of course, Marvell drops off that, but we'll see if it can go. Amazon, we did not. Well, we did reload it, but that was at 10.15. We didn't get it the second time. We were waiting down there, but we missed it at, well, actually, no, that was the fill we got. We got 258, okay. So we do get 258, battling back here, 50 period, 25 period. This is why I'm getting some out. You know, you don't want to stay in the market for too long, especially on this bump up there. And look at what the days brought us, right? It hasn't been the most successful long day. So any kind of a bump up, I think we've done a good job of explaining what the strategy is. You know, there's the move down, there's the bump. There's the move down, there's the bump. Move down, bump, move down, bump. All right, so eventually it's going to break the lows, I would think, but we need to get to VWAP. Let's see if we can test that right now. And it's a market of stocks. This is not just to worry about what's going down. There are many names that are going up. I mean, you know, considering, you know, what we've been experiencing here today, you look at this board, and it's not that bad. I mean, Caterpillar all-time highs today, off another great report, and we know the build-out's going to have to be strong over there for Caterpillar, so that's a good one there. GE Vernova, 2% as well. Cummins, 4.5%. John Deere, 5%. As that continues to go higher, we know Trump's been talking about John Deere a little bit, but it's here. This is what makes it feel weak. It's the NVIDIA, it's the Microsoft, it's the Meta, it's the Google pulling back down. Amazon was green beforehand. Walmart and Costco like the retail numbers coming from Amazon, so that's going to be upside. What is this down? Oh, KLA 10 core, KLAC down 6% there as well. So,
oh, NVIDIA just cracked.
Did it go lower? I was going to say
not the low of the day, but it lost
it's
200.
in there. Okay.
That's gone. AMD just lost the trend line as well, but
market trying to
I'm
battle.
I'm not sure because I was playing NVIDIA there. Give it a little bit of room, but not too much. Probably should have listened to myself and scalped 50 cents on it, but that wasn't the play. If I'm trying to catch it off of the lows and giving it more, then I want to give it more room than that. We're going to go back up to Adair in a second, but I did mention AMD lost the trend. All morning long, it was holding strength. There it's losing the trend, but I'm trading NVIDIA at the moment, so might have missed that opportunity. That's the thing. If you're biased in one direction, you see a long potential setup, you're going to do it in favor of the short, and that'll end up being the wrong decision. Let's go back up to Adair at the desk. This market might not be done, at least the chip names with the selling.
USO popping a little bit here. We do have some comments coming from White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. If I get other details here, maybe some news out of the Middle East, I'll let you know. But as of right now, Kevin Hassett talking about oil, saying that, quote, oil will flow like never before once the Strait of Hormuz opens, and also said that President Trump, quote, broke OPEC. Saying that the futures market actually expects oil prices to, quote, go down a lot. As of right now, though, oil prices are not going down a lot. They are trying to break this intraday high on USO of just over 148. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. I'm just looking back, because like even, you know, obviously I should have been in that short. Like even SLV comes back in, have to tighten the stop. Well, I didn't really tighten the stop per se, but it was a trend break entry, and it just broke the trend. And is heading into the downside. So this one, which was working, it's weird. Like the only, the cleanest trade is the one that I didn't reload. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, you got to be kidding me. Like IBIT ends up holding. I leave my stop for the last 10%. That holds the same low, but I see the upside of the NVIDIA trade. And anytime you're looking at a version off the bottom, I get it. There's more upside. But Bitcoin was holding on to strength. I can't say it is now because it's underneath the volume weighted average price. But you can't ignore it forever. Probably should have immediately flipped. I wanted to wait for a little more confirmation or even like sideways consolidation to get out of silver, and it just doesn't care. So maybe it'll be an AMD through VWAP. It's pretty much gonzo at this point. But what's going on with Tesla? Like, why was Tesla so strong just now when the market is making fresh lows? I guess it doesn't matter, but it's already giving it a little bit back. The other place, if it tries to bounce again, Beyond Meat did retrace back into the highs. So we're at 96, hasn't broken $1 yet. I did pay for locates. They were insanely cheap. It was like fractions of a cent here at Real Trading. So not everybody can short this name, I get it. For us, it's not easy to borrow, but it is dirt cheap. If we break the high, it's still under $1. So any topping tail on Beyond Meat, you might see that one pop in rather quickly to the sell side. Other than that, not going to chase the move on silver. Nvidia, not worthy of another shot there. I like the R to R off that double bottom, but it just made another fresh low. So make another double bottom, break the trend. Those are the only things to look at. Like, I don't mind taking a couple shots when you're going for a reversion, but if it's not at a key price level, if it doesn't show me that double bottom like it did before, like, we're still headed to the downside, unabated. And it's not. It really doesn't help that USO is now starting to break out to the upside as well. Like, that's not helping things. Oil futures continue higher, and the market's going to stay in trouble.
Yeah, the oils was leading the way here, it looks like, for sure. We did take a little bit of an advantage there to get into a longer position on the futures, just trying to buy some dips. We'll get out again on a move higher, but if we break that 80 mark, we're out. So we got to get ready for that potential happen there right now as we continue to absorb that. I did look at Eli Lilly on that sort of sector watch there on that map, and there it goes, man, up 9% today for Eli Lilly. So that's finally starting to catch a little bit of wind here as they come out with a good report for Eli Lilly today. And what we were waiting for was the hold, the market's going lower, was a hold there of the 50-period moving average, the 200-period moving average, and that's happened there at 910. And we actually started the day around 910, didn't we? Yeah, no, 900 actually. Took down that 910, and there we go, upside now for Eli Lilly. Yeah, man, futures and Qs continue to go lower right now. There goes the TQQs almost near the low of the day. I just heard that we need to go do a Dara, so let's go over and see what she's up to right now at the big desk.
Yeah, just be aware here, Eli Lilly is also just right now at that key 930 level, which has served as support and resistance in the past, as of right now breaking above it. But something to be aware of as someone who watches Eli Lilly maybe more than she should. Let's take a look at this sector board because it's a really mixed picture here, but generally, as Sean mentioned a couple minutes ago, incredibly strong. Health tech led by Lilly, AbbVie, and Amgen to the upside. AbbVie day 2 earnings, Eli Lilly day 1 earnings. Amgen reports after the bell. Utilities to the upside. Producer manufacturing mostly to the upside, led by Caterpillar at all-time highs near $900 and up 9% today. Industrial services doing well. Non-energy minerals doing incredibly well. Communications, with the exception of TMUS, pretty strong here. Consumer non-durables looking good. Finance, kind of more of a mixed look. I mean, MasterCard to the downside on day 1 earnings. Visa down on day 2 earnings, but everything else here relatively strong. And then you have electronic tech and tech services, where a lot of the weakness is going to be really obvious. Tech services trying to be supported here by Google, up 5% on earnings day 1, but Microsoft and Meta down 5 and 10% respectively on earnings day 1. Some of these other SaaS and cybersecurity plays like Fortinet, CRM, Palo Alto Networks, and CrowdStrike also to the downside. Meanwhile, in electronic tech, you've got KLAC down on earnings day 1. Micron, Intel, Nvidia, all red. Though you've got strength in the likes of Qualcomm. Again, this is an earnings day 1 play. And GLW, Corning. Back to you.
Yeah, Corning, good for Corning.
That stock is corny.
You know what, the ES is actually green still, just barely. This is all tech wreck.
Yeah, we looked at it. I mean, the ES is supported by the Caterpillars of the world, and Eli Lilly's.
J&J.
Would be nice if Nvidia got going, of course.
Energy, obviously energy is going to be okay. Nvidia needs to get going. It just held the 199. And I only want to be entering on, only buying on a green candle. I'm not going to buy any red ones. Get back, if I can see buyers above 200, like before, it was waiting for the buyers to win above 200 bucks. It's such a big level that I want to try to respect it. So if we can do that, there's no good trend lines that are going to work. What I try to go off of is just, if I get confluence with any trend line in the even dollar, which it looks like here, and that's just going from the second lower high, right? So this is not even like an A+. But I'm going to take at least 3 shots at this one, because I think there's a good chance for NVIDIA. It's a key level. As long as we're also holding on the 15, like we're holding some of those lows from before, on NVIDIA. It's got a decent chance. So here it is. It's trying again to break the trend. We'll nibble. If it holds the trend break, then we can add. But I'll wait until it confirms that we're holding the trend break. And if we get VWAP, great there. Did we miss a super chat? Shoot. Was that David? Can we throw that up there if we have, Andre? Because I just literally saw a super chat from David, if we could. So what exactly happened to NVIDIA? Any crazy news that made it break 200? No, thought hyperscalers were still spending based on yesterday's guidance. Yeah, they are. It just didn't seem to matter. I can't tell you specifically why NVIDIA is getting the brunt of it. But then I don't think we can explain why AMD for the longest time has been insanely stronger than NVIDIA and is again today. It's just what the market's been telling us, that it hasn't been as exuberant on the way up for NVIDIA, and when we sell off a little bit, it sells off a lot. And it's just more of the same, because the hyperscalers didn't do anything to assuage this. Although expectations were missed on CapEx with Microsoft, and I think Meta as well. Like the actual Wall Street expectations on CapEx, even though they grew, were a little bit of a miss. But then you're nitpicking at that point.
I know for a fact Meta beat Wall Street CapEx expectations, even as they raised.
Two of them did.
Don't know about Microsoft.
Well, two of them, according to the report I saw, were underneath. But then again, you're talking about expectations, and there's a million analysts out there.
Yeah, there's, and that's what makes a market, right? Is some people want to buy, some people want to sell, and you're just trying to find equilibrium there. You know what's off? Well, first of all, the futures, good trade there, buying those lows. Uber just started to go again. So Uber made a bottom at 73. Nice move up now, Uber about to go green, so that's nice. And the NASDAQ may go green as well very soon. Neil made a good point. The ES is already up. USO, let's have a quick look to see what oil's doing. And again, remember, we're selling some of these rips. Okay, we can look at Tesla. I mean, I thought Tesla was a good bottom there at 370 when we looked at it earlier. But there goes USO right now, down 1.7%, coming back in a little bit now for USO as we got going there, as Trump was talking a little bit about opening up the strait there, just trying to get a deal to open it up. Not that there was any chance of it opening up. I think that might have sent the market downside a little bit. And then now, I guess we're not hearing too much about that, but here comes oil right back in, which is good for me, man. I mean, we are just waiting for the TQs to sort of try to blast off there. Another 330 on Marvell, so we're trying to have some diamond hands there. Marvell was the best trade for me, man. I mean, it just fell back in right into our lap, and we were like giddy up, and that's exactly what Marvell did. All right, so thanks for the super chat on Tesla. TSLA right here. Yes, you put 375. I mean, we just got to 374 and faded out. The market's not even close to view up yet. We're about halfway back. So yeah, I think Tesla going positive here today already definitely could get some good feels for Tesla and their shareholders. So I think that's a good look for you. And there's that 370, right? I mean, look, depending on where your stops are, what your risk tolerance is, how many shares you've got. We talked about trade the pool, which is actually there. Scan that, use Trader TV, one word, to get your bonus for signing up. But we're also on a prop floor, and so depending on how much risk you took down here, that 370 looks like a decent hold area. We'll see if it can go, right? I mean, I like to think this market does have a couple more legs into it. I mean, especially with the name, I'm still holding on to Amazon. Amazon's not moving. I think this has a chance to get back there to the upside as people will hopefully realize that was a great report. Like, should Amazon be down $20 here today? Like, probably not. I mean, again, the dollar amount doesn't matter, but you're from 275 down to 258. So you're down $17 right there trying to hold the bid. Amazon, let's see if that one wants to work out. And oh boy, shout out to Obi. But here we go, man. Finally in the money now as the TQs. Well, we've done doing well on the TQs, but there it goes, blasting a little bit higher now on the TQQs. It's funny because I've been at this level, my net, for a while, then I lose it, and then it comes right back up again. So hopefully the market can continue upside. As right now, look, good area to get out on the NASDAQ. We've touched out here at 10:15, at 10:30. Now we're touching out again at 10:45. So let's see if now we can finally hold some bids in what's been a wild ride here so far today.
Yeah, absolutely wild ride, but it's looking much, much better. An all day, well, an all morning trend, I can't call it all day. From initial bounce on Intel just broke, so it's not the low of the day, but it's, in some ways, sometimes this can end up being a better setup because you're getting a confirmation of the low. You're getting a confirmation of the low, then you're going to be able to break the trend. NVIDIA on that long, it just sort of tagged it went up and down. It did the dipsy do with the 01 just now, so it kind of was up there. Then the sellers came back in and would have liked to have held that to the quarter, but got it out at the even on the way back through. But that looks like it's headed into the volume weighted average price, so hopefully we can get that into VWAP. So a couple of those coming back. I did miss silver in lieu of these two, so you take what you can get and try not to be upset here. But you know what? I got to be honest with you.
Always the best way.
The market turned, or at least looks like it's turning for good, right around when we got these cold brews, which are delicious. And apparently, I'm just going to throw this out there. But if you want the market to turn, all you got to do is get a cold brew from Timmy's, which is so delicious.
Thank you to Ramin.
Yeah, Ramin, thanks.
It's so funny because you're just pumping these cold brews. I've been literally having one every single day for the last 2 weeks, right
When
beside
I'm
you.
in Florida, it's all I do.
Yeah, well, maybe you should add it. Maybe you should add it to your routine.
But sometimes in the summer, I'll make it at home, but
Yeah.
I don't usually get them like out.
No. We got them out today. So there it is. Yeah, man. Cold brew, a tasty treat. That is for sure. Everybody hop on board. The water is quite warm. All right. There goes Marvell. So we're $4 in on this one. At least this continues to work out. But although we only have 10% left, we got out there. I think we had about 25% as we wind up holding it for MRVL. Let's check out Broadcom, another name that could be moving around with the market as well today. 407 for Broadcom. Okay, up at least, so that's really nice. Tesla, we already talked about that. That hit the scanners. So did Uber hit the scanners. Eli Lilly was taking out days high as well and still is right now up to 930. We like Eli Lilly, that is for sure, as that name keeps on climbing higher and higher as well. So, yeah, man, so far so good here. Let's just see if the bids can wind up holding. Amazon's the one in trouble, in my opinion. We just got another piece out there. As this market makes moves back to VWAP, Amazon is like, no, not VWAP at all. So Amazon back to the downside as we hold out hope that this market can help rally this stock, but so far, not so good. We're going to go what's for lunch when we get back. Hopefully it matches Neil's tasty treat with the cold brew. Let's go over and see what Adaira's up to.
Yeah, we're going to do Money Talks here. I'm going to mention, though, a couple of headlines that have come through. Kevin Hassett, White House Economic Advisor, still talking about oil. He said that they're considering moves to increase U.S. oil production soon and said that the U.S. administration is in constant contact with oil companies. We know before he said that President Trump, quote, broke OPEC. So, again, making tons of comments about oil and just tons of comments in general today. Kevin Hassett. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar, which, interestingly enough, coming into a level of support we've touched twice recently, coming into this day low from Monday, this Monday here, of that 98.2 level. That 98.2 getting touched again as the low of day last Wednesday, April 22nd. So let's see if 98.2 will continue to hold or will break down for that U.S. dollar after 2 straight days of upside. Tons of economic data this morning, so let's go over it. We did have, as I mentioned here, much lower than expected Chicago PMI at 945, but the bigger numbers today came out at 8:30 a.m. PCE month over month, year over year, and core PCE month over month and year over year. All 4 of these prints exactly in line with estimates, so month over month 0.7%, year over year 3.5%, core PCE month over month 0.3%, core year over year 3.2%. GDP quarter over quarter coming in at 2% above the prior print of 0.5%, but below the estimate of 2.3%. Personal spending month over month exactly in line with estimates here, 0.9% for March 2026, while personal income here 0.6% above estimates of 0.3% and well above the prior print of negative 0.1%. That's your economic data and your DXY rundown. We're going to go back to the guys.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Good analysis over there. Let's check out. I just want to look at this one more IPO. PS. Wow. Pershing Square up 31% here today. So I don't know. Who knew? Wagwan with that one, but it is nice upside there. And yesterday's other IPO, it was a two-parter. They're up 7%. So hopefully you pick the one without the 4 digits, and you would get this again. One is the asset management group, and one is the stock itself, the fund itself. I believe this is the fund, the PSUS.
PSUS is the closed fund.
Yep, yeah. And the other one's going there. So okay, that's that. Just getting out of a little bit here. There was another name that I wanted to talk about there as we can look. I mean, right now Coinbase and potentially a nice move up there with the market. As you could see, IBIT, I think it touched near 75 near the lows. Yeah, so look at Coinbase there from 180 up to 187. So that's hitting scanners again, taking out day's high, 185.50. Nice move back there up to the upside there for Coinbase. So that's trying to fly. And here goes Amazon. We did average into Amazon. We talked about that low. So let's take another piece out right here. See if it wants to fly through. And we could get some more outs here for Amazon. There we go. Yes, sir. That's a huge move. Now, as we're back, baby, you can see, man, we get changing our tone a little bit here as there goes the market. Finally, we get VWAP. Oh, warning right there, man. You can't risk it if you don't put out that biscuit. And we did that today a couple times. And here we go to the upside. It didn't taste that good early, but tasting much better now as we get back up to the upside. Oh, SoFi. Yeah, look, I had SoFi breaking 16 as a marker there. I didn't wind up taking it because the market fell down so much. We were actually looking, when it was here, I should have brought it up. We were looking at 1550 for SoFi just because of these kind of levels. But just too much focus there on Amazon and on the market to really have looked at SoFi, and that's my bad. Like I can show you. I have a canceled order at 1560 there, which would have been the lows, and I'm not cherry picking. I was literally looking at where we were closing yesterday and thought we could hold out for 1550. So I never buy the exact levels. We were there. We probably should have had that trade. And you had mentioned Robinhood was also starting to go higher as well. So yeah, Robinhood and SoFi trying to feel a little bit.
Yeah, Robinhood's back at the high of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So is SoFi's at the high of the day, basically, give or take. So is Robinhood. Robinhood bouncing off 70 yesterday, a good little level there potentially for Robinhood. So if you held out hope on day two, you won there for Robinhood buying some of those dips. Marvell's just $5 in the money and right back up to the highs again.
NVIDIA's trying to go. It's battling the 201 half. It's still got some room to VWAP, which is at 03. So the next push is going to be pretty telling for it. The market's at VWAP. It's been a laggard, let's be real. So it's going to have to do some work in there. And if I see it failing, like 02 half, somewhere in that range, don't mind jumping out of it. It'll be similar. It's like Intel. Like if it doesn't want to go, play the scalp. If it shows me the resistance on another lower high, like try to jam out and then not hold it far against you when it comes back in. If we break VWAP, I might re-enter this one. It's willing to scalp it every single time, and if we get one that's worthy of the longer hold, then fair enough. So it's just NVIDIA for myself. I might try to get back into SLV, but I feel like let's see what USO does at VWAP here. Like I don't want to jump the gun because USO's been pulling back. If this bounces and we retrace back into the highs, then entering a new long might be the wrong timing to do it. So yeah, just going to try to be patient with the re-entry on SLV. We'll see, hopefully VWAP here on NVIDIA. That's the next target as long as it can hold on to this trend. You've now had like 6 or 7 green candles in a row on the 3-minute. So looking much, much better. Like the first entry had 1 green candle and then just immediately flushed out. That's a better bottoming tail, although the volume wasn't that big. Would have liked that better if you could have had the big volume spike at the low. Now the market's trying to bounce. AMD's breaking. AMD is just a different beast, man.
Yeah, AMD has been really hot.
AMD's breaking the high of the day.
Nice.
Stock is just insanity.
Keep it going.
This stock is ridiculous. I don't even know what to say.
Keep it going.
ARM, which is one that when you mentioned Marvell was up, I'm like, okay, maybe we could breaking highs on ARM. Back in, I think Mitch said 208.
Marvell?
Oh, ARM. I think he said he sold at 208 or something like that. But this is a breakout here on ARM as well. Let's go to Adair.
Man, Amazon is like, we're $8 in the money.
Keep an eye here on Blue Owl Capital, OWL, to the upside, reportedly here on a story involving SpaceX. Wall Street Journal reporting that Blue Owl Capital here said they made roughly 10x on their SpaceX investment. So OWL to the upside here, guys. Back to you.
Those guys are in a little bit of trouble there. All right, so we're $1.20 in here on the NASDAQ. We tried to buy those dips. We did it. We've done well on that. Amazon now $2 in the money. We still have half of our position that we put on there. Both of these positions still got half on. 40% on. We just got filled there at 60s. So good little trade there for Amazon as we battle back. But, you know, what's for lunch today? Should be hopefully a better day. I realized that I had signed away from this. It's a Mexican flag, and today is pork fajitas. So I wonder.
Why would you say no to fajitas?
No, it's not that. I signed away from pork. It was really nasty a couple times, so I got away from that. I remember putting it in, and it was just so dry. But anyways, maybe it's back there. Hopefully I'll be included in that. If not, it'll be salmon. So I think that's a win.
Well, that's
anyways.
not bad.
Salmon's a big win over pork.
Yeah, they do salmon really well.
Yeah, it's a big win over pork. The starch is apparently rice, lime rice, so that's going to be good today. Roasted mixed veg. We always get roasted veg. I just hope they come with zucchini, my favorite roasted vegetable. I like carrots as well. And then the corn salad, which seems to be salad with corn sprinkled on. So that's the corn salad. Hopefully it's a salad based with corn, like corn and bean and all that. I would really enjoy that. Wow, we've made back almost 2/3 of the day right there today. So I myself will still be red, but these last trades have been woo, and we've learned a lesson today, and that is that those knives that are falling can be quite sharp, and we got to stay away from them. So there's Amazon. But man, oh man, if you've been following some of these trades since about 10 o'clock, I think you've been pretty hot fire, man. I mean, the NASDAQ up now, breaking higher. We might as well take some out, man. Marvell's been a good trade there today as well. I've traded 3 names, Amazon, Marvell, and the Qs. Marvell, the big one for me, Amazon, the worst, and we're almost flat now on the Qs. So, net will be down, but for myself, but not too bad as we hold out hope that this market still can battle. And there it goes upside again, man. We battle, baby. We battle.
Just need one of these to get. If NVIDIA gets to view up, I'm green. But the mistake was not sticking with IBIT. Like, IBIT was so clean, and I think it's still looking pretty strong. It is what it is. Actually, no, it's not. So maybe it was the right thing to get out of that one. This is actually trending down and forming a wedge. So if it breaks, break the wedge upside. I don't want to be short. Break the wedge upside, I'll re-enter the long there. With only about 2 minutes to go, it's going to be all about whether NVIDIA can get there. And it's just sort of trying to be patient for that low.
Yeah.
Like double bottom, wipe out bottom, break the prior bar, like those types of entries. If I see it roll over, again, like everyone's going to be different, I'll take what I can get because I don't want to get trapped. And I'm watching USO so closely because I feel like this could take a bit of a turn if we continue to just make higher highs and higher lows on oil futures. But for now, it's looking fantastic. I'm still going to get out at VWAP, though, on NVIDIA. Just too badly beaten up. And once there's a red candle, that could be a reason to get out of the trend. But it's just all green here for now. It's kind of it's one of those days where it didn't matter why it was selling off. It was just happening, and you had to deal with it. And then you had some traditional V-shape, instant V-shape recoveries like Apple, while you had the other half of the market just decided we're going to go down forever, and you had to wait for a bit of a capitulation. So the capitulation seems like it's in. All
right, so here we go, man. Neil and I will both have to hit red today, but what can you guys hit? Go into the poll right now. Let us know if you are red today or green today. It's been up for 16 seconds. Just got to hit 1 or 2 there in the chat. All the votes will add up. We only got 30 seconds left, so get your votes in there right now and let us know what you go. Good. More. All right, you guys better than us right there. 23-38, more than double. I like that, man. A lot of green votes popping through there. Here, maybe if I zoom in there today. There you go. 63% of you guys now are, that's good, man. 2/3 green. We definitely like to see that, man. So congratulations to everybody. I hope you've had a great time with us here today. We'll look to get green ourselves as we get going. And here goes the market, man. Maybe we will sooner rather than later. But good show overall there today. Again, just to recap, Marvell, $6 in the money. Amazon, $2 right now. And the TQ's $1.40 as the S&P futures continue to move higher. Let's take out some more now on the TQQs as we get the 200 period moving average. Did you buy that dip or not? It's 64% of you are green, and that's a great one there. We'll see if we can talk about some smaller cap names. We have WNW has been halting there today. AKAN and that RDAC again with a little bit. But there it is right there. 64%. My hats are off to all of y'all. All right, Neil, good day. Sharif, thank you. Adara, thank you. Joe, everybody today. Brendo, thank you for the HVAC there. Thanks to Juan and everybody else for helping us get that out. Thanks to Ramin for hooking up the cold brews. That was really nice. Fabian, all the work as well. Andre coming through. We have a great team, and thanks to Sia in the back for her reporting there on RCL, reminding me potentially why I may never go on a cruise.
Well, I watched the YouTube short.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally yesterday that reminded me why I'm never going on.
My wife has already...
It was like one storm. I'm like, no.
She watched that poop cruise, and now I can't get anything, that stupid Netflix.
Absolutely not.
But there it is, over VWAP. We'll see you guys later. Ciao for now.
Boom, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This right there is your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait until YouTube sends everybody on over from the other stream. There we go. Now we're getting a whole bunch of people. My main man, Benton. Come on, you Gunners. I'll take it. 1-1 away. We'll go home, play him again next week. Hopefully he'll do a little bit better, but very hard to watch. Horrible game. Shout out to Kirk D. We got, elevators make me fart. Okay. Ronaldo. We got Game, Kraft, Nico, Notorious Dingleberg, Texas boy. Shout out to Gucci. Oh. All right, cheers, love. We got Green Saber, Joey. How about Brody M and Oslam? Shout out to Oslam. Daniel Simon. Okay, Mike PD Rider, slow motion. Edison Silva and Ozana. Not Oslam, but Ozana. Joe Schmo. We got Hell's Gate. AI 9213 and Arun. Hello to everybody. Hello to you this morning, bro.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I mean, there it goes, market recovery, all that selling right out of the gate, starting to slowly climb back. We're in some Bitcoin right now. We're in NVDL. You can see we're long from this 95.20 level, looking for that move. I like what Neil was saying. He was touching on, he's like, as soon as we get into the volume-weighted average price, you might want to look at taking some profits. So we'll have to definitely take that into consideration, just in case it does reject heavy and start to head back towards the south side. Nonetheless, there's NVDL, slightly ITM, and then we're going to be looking at IBIT as well. I see Neil in this one this morning. And I'm like, all right, strong, going opposite the market. Are we going to find any form of continuation? Doesn't seem to be the case. Man, I don't know about this thing at times, but there it goes. Market slowly starting to come back in. But who's leading the race to the top side? Google, and we have to be prepared to get out of this IBIT trade just in case this trend line breaks, right? So you can see that wedge starting to be formed, a couple inverted hammers right at the volume weighted average, just below the volume weighted average price on NVDA. Qualcomm was him today. Qualcomm and Walmart were definitely strong plays, but I mean, we didn't really talk about the staples starting to slowly pull back here, but nonetheless, a strong move. Maybe we get an indecision print right at VWAP and then we can continue, but a high of 131.40s, so not too bad of a look there on WMT. We obviously have the overall market in the corner of our eye, as we typically do. There's the NASDAQ, the TQQQs, and the SPY. We're keeping it and monitoring. How are the financials been performing? I know that Robinhood was climbing towards the high of the day, and a strong recovery nonetheless here from the overall market. 7-Eleven going right back towards opening price. We are rejecting that right now, and Bitcoin heading towards the low of the day. So we're going to have to hop out of that trade relatively quick because it does not want to go. What is going on with this thing? You try to solve that puzzle, you might go a little bit crazy. It's kind of like Bandersnatch, essentially a never-ending game with no actual answers behind it sometimes. Sure.
What is that game called?
Bandersnatch.
I've never heard of it. Bandersnatch. Yeah. All right. We're long ACAN, second trade here. ACAN is ripping up. We're already $1 in the money on this one. We're one beak wetter, just looking for more, Joey. There's the third. We're on our way up. I got 41.64. It just tagged 43. Let's see if this can breach current day high, which is 43.70. Second trade on this, both positive. Looking for a halt up. Can't quite see. 46.07 limit up. So quite a distance away from where we are now, as well as the high of the day. Let's see if this loses 42. Reason I got in here for the second attempt, I'll explain it in a second, but there's obviously support at 40. I saw a buyer come in at 40 and a half. I'm like, all right, this doesn't look like it's going to make it down to 40. Put my stop just a skosh below 40, just to give myself that buffer should there be a liquidity grab at that level, and then we rocket it up. I have one more out left here. I don't have a resting order, but it's losing 42 here. It lost 42 momentarily, but look at that buyer step right back in at the whole dollar, keeping us afloat above said 42 level. I'm looking for a breach of the high of the day, knowing full well that this current candle on the 5 has a lower high. So we haven't quite breached prior bar high quite yet, but I am buoyed by the fact that there is a buyer in and around 42. If we lose that buyer, I'm out. And we're dropping now. That's the end of the trade for me there, as it lost the $42 level. If it sets up again, then I can get back in. But currently, I didn't like the spread opening up to the tune of almost 60 pennies there. That's hard to manage, especially for a volatile name. So keeping a close eye on this one. Good couple of trades on it initially. And here's what I was thinking. This is why I got in second time around. Take a quick gander at the low of that candle. I'm talking about that doji candle with almost no body right there. The low of that candle is 40.57. I was really fixated on that 10-20 topping tail candle, which clearly rejected 40. So I said, look, at least there would be a scalp trade initially off that 40 defend. It came in. It didn't come in that well. Case in point, we're still a lower high on the current candle. So that's AKAN, and if you'll recall, if you were with us yesterday, AKAN was him, as Joey would say, and I would say as well. And it's been running for a couple of days. So more than a couple of days. In fact, this one looked like it started moving on the 24th, which was Friday, did nothing on Monday. Tuesday was a good day. Wednesday is a decent day. And here we are Thursday, yet again, ripping up. And we're not just ripping up by a couple of, bucks here and there. We're up like double what we were a couple of days ago, to the tune of 68%. So might as well put some respect on this one's name and keep a close eye on it. Alas, it's right back above 42, still prior bar low. Still lower than the prior bar high, pardon me. But here we are working back into 43. I don't think a 43 breakout is the right trade. Now, the problem is, if we wait for prior bar high, again, the prior bar high is the high of day, 43.70, you might get a lot of slippage trying to take that breakout, right? Because there's going to be a lot of illiquidity around there. You're not the only person looking at it. So I'm going to keep a close eye here on AKAN. It looks fantastic. And, nothing to complain about. There's 43 again, Joey. And here we are again at the whole dollar. We're looking for a breach of the half dollar here. The breach of the half dollar puts us like a stone throw away from that 70 penny high. So 43.70 high. There's a seller here. And there it goes into a new high of day. 44.34, Katina, man. This one's on its horse. It's looking close, like this one might hit 50 bucks. You don't weasel into the mid to low 40s and then don't make your way up into 50. Limit up is 46.54. We got to watch here to see if we actually trigger the limit up. Now, keep in mind that the limit up level is always going to be red on my time and sales there on the right side. So now it's moved up. 47.06. Well, how come it moved up? Well, because the timer reset, right? So it has to stay at any one point. There it goes, man. Right back into $47. 47.06 limit up. So it's a 47 high of day right now. Keep your eye out on this one. We got to go to Adira with news, but when we come back, we're going to be covering this one.
You can see the story here on your screen, guys, but just letting you know, as we get this pullback in oil, seeing reports that the U.S. Department of Energy is soliciting an exchange of up to 92.5 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So this reported reserve exchange looks like it's sending USO a little bit lower here from that intraday high. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, so big topping tail candle into 47, losing 45 now, Joey. The 5-second chart shows me support at around 44. I want to say 44 to 44.5. And here we go again. We're into 46 here. It looks like we may want to test that 47 high of day. Now, look, this doesn't go in a straight line, as you see, right? It can pull back $3, $4, but what it is doing is it's holding trend. So it's holding the prior bar low. If you can kind of stomach that kind of risk by holding into prior bar low, all the power to you, but it is quite a distance away. Prior bar low takes us down to 41.79. We're showing 46 here, Joe. So this one could be a little bit, you may have to chart off a smaller time frame here.
A strong uptick here in IBIT. I watched that volume and the clean flush on the tape. Let's see if we can break through this resistance zone. We do want to see a little bit more of an uptick from the volume profile here. If we can't break this, then we definitely have to take into consideration this might not work. NVDL is working for us right now. 9-day would be the ideal target if the market's going to go on full recovery mode. But I was thinking $380 on Google here today. No, not at all, my friend. I thought we were going 380 here today. 369 is where I was looking to get involved. It pulls back, goes down to 366, and then off to the races it goes. But I mentioned not too long ago, QCOM is him. Can we break this? Let's go. I believe that we can get this rolling if we have the ability to sit on top of the volume-weighted average price. Now, as for Walmart not working out for us right now, we're small. I'm going super small size. The 2 o'clock hour is where I really thrive. Yesterday, slightly red, and then boom, boom, boom. We just take a couple of trades in that hour. So what I've noticed as of late, been taking over just over the past couple of months, is that the first couple hours of the session, not the kids' time, but we like that 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock slot. So we'll continue to hammer things over there. Now, this resistance zone acting like a big-time pain. What do? We go over to the options chain to see if there's any form of resistance at that 43.5 marker here on IBIT. Let's pull it up. We'll take a look at the open interest to see the resistance zone and the supply. So 43.5, we don't got anything there. So what are we struggling for? Come on, you could do it. But Qualcomm, once again, putting in a new high of the day, up to 183. This thing's up $20 off of the lows. Gorb, I said this, brother, the one you don't take just works. If Google goes 380 today, oh man, it's going to. Like at this pace, you're almost at 377. Target was 380 and off to the races. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. Qualcomm, miss it, don't want to chase it. I was waiting for a little bit of a pullback, a hold of the body, and then off to the races we could potentially go. Didn't pull the trigger on it, and then $20 later, you're there scratching your head. Now, as for Google, the exact same thing, right? We can see this print at 940. When did this print happen? At 940, I'm like, okay, pull back, let's get involved. Oh, okay, never mind. We're going to break trend. We're going to head a little bit lower to 366, and then later on, we're going to climb $10 higher. So, I mean, there it is. Not too bad of a look on both of those names, as it's only a matter of time until we hit an additional ATH here on Google. Now, as for IBIT, we're still getting stuck at that resistance zone, so not looking good, and we're about to breach the volume-weighted average price here on Walmart.
All right, there goes AKAN into a new high a day. We got back in at 45.90. We scalped up into 47 2/3. We didn't quite get high a day, but it's at 48. I have a bias. You get this close to 50, you're on your way to 50, if not more. It's not going to be in a straight line, but you've got to manage your trade somehow. That's up to you. Okay, so continuing to watch here, seller at 47 locally, so a bit of a pullback expected. Now, let's gauge the, let's try to keep, I'm trying to keep the level 2 up so that I can see price action, because this thing can move in a heartbeat, but I'm trying to gauge support and resistance here on the 5. Looks like there's a 46 to 46.5 buyer. Let's see if 46 fails. So continuing to watch back into 47, Joe, right back into 47 and change. The spread opening up. The spread's like 50 pennies, man, which is quite displeasing. But, hey, that's what we've got, so let's deal with it. I'm loving the trend. I think the right thing to do here is to look for a bit of an aggressive pullback on our way to 50 with a view to hitting 50. So continuing to watch. Let's see if that 46 buyer continues to step up. There we go, dipping into 45, high 45s, losing 45, losing 44, Joe. This is turning into a topping tail candle. Limit down is 41.25. So limit down 41.25. We're still holding generally 45 here. So not quite the move I was looking for. There's a buyer at 44, hence why I got out. Sorry, there used to be a seller. Now there's a buyer at 44. Let's see if we can kind of finagle an entry here in the 44s with an idea that we put our stop just a skosh below 44 for a possible dip trade and a continuation. There's 44. There's 44. Oh, the spread just popped back into like 45. I couldn't even get it, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to continue to watch here, guys. Let's see if we get another dip into 44. It looks like the buyers are picking this up quite aggressively off that 4-4 level. If I'm seeing it, they're seeing it, and here we are right back into 45, Joey. So going to pack the patience here, but looking for an entry.
Dude, I know. Gorb, man. Okay, see. 526. I mean, there it is, guys.
Oh my
I'm thinking,
days.
let's see if we can break through. I mean, we're testing, we're holding,
Ugly.
but one thing to note is that we're starting to form a shelf. Walmart not holding up too well, but I'm going to give this one quite a bit of time. I have space until 130, right? I mean, we're in at 80s roughly, 77s to be exact, and I gave it a lot of room, smaller size. Someone said, yeah, Joe, you're in a lot of positions. Yeah, but I reduced like my typical entry just due to the amount of volatility stepping in earnings. You're going to see an increase in that. So you need a lot wider of a stop. With that being said, smaller size, wider stop. I mean, Bitcoin starting to look okay, opening on top of this range. I mean, we're not breaking down. We're holding it, establishing higher lows, which isn't bad. We ran up into almost 378 there on goggles, but Qualcomm just can't stop, won't stop at this point. It's super strong here today, guys, especially off of that low. You have 10 minutes of selling, and then it's rebound city. So a little bit of a Dennis Rodman play right there, just catching that board and continuing to climb. Nonetheless, NVDA on each candle is rejected. Yeah, I know, man. It looks like it's curling over. I don't know what you think about this, Gora, but you see how we're above VWAP here on the TQs, even Meta had the ability to breach it. Google's just in its own world right now. Are you kidding me, Bitcoin? Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we don't get that turtle shell type play, and then we just can't breach it and then slowly curl over and then come and retest this low. It's kind of the vibe that it was giving me. But nonetheless, I just feel like there's so many things aligning. I had to take the long. Look at this volume print, right? That's like at 45 minutes after the open and on a hammer candle. It's like, hey, when those stars align, you have to take the trade and see if it's going to work for you. But the momentum to the downside was absolutely crazy. 378 now on goggles as this name continues to rip to the top side, and Bitcoin doesn't know if it's coming or going. Brother.
All right, man. I have to let this one settle down here because it's kind of all over the place. All right. So here's what else we're looking at. HCAI is another big mover, up 93% and change, losing VWAP though, and basically unbroken in the lower high trend. So something to look out for there. OSRH also up big, about give or take sub $1, about 70 pennies. Keep your eye on that. BAND, a bit consolidative, looks like a bull flag, a couple of bull flags, one on low volume initiating at 7 a.m., the other one at 9:30, but they both look alike. And it looks like as if 34 or 33 and a half or thereabouts is about the support level on that. RPGL, a lot of topping tail candles into two. That obviously tells you that there's a whole lot of selling into the whole dollar. Couple of lower highs here. My suggestion is pick this up off VWAP, maybe in the low 180s for a liquidity grab below VWAP. Also XRX, another one to look at there. I think this was the IPO from the other day. I'm not even sure. I don't really care. 229, a bunch of higher lows here. VWAP not factoring as any area of important support or resistance. In fact, looks more like a line of best fit. Showing right now between 205, 210, looks like it's at around 207 and change. Last but not least here, GTX. A little bit of a liquidity issue here. Volume dropping off. A bit of a what's it called? Volume price action divergence there, with the price action making higher highs and the volume dropping off. I think the prior bar at 1110 just did about 22,000 shares. 2513 high, struggling above 25. GTX, not a bad look, but not the best of the bunch. And then the one I said very little about is WNW, and WNW is kind of losing trend over here. But I'm seeing a new one show up on the scanner, VLN. This one is ripping up. How many shares has this one done? 15.7 million shares. This one didn't do anything in the pre-market. It literally almost did no volume. So it's a 930 breakout. Looks like there was initial resistance at the $1.85, but that's far, far away from the current price action, which is just a little bit below the $0.50, 246. VWAP is at 2 1/5. Prior bar low takes us down to 218. Current bar low is 235 and a half. Those are the levels on VLN. This is one that I didn't see, to be quite honest with you, initially when I sat down. So I really don't have an opinion on this one now. I'm going to watch the price action, Joey, see how this one ends up manifesting.
Yeah, lost, brother. Not too bad, to be honest with you. You can see that we're in a couple of positions. The only one OTM right now is Walmart, right? Like, we like Walmart. Nice, strong drive, almost up 2% here today. Not far off of that all-time high. And then there we go. We have NVDL slightly in the money, only be 50 cents or so. But, hey, I mean, it's better than none. keep rejecting this level and establishing lower time frames as we get deeper into the trends here. So the primary to the downside, secondary, somewhat of a pullback, but now looking at these micro trends, it's not looking too good. We could just draw this and you can see that we have the inability to punch through that 96 marker and hold as the overall market is consolidating above VWAP right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some form of a pullback. Bitcoin finally sitting on the top end of this range. It's been an absolute chop fest. From 1020 to where we're currently sitting at 1120. So an hour of just sideways movement. We're not positioned bad whatsoever, giving this one the low of the day. So we almost got stopped out on it, but we're like, yeah, you know, let's hold it, give ourselves a little bit more room. And with that being said, you go smaller share size and just allows you to hold for a little bit longer and not necessarily have to have that nice tight stop where it's only a couple of pennies or so. So now with that being said, have to wait for a little bit larger of a move. And for me, it's going to be into that pre-market high. All right, if we can get into that pre-market high and the high of the day, then we are off to the races. Yeah, that's what we do, Jesse. That's what we do around here. I reduce risk and let it play. Yeah, exactly. Lawson and I both $8. Gaurav, all right, man, all right. I didn't know you were in Tesla, Gaurav. Let's pull up this bad boy, TSLA. Everybody's saying, oh, H smackers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a nice base being formed at 368, climbs all the way up to 378, so that's $10 right there. Nice work, you guys. As it's continuing to climb, one of the stronger names. And Netflix was strong this morning. And we got to go over to my boy Robinhood. Bang, $93. We'll take it as it's starting to slowly recover, but still hasn't entered that gap down. Okay, yeah, let's get out of... I'm just going to get out of NVDA here. We'll take a small win on it, but I don't like how we're starting to curl over. I mean, at some point it could break down. Maybe we can get in at a little bit better of a price towards the lower end of this range, and then we'll start to recover. But that slow curl over is giving me bad vibes. Now that I'm out, it's probably going to climb. So, I mean, it is what it is. One thing that I did want to pull up before we send it back to Sharif is Robinhood. Let's sit up straight, man. Oh, yeah, we already went over Hood. Oh, 73. What am I talking about? 93, $73. It'd be nice if it was up at 93 again. And then I type in 93. Well, it's more or less Netflix, right? So we had both of these names poor on the earnings report, right? So you have this just massive move lower, but now you're starting to recover. But one thing that I want to note is I don't like this, right? I don't like this shelf at all. It looks like it's gonna get broken because you're just like free hanging, right? It's just hovering over something. So a pull back into 88 and then maybe it can continue its trend. Walmart's slowly starting to cook up for us. We'll take that. But the trend line has been broken. Just gonna probably take a little bit longer to formulate, to be honest.
All right, man. AKAN dropped off a cliff here. It's coming into a predictable area. That $40 area where we took it off initially is coming back in. 41. This is where I got in initially, that 40 area before the big move up into 48. It's an unbroken 3-candle red setup, you know, kind of precipitated there by a topping tail candle into 48. I had a bias that we'd get into 50, at least, you know, having gotten that close to 48. It doesn't look like it's going to happen that way. Doesn't mean that 50 is off the table for the day. And there you go. You just got to move from 41.50 to 42.50. So that's the kind of volatility you can get with AKAN over here. So that has to kind of that has to feature in your risk profile. $40 though is the real resistance level that I'm looking at. But this candle is basically just had a magnetic effect right into that 10 EMA on the 5, which is about 41.50 there. So AKAN, I don't think it's done quite yet, but it's going to have to regain trend. Wow, it just jumped into 40. Why do I keep hitting that one? It just jumped into 44, 43.75 now. Still a downtrend, right? We breached that downtrend through a break of 46. So that's what I'd be looking at. Now I've entered a new position here on VLN. I'm giving VLN to prior bar low, which is 34s, essentially, okay? So what I'm looking for here is another attempt at 50. I'm in at 45. It's showing me 41, so I'm out of the money. But I'm looking for another attempt here, so long as it holds prior bar low. That's the number one thing I'm looking for. I'm also keeping a close eye here on AKAN, as this one's working back into 44 and could see 45 shortly. But VLN doesn't feel like it has the buyers at this level. So we'll have to see if this can hold prior bar low. We are about a minute from a new candle, actually less, but 30 seconds from a new 5-minute candle here. And the current bar low is not that much higher than the prior bar low. Lovely. The mouse over is not working. I like that. Let's have a look at it over here. So current bar low takes us into 41. Prior bar low, as I mentioned, is, Current bar low is 36.5. Prior bar low is 35.5. So we're a penny higher than we were on the prior bar. So not much to say there. And yeah, I'm not really liking anything else at the moment except possibly GTX. But I have an issue with this one is that it's a little illiquid. But it's back above 25 and about 10 pennies away from the high of the day. GTX stair-stepping up. If you don't mind being patient with these ones, yeah, they can be quite rewarding if you're able to exercise the patience and get in at the right time, mind you, Joey.
All right, good stuff. We have a couple of super chats here that we're going to go over. You can see that, okay, there we go. Come on, volume, follow it. Look at the tape here. Assassino screen, thanks, brother. Look at the tape, boom, clean flush, a lot of size coming in there right at the ask. Now, is this going to be enough for us to break and hold this resistance zone? I want to focus on this for a moment before we get into those super chats. And are we going to have a follow through? I think that's the key answer, right? So like when we're looking for the long and we're looking for that breakout, there's two things that we can look at, right? You'll see one reflected in the other. That's the tape. So if we have some clean flushes and not much resistance, so if there's someone defending this level, you'll see them start to hit and defend, boom, hit the bid, hit the bid, hit the bid. But one thing that we want is if we're going to break out, we want to see those clean flushes on the ask and above the ask, but also the volume down here supporting that. All right, so let's keep an eye out on it. A nice strong uptick. We'll take it. The trend is up. We're not in a horrible position. There goes Walmart. Walmart back on the NQ, or I shouldn't say back on the NQ, but on the NQ, and there it goes off to the races in WMT. There could have been a reload opportunity, but let's see if we can break this high. We're up two and a third here approximately. If we can head up into this neck of the woods, that's what we'll start to take a little bit off. But Gaurav, yeah, this is what I was saying. So I got out for a small W here on NVDL, only a couple of pennies, but it's better than a loss. I was just thinking, the way we were forming this shelf, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some form of a breakdown. We drew this micro trend right here, and we are failing to construct any new high. We kept rejecting and started to form lower highs. With that being said, we had to get out of that one. Now, Bitcoin, it's struggling, man. It's either it's going to break aggressively or we're going to see a big, strong move to the downside where we head back into the lower end of the range. I'm going to be an optimistic here and just... an optimist, I guess, and just say, hey, man, let's go, and continue to climb higher. I want to see a big-time recovery, but Walmart working wonders for us at this moment. Nonetheless, guys, market continuing to climb, and there goes that slide on NVDA, Gaurav, so I'm happy that we got out of that one before we would have been OTM, but slightly ITM right here, a quarter here on Walmart, and we're starting to work here on IBIT as well.
Great job, Joey. All right. Back into 45 for AKAN. This current candle has a higher low and a higher high as relative to the prior doji candle, the one that closed at the 1120 candle essentially. But we can't seem to clear 45 decisively. And quite frankly, I'm not looking for 45. I'm looking for a clearing of 46 decisively for a move back into 48. So let's see if we can kind of manifest a V-shaped recovery on AKAN over here, but my level will be 46. I just see a lot of selling at the 45 to maybe 44-ish level as well. I also want to mention OSRH. So this one is a sub $1 stock, but it's ripping. OSRH. Okay, there we go. I was just about to get into this one. Current bar low is just south of 70, 69.5, right? So let's put that in for a risk calculator there. This one's really ripping, so it's going to encounter likely resistance at what's it called, 75 pennies, where it's very close right now. So let's watch OSRH, a clean hold off the volume-weighted average price, quite frankly. Nice bottoming tail candles, all of which defended at 65. My concern is that 75 level ends up being a bit of a resistance level. Well, 74 before 75. And the reason I say that is this consolidation area here near the highs used 74 as support. So let's see if we can get above 74 decisively, let alone 75 on a closing basis, and then that could possibly get me back into the trade. But OSRH also really looking quite good, 60.5% with ample amount of volume, about 167 million shares traded on the day. So you shouldn't have an issue with spread nor liquidity. So keep your eye out on that one. AKAN is not setting up quite yet in the way that I like. So it looks like it is failing. Again, 45, and this current candle on the 5-minute chart has turned red down into 43.91. So it's failing 44 again. I'm not quite interested in that one at the moment until I see a little bit more positivity from that rather than some lower lows and lower highs. Here we are back on OSRH, and you can just see the aggressive selling at 74. So That's the problem with these ones, right? You could encounter resistance at 74, and you could think, you've seen the worst of the resistance, and then you're right into that $0.75 level, and there's an equal amount of resistance, if not worse. So I'm not quite ready to punch in. There it is above 74 on the bid and the ask. Let's see if we can move up a little bit ahead of 74.11. There it is. Let's go and take this trade here. Joey, we're going to give this one the old college try. And there it is, failing 74 again. No continuity on that level. So we're going to be holding this one until I believe where the topping tail candle is about 72 pennies. We're going to give this one. But it's still dancing with 74 here, so we're going to keep a close eye here, bro. Yeah, absolutely, man. Okay, nice little move there. A strong uptick in Bitcoin. Clean flushes. This is what we're talking about, a follow-through via volume. And this is exactly what we need, man. A nice little move. But Gorov, Los Pollos, Tesla on fire today, and this is a pretty good pattern, right? Like you have that base at 368 starting to form, and then you open up on top of the range, and then off to the races it goes. And it hasn't really looked back since that point, so it's looking pretty good in my opinion. So nice work there on TSLA. Let's go IBIT, and let's get this continuation. Hopefully we don't want to establish a lower high on Walmart. Then we'll definitely have to take some more things into factor. Now, what was I going to pull up here? Oh, yeah, that's it. Wally's World right there. A nice strong uptick, but I don't like how we're starting to form that lower high as I was just mentioning. We need a follow through. Hopefully this isn't just a false break. There it goes. Come on. That's what we're talking about, wannabe trader, man. We're just holding on to that one. I'm going to Deontay Wilder this until essentially this previous high at 43.43. That's another 5 cents. There you go. A nice strong uptick, and you can see that the volume is kicking in. That's what we need, man. That's what we need in order for this trade to work, Adara.
Let's take a look here at Bitcoin. Now, it's worth noting BTC here on the daily chart is making another higher low. We still run into, I think, probably the most obvious level of resistance here, around 79 halves. Right now, not really anywhere near there, around 76 halves. I also want to mention here, interesting note coming from Glassnode, which I guess analyzes crypto trading volume. Spot Bitcoin trading volume as of yesterday fell below $8 billion. That is the lowest level for spot Bitcoin trading volume since October of 2023. So 2.5-year lows for spot Bitcoin trading volume. I can't find really a reason for this, but again, given the volatility as of late, Bitcoin analysts, crypto analysts are seeing this as significant. Glassnode themselves, so again, compiled this data, said that, quote, such low volume environments often coincide with reduced market depth and heightened sensitivity to flow shifts. So keep an eye here on that. If I see more about these Bitcoin trading volumes in the coming days and weeks, I'll keep you posted. But either way here, higher low or for BTC as we continue to await another test potentially of that 80,000 level. We'll take a look at Ethereum quickly as well. ETH continuing to look distinctly different from Bitcoin after at least a couple months there of trading very close to Bitcoin, continuing to make lower highs on the day from that 2450 peak we made on Friday, April 17th. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes, man. A clean move up into 43.44, so we surpassed that target. I'm like, no, we can continue to climb, but we reject that level. And this is honestly worst case scenario. This is the last 5-minute print that you want to see all the way up here above a resistance zone and the volume supporting that. So yeah, that's not too good of a look. You break through. Could that be the final liquidity grab? You can see on the 1-minute time frame an uptick in the vol as well. And then sure enough, you just fall 10 cents. In half the time that it took to climb there. So that is absolutely worst case scenario there on Bitcoin as the volume kicked in, but now starting to come right back into the middle of the range, Sharif.
All right, brother. I see HCA Bovin. Yeah, it's not my favorite. I see it's making a move off VWAP. It's just the downtrend is a little too aggressive for me. I'm going to need to see a little bit more HCAI, the number one gapper in the market right now, up 100%. But it doesn't fit my profile at the moment. So I'm going to steer clear of that until I see, a decided move, maybe above 12.5, something like that. It's just got to break trend. Right now, it's still got the lower high trend going on. All right, OSRH, still looking for that possible 72 defend here. I'm keeping a close eye on the 5-second chart, pardon me. And we're still putting in a lower high, lower low trend on that chart. So I'm looking for a decided break there locally of that trend before I maneuver into this one again. But I do like it. I like the fact that it's above the 10 moving average. It's above that 70 penny area, but it's got to change the tune locally on the smaller time frame. so that I can see, you know, the winds of change are coming in the long direction. Currently, that isn't happening. So got to keep clear of that one at the moment. Nothing really doing on my side here. Quite frankly, VLN is losing the bid. AKAN is not really doing what I'm looking for. But here's OSRH, kind of changing trend here, breaking back up a little bit. Let's see if we can get above 73. We got 72.99 on this one. Good look. So let's put in the risk parameters so we have an idea of what we're going to do. Set point 7299. So my 1R on this one fixed is going to be 77. So that's quite ambitious, right? Because the high of the day is about 79.11. I'd like to see a move above 75. That helps me rest a little bit easier. Why? Because the two prior candles did reject off that level. So we'll see if we can kind of hold trend. Now, if we lose 71.5, I'm out because that's a local area low. So this would just be a lower high and probably a cover rally for the shorts, right? Especially if it fails the levels that I just articulated, 74 to 75. So looking for a 71.5 hold. 71.5 hold doesn't hold. I'm out. That's a penny and a half risk risk I'm willing to take on this specific trade. If it doesn't hold, doesn't hold. And that's why, see, Bovin, this is why I didn't want to touch it. This is why I didn't want to touch it. Is look what it did. It lured everybody in at 11.5, then it dropped down into 10. Now, it's not over for HCAI, right? It's straddling VWAP, albeit from the south side, but look at the trend. The trend is quite decisively lower high. And that's why I want to stay away from this one. But I did see the big move, and I hope you printed on it, brother, because I know you scalped below VWAP. That's just not something I'm willing to do with Joseph.
Yeah, man, I don't know, man. This is crazy. Like we were talking about, you get that breakout, you run into that zone, and then it's, I mean, I don't know what the probability of this is actually starting to print, but this is not what you want to see. Push price all the way up to 43.43, and then straight down all the way, like dropping 15 cents as quick as you'd like, as Shreve would typically say. So that's not good. So what did I do? I removed half of my position. We'll leave the other half remaining. I mean, it would have been nice up there. I should have posted up at 42 like I said I was going to, but I'm like, you know what? If we're going to run with volume supporting us, right? Like there's no reason stopping volume, I guess, as you climb higher, and then sure enough, you have that last liquidity grab, and then you move right lower. We are currently bouncing off of VWAP, which isn't bad, but at this point, I think Walmart is going to breach the high of the day, so we'll take that one left, right, and center as Walmart is continuing to climb here, and I think at some point you will breach that 131.32 level with an all-time high of approximately 134. All right, I don't know if we're going to head there necessarily today, but the way things are looking, maybe by the end of next week or a little bit sooner. So not too bad here on Walmart, holding the full position for that move, and we're going to try to hold it. And same thing, I removed half, Walmart continuing to climb, Bitcoin bouncing off. This is what I was talking about earlier, Gore. We had that turtle shell price action right below the volume weighted average price as the overall market slowly starting to come back in. So you have that first hour of selling, hour and a bit, and then now you recover. You couldn't quite get to opening price here on the NASDAQ. You get past OP here on the SPY, and then you slowly start to come back in. So I'm glad that we took that break-even trade a little bit more. Nonetheless, I think we'll be able to get a better price here if we are going to recover on NVIDIA. I thought there'd be some more buyers stepping in. Like it's like, hey, we bounce off of that 198.76 level on this name, and then off to the races you go, and you recover and head back into 210. But for me, I think it's just a hard buy. I'm going to start to grab a little bit more. I know I've been saying that for the past couple of days. I didn't want to grab the all-time high, so I'm happy that we're getting this pullback, and I think 200, even the 195s are good levels for me to start allocating a little bit more to the port, and even for a swing trade. There goes Walmart, new HOD up 2.5%. Oh, not quite. Pretty close, though, so we'll take that. Qualcomm starting to come back in, and Tesla printing an inverted right around its highs there, Sharif. So I wouldn't be surprised if you get some form of a pullback here.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on VLN, guys. I do see it, but it's I don't know. It's okay. Refreshing here. Give me a sec. Into VWAP it goes, 255 high. I tried this one initially, but it didn't hold, and now it's got a four candle red setup on VLN on the 5 anyway. It's VWAP here, so you could give this a try or hold up at the $0.25. It's not really my favorite, okay? I'm watching AKAN because it's changed its tune here a little bit, but it's still encountering resistance. Feels like a bit of a double bottom, kind of, here on the 1, at least off that 42 level, and here it is again, back into the high 44s, and looking to take out 45. We're seeing 44.85 here. Step in on the ask. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up and take out some sellers there, but it's also still putting in lower highs, right? AKAM, that is. I don't want to get in here when it's still putting in those decided lower highs. Now, obviously, if I wait for 46, high 45s, get a worse price, but at least I get some sort of confirmation. Here we go. We opened up a new candle, right? 45 buyer here. Let's see if we can weasel on up. Seller at 79. This one's looking good here. It could could breach 46. 45.79 is what we're seeing. A bit of a drop now into the 60s. Let's see if we can kind of ride this one into some highs. Aggressive selling at 46, dropping us down right back into 45 and a third. There's 45 again. Do we lose 45 though? Or is there buyers that are going to step in at 45? This candle's turning into an ugly looking candle, and it losing 45, wowzers, into 44 and change. Right back above though. Right back above on the ask, not quite on the bid though. So continuing to watch here, that probably lured in a bunch of traders. Let's see if it recovers and tries to make another attempt here at 46. It's holding current bar low. I mean, no. It's below 45 decisive. Wow, Joey, this thing is just all sorts of volatile. Take over for a second, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. There goes the HOD, 2.6% here on Wally's. I mean, let's take half off here. All right, no, we'll take 30%, right? We'll leave a little bit more for a runner. So let's rock and roll there on Wally's. Boom, we'll take some off there as it put in a new HOD. Let's see if it's going to continue to climb. Is that a strong uptick? We'll keep an eye on the tape. I mean, this thing's typically a slow mover, but maybe what we're seeing is a slight rotation out of some of the tech names and into the staples. All right, how's Costco been performing on today? And we'll look at Procter & Gamble momentarily. Costco, how have you been doing? 2.6% on Walmart, 1 1/5 here on Costco. P&G, how are you doing? Bang, let's see if you can beat. No, oh, okay, about 0.4%, so not horrible, right? Above VWAP, looking like it wants to climb towards this key pivot level. Still sitting in this IBIT trade. It's an absolute chop fest over here, so be cautious with this one, guys. You want to obviously get in at the lower end of the range. If not, you're just going to be getting chopped and screwed essentially within this range here between 40.18s and 40.25s. So, yeah, nonetheless, let's head over to our scanner. We'll take a look at that. We got Shreve small caps on our radar as well. We'll take a look at who's putting in the most volume today. INTC up there on the top of the list. NVDA, 96 million shares. INTC with 80. Shreve sent me the truth yesterday. Once again, Intel.
I sent it to Neil too, because I knew Neil would get a kick out of it.
Yeah, once again, Intel.
Right away, he took credit. You know it was coming. Like, you just know it was coming.
It's coming,
right?
man. Boom, right there. Like, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sick, truth, bang.
Yeah.
Climb $5 higher from that level. So, I mean, some good action over there. AAL. How has RCL been performing? We had Sia bring us that infographic earlier this morning on that one. Up to 1161. Let's see how we are. Boom.
Joey, AKN is ripping.
Go ahead.
Guys, we just took it into the area high there, 46.25 best. No, way higher. What am I saying? 47 and change we took there. Why is my thing 46 and change? Yeah, 46.80s we just got there. Here it is again, right below 46. How did I get that print? It's not showing me that it even made it up there on my other platform, whatever. But this one looks like it's changing its tune. Now, the problem is it's awfully volatile. It'll drop $1 very, very quickly. So that has to factor into your stop placement. I've been stopped out quickly a couple of times. I'm very positive on this one. But look at these, these entries over here. I was able to, I got in, but I got stopped out super aggressive because I wasn't giving my stop enough room. So continuing to watch this. It's changed trend in my opinion because it held the 10. It breached that 45 area where we had a lot of selling. But the problem is it's that 45, 46 area that keeps showing up as a level of resistance. 47 as well, it's like almost every dollar that there's resistance. But I like the double bottom off 42 on the 1 minute chart, and then the breach of that neckline right there of the double bottom at around 45. And here is 46 again. And now we're above 46 momentarily. It feels like this one, if it gets an aggressive buyer, it's going to squeeze a lot of shorts. I feel like they're setting up between 46 to 47. That's where the shorts are setting up. I think if we can take that level out, we're squeezing into 50. It's about getting in at the right time and putting in the right stop placement so that you're not maneuvered out or bamboozled out of this. So yeah, continuing to watch here, Joey. I don't think that the entry right now is right for me. This candle is turning into a red doji candle with basically no body and equidistant upper and lower wicks. So that isn't this setup for me. People are saying RPGL is moving up. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Let's take a quick look. RPGL is ripping like an RPG to the high side there, baby. 228 high, Bovin. Great call. Look at that flat top break at 2. I hope you took that, Bovin, because that is clean as hell. RPGL up a very respectable 53 and 4/5% on the day. It is a little illiquid, though, having only done on the day. Where the hell is it? 5.93 million shares on a $2 and $5 name. That is not that much, quite frankly. But hey, we'll trade it if it sets up in the right way. Also, VLN is losing VWAP. There was an individual in the chat there that says, I'm new to trading. I don't know what a scanner is. So I want to take the opportunity here to go through that, because I think it's important that newer viewers kind of follow along so they stick around. So this is what we're showing here, Assassino. This is a scanner, okay? The scanner is scanning based on the parameters that you enter it into it. So if I want to say scan for all the stocks that are at their 52-week highs, the scanner can do that for me. If I want the opposite, 52-week lows, the scanner can do that for me. Also, if I want a scanner that only scans for halted stocks, it can do that for me. The point is, there's a lot of pre-programmed scans for the scanner. Let me make my case to you. All the software programs are a little bit different, so you're gonna have to maneuver yours in a bit of a different way. But look at this. Look what I have over here. Assassino, are we able to zoom in on this area over here? Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. So look at this. Top percentage gainers, top percentage losers, most active by dollar, most active by average dollar, halted, closest to limit up and limit down. There's just so many different types of scanners. The one that I use, super simple, top percentage gainers. Those are the names that are up the biggest percentage-wise on the day. Those are the ones that I want to know about, because they're typically small caps. When they move 100%, you're not usually a large cap or a mid cap moving 100% of the day, right? So that's what I'm thinking there. Then I have just 2 filters for that top percentage gainers. I say to the computer, only show me the top percentage gainers that are above 25 pennies. So one, I have a price filter. And then I also say to the computer, only show me the top percentage gainers that have done over 1 million shares on the day, right? So that way I've got the price that I want, the minimum bottom price that I want, as well as the minimum volume that will be required for me to get into a trade. And then this populates. So top percentage gainers above 25 pennies and doing more than 1 million shares on the day. And then you basically just filter them or organize them in order of which one is highest and which one is lowest. So this scanner is super helpful to finding relatively obscure names that you and I wouldn't know about, right? Because they're not popular stocks. But using the scanner, Joey, you're able to find them quick as you like.
Yeah, great explanation. Way to that's how essentially you filter out all the noise, screen it all out. Because so I remember when I first started trading, it's like, okay, my scanner was relatively simple. I wanted to see 1 million shares traded. Right? In the pre-market, I want to run that scan. I want to see every stock that has 1 million shares traded. What typically pops up every day? NVDA, not necessarily at the time, it was worth a lot more before it split, but Apple. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, Apple, we could trade this every day. But no, there's a lot of bamboozlement. The float is huge. And sure enough, it's just like, hey, man, this stock takes a lot in order to move the price action. And I actually blacklisted trading Apple from an intraday standpoint for quite some time. By the way, I'm all out of IBIT. This thing is an absolute complete, doesn't know what it's doing. There's a ton of indecision here within all of these price actions. You can see the orderliness throughout that first 15-minute drive, right? Nice, strong, bullish candles. You come back in, you print this right at VWAP, but it's like, okay, yeah, there is buying pressure within this, but it's like move down to the zone. Oh, okay, we break through. Oh, okay, no, let's put an inverted over here. And then now it's just like buying. At some point, can it break out? Yeah, but I had to get out break even on that one, okay? Am I going to be re-engaging? I don't know. Time will tell. Right now, we just sit on Wally's World right now as it's continuing to climb. 131.50, almost 3% on the day here, Sharif. So I think we're seeing a slight rotation into some of the staple names. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the best performing sectors. You guys know what time it is.
Where is it, Joey?
Know what time it is.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
It's all right.
Look at this property manager, man. She's trying to tell me that the condo gym, they're going to start booking different equipment. Like, I get if you want to book the elliptical or whatever, like, because you're going to be on it for like half an hour, right? And nobody else can come on it. But, like, you can't book the bench and the machines.
Madness,
that's
man.
crazy.
That's crazy.
Man, I got to run for the board on this.
You got to get
Honestly,
on that board.
I got to get on that board. I just don't have time.
Just be, yeah, I know. You just gotta be like, yo, I'd be like, yo, let's just cut all the regulatory crap.
Yeah.
And just get doing things. All right, Sharif, let's get into these
Get it,
sectors.
Joey.
I know you got something going on here.
it's okay.
Industrials leading the way. Healthcare sitting in second place. Utilities, consumer staples, the name that we are trading here today in Walmart. Consumer staples up 1.3. A whole lot of green. Financials holding on to it as well. 0.25%. We'll take that. Consumer discretionary, same thing. And then communication service, quarter. So the only real red one here is the tech. Like, come on, tech. What is this garbage?
What happened, Joey?
Down 0.5%. The only one, but let's not get it twisted here, folks. We know this. We've seen this story before. It's either it's going to take an absolute beating or it's going to do the beating. And it's like, oh, man. Like, what do? We missed out on the AMD run. We missed out on the all of these runs, but then it does typically get hit the hardest. Over the past year, in the IWM, the best performing indice here, guys. With
Which one, Joey?
IWM, my boy, 41.5% in the past year. Q's 39.32. Are you in something?
No.
Oh, you're
bro,
you're doing that for the
IWM because I trade small caps.
You trade
man.
put it together, man. God, jeez. Who hired this guy? Anyways, nonetheless, guys, SPY sitting in around a little bit below 30%, but that's not too bad, right? Let's take that into consideration. And the Dow in last place, but I thought the Dow was the market, Donald.
Yeah.
What happened
I love
there?
the fact that he
performing one.
Because he's so old.
Yeah.
He's born the same year as my mom, Dukes, 49.
Oh,
right?
yeah?
So he's old. Let's be honest about
he's
it.
up
So
there.
the Dow used to be, like the king of the market.
Yeah,
See, you're looking at the Dow. No, not anymore, man. It's come on. It's the NASDAQ, it's the SPY, right?
But we do have a couple of kings in the Dow, Sharif. You know where I'm going to head with this one? No? Caterpillar.
Oh, you want to talk about Caterpillar?
I know. Hold on.
I'm willing to talk about Caterpillar if you want to talk about Caterpillar.
Let me talk about it here for a second because I don't know anybody who's in this name. I don't know anybody.
Caterpillar.
We love Caterpillar. Neil loves Caterpillar. Sharif may or may not be in it. I'll let him disclose that. But that's all I hear every morning now is Caterpillar and Bloom Energy. I'm just like, all right, man, let me sit down here and get things rolling. 891 continuing to climb. But as Brenda was talking about this morning, you're spending all this money and someone has to really start the build out. You have to dig the foundations. You need to use all of the machinery. Mitch was talking about, he's like, we need to get the dozers in there, the rock trucks, the excavators, the rollers, and everything along those lines in order to establish and really start this build out. And this name, Caterpillar and John Deere, being at the forefront of that. And then we also, our boy Mateo over in the back office there, Sharif, likes concrete names.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he's from Woodbridge, right? So that does
put the two together. Makes a lot of sense. But no, the concrete play, right? For those who don't know, Woodbridge, Ontario.
No one's going to understand that unless you're from Toronto,
But
right?
no, the concrete play is a good one. You have to pour the foundations.
Yeah, man.
And it gets expensive as well, too. So
Okay, before we go to Adara, Joey, Skills, SKLZ, pardon me, ripping up. AKAN, ripping up as well. It's taking out 46. It's on the way to 47. I think that is really where a lot of the shorts are sitting and or the sellers. I think if 47 gets cleared decisively, we're going to be Halt City. Halt City. Let's see if we can get up there. We're going to Adara.
Benign Cloudflare here, guys. NET to the upside. Cloudflare apparently announcing that through a new protocol they built with Stripe, AI agents are now able to create accounts, start paid subscriptions, buy domains, and deploy apps for users. So again, new AI agent deployment, I guess, happening here through Stripe. Cloudflare still saying also, though, that users are required to approve access and accept terms. The rest of the flow is able to run end-to-end through this AI agent program. Again, NET getting a little bit of a spike here on that news.
Thank you. Somebody asked me to do some TA for AMD. I like the higher lows. I don't necessarily like that aggressive sell Sorry, let me put in the ticker so everybody else can follow along. I'm also keeping a close eye here on AKAN as it's dancing around 47. As I mentioned, 47 to me, big resistance level. So I don't like that flush, but looks like maybe somebody was taking some profits on that that open, market on open. Double bottoms there in the 333. 333 stood out yesterday in the aftermarket as a clear area of support. Take a quick gander at us holding that level. So it does jive that we hold that level. And then we make a higher low. Looks as if it was at 338. There was a buyer there in the pre. I don't know. I like the higher lows. What I do want to see, though, is a decisive clearing of 350 because we're south of that right now. Look, you broke through 350 momentarily, but the selling came in quite aggressive all the way down to 345.5. Oh, no. AKAN is ripping, man. This is what happens when you start doing TA. It's ripping, Joey. It could be on the way. There's 49. Let's see for the dips into 48 if we can kind of pick up a quick dip off that level. Looks like there's a buyer at 48.5. We're going to Adara.
Comments on watch here from Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon. He's saying that new AI chip business from Qualcomm is going to be material by next year, 2027. QCOM not moving too much here on this, but again, strong post-earnings performance and CEO Cristiano Amon indicating their new AI chip business could be material by next year. Back to you.
All right, man, I don't even have it, but we'll do this. Wally's World here, hitting $1 here approximately off that bounce on the volume weighted average price. A nice strong movement, guys. We're going to hit 3% here momentarily on the day. A nice re-entry on NVDL. Bitcoin looks like it's going to break up soon. So this consolidation, maybe we just had to get out of that 5-minute time frame and head to something a little bit higher and just eliminate some of the noise. Oh man, this thing is actually really ripping. We pieced some out here on NVDL on that re-entry. There's a 5-minute indecision print on that low. I was using this previous base of $94 as my stop. We did get an uptick, but now we're starting to slowly come in. But nonetheless, Walmart doing its thing. And watch out for this breakout in Bitcoin. A long time consolidation and accumulation right here. I wouldn't be surprised if we really get rocking and rolling. We still have this trend intact. And there's a 5-minute candle sitting on top of it. So a lot of fake out and indecision prints that were just misleading essentially. So, oh well, we took it. We took a little bit of profit on it. Nothing that we wanted, but there it is, man. It's there it goes. It's a breaking out. So yeah, it's unfortunate we missed that train.
All right, looking here for a hold of 47 on AKAN. If this was going to be the real resistance level, I'm looking for it to act as support now. We're out of the money, man. We're $1 out of the money right now, but I'm looking for a hold. This was part of my plan to allow it to come back into 47. The only lament that I have is I didn't add at that level. There it is, back into 48.30. Looking for another attempt to breach prior bar high. The high of the day is 49.12. Zigging and zagging at 48. No continuation quite yet into 50, but we are so close to 50. You'd think the buyers would be stepping in here quite aggressively into that $50 area, but maybe 49.12 is as good as we're going to do on the day. Now you can see aggressive selling at 48, dropping back down now into 47.5. I'm going to pack the patience here, Joey, into 47. If 47 doesn't hold, then I'm out. I'm keeping a close eye, though, on the local sellers in and around 48, because look at that. They're stepping in aggressively here at 48. But that means two things. Obviously, one, it means we reject if we can't clear them. But if they do get removed, usually there's an aggressive price spike up above that 48 level, typically 40, 50 pennies. Really, there's no hard and fast rule. It depends on the name. But that's what I'm watching right now. I'm looking for a 47 hold. All
right. What's Wendy's doing? Yeah, we know it. Sometimes it's all true. I would still want to post about it. Okay, yeah. But let's not speak like that. Nonetheless, here it is. NVDL, guys, starting to come back in against us. 94.53. That's a pretty good one. And we're still sitting in the same Walmart trade. Starting to come back in. So that chop just living up to its name in IBIT. So we'll avoid that. We'll see if we can find something else. How's Google been performing? We have Tesla up here, Walmart. I was looking to go long this Meta via FBL here. So this is a 2x leverage play. We're starting to pull back. I might have to just trail this out. Yeah, let's trail out here on NVDA via NVDL. This thing's down 8%, so down 4% in the underlying asset. Now, as for this, nice trend, right? Nice steady grind. I don't know if today's going to be the session where we recover, but at some point we will. So I'll be keeping my eyes on it. I'll use this as my vehicle to trade. And then once we start to establish, I mean, we zoom out a little bit and you can see on the 5-minute time frame, multiple downtrends have been broken, right? So there it is, bang, to the downside. And then sure enough, we start to climb a little bit higher. Yeah, what do you got, Sharif?
This is ripping up, Joey. Here is the high of the day, and we added into the freaking low. Give me my money, man. We're up big on this one. Let's go. We're looking for the move into 50, Joey. We got 47.72. We got to look for the clearing of 50 here. Let's see. Can we hold 49? Joey, it's a 49.54 high of day. I'm looking for that 45 move. Anything below 48 now, we're going to move up to stop. We're going to look to basically take profits and get the hell out of there because this thing is quite aggressive. Looking for a hold of 48. We're not getting quite the move into 49, but it is a 49.54 high day. The only way I got those prints, guys, I had resting orders there. I would have never been able to get that if I had thrown up the order in real time. Number one, because the offset wouldn't have got me printed. I have like a 3-penny offset on my hotkeys. That's number one. Number two, you probably would have gotten the bid price, not the ask. There it is into 49 again, Joey. And there's the print into the high of the day. 49.98. Let's go. Can we get the 93 seller? We're still holding here. I'm looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can pop up above 50. Big selling, Joey, into that $50 area. I'm getting lit up. This is a good name. Let's see if we get into 100. We're going to pause. Or are we? We're going with Dare.
Just going to start with a piece of news that just came out here on DIS. Now, the stock actually isn't really reacting to this, but just be aware, getting comments from FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr making some allegations about Disney. We know as of yesterday, we heard they're going to be reviewing or conducting an early review, rather, of Disney's TV licensing. So just again, be aware, FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr chatting about DIS. Let's talk, though, about this market because there is a lot to discuss, lots of wild moves here for the Qs. We got here to actually just above yesterday's post-market lows. A lot of crazy herky-jerky reactions on Meg 7's earnings, which we'll get to in a second. But we rebounded quite nicely from the lows. As of right now, though, still very much within, as I mentioned, the pretty intense highs and lows of yesterday's post-market and today's pre-market action. So kind of range-bound action more or less here for the NASDAQ, though, again, above yesterday's highs. Now that we've gone through that very range-bound NASDAQ, let's talk about earnings because we had a ton last night. Here's Meta, just kind of a review of some of the year-over-year growth for Meta this quarter. Now, the family daily active persons metric, I know there were some concerns about that, but other than that here, generally pretty strong growth. Costs and expenses, though, also up here to the tune of 35% year over year. We had Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Ford, Qualcomm, CMG all report yesterday after the bell. And tonight after the bell, we get Apple, AAPL, set to report at 4:30 p.m. You're also going to get SanDisk, Rivian, Roblox, and tons of others. So please join us at the aftermarket show. Just stay with us till 4 p.m. We'll have those earnings for you. BYND also on watch here, guys, and Beyond Meat. Actually, with quite a fascinating catalyst, we had Defense News reporting that the Army is considering moving towards meatless protein options specifically for food rations, and that they're already looking at contractors who can provide them with samples of alternative proteins. That's obviously going to be a great look for a company like BYND, and it's to infinity beyond for this stock until it gets to the $1 level. We'll have to see if we can break above that $1 level, but we're going to buzz right over here to Neil for his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thanks, Dare. To infinity and beyond for Beyond Meat. I don't even know how far it would have to go to be infinity on that stock, but you know what? The lesson of the day here is when the market does this, and I'm going to pull up the Qs because it's better to demonstrate the downward trend we have. You had all of those all those hyperscaler and Mag 7 names, 4 of them reporting, Qualcomm reporting. There was some ups and some downs, but for the most part, if you look at what was going on with tech, all pre-market, it was just higher lows, higher highs, and then they absolutely rugged it. Right? They get rugged, didn't hold VWAP, didn't hold the pre-market low, didn't really hold prior close. There were some bounces along the way, but it was very, very nasty on the downside. And if we're being real about it, that's lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. The first higher low on a 3-minute came at 10:30 almost. And then it still even took out that bottom to double bottom. You can make the argument that maybe you could say here it turned into a long, or maybe in here or somewhere in there. Whatever it is, you might have had to wait like an hour. But if you waited for it, or if you caught it, it was certainly worth it. So it comes down to if you're looking to buy the dip when you have a day like today, It's just a matter of making quality decisions along the way. Right? If you end up with some longs, you know they're going to work. They end up working out eventually. But it's that quality. Like, try to make the right decisions, and ultimately, you're not always going to be right. Like, I'll be the first to admit, like, I don't know that I probably should have moved to stop on IBIT. Took most of it out, and it shouldn't matter how much you have out or how much you have left. You should trade the trade. Like, I probably should have gone out when it lost at VWAP there instead of just leaving the stop in. But the first decision made was, okay, well, while we're falling, is something relatively strong? And that was the first place that I was trying to hold on to things. And the answer was yes for IBIT. Now, it's not really doing much more with it, another little VWAP action here. But that's the first decision you have to make. If you can find something relatively strong like IBIT, maybe you happened your way into like an Apple, as it was starting to make some higher lows, then that's a good first step on a dip, right? Like, as the market was continuing to make lows, Apple made the one low, then higher low, and then it's already turning into a long. So there can be instant relative strength, or there can be just relative strength that happens a little bit down the line. But once you establish that, it's easier to be buying the longs in that particular instrument. And then the other side of it comes down to, if you are catching the absolute falling knife, just listen to the market. Right? Like, I want to try to find places where I know why I got in. I look back on it, and if it loses, I can live with it. It was a double bottom, got a higher low. It did wipe out bottom there and was able to get back in the same entry price. Thought it could maybe push into VWAP. I wanted to hold it to VWAP, but you can see it cresting at a resistance spot. Even tried an in and out there for a continuation trade after I was out. Like, I know why I'm trying to make the trade, but I'm not forcing it to go further than it wants to go. Ultimately, for all traders out there, it just comes down to how do you manage the days where it's tough, or it puts you to the test, like the long really puts you to the test, or where you're holding stuff against you, or your thesis is wrong. How are you able to manage and navigate those kind of days? And I find it comes down to, can you always stay within one shot of maybe it's getting it all back, right? Or maybe it's one shot from having a good day. And that comes with discipline. Because especially on these V-shaped kind of days where you get that heavy put to the test to the downside, something probably worked for a long at some point. But can you be alive for it? How much did you have to draw down before you got it to work? Can you make it all back if one thing pushes back? And that all stems from discipline. Can you defend every single trade that you make, whether it worked or not? You know, like, do I want to get back into silver? Sure I do, but is the thesis right? The first one, it broke a trend. Might have missed it on the way up, and we leave the order in. Get the long. Doesn't break the prior bar. Get away, sticky keys. Can't break VWAP. Get out. Holds the double bottom, holds a higher low. Can't break VWAP. Give it another chance. Can't break VWAP. And now I'm done with it because the market's going higher and it's making lower highs. So each time, okay, it was okay. Didn't go all the way, but every time I got in, waited for an opportunity, and then struck, and then listened to what the market is telling you. And that's when I say, I'll speak for myself, when I say keep things tight to the vest or control your losses, be disciplined, be patient, it always means I might like a direction, I might look bounce, but every single execution needs to have a reason behind it. Every single execution should have a reason behind it. Not just I think we're going up, or not just because I think I'll take some profit here. What am I doing and why am I doing it? And on a day like today, if you can answer that question, I think it's a little bit easier to navigate those dips, to not get yourself blown out. And, you know, ultimately that's what it comes down to for trading. The V-shaped bottoms are the best kinds of days, right? You get something, you hold on to it, you're going to be good to go. But if you can be more efficient on that way down, or waiting for actual signals for each of your trades, you'll only be that much better in the long run. I'll give you the update on the lunch. The pork, little bit dry. Flavor good, but a little bit dry with the pork there. So I can probably give it and again, the rice was really plain, so like a 6.8. We'll go for like a 6.8 on the lunch so far. And then it was Brussels sprouts, which I didn't necessarily love. Not a big fan of those. Good luck the rest of your trading. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Apple, hopefully that'll do good after the bell, which we'll be covering for you as we throw you back over to Sharif and Joe, the professor and Mr. Options.
Yeah, we typically have good lunches, man. I mean, we're not gonna play like, yeah, Neil got real close.
Joey. AKAN is ripping up. There is the new high of day, $51 freaking dollars. Joseph Wilson.
Man. All right, let me finish. What was I about to say? Yeah, no, it's all right. Anyways, what I was getting at is Neil mentioned something. Is like you always putting yourself just one win away from just going back positive. I don't know if it's just me. Like, regardless if I'm 1 or 2 wins away, I just essentially, I always think that I'm just one more move away. I don't know if that's just the mentality that I have, regardless of what it is. I could be down, like almost shut down. I'm just one trade away. Not to discredit what he was saying, but he's right. But it's also, I think, a mindset of just being like, all right, if you can continue, I'm like, we're just one away. We're just one away. It's in the grasp, right? What's that? Throw it back to what Neil said, to Neil there.
Get it, Neil.
You made a really good point. Sorry, I'm just eating another bite. The other thing about being one win away, and Luis said something along these lines, and I meant to bring this up because Luis said something when trading short trades where, okay, well, if I lose on this trade, then I'm going to have to take more shares to make back that loss, and then the third time, more shares to take back that loss. It's very important that you determine what type of a trader you're going to be. Now, are you a trader that if you make a trade and you try, like, I like reversion trades, right? So I could try to buy the dip on a trend break, and the first time I take it, you say you lose like $100. Are you taking more shares to make that back when you get back in? Or are you just making the same trade because that's the trade setup? That's two very distinct styles. Now, a trader that is like myself, I'm not jumping around saying, well, if I'm down, I need to use more shares the second time through. That way it doesn't have to move as much for me to get the money back. I don't trade that way. So when I say move, like every trade, I'm not treating them drastically differently if it's the same setup. So the way I see it, the only way you can be one trade away if you lost 2-3 times in a row is that one sort of works all the way. You need to be able to make 2-3x on that trade relative to your risk. That's what it comes down to. If you are a trader who is going to, and I'm not saying everybody is, it doesn't really matter. If you are willing to just simply say, if I'm down, the next one is going to be for more, and then if it goes even further, the next one's going to be for more, then yeah, you are always, regardless, going to be in that. It could be a mindset, like Joe says, but you can structurally take that kind of a mentality. Luis does. That's not something that I do, but it is possible. I think that's incredibly risky because what ends up happening if you require I'm going to take more shares the next time. If I lose once, I take 100 shares and take 200 the next time. If I lose, I'm going to take 400 shares the next time. If I lose, I'm going to take 800 shares the next time. The problem with that, and why I've never seen it work long-term for traders in terms of being profitable consistently, is you always have to be wary of the blow-up. And inevitably, that style, at least when I've seen it deployed, inevitably that style leads to gigantic blow-ups. And it's very difficult to manage that style where you're going to hold your winners long enough. Because remember, you're going to be in like max shares if you lost 3-4 times in a row. And then now all of a sudden you have to hold that the entire move when you don't usually have maybe that amount of shares because usually things work out for you. But if you take the max hit, you're just smoked. It's a very difficult way to trade. And I'm not saying you can't do it. It's just I'd rather have the mentality of I can always just get a good one. And I know your style, Joe. I know you're a disciplined trader. You accept your losses when you're out. Not everybody can do that. Be wary of that mentality of just take more shares the next time than if it goes half the move, I can make it all back. Like that kind of a thing, while mathematically true, can get you into a lot of trouble as a trader. Anyways, just wanted to clarify that, and hopefully that made sense.
Absolutely.
All right, Chief.
Yeah, just holding here, looking for a 51 3/4 hold. It doesn't look, oh, wow, it just ripped up here. Continuing to watch. We're in at 34s. It's showing me 40. Nothing to do here. There's a seller basically at 50, 40, and basically between 25 to 50. 52, 25 to 50. Here it is, ripping up into 60. There it is. There's a new high a day. Looking up into 53. We've got $1 on this one. Looking for more. Okay. Continuing to watch. Looking for 55 now, quite frankly. Let's see if we can hold up at these levels. Anything below 52, Joey, ends the trade for me. Why are you doing that? Okay, continue to watch. 53 seller locally. Again, anything below 52 ends the trade. Looking for there it is again, Joe. Up into 53.69. Looking for a bigger move here. I'm looking for the whole dollar clearance. We're not quite seeing that quite yet. There it is, up into 60. Looking for a higher print here. And there it goes into 70. Let's wet the beak up here. Good trade. We can get back in with a little bit more now. Continuing to watch. Looking for a little bit more Joseph options. Let's see if 55 could come in. This has been a good trade. Quite frankly, as you can see, we've been in this right from the get-go. Very positive on it, looking for a little bit more. I'm not trying to be greedy, but this one has not shown you that the trade is over. It is absolutely ripping up, dropping back into 52. This could be a buy area here into 52. We stepped in. There's a buyer between 51 and 4/5 and 52, okay? And that buyer is stepping in, and you can see it locally there on the 5-second time frame, okay? And for the individual in the chat was like, this guy's getting excited over pennies. Brother, this thing's moving dollars in seconds, so I don't know what you're talking about pennies over there. So, yeah, okay. Continuing to watch, 53.88, Joey. You think we get into 55s?
I have no idea, man. I'm not even really paying attention to that stock, brother. But I know you, man. When you get rolling, you get fidgety in the chair. I'm like, all right, what do you got?
Well, this is like it's a mover, right? And it's not a $2 name. It's moving dollars, right? So immediately out of the money, you can find yourself. You know what I mean?
You can get in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
With that one, nonetheless, guys, we didn't re-engage. We're still sitting in this Walmart trade. Again, it's just coming in off of those highs. A curl over here that I'm not in love with. I mean, there's no reason for me to get out. Am I going to trail the stop? Yeah, probably back at 130, 140 if we do pull back into that zone where I had my previous outs. We could have tried to top tick this. I never re-engaged in this NVDL trade, so that one worked out for us a little bit. We had this one long. We take the break even, stop out. It starts to sell off a little bit, and then we re-engage and just gives us the ability to get into a better risk to reward. And now you can see we're slowly starting to curl over. I was looking at FBL. There is a trend line that's holding up right now, but one thing that we have to take into factor is that if a seller steps in, boom, a flush, 25.20, and it cracks and it heads towards the volume weighted average price, then it's like, oh, okay, maybe we can find an indecision print. I think at some point we will find a recovery. And I was mentioning that earlier, that you just have to be patient and wait for that day. So this is, I don't know why it says this is a 1.5 times, and I have something else telling me that it's a 2x.
Oh, FBL, they still have FB as the...
Yeah, I don't know why this thing's not changed, but it's saying it's a 1.5 leverage play, and then if we look on IB, it says 2x. So, I mean, it'd be good to know which one it actually is. We don't want it on Blue Ocean. But nonetheless, I'll probably be using this vehicle. We'll be patient and wait for that rebound in Meta, which I believe we'll get at some point. Maybe not this week, but sometime next week, all right? So other than that, guys, let's just continuously sit here in Walmart. Whoa, okay, I thought we had something pop up from a volatility standpoint. As you can see, we're starting to curl back over. 131.40 will trail that stop out. You're up 2.8% here today. And then Bitcoin, I mean, we can go over this countless times throughout the day. It's not doing anything right now. So we don't even know if we have that do something emoji, but we'll just do this. We'll take a long on it. Are we happy with it? Absolutely not. It worked out for us, but it's this, man. It's laughable. It's laughable. It's laughable. I mean, it's so unfortunate, but I mean, we'll probably have to wait another couple of months for this thing to really get into play, and when it is, that's when we start rocking and rolling and having a good time. But as for this, it's just chop city right now. The market is heading towards this level once again, so you have that volume-weighted average price bounce, and then now you're surpassing the opening price here on the SPY, so that's not too bad of a look, all right? So there is some signs of strength, as Kramer would typically say. There's a bull market somewhere. You just have to find it. It may not be in the chips here today.
Let's talk a little Apple, Joey. I want to get your thoughts on some Apple. What do you think going into the print tonight, Joseph?
I think sales are going to be good. I think China sales are going to be up.
I know.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I stand. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other consumables like laptops, aside from that, are down a little bit. iPad down.
Though? Remember that?
Yeah, that thing.
Could move the needle.
It could move the needle, but I think sales in iPad will be down, and then maybe some.
Yeah, the iPad. Yeah. And the thing is,
sorry, one more thing. Service revenue probably going to go.
You know what I heard from Turnus the other day, that they're going to double down on services, because everybody and their mother was thinking, all right, this guy's a product guy, he's an engineer, this, that, and the other. He's going to focus on actual devices. maybe to the detriment of services. I think he tried to put the kibosh on that narrative.
Yeah.
At least initially. Yeah. Let's see what he does IRL.
So right now, we know that we have this new management shift up. At some point, do you think you see Apple, if they happen to get Siri right at some point, like I'm not going to say kick Gemini to the curb, but they're paying them.
100%.
And they're like, why would we ever want to continue to pay these guys
100%.
if we can come something else? So it's something temporarily that comes up. And do you think they get into the cloud business as well too? I mean,
I don't know.
Right?
Well, they kind of are, right?
They are, right? Like, they have that, but it's
right?
not like the Neo cloud or anything.
Well, that's the thing. Well, and that's a great point you bring up, because Apple's moat has been on device inference. That's why they make the chips, and they've been pounding the table on that. So, and they're trying to sell it as a privacy thing.
Yeah.
They're like, we're not sending your information into the cloud possibly to be intercepted. It's going to be all on-device inference, if you believe where they're going, right? So I'd like to hear more about that.
They have the cash, man.
I wonder if he has a bigger role on the call today. Because, Timmy C's out September.
That's a good question.
Yeah, because he's probably going to lead the call. Obviously, he's still at the helm.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'd like to see if he has a bigger role and what kind of role he has at WWDC. Oh, so many on his
When does the 18 doesn't come out till next year, right?
September. It's always yearly.
Oh, this is September? Yeah, okay.
It's always yearly,
So we're already at the 18, which is crazy.
Guys, BYND, not BYD, that trades on the OTC market, is ripping up. BYND is up 22.33%. What the hell is happening? Oh, here it is. Let's look. Trading higher following reports suggesting the U.S. Army wants to manufacture meatless proteins for field rations. Okay, yeah, I can see that. What's the
brother?
Yeah, what happened?
Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
When unfortunately bombs are dropping and lead is flying around, as I typically say, do you think I'm worried about what I'm eating right now?
Okay, that's a great point. However, in order for you to do your job on the field, you need to be
nourished. But I understand that. But I mean, at the end of everything, when you have that adrenaline dump and it's just like when it's over, okay, it's just like feed me with something. I don't know.
Yeah, feed me something real.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Let's just read this quickly. Looking for meatless proteins for field rations, also wants to manufacture such proteins on the front lines to ease burdens on the supply chain. Service, according to sources from the Combat Feeding Division of the Army's Combat Capabilities Development Commander Soldier Center, quote, is exploring how the emerging alternative protein sector can help meet several objectives, including enhanced food supply chain resilience, enabling biomanufacturing of foodstuffs in the combat-forward environments, and providing tailored, high-quality nutrition to warfighters. Is there a dollar amount here? Like, what's the contract size? What's a duration? Or all these, like, there's nothing here. I don't even see any numbers. So, okay, nice headline, but nothing really concrete. In any event, the market doesn't really care about concrete numbers. That's child's play. I'm jesting, of course, but BYND looks really good here. Now, whether or not it's able to decisively clear the dollar, I think it's a 102 high on the day. Is it 102 or 101? 101.5 area high on the day. Let's do some TA. Okay, so we're coming down from high. So we have been able to clear the dollar before, so that keeps me, a little optimistic about us definitely getting above the dollar. That's a clean hold, by the way, on the 200 EMA on the 4 hour, right? So not a bad look at all. What's the daily look like? Well, we all know what the daily looks like. Maybe we shouldn't look at that. Yeah, but BYND could definitely be a name that we get into on the day here. That is, of course, if AKAN would stop moving up. It's got all my attention. Here comes 55, Joey. 54.20 HOD. We're on the way to clearing 54. It's been a wick or two above 54, but no decisive print. This is all gas right now. It is a great look on AKAN. I don't think we should be looking elsewhere until AKAN maybe starts losing 50. And for all those who felt maybe the trade was behind them, I hope you guys all got that clean 50 drop. I think it only breached 50 by like 50 pennies. It went down to 49.5. I hope you were able to give it room because it ripped up, as you saw there, another $4 off that level. Bovin, if the contract terms and the dollar were announced on BYND, I think it will get to 20. Yeah, brother, especially if the contract is quite lucrative for the company. We'll have to compare it, of course, to what the revenue stream is. But there goes AKAN into another high of day, 54.64. We're on the move here. The bias was 50. Now the bias is 55. And let me tell you something. If it clears 55, you don't know where that's from, eh?
Yeah, let me tell you something. You got the guy
that guy that was going to get bungee dropped.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Would you ever do
fighting
that?
for his life, Joey. He didn't want to drop.
Why do you even get on that thing if you're going to be that scared?
I
don't know if I would do that, to be honest with you.
Do you like roller coasters?
I used to when I was a kid. I haven't been to Wonderland in probably 10 years. Maybe a little bit less. And I'll be honest, I didn't have as much fun as I used to.
Last time you went?
I'm like, well, why did I used to do this?
Because it's fun. I don't know.
Do you like them still?
I used to. I have, as like you, almost the exact same. I haven't been in a hot minute.
I just get a rocking headache and nauseous.
Okay, so I do get nauseous, and that has something to do with ear fluid as you get older, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
I told you I get like extremely car sick as well too.
Yeah, get it, Joey.
FBL as it's continuing to climb up to $131.85.
Get it, Joey.
3%.
Can I say something too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm 1 for 4 on the day, but I'm decidedly positive. Isn't that crazy how that works out?
That's how that works. But I'm telling you, man, it's the
1 for 4 on the day and decidedly positive.
Neil got that stuck in my head.
Yeah, man. Neil's lesson yesterday was fire.
Yeah, it's always fire, to be honest with you.
Actually, it wasn't even the lesson. It was like something he was saying before they ended the midday or the morning show. It's like he was talking about risk and something to that effect. Basically, what Neil was saying was there's usually traders that show some sort of promise, but the problem is their losers end up being bigger than their winners. So even though, and I messaged him about that, like I immediately, because it hit home, right? So yeah, Neil dropped some fire yesterday, guys.
Yeah, see, the thing is, there's obviously a flip side to every coin. Bad case scenario, anyways, it was just a joke between my friends and I. One of my friends is telling about one of his co-workers. He's like, man, he's in some bad gambling debt, and us being us, we're kind of cracking about it and laughing, and he had to stop, right? Like, he had to stop. But then the running joke was just tell him that he's 1 win away from getting back to break even, which is a horrible gambling mentality. Yeah, no, it's a joke though, right? Like, we know it's not a good thing, but that's how I truly feel at times. Anyways, Walmart starting to come back in a little bit here. Bitcoin not doing anything. This might be our entry point on NVDL here, guys. Let's try it one more time. We're having that breakout in Facebook, 256.63. And yeah, continuing to climb. The market's still hovering above, so it's not too bad of a look. We have the SPY heading towards the pre-market highs. NASDAQ lagging here, and that's obviously being due to the fact that some of these chip names, the larger ones, that is NVDA, not participating in any form of a rebound here today. Before we go over off to Adira, Sharif, what do you have?
AVLN, new IPO. Thank you, Bovin, for this one. This one is ripping up. It's up 50%. It opened up at 26. It's got a 27, I think, 30 or 27.90 high. It's all green candles right now on the 5 on AVLN on the NQ. Adair.
Just keep an eye here on USO and the market. CNN reporting that the U.S. is now pressing foreign governments to join a new coalition in the Strait of Hormuz. Basically, this is going to be supporting freedom of navigation within the Strait of Hormuz as the Iran conflict continues. The coalition would be called the, quote, Maritime Freedom Construct, and it's aimed at establishing security within the Strait of Hormuz. So again, CNN reporting U.S. government asking foreign governments to join this reported Strait of Hormuz coalition. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we're in. There's a buyer at 27. If we lose the buyer at 27, I'm out. There's a seller. Here we go. Now we're up a little bit, looking for a little bit more. Where do we get in, Joey? 27.08. There it is, into another area high, looking for the clearing of the $0.50 here on AVLN. Shout out to the OG Bovin, calling this one out. There's 50. Nice. All right, keep looking for a little bit more. Oh, I took out everything there.
Uh-oh.
That was no good, Joey. That was no good. It's okay. We're going to get back in if it's warranted. AVLN looks good, guys. There's certainly a buyer at 27, and he was pretty staunchy. There's a seller, though, equally as staunchy here at 50 pennies, unable to print anything on the ask above 50, continuing to watch. Dropping back down now. I haven't seen anything above 50 pennies here. Look at the selling. coming in at 50. So this one could lose 27. Won't lose it without me, though. I'm going to look for the break above 50. We know there's a buyer at 27. We know there's a seller at 50. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. Now they're selling at 40. Here's 50 again. Continuing to watch. Let's see. Selling at 49. A lot of red coming in on the time and sales there. So not seeing enough green or orange. Green or orange are always bullish on my time and sales, guys. There it goes above 50. It is ripping up now into Sorry, where's my AVLN? How come it's not showing up? AV. I can't even see it on my, there we go, got it. Now it's a $28 high, guys. This is looking quite good. Good move here, 28.34 high. Aggressive buying here on AVLN. I hope somebody took this with me. AKN is halted down. I didn't even see that, Bovin. I'm focused on this one. This is $1 higher from the 27.5 seller that we had. AVLN is looking really good here, up 55%. We're going to get into some of the details on this IPO in a minute, but let's let the price action settle down here. Let's see if there's going to be a buyer at 28 in the same way that there was a buyer at 27 to kind of backstop the bleeding. We'll get in a little bit over here. Let's watch 28 buyer. So they are buying here at 28, generally 28.02, 28.01, something like that. I'm looking for the ask to drop down a little bit. Oh, it lost 28, Joey. Right back above 28 though. Okay, so the buyer's stepping in. Let's see if we can get a mid print here. I don't want to buy using my hotkey because it'll buy on the ask, and the ask is showing 21, and I don't want that. I'm looking more for around that 28 level. The bid keeps dropping below 28 though. Yeah, now the ask is below 28. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait for this one to reset again. Let's look. So 27.50 is the only other area where we saw initial resistance. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be buying between 28 and 27.50. It would have to be off that level, but it looks like it might be recovering here. Meta draws peak demand of about 96 billion for its U.S. bond sale. I guess they're trying to raise money every which way, Joey. They need a lot of money for that capex. Your friend Zuck there upped the capex for 26, and he said it's going to be higher in 27 as well. So no shortage of money requirements there, brother.
I just think it's a totally different ballpark between what Google has going on and obviously what Meta's got going on from a monetization standpoint.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. It is. It's not
like
the
Google
same.
stating the fact that the reason why they're spending more is just we doubled our backlog, and our cloud revenue would be significantly higher if we can keep up with the demand, but we just can't.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been complaining about that, like RPOs. Like we've seen that with Oracle as well, whether or not Oracle is able to kind of meet that demand by building out enough infrastructure. But everybody and their mother in the world of cloud, and NeoCloud anyways, has been complaining about RPOs.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. But Google is like, hey, we have the demand for it. I understand that. And I think the question is, I think it's a valid question now that we know that OpenAI is coming in a little bit lower than expectations on its revenue, right? So it's like, hey, as you mentioned before, you're like, okay, well, they're going to be reducing that spend or whatever it may be. Then who's going to be missing out on their payments? Is it Oracle?
Well, great question.
Like, who is it going to be, right? So, I mean, oh, well, there it is. Continuing to climb, 3% bang there on Walmart. Let's see if we can get this trade on NVDA to work for us. This is going to be our final attempt on it. We'll go 2 for 2 so far. So, I mean, you know what they typically say, third time's a charm. Can we break up? This is a nice indecision print. Failed to establish a new low. But one thing to note, Neil will always be looking at this, channel down. Until we have the ability to break the backside of this trend, then we might be continuing its slide. But Meta holding up pretty good. Bitcoin still doing nada.
Nada. There's a 27 buyer again here on AVLN. I'm back in at the whole dollar. I'm looking for another move, another attempt here. Take out some highs. Anything below 27 does end the trade for me. Looking for that $0.50. There it goes. It crossed, but I didn't get the print because the bid didn't cross. Now we get it. Nicely in the money on this one. Almost $1 now. Let's go. Let's watch for a little bit more here on AVLN. Same area. I got in prior, right back in. Looking for that big... Man, I got to stop making these mistakes.
Would you do all that again?
Yeah, another mistake. It's okay. Let's watch. Maybe we get another shot at 27. But a couple positive trades here on AVLN. There's a 27 buyer of note, and we didn't actually print anything below 27. I was watching the time and sales pretty intently there. Let's see. There's 27 again. Let's watch now. Does it fail? Continue to watch. Showing 01s. Look at the buying coming in right at that whole dollar. That $27 level is getting defended quite well. So, sorry about that. We'll continue to watch out. Let's bring in some information on this bad boy over here. Do we have good information? Yeah, we do. Let's bring that in. We'll talk a little bit about it. Let me close that, move that back up there so we can keep an eye on the price action. I'm going to keep it over here. Zoom in. So, clinical stage biopharmaceutical company, Avalyn Pharma, priced at an upsized IPO, 27 again there, guys. It's still holding 27. Priced its upsized IPO of 16.67 million shares to the public at a price of $18. The gross proceeds expected to be $300 million. That's what they're raising. The underwriters have a 30-day option to buy an additional 2.5 million shares at the IPO price, so 18. Shares expected to begin trading on the NASDAQ today under AVLN. The offer is expected to close May 1st, 26. The company is focused on developing drugs for serious lung disease, especially pulmonary fibrosis and other rare respiratory conditions. So what was the range here of the, do we have the range or what's the situation? No, we don't have it. Let me have a quick look over here. See if we can find that. No, these are all just basically saying that it opened at 25.25, priced at $18. Look at this, guys. 27 still getting defended here, but for how long? And that's a bit of a concern, but there's certainly a big buyer, Joey, at 27 on AVLN.
All right, then. Yeah, so there it goes, man. This thing is not working. It's not holding up at those lows. Channel down, fully intact. So it's just honestly fade the pops right now, I believe, on NVDA. Let's pull up NVDL and see what we got going on this. Okay, stop hitting the key so fast, man. Relax.
You talk to yourself like I talk to
myself. Yeah, all the time, man. Yeah. So yeah, there it is, right? Oh, we zoom out a little bit here. All right, so we have this essentially like a small W here. We take another one, we get that trail stop, get out, puts a new low in, and then now we're just continuing this slide here. And every pop, I'm just keeping my eyes on the tape, right? Like, and there's no real imminent signs of strength. So what we got to do is, if it cracks that low, we got to get out, which is totally fine. And then maybe it'll curl over at some point. But I think considering we've taken our couple of swings, we have that on base. You catch that single over here, a little pop fly right here with an error on the defense side to get out break even. And then this one is just like, okay, strike out and then get out of there. Do you have the opening price? Joe, do you have the opening tap on AKAN? I can find that out for you.
25.25, pardon me.
25.25.
Yep.
Okay. Is that yeah, it has to be a Nazi.
Pardon me?
No, NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
AKAN?
Oh, AKAN.
Yeah,
sorry,
AKAN.
I thought you were AVLN. My mistake, sorry.
42.58.
Yep, bang.
42.58 there is the tap on AKAN. Halted to the downside, it looks like here, guys. So, yeah, not too good of a look. Walmart continuing to climb, so we'll rock and roll on that one. We're trying the attempts on the long side here with NVDA, but not wanting to participate in any form of recovery. We have Facebook, or Meta. Geez, get it right. Meta starting to come back in, and the overall market starting to slide. Did we get to? I haven't looked at Google because our relationship is on the brink right now. I said, if you get to 280 today, then it's not going to be very good. But no, it didn't. 377. It did have a pullback with a nice indecision print right at 374. That's going to be above VWAP. So strong, strong, strong. We like this. I think it's going to continue to climb, and that's just one of the trades. It was during the tariff tantrum where I sold at the lows on Google, and it was one of my largest holdings, and I just never re-engaged in the name. And that's just I was saying to the boys, I'm like, man, it's that one partner that you shouldn't like, the one that got away, and that is Google for me. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we haven't been participating on this move up.
Beautiful, bro. I mean, it's going to see 400 sooner rather than later.
Yeah, right? It's only a matter of time, really.
Joey.
Yes, sir. There it goes.
No.
Oh.
No.
Apple.
What did I say earlier in the year to you about Google?
About Google?
Yeah.
We said that it was probably going to be one of the highest market cap names.
No. Specifically, though.
Oh.
That it was going to overtake Apple by the end of the year.
Yeah, it did a while ago.
It did?
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up 4.5 trillion.
Yeah,
now.
and what's Apple at right now?
4 trillion on the dot.
Yeah. I guess some of it had to do with.
Let's see. Nvidia's down to 200, so Nvidia is below 5 trillion again. Wasn't Nvidia like 5.2 or 5.3
Something like
trillion?
it was above 5.
4.8. Yeah.
And then we have Google at
4.5. So
oh,
Google
what a
and
neck and neck
Nvidia
race,
are
man.
like a throw stone away, man.
Exactly. Dude, we called this, man.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be market cap number 1. And,
The way it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Google definitely deserves it. I always crap on Nvidia, and I don't really mean to. I'm an investor, but it's just, again, I feel like the GPUs were the kind of first phase of the AI build out, and it's going to be a little bit different going forward. But
GGLL, is that? I was wondering about this. Thank you, Scotty boy.
what happened, Joey?
You showed me this. What are we looking at from a liquidity standpoint? All right, I wonder if we have access to this thing. Probably not. We'll have to see if we can get this unlocked. GGLL, a leverage play here in Google, $131, so about half the price. Not too bad. Thank you very much for that there, Scotty T.
Dang.
Did you know Scotty does know? What did I just click there? Scotty does know because, Scotty doesn't know.
Okay.
Scotty does know.
Joker. All right, guys. What is this FTAI thing? What is this? Aviation, commercial jets focused. Okay. They're up big today, man. 15.6%, $25 billion market cap. Just looking through my watch list, guys, seeing any outsized names as well. What is SWKS? Skyworks solution up big as well. Wireless networking alongside mixed signal semiconductors. What is this doing here? How come it's aerospace? That's why. Okay. All right, guys. Continuing to watch AVLN here, holding up above 27, but finding a lot of resistance at 28. It's a 28.50 high of day. AVLN has been quite good as an IPO. This is a new IPO, guys. Biotech IPO, a huge buyer at 27. We took a couple of trades off that. Let's see if that level comes back in or whether we're forced to take the 28 breakout. But locally, there's a lot of selling at 28. I also want to mention AKAN kind of flushed quite aggressively. That's how these ones live, right? They live, it's kind of like that expression, you live by the sword, you die by the sword kind of thing, right? If you're ripping up, you're going to rip down. That's what this one did. In one fell swoop, it was trading at 53 3/4, and then it halted down at 45.80. And then it dropped more. But it did find support right at the volume-weighted average price, so I hope some smart people had some resting orders right around VWAP there, because it popped from about 41 and change into almost 46, quick as you like. So there was certainly a scalp trade to be had there. It's still up 72%, so not a bad look. We'll see if we can execute on this again or what the afternoon will look like. Looks like AVLN dropped off there, losing the $0.50, possibly coming back down into 27s. Be on the lookout there. And Bovin keeps getting my attention to HCAI. HCAI, he's like, look, this is curling, man. It's making higher lows. I agree, Bovin. I do agree. It's just, this is the lower high setup that I keep saying to you about, and that's what concerns me. With this one. So unless it really starts ripping up Bovin like 12.5, maybe 12 3/4, really showing us that the bottom's in and we're going to test highs again, I think I'm going to steer clear from this one. Commodity King, ENVX, say less. ENVX. What do we got with that one? Not bad, brother. What is this one? What do we got on this? So we're up 4.5 on the day. It's a $1.46 billion market cap, global high performance battery company. Okay, cool. Headline? No headline. That's fine. Decent looking bull flag, ENVX. Let's look at this. I like this. It's just a little bit of a slower mover. You're going to have to size in substantially here to make a buck or two. It looks like there's buying at 65 or 66. So you're going to have to kind of, unless it really starts breaking out, this is more of like a buyout trade where you're sitting on the bid with like 10,000 shares. At 66, and you should probably be trying to get rebates here too for adding liquidity if you're going to take big shares like that, and then you're selling, like a couple of pennies higher for a couple of penny win. You make the rebate, you make the accretion there on the price, and you call it a day. But that's not really my style, quite frankly. But it's a good looking pattern. Let's look a little bit wider on the time frame on ENVX, see if there's anything doing here. Let me go to the daily. Yeah, a bunch of lower highs on this. So that one, certainly a downtrend on the daily, but there's excellent support in and around $5. Now, the problem is you've got some marginally lower lows there. So it does feel like a bit of a downward channel. Weekly, take a quick look. Yeah, that holds up there. And that big move there, that was the COVID era highs, right? But I think that this downtrend basically holds up quite well. It looks just like a downward channel, you know, with some breaches every now and again, but definitely trade the range on this. So I see what you're saying, because you're bouncing off that 455, and you could see $11, $12, quick as you like. I hope you're thinking swing on this, Commodity King, because this looks good, man. Especially the bottoms have held. If you're able to kind of stomach it moving against you a little bit, maybe down into 4, you could see 10, you could see 11, maybe even 12. And look, it has a propensity to breach this trend line, right? To pop up into some outlying areas and then retrace back. So not a bad look here on ENVX. Good call out, Commodity King.
Yeah. Bang. All right, my boy Jesse Martinez. Good thing we got out of that. I was just reading the tape on NVDL, and there goes NVDA right to the downside. That's Facebook or Meta. Nice short there. My boy Jesse Martinez. Meta down, but he's up. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. As well, even though I'm a long-term shareholder, full disclosure within the name, I don't like seeing that dramatic pullback, but nonetheless, not too bad of a play. What was I going to pull up here? This is why we got out of NVDL for just a small W once again, as we're not rebounding here on these names. iGrow fighting. Good job, Jesse. Yeah, nice work there. iGrow, Scotty, and Ryan. Don't forget 7 a.m. tomorrow or on Saturday morning. We're in Australia, all right? So the fights are going to be on super early. I get to wake up to violence, and that's essentially what I'm talking about there. So just in case you were curious, 7 a.m. I know you're an earlier. Yes, exactly, because it's in Australia.
Yeah, I'm always up early.
Yeah, make sure you.
Is it Saturday morning?
Yeah, 7 a.m. Saturday.
Oh, that's Premier League time, Joey.
So I was thinking about this the other day.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to go from watching a combat sport to watching soccer.
For you.
Yeah,
for you.
For me.
Okay.
You know
I like
mean?
soccer
it's
for
like,
different reasons.
I'm just like, are they going to fight or?
It's just because you're a hockey guy, and I get hockey is very fast action. It's great. The puck's always moving. There's not a lot of stop and go. I find, with all due respect, you know that you're a hockey guy, I find hockey a little scrappy.
Yeah, it is.
Changes.
It's very. Yeah.
The puck changes hands multiple times, right?
It's very quick.
It's kind of hard to hold on to possession. Soccer's a little bit different.
Even the best players throughout a whole game, like you literally have control of the puck for sometimes under like 2 minutes. The whole game, right? Like
no way.
Yeah.
It's like control for the entire.
Exactly.
Very interesting. Guys, go ahead, Joe.
No
worries.
So, we'll pause on that. No, nonetheless, guys, this is why I wanted to break down this NVDA trade here quick. So we've had multiple attempts on this. We take that small win right there, and then we take an additional one, and the third time's a charm, but we continuously crack these lows. So we get out of that one. Again, small win, it's not a loss, and we'll take it. But what is continuously working for us throughout the day is this rotation into the staples trade, it seems. And Walmart's going to be the winner of this, and we're fortunate enough to be sitting in this position since when? Since that VWAP hold, since 1106. So yeah, it's been a pretty good one. We're not going to complain whatsoever. Bitcoin not doing anything, and it's unfortunate that NVDA can't find its way. But nonetheless, guys, we have a special guest here, Adara, bringing us an interview.
Very excited to welcome to the show this afternoon Joshua S. Lev. He is the interim president and CFO as electroCore, which you can find under the ticker ECOR or ECOR on the NASDAQ. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Joshua. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm fantastic. And I agree with Joe. There's nothing like playoff hockey.
I'm going to have to give you guys a thumbs up on that. Not someone who knows a lot about hockey myself, but in the meantime, why don't you help people know a little bit more about electroCore? For viewers who aren't familiar, can you give us a quick 30-second overview?
Yeah, look, really appreciate the opportunity. electroCore is a bioelectronic technology medicine company and a health and wellness company. We use a platform of non-invasive vagal nerve stimulation or other types of technology to help patients and to help consumers or individuals with their health and wellness goals. And we do that without having any pharmaceutical products. It's non-injectable, it's non-ingestible. You don't have to implant anything. This is all about using bioelectronic technology to help make people better.
So you guys just reported earnings for fiscal 2025, as I understand it. Can you walk us through these earnings and any key highlights that investors should know about that report?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had another record year for the company. We've been fortunate over the course of the last 5 years. We've been growing compounded annually at about 55%. In this past year, we hit $32 million of top line revenue. And we've been able to do that while also expanding our gross profit margins to approximately 87%. So we're really thrilled with the progress in terms of the operational progress of what's been happening with the organization, right? Our fourth quarter was our highest quarter ever at $9.2 million. We continue to beat our analyst estimates, both in terms of revenue and earnings per share. And we're able to do that by showing some operating leverage with our adjusted EBITDA numbers actually improving year over year.
I'm going to congratulate you guys on the quarter. That's fantastic. I want to talk about now one of your biggest customers, which is actually the VA, apparently your largest customers. Can you walk us through the importance of that relationship and the opportunity within that relationship?
So absolutely. When I joined the company about 5-6 years ago, one of the first things we did was focus on areas where we were reliably getting paid. And namely, that was the Department of the Veterans Association or administration for us. In that time, we've been able to grow that business line quite dramatically, and they make up approximately 27 million or 70 some odd percent of our revenue that we did in full year 2025. It's the largest integrated health system that we have here in the United States. There's approximately 9.5 million covered lives, and we've barely penetrated the market. We've dispensed for our headache product approximately 2 to 2.5% of the overall patient population. So it's a huge opportunity for us that we have in front of us. And it's great because the VA covers the product on behalf of our veterans. So not only are they getting a great standard of care and a safe product, but they're getting a product to their veterans or to our veterans that they don't need to take additional opioid-based therapeutics in order to help solve pain. And that's something that's really important to our vets and to our government.
Well, now we also know that you guys recently announced progress with Kaiser. So how important is that for your commercial expansion going forward at electroCore?
Another great question. I would say Kaiser was probably one of the largest and biggest announcements that we made over the course of 2025. We were originally on formulary with Kaiser, but now we got on contract as well. So not only are we known within Kaiser for being on formulary, but now we actually have a license to sell. So from an overall, can you penetrate the market point of view, now that we're on both formulary and on contract, we have a much better opportunity because the red tape or a lot of that red tape is gone. But we're still in the initial phases. Just by way of overall opportunity, I said beforehand, the VA makes up 9.5 million covered lives. Kaiser has about 12.5 million covered lives. So not only are they a larger market, but they're also the most akin to what the veteran department looks like. They are the largest managed care market in the country. So if we can use this beachhead strategy where we get some real adoption in Kaiser and get some real traction, develop KOLs, develop prescribers that are willing to advocate for our product, we can then leverage this for additional commercial insurance coverage, we hope, over the course of the next few years.
Well, that's very exciting, and thank you for breaking that down for us. Now, before we let you go, can you tell us what investors should be watching for in 2026, just looking ahead here?
Yeah, look, we've got some great catalysts and milestones coming up. I mean, we've spoke a lot so far over the course of this brief conversation about some of our operating results, but we're really making a lot of good R&D progress. Right? We continue to talk about the potential for launching new products, new features, and new indications for our products that currently exists. From a commercial point of view, we just brought on a new chief operating officer who's got 35 years of experience in selling into the federal marketplace, which means we can not only hopefully sell into and open up Kaiser, but accelerate our growth within the VA, open up other areas like workers' comp within the federal marketplaces, other managed care facilities like Kaiser. And then lastly, the operating results, right? 55% compounded annual growth rate. We've identified or given guidance to the public that we expect to grow approximately 30% year over year again and continue to get closer and closer to profitability as measured by adjusted EBITDA. So I'd say 3 main catalysts that we've got going on, moving on in the future, and the world is our oyster.
Very well said. Where can investors and our audience go if they want to find out more about electroCore?
Absolutely. So please go, first and foremost, most importantly, we are publicly traded on NASDAQ. Our ticker is ECOR for electroCore. You can go to find more information at electrocore.com. We have a consumer product where you can go to truevega.com and you can get a commercial version of our product that doesn't require a prescription.
Awesome. There you go, guys. NASDAQ, ECOR. Thanks again to Joshua S. Lev, Interim President and Chief Financial Officer over at electroCore. Again, guys, NASDAQ, ECOR. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Great interview. Good.
It's good.
Good goal to have there, man. Opioids, big problem in obviously North America, as we know.
Yeah. Absolutely. So fantastic stuff there.
Yeah.
From there. I was looking at some of the technicals on this name as well too. So I mean,
Good.
Yeah, I mean he's talking about turning a profit relatively soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if the stock breaks out eventually. So yeah, not too bad.
Joey, we got a $5 super. I didn't see this earlier.
Yeah, we
Thank
might
you
have
very
missed
much.
a couple of them.
Yeah, we'll get to them right now. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat from Gulf Franchise. Technical trade question. Do you think EWY will hold the breakout above 250 day trend line of 155.80? Let's take a quick look at EWY. Bring it in over here. EWY. Let's see what what in the world is this beautiful looking thing? MCI, South Korea ETF. So the fund seeks to track the investment results before fees and expenses of the MSCI, Korea 2550 index, which is a free float adjusted market cap weighted index designed to measure the performance of the large and mid cap segments of the equity markets in Korea, South Korea, of course. This is a really good looking chart, and it would jive with what we've been seeing lately, which is there's been a lot of good movements in foreign markets. We've been talking about European markets as well, Japanese market, South Korean market clearly here, almost into all-time highs. So this is the weekly. Let's flip to the daily, and then we'll go a little bit smaller and smaller. So where's support being found here? Well, it's generally finding some support at the 50 exponential moving average, which is the red line. That outlying drop there probably has something to do with the war, I'm assuming, and then a recovery of and then a breach of all-time highs right into 160. So your question is, the breakout above the 250, what do you mean 250? The 250 day trend line. You're talking about the 250 moving average? Gulf Franchise, tag Bovin or I, because I don't quite understand that, but you're talking about 155.80. Well, 155.80 is pretty close to all-time highs, right? Assuming you're talking about this right there, that's 156.89. Why are you looking at 155.80? What's so specific about 155.80? I'm trying to find it. It's in and around here. So quite frankly, we're above that. We've been above that with a high there of 158.83. Let's see, 158.25, 158. It looks like the real resistance level is at 158. And it's finding a lot of support. You can see these bottoming tail candles that really do hold up on the 10 EMA and the 5. Let me just bring in the ticker so everybody can follow along. I like this. Now, let's go zoom out a little bit more. Let's go monthly on this so we can kind of gauge where this one could be going. So we're all-time highs, obviously. Hard to know. Definitely hard to know, especially when it's a blue sky setup in this way. But you get that close and you clear 150, you could be on the way to 200 here. But this is more of a fundamental trade than a technical trade, quite frankly. Did he tag us? Is he still around? Yeah, he is. Joe, 250 day resistance. 250 day resistance. What does that mean? There's no 250 on here. So are you talking about the moving average?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking he was getting at there.
I asked. He didn't answer back there. So.
Not yet.
I'm not really sure. Just tag us. Let me know exactly what you mean by that. But yeah, it's a really good chart. Joe.
Yeah, really good chart. Someone asked a funny question in the chat. Nonetheless, guys, we're all out of this Walmart trade. This was pretty good. Trail stop over there for 130-160. We get out of that one. So no issues about that whatsoever. Now we're just looking for that next potential move. I don't know where we're going to find it. I mean, we don't like NVDA here today. It's channeled down. You have that pullback. We were talking about that turtle shell move, and then it curls over, and then boom, straight channel to the downside. And then we have Qualcomm giving back a lot of its move, almost tapping into 187, I think was around that high, 186.95 roughly. And then now you're down to 178.30. All right. Need I go over Bitcoin anymore? I mean, we've been talking about it. I feel like I should just take it off of the chart because it's been... I'm not even going to say it. Anyways, nonetheless, how's TKO doing here today? We're back at 185, not doing too much. Could be a good potential buy over there. So yeah, what are you guys looking at? Let's do this. I know Sean and Neil did this earlier in the day, so let's do it again. Let's kind of just get back into where we might be on the day. Red or green, put it in the chat. I'm going to put the green. I'll spam it. There you go. So put it in the chat, guys. How has your day been going? The tech names, with the exception of Google, not performing that well, but nonetheless, there's going to be opportunities elsewhere. So put it in the chat. Are you red or green? I want to know how your session is going because that could give us a good gauge on kind of the feel and the vibe. I don't see anybody replying just yet. Kind of sucks, but anyways, yeah, get that stuff in there. Let's see what you guys got. Let's head over to our options chain and see what we got. Is my chat frozen? Okay, green. We got one person replying. That's nice. Feels good. Anyways. Slow. Okay, slow. No. Okay, there we go. Jet set. Thank you. They're red all week. Rough week. That happens. Dark skin. Don't worry about that one. Green. Queen, says Jesse. Okay, nice. That one. Small green. Hey, it's better than any form of red. Please. Oh, chat disconnected. Oh, that's why I don't see anything. It's because I was disconnected. Okay, now you guys are starting to come back in. Let's see how everyone else is doing. Pavin's up there. There, Jesse, yours was frozen. Bushhead's going with that red apple. That's okay, man. There's tomorrow, there's another day. And then guess what? Monday morning, the exact same time the market is going to be open. Vinvidi, can you take a look at AMD, brother? Absolutely, before we send it back. That's the thing. It's a never ending. It's been here before us, and it'll be here long after us. So don't feel any types of FOMO. And you know what the thing is, man? There's always going to be one better trade, all right? There's always going to be, it's like, oh, I missed out on that one. It's like, oh, you missed out on the car short. Well, guess what? There's going to be something bigger and there's going to be something badder than the car at one point, right? Than car trade. Here's AMD. It's like, I don't really care what NVIDIA is doing here today, as it's going completely opposite. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. From a low of around 332 back up to 350. I mean, what a micro pullback here. I shouldn't say that. It was down 13% if we look from that 353 high to where we just filled that gap. But then off to the races it goes. It's just like, okay, yeah, we did what we needed to do, and then we're going to start buying this thing up once again. So, yeah, a really good look at AMD. There you go. There's the recovery in NVDA. And let's see if we can find something else for us to trade here today. Other than that, I'm not overly worried. I don't know if I want to continuously take stabs on Bitcoin, considering it doesn't want to do anything. What's up, Randy?
Randy's in the house, baby. Yeah, well, I mean, they reported earnings, Randy. And what are your thoughts? Just give me your unadulterated thoughts on found on road dead.
Oh.
Fix or repair daily. I know.
Fix or repair daily, yeah.
You know, I've seen lots of interviews with Jim Farley lately, and he's inquisitive and he likes the Chinese EVs and he knows he's in a bit of a predicament here. Quality control and recalls and he knows things are sliding. Can he pull it off?
Great question.
Can they get this done?
I hear what they're doing with the battery chemistry. They're playing around with the different compositions, a little cobalt here, a little nickel there.
It's more for charge times. They don't have a solid state platform yet.
No.
Nobody wants to spend a half an hour charging, whether it's a Lightning or whatever you're driving.
Yep.
I want to charge in 7 minutes
See what BYD
and get the
did?
hell out.
Yeah. See what BYD did? What is it, like 0 to 80 or 10 to 80?
80% in 9 minutes on the big pack and 6.5 on the small.
Yeah, okay, Randy, we just have to pause for a second because there's breaking news with Adair.
Both Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike dropping sharply here. Here's PANW, here is CRWD. Again, some of these names in the cybersecurity space to the downside. OpenAI announces their advanced account security for people at increased risks of digital attacks. Again, cybersecurity competition coming from OpenAI. In fact, in CrowdStrike, CRWD, PANW. We'll take a look as well here at Zscaler, moving down a little bit here. FTNT also moving lower, but again, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks, the biggest movers here, as again, OpenAI announces a competing cybersecurity product. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't have any confidence in any OpenAI products anymore.
Oh, like that?
If it was Anthropic, I'd be a little bit
different
more
story.
But yeah.
Okay.
No, I say that tongue in cheek, of course. We'll have to continue to see. It's been a major headwind for some of the cybersecurity names. These enterprise apps that they're coming up with. All right, Randy's back, baby.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tesla, semi production.
I heard.
Yeah.
Mass production.
I heard. Nevada.
Elon announced this in 2017. So here we are.
17, 10
9 years
almost,
later,
yeah.
and he's right on schedule. And we now have, I know, we now have mass, well, apparently, mass.
It's going to be big.
Production.
Did you see the Gates conversation? Did you ever see Elon talk about the Gates conversation that he had about the semi? Gates is like, it's not possible. I've done the math.
So they've improved on the battery. Yeah. They've improved on the charge, 1.2 megawatt charging now, which is okay.
Big.
And I was just talking off camera with Neil. Yep. And there's a lot of companies that need, not want, need these trucks. With the price of diesel in the U.S. and Canada.
For sure.
So
let me ask you something quick, though, just from a logistics sense. So do they factor in all the stops? Because you know how, like, they're on the minute. Like, these guys have to drop their load by a certain time. If they're late, this, that, and the other.
So there's going to be some altered logistics.
Yeah, that makes sense.
When you start migrating to an electric fleet, a lot of these inner city carriers, you know, the truck's on the road, the tractor's on the road for 280 miles a day. And then you charge. The trailer's loaded, you're back on the road at night.
Smart.
Okay, so for long haul, I think the max is about 525 miles. Here's the thing, though. What? There are lots, and I mean lots, of potential profit per semi for Tesla.
Because you're removing the diesel out of it and you're playing with electric, right?
They will sell tons of these things. Tons.
Do that.
Pepsi, Anheuser-Busch, DHL, all the ones that have been standing orders who have been testing and you know. So there's a lot of potential profit here. I see more profit than actually the robotaxi.
I would agree, especially because it's enterprise. You're selling to corporations, too, right? You can charge them a bit more. What I'd like to know is the charge time. I think the charge time, especially because they're so time sensitive with when they need to drop off their loads and stuff like that, the charge time here gets you back on the road a little bit quicker. According to what's called EV Insights, I think, the smaller pack, it's 550 kilowatt hours. The big one's 875. The small one can be charged 80% in 35 minutes on a 1.2 megawatt charger.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. That's really good. Yeah, that's really good.
Guy gets out of the tractor, plugs it in, they load the trailer, he goes for a coffee, does his paperwork.
Exactly.
And
but I think wouldn't one of the issues be finding the infrastructure, like the charging station, right? Like it's like not every route, right?
So with AI data centers sucking up all the utility power, now you've got to put a 1.2 megawatt. That generator out back is only 150 kilowatt, by the way.
Oh, man.
So you need a 1.2 megawatt to charge one truck.
That's crazy.
So if you're Pepsi and you've got, I don't know, you're in Atlanta, Georgia, and you've got 200 tractors in your fleet.
Where are you going to get that power? No, that's a really good point.
So this is where the utilities have to scramble and be able to scale. And move into this space where, you know, you get a whole load. Like, that's 550 kilowatts.
I was just about to say, so just to give people an example, like a large EV battery is about 100 kilowatts. So that's So the Hummer, I think, has 125, something like that. Yeah. So just that's like 5 of those. You know what I mean? So that's the difference there.
So so Joe's right. There's a lot of infrastructure that has to be built to be able to support this. But again, with the ongoing cost of diesel, I think it's a win-win, and it's a win for Elon if they can make that much profit.
I mean, you essentially just kick everything, what's going on with the Middle East to the curb, and it's like we don't need to worry about paying fuel costs. So
I mean, they still have some inner-city fuel costs as they make their migration, the transition over, but lots of potential here. So some exciting news for once.
It's very interesting.
And it's right on schedule 9 years later.
Sorry, we got to pause because Adair has news.
Keep an eye here on oil, guys. USO in focus. We're getting comments from President of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, saying that the world has witnessed Iran's tolerance and conciliation. I'm quoting him now. What is being done under the guise of a naval blockade is an extension of military operations against a nation paying for the price of its resistance and independence. Continuation of this oppressive approach is intolerable. So again, President of Iran here calling out the U.S. administration, so it seems, for their blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
There's a president turn around? I didn't know he was still alive. Oh, my bad. I'm being serious. PMI is moving up, says Bovin. Let's have a look. Producers Manufacturers Index. Joey, PMI. You know what I'm talking about there or no?
Yeah, I know.
Joe's like, yo, shut up, bro. Yeah, it's ripping up, Bovin. Good call out here. PMI 76 penny high into 73. Good trend. It looked like this one did halt up at around 1225, give or take. Let's throw in that ticker there.
Dude, sorry, I don't want to
Go ahead, Joey.
Man,
Go ahead, brother.
Someone put that in the chat. Jaw P 381 on Google.
What's wrong?
No, well, no, dude, I wanted this from, I was in this from 369, and I had the primary target of 380. I'm like, we're hitting 380 today, and now we surpassed that. No, there's nothing to clap about, man.
That's Walmart.
Yeah,
that's
Wally's world right there. But I mean, man, whoever's been involved with this Google trade, I should have re-engaged in that bad boy. But nonetheless, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Neither here nor there. That's what if history. We only do for certains. No ifs, ands, or maybes.
That's what he was saying. So, Addy, great call up by you. Addy, to you, never mind building the infrastructure to plug in. Where is the power coming from to power this? I'm an electrician, and the figures don't line up. That's exactly what we were saying, because he's like saying you need several megawatts to charge this. And, you know, like we have a generator that's keeping this whole thing running right now outside, and it's like, I think 500 kilowatts or something like that. So your point very well taken. He was making that point. I just think you missed that part of his analysis there. All right, we're gonna start the news segment, and then we'll kind of meet up with Sia when she's ready to go. Let's bring it in. We're starting with, you're ready to go? Excellent, okay, perfect timing. All right, Assassino, let's send it to Sia.
Let's talk about Google's earnings beat revenue at $109.9 billion versus $107.2 billion that was expected. Revenue going up 20% year over year. Google Cloud is the standout at $20.02 billion versus $18.05 billion that was expected, and it's up 63% year over year. Net income also going up, climbing by 81% year over year to $62.57 billion, and revenue has grown 15.5% to $77.25 billion. One segment, though, YouTube ads, has missed at $9.88 billion versus the $9.99 billion that was expected. But subscriptions are growing faster than ads, and CapEx guidance has also moved higher to the range between $180 billion to $190 billion, with 2027 CapEx that is expected to rise significantly. Now, highlighting the AI cloud demand, it's strong enough that Google says it's compute constrained, but CapEx intensity remains the main debate between investors. Currently, Google up on the day by 9%.
I have a few points I want to make about Google. First and foremost, the TPUs, the Tensor Processing Unit, is their version of ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. These new type of chips are a direct competitor to NVIDIA. They're not as flexible as GPUs, as Joey and I went back and forth last week on this issue, but they are cheaper and they're more efficient. So if you're looking for specific tasks, TPU definitely could compete with NVIDIA's latest GPUs. And now, in their last earnings report, we saw that they're actually selling this to people outside. They're using it. It's being used outside of Google's data centers for Google Cloud. So very interesting development there. Second, remember the search cannibalization because everyone and their mother was going to use LLMs and nobody was going to use Google search anymore? Not happening. And we saw that, number one, with the figures on the revenue continue to grow, advertising revenue continues to grow, and they've included what do they call these AI overviews and AI mode. And they're saying people using AI mode and AI overviews are actually clicking more on ads. So that theory that we had, it did make sense to me anyway. It seemed logical, not panning out in real life. Third, their CapEx is going to be significantly higher in 27. So you thought that they raised in 26 and that was bad. The CFO on the call yesterday basically using the quotes here, significantly increase in 27. So I do see some concern there with respect to CapEx, but they've been monetizing it quite well, so we can't hate on them for that. And then last but not least, Sia bringing up a very good point that they did miss on YouTube revenue, or digital ads. However, they're trying to get away and trying to separate YouTube and the digital revenue that comes along with that from their advertising revenue. They kind of wanted to stand on its own vis-a-vis YouTube Music, YouTube Premium. They're really trying to get it to be more of a subscription model, Joey, and monetize it that way rather than exclusively through ads.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this before, just the fact that I believe there's a key difference between Google increasing their CapEx compared to what Meta's doing, increasing their CapEx. We talk about monetization. Sundar's the only reason why is because we need to keep up with the demand. They would have more cloud revenue if they had more infrastructure, so they're spending on that front. So I really like that. The backlog doubled over the year. That's insane, right? So that money can be. So RPO is really starting to gain some ground, but they have the ability to back up the spend, and that's the conversation that we're having here with Meta. Is like, can they back it up? 382 on this name as it's continuing to climb and it's breaking out. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nonetheless, Gemini app, 750 million monthly users. Insane. 19% growth. How many paid subscribers do they have? 350 million paid subscribers to YouTube and Gemini and Google One. So I mean, this name is continuously growing, and with ad revenue making up 70%, I think that's slowly going to get chipped away by the cloud service. It's going to continue to grow at a substantial rate, in which we've seen. So I like everything about this name. I've said that for quite some time, and I think that the spend here is a little bit more justifiable than what we're seeing in the names of Meta.
All right,
you're seeing an ROI.
Good call. That's actually quite interesting. I want to mention something. Let's look at the trade plan today on the morning note. What does the trade plan say? Let's zoom in. Breakout long above 377.50 with volume with a target of 380 to 385. Did you get 377.50 on the implied balance open? The answer is no. The highest print you got was 377.04. It sold off. It held 366, but take a gander at what we did over here. 377.50 with a target of 380 to 385. Google is ripping up right now, Joey. Here comes 384. We were just at 380 moments ago. We're about $4 removed off the 10 EMA on the 5 right now. And you're looking, if you're holding this, you should be wetting your beak, if you're going to believe in the plan, at around 385. I hope you did wet your beak at about 380. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you're still holding the whole thing. Good on you. But the intraday setup on the trade plan, the morning note, comes through again on Google. Look out for it. See ya.
Meta has been dropping after its user growth miss. The chart honestly speaks for itself. Revenue growth is 33% year over year, but EPS has come in at $7.31 versus the $6.79 expected. Revenue is at $56.31 billion versus $55.45 billion expected. The revenue growth year over year is the fastest since 2021, all driven by AI strength. Daily active people stand at 3.56 billion versus 3.62 billion expected. This is a bit of a miss, like I was speaking, with Meta pointing to Iran internet disruption and Russia's WhatsApp restrictions. CapEx is currently at $19.84 billion versus $27.57 billion expected. Full-year CapEx guidance has increased to the range of $125 billion to $145 billion. There is a focus, like I reiterated, on user miss, but AI spend is also creeping in, and we spoke about it yesterday. Meta's legal risks keep building up, and whether AI monetization becomes clearer is also another thing you need to keep an eye out for. Currently, Meta down on the day almost 9%.
And it's SSR, Sia, so that means at some point in the day it was down below 10. So let's talk a little about Meta. I have a few points I want to make. Number one, Zuck on the call saying yesterday that Avocado, or whatever the hell he's going to name his next LLM there, I hope it's better than Llama 4, is going to require 10 times more compute than Llama 3. No wonder he's spending up a storm. 10 times more compute, according to Zuck. Number two, ad load saturation. So what they're saying is they're basically at capacity now for ads on Instagram and Facebook, and the only way to actually generate more money is to charge more per ad. It looks like as if they've kind of reached their limit in how many ads they can have. And I gotta tell you, I do agree with that, because on Instagram, you can go to now clicks or 2 swipes to next story before you get to somebody else's story. So what I'm trying to say is they'll put 2 advertisements in a row on stories. So super saturated is ads on Instagram. So that's my second point. The third point is WhatsApp pay to play. Apparently they're monetizing the business WhatsApp here quite well. And I like that because that's enterprise. Enterprise usually pays a bit more than consumer, and it's a bit stickier. So that's what I like there. And then, yeah, those are the 3 points that I want to make.
Fair enough. I mean, revenue climbing 33%, fueled by a 19% increase in ad impressions, 12% increase in average price per ad. So, I mean, we know that with this name, essentially, that the driver of its revenue is 95+% coming from digital ads. Now, what I was just referring to not too long ago in regards to Google, it's fine that all this stuff is going to cost significant more compute, but how are you going to monetize this? Because we're not even really talking about Muse. Like, they released, his super intelligence team released MuseSpark.
Yep.
Who knows, Adair probably has the date. But does anybody talk about this thing right now? No one's really talking about what these guys have in their pipeline, and I think that's a big issue. I talk about Google at AWS and Azure just having so much more justifiable ways to say, like, hey, why we're spending this money. I don't see that coming from Zuck and company, and we always run into the issue is this going to be another Reality Labs? I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case, but he's done it before, so that has to be sitting in the back of your mind. Let him spend away. He is where he is because it's obviously Instagram and everything along those lines. And I don't want to essentially put him in the dirt, but is he getting a little bit too carried away like we've seen before? And the street reacted identical to what happened with Reality Labs spend to how it's reacting now with the continuous spending.
He does have that. He does have that kind of propensity, right? To overspend.
You have to look at him as like a kind of a repeat offender.
And I want to kind of harp on this point. I want to get your opinion. I was getting Neil's in the morning. Do you think it has something to do with the fact that he's the founder of the company and he has sort of those founder ambitions as opposed to a later CEO who's more of a manager to kind of keep the boat afloat, increase revenue steadily year over year, and that you have a bit more risk when you're the founder because usually they're a little bit loose. A couple of screws loose like Steve Jobs. You know what I mean? Like Mark Benioff, right?
You have to be, in my opinion. I don't know, man. He has the cash, he can spend it, but it's just like we talk about AWS starting to see the money. Sundars is like, hey, we need to build more, we need to spend more because we can't meet our demands.
Right.
All we're hearing from Zuck is just like, okay, we get it that these things are going to cost more compute, but how are you going to monetize this?
Exactly. That's always been my question. All right, let's look at the technicals here on Meta because the morning note comes in good. Again, fade short into 620 to 625 if buyers fail there. I'd say that topping tail candle looks like a great failure. So if you're looking, 620 was the closing print, 619.90 was the closing print on that topping tail candle. So the fade short into 620 to 625 if buyers fail there. If you got short and around there, you were rewarded pretty quickly because right at 9:30, this thing dropped all the way down to 601, so you could have been nicely in the money there. I hope people picked that up. Recovering a little bit now above the volume weighted average price, but still south of 610. Meta having a real bad day, down over 9%.
And I want to add one more thing here, actually. So they're increasing CapEx spend by $10 billion, with the majority of that heading towards Micron and NVDA. But yeah, NVDA is to the downside, and I'm curious. I think the question is to be had.
4%, Joey.
Yeah. Is that a lot to do with Google's TPUs, like one of their largest customers, right?
Bro, there's no way like a sound-minded person can hate on Jensen. You can't hate on the GPUs either because of their flexibility. But I think reasonable people can disagree that there will be a lot of headwinds for the GPUs from the custom ASICs. Where the point that I wanted to make for you last week when I didn't get into, so I did a little bit of research after, Joey, if you need to be flexible because technology is changing and you need the GPUs because the custom ASICs is designed for a specific task.
One specific task.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you want that flexibility, the agentics is changing and I have to program it in a different way, go the GPU route.
Yeah.
It's that Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for a specific task, then you save a buckload or a buttload, I should say.
But you're one-dimensional.
You're one-dimensional.
But let's give Jensen a little bit more credit to that. $2 billion into Marvell, right?
Yeah. And Grok.
He's there.
And
Yeah,
Grok.
exactly.
I'm not hating on him.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying he's forward-thinking, right? He's being strategic on how, because he probably in the back of his mind, obviously a bunch of smart people know that, like, hey, if these companies and these hyperscalers are going to continue to attempt to make their own chips, we still need to produce this stuff and compete with that and make it so much more better. And that's why I think on the last keynote, he's like, we want to be vertically and horizontally integrated, is right? So I mean, he understands where this could potentially go. I'm not going to say that market share is going to get snatched left, right, and center because there's going to be other companies that can afford to create their own stuff. It's going to be too much from a CapEx
like we'll see in the next story, too.
Exactly, but he's prepared to kind of pivot a little bit where he needs to.
And that flexibility is a strength, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
See ya.
look at Amazon's earnings, Amazon has posted a Q1 EPS of $2.78 versus $1.63 that was estimated. Revenue at $181.5 billion versus $177.3 billion that was expected, and also a clean beat by AWS. AWS revenue has climbed 28% year over year to $37.6 billion, beating expectations and accelerating prior growth, confirming AI demand is translating to real cloud spend. Q2 revenue guidance also coming in strong between the range of $194 billion to $199 billion versus $189 billion that was estimated. But operating income guidance has come between $20 billion to $40 billion, missed slightly at the midpoint. CapEx also continues to remain elevated with a $44.2 billion in Q1 spend. Free cash flow has dropped sharply to $1.2 billion, which is a 95% decline year over year. Initially, that did spook investors in the report. Early selling has also flipped to buying. Management has reinforced AI demand, durability, and AWS pipeline strength, including a $225 billion in Trainium commitments. AI CapEx is still a concern, but AWS acceleration is also a key driver for this, and the market is rewarding its growth visibility over near-term margin pressure. Currently, Amazon not too deep in the negatives, but trading negative 1.2%.
I also want to mention here, I'm getting comments coming from a post on X from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Now, as I mentioned earlier, he was making some comments. We also had comments from the likes of Kevin Hassett, so lots of comments from Trump's economic team today. Bessent, though, right now, mentioning the talks that he had this morning with Vice Premier He Lifeng of China to discuss President Trump's upcoming trip to China in just about 2 weeks. He said their meeting was, quote, both candid and comprehensive. Apparently, Bessent emphasizing that China's provocative extraterritorial regulations, in his opinion, have a chilling effect on global supply chains. And he said he looks forward to, quote, a productive summit between Trump and Xi in China. So again, just comments here from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on maybe some of the goals here in Trump and Xi's meeting in just a couple weeks. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, guys, let's talk a little Amazon. I have a few points that I want to make. The first one, very similar to my first point on Google, Trainium, Gravitron, Nitro, those are all names for Amazon's custom silicon that they're using internally, and now they're generating $20 billion in revenue annually just by selling their chips. So I love that. We didn't really have a number for Google. I have a couple of more points here, but we got to go to Adair.
It's kind of funny, Sharif, because I know probably like 20, 30 minutes ago now, you mentioned that we talked about this OpenAI story, dropping CrowdStrike and Palo Alto Networks, how OpenAI is a cybersecurity feature. And you said, oh, well, wait and see if Anthropic has one. Anthropic literally just announced their cybersecurity feature, Claude Security, now available in public beta. So now, like literally twice in less than an hour, these cybersecurity names facing competition, from these AI companies. Now Anthropic again. About an hour ago, we had OpenAI. Back to you.
Much for there, Dara. And here is the video. If anybody interested in it, it's on the Claude website. It was posted 3 minutes ago. It only has 188 views, Joey. And this is what they're talking about. Now, this concerns me because we know that Anthropic is very good at enterprise software design, especially agentic enterprise. So, you know, I'm not hating on Altman, but I think that a lot more capable is Anthropic. Let me go on here. So I do love the Gravitron, the Trainium, and the Nitro angle for Amazon's custom silicon. They've been using it internally, and now they're selling it to the tune of about $20 billion run rate per year. Love that. Number two, AWS capacity. Joey, Andy Jassy on the call, he revealed that AWS is currently facing massive unserved demand. He says on the call, major clients reportedly tried to buy out the entire 2026 capacity for the Gravitron trips, and he had to tell them, sorry, I can't do it. I got to turn you down. I got to supply other customers. It's a good problem to have. So like that. Number three, the Anthropic angle. Joey, how much you think they made, unrealized, of course, how much you think they made on their investment in Anthropic with the latest $16.8 billion in unrealized pre-tax gains from their investment in Anthropic? Without this non-operating gain, the bottom line beat would have looked significantly more modest. You got to love that. And by the way, I read this morning, Anthropic looking at raising again at a $900 billion valuation. How about that?
It's going to be a trilly, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a trillion.
Just in case you were curious, Sharif, I know everybody was really curious about this fact. Store segment unit growth accelerated 15%, but now ranking as the second largest grocer in the U.S.
I like that.
That's huge, right? From the e-commerce. It's funny because we talk about
good food, Joey. They got good food.
Amazon?
I got some stuff. Oh, from Walmart.
No, it's the Amazon.
Yeah, I was thinking Walmart.
My bad. You see what I'm getting at here? Amazon. You would think it's Walmart, right? But Amazon's starting to gain a little bit of ground. But it's funny because just like I was going to use the example, we don't really talk about YouTube, even though we did touch on it a little bit. It's all about cloud right now. You can almost, I'm not going to say kick it to the curb because it's a key driver, but with Amazon, it's like, okay, yeah, that stuff is all fun and games, that's cool, but what is AWS telling us? What kind of growth are we seeing in the cloud segment? And I think that's something that we really hyper-focus on right now, and rightfully so. Chip business grew 40% year over year. AWS, substantial 28% year over year, so continuing to climb, and kind of the foundry of some of these names is not really the hyper-focus anymore as you look at this new forming technology in New York.
It's a great point. Yeah. Let's look at the technicals here on Amazon. Does it jive with the morning note? Last setup there on the trade plan for AMZN. Fade setup only if failure at the highs with a rejection and loss of 268. Then target 262 fill gap. So what happened here? Right at the open, right? I want to say right around 920, started seeing topping tail candles into 273. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. So you had a failure of the highs. You should have been getting short around 268. 268 would have been generally the pre-market low. So if you held 268, you certainly printed into 262, which did act as a little bit of a resistance level there, but you would have been wise to hold on to this one because it did print 256s, trying to move up now into about that 260 area. It's knock on the door, 259.97, but that would have been a good fade there off that 268 short. Couple of aggressive red candles there to start the day. I didn't see this happen because I was at the gym. 9:30, 9:35. This one flushed quite aggressively. See ya.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Microsoft now. Before I dive into the story, let's keep in mind that Microsoft was the first company to showcase its AI revenue back in October of 2023, where they revealed the 3 percentage points that of Azure's revenue growth that were directly attributable to its AI services. So they are seeing those AI benefits, which means relative growth rates are higher, and AI run rate is also higher than anyone at this point. With that, Microsoft has beat Q3 estimates with EPS of $4.27 versus $4.06 and revenue of $82.89 billion versus $81.39 billion with total revenue up 18%. Azure and cloud services have grown 40% above expectations, while intelligent cloud revenue has hit $34.68 billion versus $34.27 billion that was expected. And 365 Copilot now has 20 million plus seats, up from 15 million in January, and AI annualized revenue has reached $37 billion, up 123%. But a key thing to note here is that the 400 million plus users for 365 Copilot, there's only 20 million that are paying right now. So the overtime penetration rate is going to increase and see like a much more rapid growth rate. Q4 revenue guidance is also at a midpoint of $87.25 billion, which was slightly below consensus, and operating margin is also expected to fall 44%. The AI demand story, however, is intact, with investors still judging whether the massive infrastructure spending can convert into durable margin expansion. But Adira, what's your take on Microsoft?
So I think this is an interesting one. I just wanted to kind of show you guys how all of this revenue breaks down. So if there are three main revenue categories here, productivity and business processes by far the largest. Then you've got the intelligent cloud and more personal computing, the only segment that declined year over year, although not by much, only about 1% year over year decline. In terms of growth, though, I do want to talk here about some of these segments. Microsoft Cloud RPO, which is this big orange bar here, it's up 99% year over year, which of course is exciting, but actually last quarter, that growth was higher. It was at 110% year over year. So something I want to note, I also want to talk about this last bar here, that Azure and cloud services growth. Now, this infographic here, not available yet on X at TTV Research. The previous one is, and I'll probably post this tomorrow, but I do want to kind of zoom in to show you guys something pretty interesting. People keep talking about, oh, the growth slowdown here in Azure Azure, okay, these are like the last 4 quarters here. So from Q4 25 to Q3 26, guys, it's just like, it's flat. It's not slowing down. It's just flat. I do think for Azure to pick back up, we probably need to see that acceleration of growth beyond that high 30s, early 40% margin. But again, crawling back higher here from these growth lows in Q4 2023. So comparatively not that bad. It's also really difficult for any company to sustain like over 100% growth year over year in any segment. But I did want to address cloud growth because I know this is something we heard spoken about a lot in Microsoft. I did go back like literally through all the reports to get this research, to get this growth for you guys here. And as I mentioned, it's been declining for a while. If anything, I actually think if we can get above that 40% mark, this could be a pivot and a nice return to stronger growth for MSFT for cloud.
All right, thank you very much. I have 3 points that I want to make. First time on the call, Nadella saying that power now is the biggest bottleneck and constraint to growth than GPUs or whatever other chips. So that's an interesting development. Nothing that we didn't know. Bring your own power, obviously, is one of the reasons a lot of these data centers got canceled. Joey and I talked about this last week. 30% of the data centers that were applied for in 25 were kiboshed. Now that I think it's up to 60, maybe even more. So people not having it with data centers, they don't want it affecting their cost for electricity, and that's having a real pressure here on some of these hyperscalers. Number 2, Copilot, not doing well.
Why is it funny?
Sorry, because of you.
Why is it funny,
I don't know, bro. I'll forever associate you with Copilot, even though I know you don't use it anymore. That's fine, right? So apparently, despite the record revenue, he likes it. Despite the record revenue, there was actually a slight decline in Office 365, right? And that kind of confirms that AI is eating into the margins, Katina, man. They're saying that enterprise customers require fewer human licenses to do the same work. So that is a bit of a headwind for them from the Copilot, because that's a big revenue generator for them, especially Office 365. And then last but not least, something I didn't know, the Llama integration. Can you believe that all the CapEx that Zuck has spent, Llama is being hosted mostly on Azure, and we know Llama is hot garbage, whether you're looking at 3 or 4. Microsoft doesn't care. They're printing up a storm from hosting Zuck and his failing LLM on Azure, and so to them it's fine. So that's actually quite interesting. I didn't know that Llama was being hosted on Azure, or the most of Llama anyway is being hosted on Azure.
Yeah, a lot of people calling it Joe Pilot.
Joe Pilot, I love it. That's great.
What's up, Sean? How many dollars in the money are you right now?
Katina Man is $7.
Yeah, don't even tell me what is it, man. Just say this.
No, I just put it up because you guys are talking about. Well, it's $8 on my phone.
Don't act like you had anything else.
I got the dollar wrong
there. It's not what we're talking about. It's just here. No, I just wanted to say that I did take a shot there on Meta. You guys are talking about Meta. Meta just flew into the VWAP right there. So it's this Joe. I just put this on 10 minutes ago. This is now $2 in the money. So there it goes right there off of VWAP. I saw it hit there. Obviously, we get back from the gym. We put on these trades. So I'm still got the Marvell. We got stopped out. We got the TQs. That trade is still in. This is this is long from here, Joe and Sharif. This is still long right there. Trying to get that going back to the upside.
Good job, brother. That's
so
great.
Far, so good as we hold on here for dear life. And then, of course, Marvell, 157 long.
I'm in.
But we're trying to do our best over here, having a good time listening to you guys. And, good job, Sia and everybody on this information.
You're killing it.
What's up with the
I love listening to it.
Man?
All right, I'm out here.
It's got the Red Sox hat, Katina
crazy.
Man, though. That's kind of crazy. I guess they talked about it. Adara has breaking news.
Let's go, and then I'll make my point about...
I have a glut of oil headlines coming through here. As you can see, USO just briefly spiking here to the intraday lows, and actually just below pre-market lows. Keep an eye here. A couple of different catalysts. For one, Jerusalem Post reporting that Iran could run out of oil storage within weeks amid pressure from the U.S. blockade. Second story here, we've got... Al Jazeera and Israel's Channel 12 reporting that Pakistan is expecting a new Iran proposal this week. Also, Israel reportedly preparing to announce the failure of its own negotiations with Iran. So a couple different Iran negotiation announcements expected. And then last but not least, CBS reporting that Trump admin officials are in discussions with lawmakers regarding an Iran war authorization ahead of an upcoming deadline. So that's going to be of note. Again, basically here, Iran's oil under pressure, Pakistan thinking they're going to get a new proposal from Iran, and Israel preparing to announce that negotiations with Iran for them have not gone well as we apparently prepare for war authorization with Iran from the Trump admin. Lots of headlines, guys. That's why you have to stick here with us at Trader TV Live.
Yeah,
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just touch a little bit here. I mean, listen, the stock's down 22% over the past 6 months, right? It hasn't been performing from the Mag 7 standpoint. But I think what's really important is going from $53 billion to $7 billion in cash flow. The street's not going to like that. But what I find somewhat comical, I know we joke around about how Joe uses Copilot. I don't use it anymore, but I think it speaks for itself, right? I mean, this thing has, Sia was telling us 20 million paid users, we're adding 5 million. I mean, Gemini is eating that lunch, and Claude is eating Copilot's lunch, and then you have ChatGPT doing the exact same thing. These are minuscule numbers compared to what we were just talking about. 350 million active users on Gemini with 150 million paid subs. I mean, it's not even relatively close. These aren't comparable tools at all, considering. I mean, it's such small numbers we're seeing in Microsoft, so I can see why the street's not liking the increase, almost 66% in CapEx, going from 155 billion up to 190 billion dollars in 2026.
That's not chump change.
No, man. I mean, and that's why I said I can justify what's going on with Google. Look how many monthly active users they have. Look how many paid subs they have.
Yep.
But you don't see that in Copilot.
And they have the eyes of 90% of the search users, or whatever it is. They have 90%.
I heard you and Brendo talking about this this morning. Just the fact that it's like, hey, we were all so worried that OpenAI was going to come and steal everything. But so one thing that I'll say is that
LLMs in general.
You and I were also saying this, and I made this point a while ago that Google had the most potential to be the best one due to the amount of data that they were storing within search.
I was going to peg them to have the best LLM because they had the most data off which to train, right? But then it became less about training and more about what we can infer from that data. It became all about inference and agents, right?
Absolutely. And we were worried about it because they weren't releasing that quality of a product at that time.
Bad.
But then I talked about the leapfrog that we're seeing within these at the top of the class, first to the market, OpenAI. It felt like this thing was going to be the bee's knees of essentially all these LLM and AI tools. That's not the case anymore. As Claude's starting to leapfrog, and then you have such cool tools within Gemini. You have the nano bananas of everything. So yeah, I mean,
and OpenAI dropped Sora because they didn't have enough compute for it.
Yeah, they don't.
Nano Banana's still around.
Nano Banana's still.
Let's look at the technicals, Joey, and the one that I'm looking at here. Let's zoom in so you guys can see it equally as well. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Meta's ripping up, says the Katina Man. Yeah, but it's not 9% anymore. Failure short below 410. Risk of flush to 405, then 400. Did you get that 410 short? Oh, you did. Because you got it pretty quickly, right at 925. Did you get another opportunity to right at 930? If you took the open, you did. It did dip down, so that's the candle right there, the low of which is 410.01. It popped back up into 414. Then look what the subsequent candle did. All hell broke loose to the downside, 408.69. So you're looking here at covering between 405 and then 400. You certainly got, there's actually good support here at 405. You can kind of see that. And then 400 did lose, so you would have made a little bit more money into 397, looks like 398, recovering right now above 401. That's right off the morning note, guys. You had 3 different intraday setups. You had a breakout long, a pullback long, and a failure short below 410. I hope somebody took that. Joey.
Yes, sir.
Got a super.
From my boy.
Yeah. Danny Boy, Fade Runner, dropping 5 in the chat. Good afternoon, beak wetters. I'm curious to get your take on GEV. I jumped on the recent dip, but thought it would pop higher today. Should we have a look at GEV?
I think the Fade, to pull up GEV,
Nova.
I think Fade Runner is a reference to maybe Blade Runner.
Okay. Hey, you know better than me, that kind of stuff. Let's look at the daily on this, Joey. So I'm curious to get your take. I jumped in on the recent dips. So I'm assuming the recent dips means you got in at around 1,050 because those were the 2 bottoming tail candles, both on the 28th and the 29th. They both defended 1,050. So you had 4 red days after a monster move up on the 22nd. They reported on that day or what? Usually that's a big move. Looks like you're finding some resistance, 1175. I think it's a healthy pullback. I would say even to 1,000. There was clearly resistance at 1,000 before that big day on the 22nd. You're buying off there, I'm assuming. What I'd be looking for, doesn't look like you're going to get it on the day, but you have a higher low today. That's for sure. What I'd be looking for tomorrow is a higher high above yesterday's print. I'm looking on the daily here. So yesterday's high is 1107.50. That's not right. What? Yesterday, yeah, 1107.50. Correction, sorry. So if you get above that, say you work into 1110, then you're back, in trend. So I do like the fact that today we have a higher low than yesterday's wick there, which bounced off 1050. But look for that higher high breach. That's what I'd be looking for there. Do you have a view on GEV, or should we just go on?
Just move forward, man.
All right, see ya. What do we got next?
Also, just before I hop into the next story, I remember reading that GE Vernova did officially announce as of yesterday that it has secured a significant order to modernize and secure 2 major power plants in Egypt. Just another news that I saw yesterday. Anyways, let's move on to our next story. USO, oil has hit fresh wartime highs before just reversing. Now, Axios has reported that the U.S. Central Command may brief U.S. President Donald Trump on potential Iran military action. We also saw that headline that Adara just talked about, that Iran may run out of oil storage within weeks under the U.S. blockade pressure. Jerusalem Post reporting that. And U.S. President Donald Trump has reportedly rejected Iran's offer, as we have been hearing, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz without a broader deal that focuses on their nuclear stance, as we heard. Goldman is estimating that Hormuz exports to collapse just to 4% of normal levels, and oil is currently, as you know it, headline-driven. USO can potentially and will potentially continue to stay volatile because 1, traders are pricing blockade risk, 2, there is military escalation, and 3, demand destruction. Currently, USO down almost 4%.
Yeah, I don't know. Like every time we talk about oil, I don't really have anything to add. It's very headline-driven, and we'll know when we know. Right? I mean, if there's going to be a peace deal, great. Does it hold? We'll find out. I think that's entirely the look here. I don't think that there's any more nuance than that. There's a lot of military planning. I'm assuming, obviously, that's going into it, none of which you and I are privy to. But what are your thoughts here? I don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, honestly. It's going to be the ongoing ping-pong match, I think. It started to cool down a little bit here, but we'll go back and forth, talking about that blockade remaining until you get this deal done. And that's going to be the nature of the beast. Until there becomes an absolute conclusion of this conflict, then expect spikes here and there, volatility coming into the market. He said, she said, the same narrative that we see over the past couple of months.
So true. What I did want to talk about, though, I'm not going to talk about the headline-driven nature of USO, but let's talk about the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, pulling out of OPEC. Wouldn't be the first time. Qatar's done it. Angola, there's been a bunch of other countries. But listen to this.
I'm listening.
Saudi Arabia, UAE, what do they share in common when it comes to oil? I'll just tell you. They have the most amount of spare capacity that they can play around with. If they want to increase production, they have the ability to do that. Other countries do, but not nearly as much as them. Why does that matter? Because basically it was those two that were, sometimes together, sometimes against one another in OPEC, that could actually put a bottom on the price. So for example, if demand dropped, they could cut production enough, and they have the storage capacity to be able to hold on to it so that there would be a price bottom. Now, it's going to be UAE. Look, Saudi wants to put a cut or wants to cut their production. Do your own thing, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. We're not part of OPEC anymore. We're not cutting production. That allows prices to theoretically, at least theoretically, drop below what Saudi Arabia was allowing it to drop to. So I do like that. I do like the fact that the cartel is getting some competition. That's how I see it. See ya.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at Carvana. Carvana has reported a $6.43 billion revenue, which is up 52% year over year, which shows a top-line acceleration above expectations, well above expectations of $6.16 billion. EPS has come in at $1.69 versus the estimated at $1.42, which is an 18.7% surprise. Retail unit sales are at 187,393 versus 183,362 estimated. And this is all thanks to the demand holding up despite the higher rates. Retail GPU currently at $3,165 versus $3,056 estimated. Why? Because of continuing margin expansion. Total GPU currently at $6,783 versus the $6,637 estimated, and this confirms operational efficiency gains. Retail revenue is at $4.83 billion, which is 62% up year over year. And the primary growth engine is remaining strong. Wholesale revenue at $1.08 billion, which is declining, negative 24.9% year over year. This is weaker, but it's being offset by the retail strength. Other segments are coming in at $526 million, up 35% year over year. Ancillary growth helping the overall mix, but the stock is already 29% up since the past month, and currently CVNA down on the day 1.3%.
All right, I have 3 points I want to make here. Number one, it looks as if they finally fully integrated their ADESA acquisition or whatever into their physical auction sites. So the problem was that they were basically having to ship these cars all over, and that was costing them a lot of money. So that was actually one of the reasons they almost went bankrupt in 2022. Allows them to recondition the cars, to sell them to wholesalers on the same lot, virtually eliminating, according to the report, the massive transport costs that, again, hurt them in 22. That's point number one. The other point that I want to say there is the non-vehicle fintech revenue. What do I mean by that? Well, a lot of people took out car loans during the higher rate environment before we started getting the rate cuts. Apparently, they're selling those loans to basically subprime lenders or other lenders who are buying them, and basically they're removing them off their books and making big money on them. So they're almost acting as like a lender or a subprime lender that just happens to sell cars. Good margins in that business. That's point number two. Point number three, apparently they have like this inventory starvation strategy. And by that, I mean they're kind of like trying to keep the total inventory down. In fact, I think it's down 15% year over year, their total inventory. And the idea here is to keep it artificially low, forcing higher margins per car and kind of avoiding that depreciation trap and having to kind of offload them for a loss or not as much. So those are the 3 points that I like. I think the stock did run up pretty aggressively, Joey, into earnings. Or was it? Yeah, let's see. Let's look at the daily over here. No, not really. It was coming off the lows. It found good support at 280. So we'll see if it can recover that $400 level. It's about $10 below right now.
Yeah, all right, good stuff there. Unit sales up from 185,000 units sold up to 193,500. Total revenue $6.8 billion. That's up from $6.7 billion. Adjusted earnings $722 million, up from $721. Now, Carvana vehicles sold up more than 40% for the sixth consecutive quarter, which I think is pretty big. The company's unit sales came in around 3% higher than the consensus of 182,000, as I mentioned. But also, margins were also higher than expected. Retail gross profit per unit, GPU, $3,200. That's pretty good.
What?
$3,200 per unit? Gross profit, that's not bad.
Absolutely, yeah.
Average,
absolutely, that's not too bad at all.
That's not too bad.
Typically, what the used car dealers make.
Get around there.
Yeah.
Man, this is why these guys are interesting. But anyways, aside from that, that's up from $3,100 not too long ago. Let's send it off to Adair. We got news. A lot of new all-time highs right now. We have AMD all-time high. We have Google all-time high, and we have the market continuing to climb higher here, guys.
More news out of the Middle East, guys. Iran International reporting that the president and parliamentary speaker of Iran, who are Pezeshkian and Galibaf, respectively, they're dissatisfied with the way that Araghchi, the foreign minister, is handling or advancing diplomacy, especially the nuclear negotiations, and are calling for his dismissal. So again, an Iranian state media outlet reporting that the president and parliamentary speaker of Iran are calling for the dismissal of Iran's foreign minister over the nuclear negotiations. Back to you.
Carvana, I mean, the stock has not been performing well. I mean, it's had probably one of the most.
Found some support there, Joe. Look at that.
It has at 280, right? Yeah. Like this is short report. Oh, sorry,
that's a double bottom and a double top.
Yeah, they got a lot going on here. This is short report, boom, and then it's like okay, recovery time. But I mean, we were talking about this thing a couple of years ago. As Shreve was talking about in 22, where there's 23, late 23. Where
zoom out, bro. Yeah, look at the collapse.
I remember this thing. It was like around $3 or so.
Yeah, man.
And then just an absolute epic recovery. So minting millionaires there, even in
clearly.
DNA.
All right, so the morning note didn't get this one right today. None of the levels came in for Carvana. You were watching for a pullback into 430 to 435. Long support holds, trend continuation. That didn't come in. You had an extension into 445 to 450, looking for an exhaustion, rejection, scalp short. Did you get that? Not really. It didn't really breach that 440 level. And then there was a break and hold above 450, momentum long towards 460. So the morning note can't get it all. It definitely didn't get Carvana today, as that one was an aggressive seller, Joey, right off the get-go.
Yeah, let's go back to CEO.
Sorry, let's take a look at Eli Lilly's GLP-1 beat. LLY has reported an EPS of $8.55 versus $6.66 estimated, which is a 28% growth. Revenue has come in at $19.8 billion versus $17.62 billion, which is up by 12%. Sorry, that was an estimated number, which is up by 12% and up 56% year over year. Full year revenue guide is raised to between the range of $82 and $85 billion from the range of $80 to $83 billion. EPS guide raised to $35.5 to $37, which is from $33.5 to $35 range. Now, Mounjaro revenue has come in at $8.66 billion, which is up by 125% year over year. This is a massive outperformance versus the $7.26 billion estimated. Zepbound revenue has come in at $4.16 billion, 80% increase year over year. Again, surge in demand despite the spiking pricing pressure. U.S. revenue is up 43%, which is driven by a 49% volume growth. Pricing pressure is emerging, however, but there's an offset by volume growth. I was also speaking about the new obesity pill launch, that is Foundeo, last week on the show, and the early data for this is modest, but whether the catalyst is remaining uncertain. Currently, LLY up on the day, 11% almost. But Adara, I know this is your favorite stock. What do you have to say about Lilly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I've read on this, I did not trade this particularly well, but I wanted to talk about the technicals in a minute because, as we know, this is a stock that I follow pretty closely, and I do have technicals on. Let's start here, though, with the Mounjaro and Zepbound revenue, because I found this really fascinating. The infographic not yet out on TTV Research. It'll be out in about 14 minutes, so stay tuned for that. But what's interesting here is Mounjaro, you really only, which is their type 2 diabetes drug, you only get like one really notable sequential decline. Other than that, generally it's either flat or more often than not, you're getting sequential growth. Year-over-year growth for sure, of course, for Mounjaro. No, Zepbound, of course, also growing year-over-year by the tune of 80%, but sequentially down ever so slightly here. So we got 4.16 billion versus 4.26 billion last quarter. Now, obviously, sequential growth is not the biggest metric here, and I'm by no means trying to say that it is. However, thank you for the super chat. I'll get to that in a second, but however, I think that in terms of the trend for these, I do think sequential growth is important. Why? Because this shows a distinct difference here in how Mounjaro and Zepbound are shaping up. Well, Mounjaro has a massive year-over-year and sequential growth pattern here. Zepbound may be slowing down, so I'd be watching Zepbound sales next quarter. Eli Lilly here, this is the 4-hour chart, because I like looking at that 4-hour. I said this to Sean this morning, 930 I thought was going to be a level for Lilly. It was a level briefly. We struggled with it, pushed above. Right now we're struggling with 940, which was the next level on that 4-hour. After that, you get to this really interesting support resistance level, which also, I believe, is a prior all-time high on Lilly of 960. So here are your Adara LePage Lilly levels. As you guys know, it's a stock I love to trade. Someone asking me here, though, about SoFi in the super chat. Thank you for the kind words to that super chatter. If you don't mind putting that back up on the screen, Andre, so I can address the person directly. But let's talk about SoFi. Honestly, not a name that I trade intradays. You guys know I like my spready, like $1,000 tickers. Thank you to Snowman11 for that super chat. Adara, you look beautiful. Thank you for the kind words. Quick look at SoFi. So yeah, I think with SOFI today, I would not trade it. This is honestly the type of setup I find I tend to do really badly on, where you kind of get to that high and then you're oscillating. I would like to see if we can get back above that 1620 level, but I'd be cautious here. On the daily here with this gap, it's kind of tough. I'm going to be real. I think there's obviously clear support here at that $15 level, which served as resistance a couple times going back here on the daily to zoom out a bit. But yeah, I think from an intraday perspective, this is a type of strategy I find don't do the best on. I would wait to see if we can get above that area that we rejected a couple times here at 1623. But again, not the type of stock that I find I usually have, you know, the highest quality of insight on. Either way, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for letting me wax poetic about SoFi and Lilly. And yeah, thanks to this awesome community for always giving me the opportunity to talk trading from time to time.
Thank you very much for that, Adara, and thank you everybody for the super chat. Snowman, thank you for the 5. STK Trader 1 dropping 10. Asking as follows: what primarily affects silver prices? Also, do you ever see it below 60? So many things affect silver prices. It has more of an industrial use than gold. My understanding is it's used in more manufacturing processes. That's one thing, obviously, as many commodities. I would say also as a hedge against inflation, looking for something that maybe hold on to its value a little bit better than fiat currency. You know, that competes with gold, it competes with Bitcoin, Ethereum, all things like that. And then, you know, there's obviously speculation, right? A lot of people have been speculating that, you know, it's going to be a super cycle for these commodities, especially the precious metals. We've seen copper do well, as well as some others. Did you want to chime in a little bit on silver before I give my 2 cents here on Lilly?
I mean, as for silver, below 60, I don't know. I mean, that's not too far, really, but it's holding up where it is right now. I just think that this is such a demand-dependent thing. If you see within gold that this thing was continuing to climb higher, been on this monster run below 60, it would be putting it south of this support level right here. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. Anything can happen, but if you continuously see that rotation and like the de-dollarization of things, then maybe you won't ever see below 60 within this.
Possibly. I mean, I can't really tell on the price, but those are the reasons.
Me neither. But I'm saying, like, if you think about people are swaying away from the American dollar, I probably doubt that you'll see below 60.
Are central banks buying silver in the same?
No, absolutely not.
Gold,
no,
right?
absolutely
You got to
not,
assume they're probably buying gold a lot more aggressively.
Way more.
Here's what.
Meta.
Go ahead, Joe.
You know, I was just saying, there goes Meta.
Meta's ripping.
Yeah.
AMD's ripping. Meta's ripping. Katinaman's long Meta. He's printing up a storm on that. AMD's all-time highs, as you mentioned before, Joey, 5%. The contra-positive, essentially, of AMD, which is down 4. Sorry, NVIDIA, which is down 4. Let me just give my quick look here on Lilly. One of the things I really wanted to say was there is a price for volume trade-off clearly here by Lilly. We saw revenue grow 56%, but guess what? Realized prices actually dropped 13%. That is because they're prioritizing massive volume over a per vial profit basis. So that's something to look out for going forward. Secondly, that Fondeo oral pill, love it. It opens up a new segment for them, especially people who are averse to needles. They don't have to take that anymore. My understanding it is not as effective, but it's still effective. So it could serve as a good alternative. But the story, Joey, I really like China, Assassino, China. Get it, Donald. Mounjaro's inclusion in China's National Reimbursement Drug List, NRDL for short, that drove non-U.S. revenue up by 81%, as now covered by the national drug provider there. That gives Lilly basically state-sanctioned, in my opinion, monopoly on these higher volume weight loss in the world's second largest economy. You got to love that. You get the nod from the Chinese regulator, and you're very overtly an American company without any strings being pulled by President Trump.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Fondeo.
Fondeo.
Yeah. No, in all seriousness, guys, sales in Eli Lilly rose 79%. Overall, 56%, 19.8 billion. Street was looking around 17.8 billion. So, I mean, I think the next thing is the pill. A lot of people are not going to want to continuously inject themselves, and I think this is going to be a big step. So Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly releasing both of these pills. So there it is.
Some freaking out over that.
He's going, man. Yeah. We're going to send it off because there's got a lot. He's going to want to talk a lot. But what he has going on, he's in Marvell, he's in Meta, he's in the TQs. So
he's in the entire market.
It's tough, man. He has to get it out. So we'll send it over to the boys, and we'll see what Neil and Sean were. Fantastic stuff. I hope everyone's had a fantastic day. And there we go. The big name's starting to recover. All-time high once again in AMD, Advanced Money Duplicator.
Google all-time highs. Peace.
There.
Yo. Back. Yeah, the market is storming back. Well, I guess they were good earnings after all, everybody.
No, they were pretty bad for Meta here, but
the numbers were good.
We just put this on a half hour ago, and it's $8. I mean, this just falls right into VWAP, and this is what we're talking about, man. You know, understand your strategies. This is the only thing. I just messaged Joe right now, and I was like, the only thing I learned today, and I learn it every day, is you got to be more patient with your trades, right? Because right into here, we have Marvell is $8 in the money, but we took this at $9.30. Right? Okay, fine. This one we just took. So sometimes you got to be patient. You got to wait for your opportunities. There it goes, man. We're also $3 in on the Qs as that just ticks up to the highs as well. We're still in there. So we're going, man. We are rocking and we are rolling right now. You coming back to $19. This trade was doable. We were talking about it on the stream. There it goes, man. It's a monster there for Meta, back to the upside right here. This is what I was talking about learning early. We liked Amazon, but it just kept on falling and falling and falling and falling until eventually we just stopped out at that low right there. So stopped out. Wish we still had that one too. Then we'd really be cruising. But here we go, man. Meta now for the win. And we were buried early and now we are alive. So here we go, man. Absolute monster there. It's going to be, Neil, $10 right there now on Meta in just under 1 hour right there. So Meta getting going right there. So we come back very excited. A good way to end the month off. It's April the 30th. Time to almost push send on the taxes. And then we'll get ready to go on that one. But here we go, man.
Yeah, it's end of, remember, it is end of the month, right? Beginning of a new quarter, but end of the month. Hopefully the new quarter is treating everybody well. The last one was good. Going to end this month on a positive note. No questions asked about it. But you know what? Like you said, patience for sure. I like VWAP for silver. I just took it out at the high of the day. So this one, this afternoon we'll look to buy dips. Yesterday I actually thought this was a short most of the day. What a difference a day makes. The US dollar is a little bit weaker. The only new position, well, it is new, but it was the same thing at basically the same area that we had it before, and that's going to be NVIDIA when we left you guys. And it couldn't get to VWAP this time. If it fails again at 202 area, then I don't mind getting it out if it can't get all the way to the volume weighted average price. But the new thing that I traded was, I don't know why SMCI was strong today, but at some point it's like, okay, well, let's look for a long. It had a, pennant, whatever the heck you want to call that, like declining lows and into a flat bottom. It broke the wedge to the upside. Still sitting in that to see if it wants to continue to go. And there was a ridiculous move in nat gas when the market, oil was going the other direction and there was a parabolic move in nat gas. It was just sitting in the reversion there. Basically had this one. It can't get past about 13 even. So I might trail out of this. It went halfway to VWAP. So okay. But would have liked to see it go a little bit further. But for now, I'll be watching this NVIDIA. It's been a lagger. So this is one of those take the wins that you can get. Like ultimately, if stopped out there, and then the last couple have been good. But if we're failing at that $0.50, I'm probably just going to bank it. You have to know when to get in and when to get out. And that's been the difference today. We talk about being patient, but get out when it's not good, get back in when it is. If it's not as strong as you would like it to be, you can't will it to move further than it wants to move. And I tried this stock above here at 202 and it wouldn't go. NVIDIA's been a dog. It's only 4. You take the wins that you can get and don't be upset.
All right, 205 right here. Yeah, welcome, guys. I don't know. We're just doing what we're doing over here. Let's just look at the broader market quickly as we get a chance. The NASDAQ now just an absolute beast, right? Up 1%. There goes the ES up 1% as well. I mean, nothing is holding this market down. Another great day to check the old account up now. And Google really leading the way. Google, I was feeling some kind of ways because I took Meta. Now, obviously, Meta's $9 in the money, and I don't feel any kind of ways anymore. But I was thinking, I was looking at Google, and when Meta wasn't going there, I thought to myself, maybe I should have just stuck with the beast, right? I should have stuck with the one that was up the most, traded Google, off of this low. So that was another opportunity that I could have put on there at those levels. But as you can see, that would have still been a nice little $3 move upside. But I think it's just looking at, what Meta's been doing right here. We're starting to pull back just a little bit. I think we can just offer out another piece right now. We just tried 40s and we missed it. Now we'll see if it, we're there again. Oh no, hopefully it comes back up and gives us a little bit more out. We only have 15% left of what we had down here. So there we go, got it. So a good move there for Meta. We'll watch to see what happens the rest of the day right here, right now. Again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We talk about how a weak US dollar definitely helps out. What's up, Well Simple? A weak US dollar helps these NASDAQ names fly. And as you can see right now, the US dollar should be weak down there to the downside as we look to take out 98 again. So here we go, man. If you're looking for winning trades, we've got them. That is for sure right now on board. And it's just about, being patient, trading what you're trading,
we came back here and just found this with Meta, was looking for an opportunity at VWAP, and it came in. So that was kind of, we first took a little bit of a piece there at 608, fell back into VWAP. And the reason why we talk about this is because this is what you guys are looking for, trading strategies, profitable wins, and that's just something there. We got a lot out basically for like $2 or $3 here around 610, and then we just let it extend out. So I think we can hold this now, basically until the close. We'll see if we can get going. I mean, if anything, 610 is where the 50-period moving average is. We only have 15% left or so. So, you know, if you're too late to the Google party, yeah, you might have missed it. So good call there on the chat. We're going to keep refreshing our board so we can look for more winners for you. Like I said, I've only traded 4 names now, but and they're all the earnings names, except for Marvell and the futures, of course, we traded. But look at this board. I mean, it's just boom, 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 boom. I mean, if anything, today it would be an NVIDIA kind of day to maybe pick up in your own account, down 4%. I definitely like that one. But oh boy, it's Eli Lilly today, up 10%. That's an absolute monster, still going higher. SanDisk, we'll check out that too when we get back. We got to go pay some bills because these trades don't do that.
We're seeing some updates out of Origenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company's now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution. With clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation, that is OGEN on the NYSE American, or as I like to call it the Amex, because bit of an old head for sure. I just got an idea for a poll based on something that was said, but I want to give an update. Do the stop at break even on Boyle. Half a reversion is better than no reversion at all, so you'll take it. This one was weird. Well, we had nat gas numbers this morning, I suppose, right? And this was already going and then caught a bit of a bid after that, even though like there's no direct correlation between oil and nat gas, but oftentimes at some point they'll follow each other. But I don't think I jump back into this, barring something insane, which could happen. Nice. Just gonna throw this up to show you what I'm getting at. It never really broke the all-day trend. The plan of action was make sure you scalp to there and then try to get it to VWAP. If it eventually breaks the all-day trend later in the session, then I will go into another short. Just about waiting for that opportunity. When you get it, go to pounce, and ideally, that'll work out for you. But there could be some window dressing at the end of the month because, hey, 1/3 of the, well, end of the month always, the end of the first quarter, end of the first month in the first quarter, and you just, I want to see what's going on with traders because I think there's a lot of traders that have been like, I haven't been trading much. This is a weird market. I've heard some say, I think Joe's expressed this sentiment a few times, that I don't like when we're moving around because of oil. I like trading without that sort of backdrop and all the news base. So 1/3 of the year is gone. 1, 2, or 3. How you been? You green, red, or are you not trading? And I count that as if you're trading like 10% of what you normally would, then like throw up the 3 for not trading. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people do not like it when you have all of this external headline-driven back and forth going around and you have too much of a floppy market. So throw them in there. We'll start the pattern up there, and we'll see how everyone's been doing to start the year.
I mean, in my opinion, you just went through one of the best trading months potentially of all time. I mean, April there was an absolute, I mean, look at this month. That's the low rate. I mean, so if you hit 3, I'm sorry, but right there, 560, right there, up to 660.
I'll leave people the option.
Like,
I'm not saying.
Oh, no, whatever they want to do. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I've been seeing some of the numbers here, and you know, I'll just speak for myself, but like right there, this is 1 month where the NASDAQ absolutely puts in the work, and then you've had such crazy moves, like, and there've been momentum moves too, right? Like with SanDisk and Micron and Google and just going long everything. So, I mean, it depends if you're a short only. We talked about some of you guys that are in the chat that look in short. That's going to be a little bit of a problem for you. But even on a day like today, right? Like we said, it was a little bit of a rough start, that's for sure. But patience, gives you some of these monster moves right back in again. But I love the poll. I hope everybody does have a good month. And if they haven't, you still got 2 hours. See how that wraps up. And then tonight we've got Apple coming through as well. So I think we're staying late for Apple. So that should be a lot of fun there. I'm sure Fabian has.
SanDisk is running.
SanDisk is amazing.
SNDK, which is a big one. It's not, look, Apple's a big deal, but SNDK is going to move more than Apple by an absolute long shot. There was somebody else we got. We got Reddit after the bell. Reddit's going to move more than Apple. So, actually, outside of those two, those are the 3 ones that I'm aware of that are the big ones.
Yeah, it's going to be
I don't actually own any Reddit. I've never owned
You guys are lucky that we're doing the after show today, in my opinion. We're pretty lucky with Eli Lilly. We talked about that right now. Obi, we've got you, man. We've got you in our sights right now, Obi. So here we go. We've got Mateo in there. Nobody knows who Mateo is, but he's a great guy. So we've got Obi there up 26%. I passed Adara. I don't know how long that will last. As we got Eli Lilly up that 10% today. Adara, Randy right there with some oil. Joe sticking around in the green down here. Neil, we've already talked about some of the positions there, but this is why Eli Lilly's still down, and it's Marvell's world for me there. And of course, Big Bear AI, I mean, we're not long at the price that's here, but it doesn't really matter. We all made the picks knowing what it was, and Big Bear AI there, $6.31, needs to get going to the upside. They're reporting in just a couple days, but yeah, we're going to do this again in June. We'll end these trades June 30th. We'll pick it up again early July, and we'll do another 6 months. And maybe we can even do quarterly there again, but this just shows you sort of the dramatic movements that we can have here in the market. And like I was saying about what kind of a month it was this month, but I do agree with you guys, and especially when you were saying that, was Joe was mentioning, it's tough to trade when you have USO moving around, but USO is just a leading indicator. So if you're gonna use that and you're a news-driven trader, a momentum trader, things like that, obviously this is probably a month for you. So yeah, we'll just continue to watch out here and see what winds up happening in the rest of this market today. Looks like the NASDAQ will close out. It might be one of the best months, I don't want to say ever for the NASDAQ, but I mean, I was going to say up 20-something% this month. Please, Adara. Yeah, so Adara, we can ask her. She's not back there right now.
She's not back.
She's eating.
There's no new news right now. There's no new news.
No. There's nothing to do with that. Someone said, what are you trading? Okay, so I can tell you, Adara today traded CAT, CVNA, LLY, and Meta. So some good ones there today.
All-time high, 10% for Caterpillar.
Yeah, good, man. Yeah, Caterpillar, all these names, man, starting to really run. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think it's been such a fantastic month. There's
no question if you're your long-term account.
Oh, yeah, or even just no matter what style of trading you're doing.
All short.
Unless, exactly. So I think it's...
Which I don't imagine there's anybody... Well, I shouldn't speculate. I don't actually know anybody that... Because even if you trade all short, like, wouldn't you then be, like, net long and all your long-term stuff anyways? So, like, how bad would it really be if everything's appreciating for you? Like, you almost couldn't go wrong today, eventually. Like, there's not much, like, I was looking over at ye old, like, my quote board. And again, my quote board doesn't really mean anything because it's just the names that I happen to have on a daily basis. Okay, so oil is going to be down. NVIDIA's battle back. I granted you that one's weak, and Amazon's going to be down. Micron and Intel are battling. Very close to getting into green here. Softy, from the open, Softy almost up. There was a news story for the cybersecurity name, so that's why PanW hasn't come all the way back yet. But even the things that are bad are close enough to flat. And we're considering how, I guess I could have just reversed that. But if you look at this, like ARM is up 5.
Okay.
AMD is up 5. ARM's up 5%. Oh, wow. ARM's back at 215. Well, I guess that dip isn't pulling back into the prior high. See, it doesn't even pull back into the prior high, that 180.
That was one of the ones we wanted to. Oh.
I guess it's not. I guess it's closer to 190. But you know what? It didn't go there anyway. So what is strong stays ridiculously strong, apparently. Although AMD just stands out like an absolute sore thumb. Look at this double top on advanced money. What do we call it? Duplicator? That's when it's good, it's advanced money duplicator. When it's bad, it's advanced money destroyer. So it's been the duplicator several times. It's almost a double up. Almost. It's almost a double up. from that consolidation bottom. This is why I harp on NVIDIA, though. Like, if you want to gripe about something, you got to gripe about NVIDIA. NVIDIA, look at this heavy pullback today. It just hasn't been the one. You know, there's been scalp opportunities in it, but there's no follow through. If this can get through VWAP, all bets are off. If we're doing this without NVIDIA right now, that's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, we're
The
doing
market. I mean, the market.
Yeah, the market. I mean, we got a bunch of big names going right here. We got Meta right now, $12 in. We've got the Qs continue to go higher. Let's check in on the other earnings name here. Microsoft, 405. So Microsoft's going as well. I mean, look, this looks like it wants to take down VWAP, right? This is a different trade for me because you're just taking out VWAP to the upside, so you sort of got to punch through it. The difference with the Meta trade for me is, and this is going to be. Like, we'll make the same, actually, we'll make more on Meta than we will even on Marvell. But right there, because Marvell we took really early, so we actually put on a little bit more shares here with Meta. And plus, Meta's also $11, Marvell's $7. So it's just, this was different because we had already bounced there off VWAP. So we had held VWAP here, we had held it there. So I just trusted it, right? I mean, you got to trust the strategies, and upside right there, we gave a big shout out to our good friend Brian Shannon, who has been, a friend of mine now for, I don't know, almost a decade at least. And we've gone back and forth. And you guys know when we were doing the podcast and everything, we had him on, and we've had him on many times on the show, all about VWAP and everything. And was trading VWAP even before I met the guy. So, there it goes, man, 618 upside. So that was a good one. DraftKings keeps on coming up here. Let's see what's going on with DraftKings. We want to make sure that we do understand that there's more earnings tonight, right? So looking at Apple at the end of the day, looking at SanDisk, you had mentioned there. I really like Reddit, and I think Reddit is a name that we got to look at.
Whatever happened to the Discord IPO? Speaking of Reddit,
Discord, they didn't go. I mean, Microsoft tried to buy them on the dirt cheap. I remember my kid was like, "Yo, you got to grab that." Okay, here's Eli Lilly's, man. I mean, Mounjaro, Zepbound. Just look at the extension to the upside there for Mounjaro. Zepbound is Eli Lilly's as well? Yeah, I guess so, right? So it's Mounjaro that's going up. So I don't even know what the difference is. Zepbound, type 2 diabetes. Okay, so Mounjaro's the diabetes. And that's nice that that's going up because you'd rather see people, taking it for medical reasons rather than, weight loss is obviously good as well, but there goes Zepbound. So that's taken a little lower. It's Mounjaro that's going to the upside there, helping out Eli Lilly up that 10% right there. Get ready for Reddit. Is this the dude that... Yeah, this is the guy that, what's her name? Venus Williams is married to?
No.
Oh, no. Okay. She's married to some rich dude on Reddit as well. Here we go, man. The 2026 revenue outlook, good one, man, versus the analyst estimates. So they are looking to get going here on the guide, obviously a little higher. So not trying to sandbag this quarter. We'll see if that winds up working out. Here, 70% year over year for Reddit. You can, of course, go get all of this information right now. There's CrowdStrike is tonight, maybe? I don't know if that's true. No, that's right. CrowdStrike was a story today.
It was news.
About CrowdStrike, so that's not anything to do with that. Okay, Apple. Apple tonight is going to be an absolute monster. We did hear a big number from the services side. If you guys joined us last night with Google had a huge services number. Apple should be able to beat that. And so I would think that if it's hot for Google, obviously not the same company, but I think services could start kicking around a little bit. So we'll see if Apple can start to drum up some more business on the services side. iPhone, we hear that's a pretty hot one. We'll wait to hear about what's going on with the Flip, right? If they can bring that to market a little bit earlier, that could help it go. Where is the earnings calendar? That's kind of what I'm looking for right here tonight. Oh, God, way far down. Here it is right here. All right, so here we go. Tonight, Rivian. Randy's here. Randy's sending me more cars right
Roblox.
Now.
That was
Roblox. The EX60 Volvo right there, starting at, 87,000 right there. I better put some more shares on there. So we're going to look at that for the Volvo.
But anyways, that's
no, $87,000. Okay.
For the Volvo, that's not.
I must not make as much money here. Amgen there for solar. IoT. That's Riot. Sorry. I love IoT, by the way. Samsara. That's not tonight. And if it is, maybe. But yeah, there's a couple of good names tonight, right? Western Digital has been a monster. SanDisk. There's your Reddit right there. Apple. We've got to wait till 4:30. Apple there. So we'll stay late with you guys. Amgen, Rivian. They're all here right now. We'll see if Riot can reinvent themselves here. Blockchain name. Obviously not super hot these days. We'll check that all out. But for those of you that are, of course, interested in Adara's quite amazing work. You can go check that out right now. And it's just, we can't say enough about that stuff because no matter what you're looking for, like I just went there. She retweeted her CrowdStrike stuff. Like, so anything that you're looking for a good read, go over there and check that out. Reddit, 50-period moving average, man. I mean, I've really liked Reddit. I've liked it for a while. I've never bought it. Maybe we can see what happens on the quarter. Today, a lot of the moves were fine. Like, you started off with Google. I was going to say, like, you start off with Google being real hot, up 7 or 8%, but then it comes back down and is down only 5.5% or so. Up 5.5%, and then it just absolutely takes off. So, okay, Meta's pulling back, which is fine by me. We topped it out. We talked about only having a 15% left. We now have 9% left, just under 10. I don't know if it's 9 exactly, but $618 right now. But breaking through the 25-period moving average, we should have had an out. We should have had another out there. For sure. But anyways, you look at these things long enough, you drive yourself crazy. So I will put another offer here at 47. Just join that line. See if we can get a fill here as Meta. One more fill as we should have got one earlier. And then we're going to watch out. There it is. We're going to watch out for 613 now on the breakdown. Maybe we will break dance our way out of that trade if it does break 613. But yeah, man, all aboard right now today. Just too many shares too early on Amazon. That's all.
There's no all aboard on Roblox tonight, then there is no bottom yet.
Oh, no, I don't know about Roblox.
Well, if this isn't a bottom on the weekly chart, then yuck. You just feel like it's been holding for the last month and a half. You've been able to hold this $50 level. And that's where the ramp job started. If you go all the way back to the April lows, like the tantrum lows, it held really nicely. If they can't do it here, then I don't know where the bottom's going to be, 25, 30 bucks. So this is one I've been waiting for. My daughter loves it. Constantly. And her friends too. Like it's like, okay, can you message so-and-so? Because like they don't have a message so-and-so's mom or dad and get them on Roblox so we can go into the same game. And it's like, it's crazy. Like, and all of the kids do it. And they all spend their parents' money. So it seems like there could be there. I understand the software thing and they're in trouble, but at some point it goes a little bit too far. As for what's next for me, I was about to say a little draw back into where we got into SMCI, and then maybe if it could break the wedge again, then I would reload it on the way up as opposed to the way down. But it's still sliding back and backing off a little bit. You do have USO trying to pump higher. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about BBAI. Okay, that's like 7 times I've seen BBAI.
Never heard of it.
I guess it's moving. The volume's not very big, but it's trying to fill in the gap.
Travolta thing, what does that sound?
Travolta, what was
I
it?
hit the Travolta.
That again?
No, because I thought it was, I have it marked as Travolta, so it must have been.
Travolta's
yeah, I was trying to do the bear here. I was trying to do this because you mentioned Big Bear. Yeah, the Travolta, this guy's gone.
That's the wrong bear one.
Yeah, no,
why do you like that bear?
I don't. Here's the bear. I was trying to switch pages to get to
better.
this bear. And I hit the Travolta. But yeah, no, Big Bear AI, I mean, a good little look there. We just talked about that. I mean, this name just is ebbs and flows, man. I mean, we're just hoping that this one can come out with an EPS of greater than 0. We've already showed sort of the trajectory of Big Bear AI, and we'll do it again right now. We'll go over here into details. We'll type in BBAI, and then we'll see when they're reporting 5 days, May the 5th. So May the 4th be with you, and then hopefully May the 5th be profitable. And then it's the short flow rate here of 25%. That's got me interested in it. We're long rate here for $4 and change. So hopefully that can work out for us on Big Bear AI. And then here's the reason why. Really, I mean, first of all, I like the security aspect of it. I already talked about this with FIFA coming and everything going on, traveling in the summer months. These guys provide some of the thermal scanners and stuff like that at the airports or at borders and just whatever. Some companies use them, shipping companies using them as well. But right here, this is the thing that's got me going. So if we just zoom down in here and you see the EPS right here, it goes very, very bad, very, very bad. If that goes positive, then we could see potentially a fly here with Big Bear AI. So we're going to wait to see if that happens. And I mean, look, man, if that number comes EPS minus 5 cents or worse, then yeah, you will probably see this name cruise back into some of these lows again. But you know, technically speaking, I think it's just a shot in the dark. We talked about that. I liked it at the beginning of the year, so I'm fine. But we took it there on the board that you guys see, and I would buy it back down here at $3, but we have to now. It's too late. We didn't do any buying at all. We had bought earlier when we saw this thing moon right into here, and then it came right into this move here. We bought it on the way back down, giving us that average price of $4, and then cleared out about half or 60% of our trade on the way back up there. We actually got $8.50. We didn't do anything this next time as it went because we were thinking, maybe we had it, and then it just fell right back in. So yeah, hopefully when you get a little bit of luck behind us with Big Bear AI, and we can trade that on May the 5th or before and see if it wants to break through. The trade I had as the number one trade on the sticky note today would have been amazing, but we don't have it, again, of course, because we're just looking elsewhere and we shouldn't have been. And here's what we're talking about right there. SoFi break 16. It was easy, right? I mean, it opens the day down underneath 16. That's why we got stuck in Amazon, because 265 did not hold. And we put some shares in there. Look, we're here to make money. So, I mean, when you get hit, you get hit. But there's SoFi. Here's the break. So see, we open up the day underneath. We don't even get close to $16. There's the break of 16 right here. And then boom, up to 1640 and just trying to hover around. Now you got view up at 16. So yeah, man, I like this play here for SoFi, possibly looking at a 16 hold. So if you're into that one, we'll do that. But yeah, some halts. Okay, you're at SLV, AIOS. I want to look at some minor ones here just in case. Okay, this one's only done 3,000 shares, so that's not it.
What?
CT,
That's halted on 3,000 shares?
yeah, it must have just, I don't know. It looks like it gapped there. I don't know what the news was there. We can check that out.
There's no way that hasn't.
And then this one, Cheetah. I think we heard something about Cheetah the last couple of days. Oh. That halted again, maybe a little bit.
This kind of,
you know something about this stock?
No. This is, every time I think, if you say Cheetah,
yeah.
I think about, remember when Ben Johnson was hawking that energy drink?
Was that Cheetah Energy?
Yeah,
and he held it up. Yeah,
Cheetah.
Yeah. Oh,
Ben
yeah,
Johnson's
because he was
the Canadian
cheating.
Guy who
was set up and framed.
Well, first of all, when he won the 100 meters and lost his gold medal, there was 8 people in the final. Like 6 of them were all roided up, and we now know that.
And one of them cannot be Carl Lewis, of course.
Lewis was. One of the Americans wasn't, and the Brazilian guy allegedly was not. So those were the 2 clean guys in the race. But anyways, there's a movie coming. There's a new. It looks like made for TV.
Oh yeah. That's right. I did see that. I saw that one.
Right. It's they're making a movie.
100% they are.
Here. I have a personal affinity for it because the other Canadian in that race, who also got caught, rest in peace, Desai Williams. Oh, I might have missed his short. He was a family friend. He married into one of my dad's best friend's family. So I got to meet him. He came to my birthday party as a kid. It was wild. This Olympian comes to my birthday party, and then months later, it's like they're all in this big, massive. It was a huge scandal here.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I know that guy.
Desai Williams. He's a really good dude. But you know what? They got caught. Everyone else in sprinting was doing it, and the Canadians got caught, and the Canadians held their athletes accountable, which is very different from what everybody else did. That's how we roll. You can say what you want about it, whether it was smart or so stupid.
I would go with stupid.
You know what?
I mean, you rob the guy of a gold medal, and it's just like, if everybody else is cheating, join the club, right?
You know
do we hate Mark McGuire? Do we hate Barry Bonds and all that? I mean, these guys are juiced up, and obviously, if there was some sort of testing at that time, it would have been something else.
The irony?
What's up with Sammy Sosa, man? His neck got bigger than his head.
Well, Bonds' head has shrunk a lot. Our coach, just the last thing I'll say about this, the reason why the Canadian coach was we're so sure that Ben Singh was spiked, what they caught him for was not the drug that the Canadian sprinters were using. It's the craziest thing. He's like, it's not, but that's not what I'm giving him. So how could he have tested positive for it? That's the whole controversy behind it, it's a fascinating story. Carl Lewis. So I did go for it's not a reload, but it's like a second break on SMCI. So there's your initial break. It's not as long of a downward trend, but we'll take it anyways and just sort of roll we had before into a new stop, which will be, it's relatively tight. We have a little bit less range. It's 230. You're not going to be moving around quite as much, I don't think. I don't love the fact that USO is coming back up, though. USO is cranking back higher. It hasn't affected the market yet, but worth keeping an eye on. Let's go to Adara.
Only news I have here that's kind of related here to USO would be Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent going on X saying that Iran's currency has hit an all-time low thanks to epic fury. So, I mean, yeah, that Iran currency comment, all I have. Keep an eye, though, in Diageo to the upside. President Trump reportedly announcing that he'll be removing tariffs and restrictions on Scottish whiskey imports. Now, DEO, this is a spirits manufacturing company. Primarily, I know they own the likes of Ciroc. Apparently, they must own some Scottish whiskey names as well, because DEO to the upside on reports President Trump's going to be removing tariffs and restrictions on imports of Scottish whiskey. Back to you.
Problem that people aren't drinking as much. Isn't that like a really big thing that's weighing on?
Yeah. I mean, they've seen just Constellation brands and whatnot, some different Budweiser, stuff like that.
And then there's talk of the GLPs being effective at curbing some addictive behaviors, or like that would weigh poorly. I don't know. I can't say firsthand. I was way too young. I don't know too many in like that 20 to 30 range. Like, is it really something that's going to be a long-term hang on some of these stocks? Because they look terrible. I'm talking like Diageo is terrible. Like, it's one of the worst looking charts we're going to find. Like, it is channeled down in a way that you don't see this. Like, you'll see up moves that are this, like, just obvious and linear, but to see a downward move like that is a little bit intense. So it kind of is what it is. Crude should be closing right about now, but it's closing near the highs. So again, the only new thing I'm in is SMCI, and I think I should have been less bullish on silver and probably shorted this trend break. I might get a second crack at this. If I do, like, that's a pretty clean trend break. I don't know if it gets back up to 66.7. If it does, then maybe I'll look to grab the short off that prior high and play it into VWAP for the afternoon. I'd rather this does not head back lower, because I think that would mean that maybe the market's pulling back, or we're getting too much strength in oil futures, or the dollar is moving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, we're just chilling out here, looking for more opportunities, of course, as we always do. Just looking for some scanners. I mean, we've got okay. Let's check out some Oracle right now, just to see what's going on there with Oracle. Okay, the day high looks like, or at least range high break right now on Oracle. There you go. You're touching. This is why it came up though on the scanner. Just looking at this break here of your 200 period moving average right there on Oracle. We'll see if that can get going right there, back up to the upside again. 163 and change for ORCL. Yeah, good battle back from the bottom there. Still down a little bit today. Down 1% is Oracle. Check out on Eli Lilly here. Again, a really super strong name, obviously today up 10%. Look at this 200 period moving average. You take a look at that. Hasn't even seen it yet all day. If you're talking about trading something with momentum, you might want to look at Eli Lilly right here. But it may lose this shelf here and break down a little bit. I think we could actually float back into 935. If that does happen, I think that's going to be a good long. I mean, retesting, and then you could maybe get out 930. Well, I mean, if it breaks that, what's the spread like here? 40, 50 cents probably opens up a little bit more on a break. So yeah, maybe we'll have to be careful about what we do, but that's 935 right there on Eli Lilly. Maybe, yeah, that'd be 931, $4. Then we'll have to go all the way back up to the upside. And I don't know for Eli Lilly. If you're going to do something like that, I don't necessarily want to short it unless it comes back to 941, which it might do. And then you're just shorting a strong name where the NASDAQ is already telling you the short is not the play. So I'm not going to go short that play, actually, after all. Oh, here we go, man. Still short. Okay.
Mint chocolate chip.
Yeah, you better eat that mint
but
chocolate chip.
But that's MSTR, right?
Yeah, 76.
JKL, that's, never mind.
Yeah, he was silver, and he was silver short, I believe, and MSTR short. So what is MSTR looking like?
Well, I mean, if you've been short MSTR for a week, it's basically pulled back to yesterday's open. That's the open. So it's back to yesterday's open, so it's pulled back a day. For the last week, it's still seemingly holding the downward trend. I could draw that for you if you really wanted, but I think we all get the idea. SLV, I guess the same. I don't know. In my brain, it looks a little bit stronger. Like, you had the false bottom, like there's support, there's like the false bottom, resistance, support. Then we gap up, and we've been holding like the prior, like not yesterday's close, but the close on, what day is it? Tuesday, like Tuesday's close, it just held that level and is breaking higher. But there's still a gap to be filled. Like, there's work to be done here on SLV. Anyways, are you sure it was short SLV? Mm-hmm. Okay. First, why did I think that JKL was going long SLV? Maybe that was a couple.
Yeah, it was like the short.
Maybe that was.
That
was before.
I think he switches all the time. So
we just got a super chat from Bill as well, but I don't see a message.
What's up, Bill?
To it. Bill.
Well, what's Amazon doing now? Ugh.
It's going.
Yeah, damn it. Got stopped out of that one. That's all good, man. We're almost back to positive here.
I didn't see it.
On the day, actually, so it's all good.
There's no message.
Okay, shout out to
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate the super chat. If you send a message, then we have this cool thing and we can hit a button and it shows up on the screen, and I don't have to drag this over here. Don't want to report you, that's for sure. Long Brady says RGTI, oops. Well, if that means Rigetti's not having a good day, everything can't be up. I mean, the thing about the quantum names is they still don't make money.
Ching, ching.
Right? No, short MSTR and short Qs now. So you're not
Qs.
short silver. Yeah, I didn't. For some reason, I didn't think.
Oh yeah, that's right. I mentioned the Nasdaq earlier today.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's where
I
he's
didn't
like,
think it was
now
silver
he's worried.
short.
Now he's worried.
Rigetti's up 7%. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, Rigetti's nice.
Who was saying Rigetti and then there was like a negative?
Oh, I don't know.
Somebody
that's maybe not checking the screens out there. Yeah, look at this Amazon, man. We did get, worth a 1K in DeSantis before earnings. Yes. I mean, just go long, I would say. Right into here for Amazon. I mean, it just kept on, bouncing until eventually it didn't, which was fine, man. We got it at 257.50. It goes as low as 256.20. So, we would have been stopped out of that anyways. But there goes Amazon right now going back into Greensville, a name that was up a bit early, pretty good actually. There's our 265 where we got run over right there. But we're just we're just trying to make everything back right now. And as I said, the early lesson was just believed in this too much. I thought we were going to bounce and then just, got hit there, tried it again and got hit there. And then we don't have any, this is not really a hit, just over and over and over again. And to eventually it was a little bit too much. And then we didn't, although Meta has been a really good trade for us. We only made about a little bit more than half of what we lost on Amazon. So Amazon was a big one. So, I'll be, as honest with everybody. We talked about the way it's going. I'm going to be hopefully. Right now, I'm under half. Everything is fine. We've made back almost 95% of what we were down, but we're still scraping together to try to get to Greensville. So we're almost there, man. And despite having all these big wins, we did exit out because we were sort of leaving our trades on there. But it was Amazon early, and then the TQs. We've made back on the TQs, but we're trying to go long the same time. Got hit there, got hit there, got hit there. So we'll be red on Amazon, red on the TQs, but then really green on Meta and Marvell, and all of that gets 2 for 4. Puts us basically flat here on the day. So I hope that some of you maybe avoided that Amazon trade, but that is what it is, man. Someone asked about a Rivian today. So
after the bell, right?
Yeah, they're going to come after the bell, and you guys wanted wanted some key levels there for Rivian. I think we're always looking at even dollars. I mean, when the earnings is going to come out, Daryl will put out very, very shortly the expected moves for Rivian. Yeah, there we go. She's literally about to post it. I would say, honestly, if you're going to trigger in to something, it's always better to wait, as I just told you, wait till 10 o'clock or something tomorrow, see what's going on. But if you did like Rivian here, I think, their production in the R2 has started. It's going to be a successful one. I'm hoping that there's a lot of demand for it. I'm in that lineup as well. I've already got the reservation in there for that, but we know Canada's a little delayed, so we'll see what's going on. But 1450, would be the lows. I think if you get anything around there, you're probably doing well. And again, they're going to launch that new vehicle. So if that new vehicle comes and it's well received, which the reviews have been pretty positive on it, I think you can get that back to the upside. The market's sort of jonesing for an EV that can come in, under that $100,000 for an SUV type of car there, which has been expensive. Your only choices have really been Model Y. There's a few other ones now that have come out. We talked about the Equinox and whatnot, but we'll see what happens with the Rivian here coming in. So $14.50 to $15 for me would be something there for Rivian.
As long as Rivian holds this little accumulation trend it's got, I think it's just fine. You go all the way back to 2024, every single one.
Speak of the devil, we were just talking about Rivian over here. Is there any more of those cookies?
Is that from the morning, or did you? That oatmeal raisin?
This guy's too much. Randy's been working the midnight shift over here. He's been.
I haven't had. We get pastry. A a plate of pastries every single day.
Yes, we do.
I haven't had one of the cookies from that in like 6 months.
Yep.
I've been like it's difficult for me because I love oatmeal raisin cookies. But then when you're eating it in the afternoon like that, I'm feeling kind of, I went for a walk today. I mean, that could justify eating a ridiculously large cookie.
I feel like your walk was like 20 minutes, though.
It was not very long, but I'm trying to justify something that I shouldn't be. I know what I was going to say about Rivian. As long as you hold higher lows, this could drop, and it's like, it doesn't matter. Accumulation, higher low, accumulation, higher low, accumulation, higher low, accumulation. Just keep on putting in higher lows. If that means there's no disasters happening, and you're hopefully done the worst of it. I'm not saying it does in Intel, but you can do worse. When you
I just put this up because we were just talking about it. Like, yeah, Zen.
Look at
I mean, you and me both, man. I mean, anybody that sold Amazon before this moment right now sold too early. I mean, it's at the highs it's been at since the first 10 minutes. You know, so boom to the downside right there for Amazon, and now really recovering. Oh boy, that could have been a big, huge trade. Those of you asking, I haven't seen Obi make a trade. I don't think he might have made one yesterday. He hasn't made one yet today, so I don't know anything that he's doing over there. But I do have Adara in the back.
Hi, Randy. I want to really quickly talk here. I don't want to kick Randy off here, but I want to talk about our implied earnings for tonight because this is an interesting one. Probably the most anticipated report widely here. Apple, they have the smallest expected move by far tonight of only 3.5%. Amgen's in second place here with a 4% expected move. If you get to the largest expected moves tonight, it's going to be Roblox at 14.2%, Reddit at 12.4%, and SanDisk at 9.4%. Those are the top three largest expected moves. Rivian in a close fourth place with a 9.1% expected move. So again, guys, Roblox, largest expected move. Apple, smallest expected move. If you're thinking, hey, where do I get all these expected moves right in front of me? You know where. It's X at TTD Research. Back to you.
I would never get Apple. That's funny.
Yeah, Apple's one over there. Oh, did Meta break? No, Meta goes up to 618. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was wondering if Apple broke right there. We were going to get out at 614 breakdown as well. Look at this man bringing us the cookies. I was going to say we could split one. Fabian, are we going to have that monitor tonight or what? My God. We're going to have that monitor there? And that hair is getting long, my guy.
That's a lot.
Down to the waist. Fabian not feeling that. What are you doing with all of these cookies?
No, man, I wanted one cookie.
Here, why don't you take one and take another one? Take another one. Oh, Ramin's here. Go, Ramin. You're taking both? I don't know what the stockpile that Randy has. Oh, you took. Okay, good, perfect. Now we're all good.
Yeah, I only wanted one cookie.
We'll try to do. We'll try to do a half piece. We'll try to do a one piece. You guys watch One Piece over there? All right.
I've watched a bit of it. I tried to get. You mentioned it. Aaron would like it, so we watched a little bit. She's like, She's like ho-humming it. I thought I liked the start of it.
Randy, where's the mic? I have to ask you some questions over here.
Okay, that's tasty.
Okay. All right. Randy, everybody.
Are we on?
Yeah. Yeah, you're on. I can hear you. Okay. Do you have a favorite cookie?
This one right here.
Oh, so oatmeal. This is oatmeal raisin. Yeah, I like the oatmeal raisin. I like the chocolate macadamia nuts.
I was just say the white chocolate, not the dark chocolate. The white chocolate macadamia nuts.
That's
my kids bake them at home.
Yeah,
they're yum.
Yeah, I think they crush these ones. But
this is
good. These ones are pretty good.
Yeah.
There. What did you have the lunch day? Was that pork? I actually got the pork as well.
It was good.
That wasn't bad.
Onions and peppers and.
It was all right.
It was
a little dry, but
a little dry. Yeah.
Was that Joe that hit that over there?
Joe doesn't like the food.
So Rivian reports
night. Yeah. So we were thinking there, we talked about that. You just sent me the EX60, is that what it was from Volvo there?
The Volvo EX60 is my new favorite electric thing. I haven't driven one yet.
No.
They're
here it is here.
Rather pretty. I don't know. Good range. They're kind of nifty.
I was going to say, but
what is the range?
Coming in 500 is the range. This is coming in at 500 kilometers right there. So I don't know, miles.
330 miles.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe low.
Well built. They look nice. Gorgeous interiors. I don't know. I'm not knocking the R2, which I've sat in twice now. This is going to be a competitor to RJ, and RJ's going to have some competition.
But this is going in at 81, so that's what I was going to say. I mean, I said this to you before, and it's like this is coming in at 81 when we think the R2 is probably, I think I got the tech 68 or something like that.
With toys,
yeah,
and
that's
taxes,
the thing.
and you're going to be in that neck of the woods anyway. So again,
I mean, pretty minimalistic here, right?
I'm expecting positivity from Rivian tonight. The R2 is not going to be on sale here for a while yet.
Right, I know. you
So
were
by the
mentioning
fourth quarter, we should see. These are good cookies.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's loving
We
these
should see
cookies.
some lift.
People-
in the stock price, but again, positivity here. But are they moving huge R2s out the door yet? No, they're in production. You know, they're not selling 1 million of them yet. So give it time.
Randy, I'd like to offer you a job. Randy's automotive corner or something like that. We sit on the desk. You and Sharif go back and forth.
It's almost like
give
we've
Neil
done
and I a
this
break.
before.
You know.
I was going to be the Cookie Monster.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
First of all, if we do that, we can do both.
Both.
We can do both. We've done this before. Back when we used to have the old setup, Randy would come in the afternoon, and especially during earnings season, and you do even a report on some of the EVs.
Some.
You'd say sometimes nice things about Ford if you had to. I'm gonna guess. I don't even want to ask you about Stellantis. They just reported. I know you absolutely can't stand them. No. But you know what? Ball
not a
doesn't lie.
Chrysler guy over there, Randy.
No, he hates Jeep, right?
I've owned Jeeps, and I'll never buy another one.
Well, Stellantis is, yuck.
Yeah.
5 points today. Did they report last night? They reported this week.
I'm trying to.
But it doesn't matter.
They've got a lot of things to figure out.
They
They
don't
have a new
move now.
CEO, and he's got a plan. They need to execute on
That's
that
an
plan
ugly chart.
and make things happen.
Put up a good chart.
I was trying to find the
General
thing on
Motors is a little
Instagram
bit
when we went to go get those the brisket. I was trying to show the brisket. The brisket reel. Remember you and I went up
Yes.
there and we got it, and
Yes.
I can't find it, but I can find. Here's Rand. Oh, darn it. I just had Randy, then I extended it out here. Where's Randy on here? Well, I have no idea where it is. This is just wasting time at this point. There's my son, by the way, who's now big, like I said, bigger than you, Randy, I think, right now. Look how small he was here. Talking about a throwback. Oh, here's Obi and I as well. Anyways, Randy, I don't have you on. You're on here somewhere, but
That's okay.
it doesn't go in. This was one of the funniest ones ever, this little reel here. Maybe we can play that for everybody. This was Kevin O'Leary and stuff as a baby. And then there's me. Neil's coming. There's Neil as well. This was a hilarious one. Go check us out on our Instagrams and we'll be there. But I'm thinking we should do that soon. We are going to have a burger day, but I'm wondering if we do that brisket instead.
Well, we promised Sia we have to do a burger day. For someone who has never had a hamburger.
But Sia has confirmed.
Had a cheeseburger.
She misunderstood. She's had a burger before.
Yeah.
But it was a cheeseburger.
Which, I mean.
So now we have to get her. Now we have to get her a burger without cheese.
Well, it's not that big of a
I'm with
deal.
Adair. Adair, you want to do brisket instead?
I'm down for brisket. I mean, Randy and I have been saying for a while we want to do briskets and biscuits, like the kind of Popeye style biscuit with a brisket. We're down for briskets and biscuits.
Slaw.
I'm going to speak for Randy here because we
know
just
my guy
had this
Rob over here
conversation
likes
off camera.
brisket.
Biscuits.
Oh, why are we stopping at brisket? We can get some ribs. We get them burnt ends.
Me, get out of here.
Collard greens. Seriously, if you're gonna
I'm being
you're gonna
kicked
do
out.
barbecue.
I'll be right back.
What? If you're doing barbecue, you might as well go all the way. Brisket's great, but I want the whole. Give me that platter, man. Like, I will not visit the set. I do not visit the set without getting barbecue at least once. 100%. You cannot. You go to the USL, you got to make sure you get some. And I'll always judge a place like the sauce that matters, but let me know how it goes with your slaw. Got them good beans, and then we're good to go. And then I know you're a legit joint. Back to the market. We're back at the highs. The only thing I did new was like the reload in SMCI, and then the scout. It's the same trade as before, and that's what trading is. Like find a setup, break the trend to the high, break the trend to the high. This time we'll hold on and see how far it can go. There's a little bit of a gap to get filled here to about 27.65. So if it goes another 0.5%. This will be like a 1% mover into this prior high. So that's what I'm looking for on SMCI. We'll see. Jesse Martinez is like, finally, Neil has a good food take. Oh, it's like that. I'm always hating on the food here, I guess. But we don't get the good barbecue. Like, our caterer is not going to ever throw down like a legit barbecue joint. You just can't expect them to be that good. All right, BBAI, everyone seems to continue to talk about it. It's not a bad move. Not a bad move at all on BBAI. It's just... You know what? Actually, this is a good point, because a lot of people, and sometimes we do this, lots of people do this as traders. Like they'll say, oh, but that's barely even moving. It's a $4 stock. Here's the reality. I'll tell you this because this is just absolute truth if you're trying to, because the trader's job is to make money. like sometimes it might be like, say, Intel the last couple of days. Like you risk 50 cents to make a buck to a buck 50, right? You're looking for 2, 3 to 1, 2.5 to 1, like that kind of a notion. You take a breakout on BBAI, you could be 390 long. You're risking 4 cents to make 8 to 12. There's no difference between risking 4 pennies to make 8 to 12 and risking 50 cents to make $1 to $1.50. You're still looking at the same risk to reward. Is it moving? Can you execute the trade? Then make the trade. That's why you always look at, like, try to think of it in terms of, well, how far did it move? Don't worry about whether it was $1 or 10 cents. Like, you can just, you guys might not want to mess with that too much over there. Just saying, they're doing some weird things to Sean's PC. Yeah, anyways, it doesn't matter. No, but just back to that point, you just have to understand a move is a move. And as long as you risk reasonably, then you should be fine. I've done it plenty of times where I'll take a mean reversion and a stock that has a 20-cent range. A mean reversion on that makes my entire day. But then, like, another moment, actually, I can do this example for real. Like on Boyle. Like Boyle went halfway on a reversion trade and went like 25 pennies. But it's a $13 stock, and I was only risking like 10. So at the end of the day, like that's still, and it wasn't even that great. Like it didn't follow through all the way. So it's really just about risk to reward on every single trade, for sure. Tastiest is saying SMR is a breakout. Nothing is popping off on my scanner that's going crazy. Like it's all really normal. What's BKNG doing? Booking's a different one. Like it's all the same names, but nothing is doing any kind of velocity that stands out. SMR, yeah, SMR is at the high. Booking is moving. I have no idea why Booking is going. But SMR, chase the high, don't like that. I do like that it's closing and trying to get back above the 50. This is one that badly needs to do that. Show us that you can withstand a pullback, a legitimate pullback, and then break the high. That'd be a good one. Withstand the pullback, have a disaster day, V-shape it, start breaking out some levels. Ultimately, probably needs to get through that 15. But this looks like a continuation play, potentially tomorrow. You know where I was looking was Robinhood. I might like this Robinhood. Yeah, I don't know what was going on over there.
I'm back.
Some stuff happened.
No, it's just we're trying to get the
it's because
the background
piece.
the background screens going.
Right.
Oh, now my display's all. Oh gosh, damn.
Well, that's what. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Rob needs to still do something. Do you still need to do something with this display over here? No. Oh, it's all mine. Okay. You know when they changed the screen? So now we have 4 screens here, and like I have. If you can get this shot,
I was saying like,
can you get this side shot over here? Because you'll see that now my main trading screen. Well, you guys have this. See. There.
Yeah.
There's all my stuff. So it all moved up here. So if you see this display thing up here, now you have all of my stuff is up here. So I just got to go doot, and start to bring everything back down again right now. So fun times over here. Here's President Trump, by the way. Hey, Trump, what's going on over there? And there's Joe.
Ooh, like the Red Sox
Joe doing well. Oh, yeah, I got to explain the Red Sox hat. Oh, yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, so first of all, appreciate the name there. But yeah, this is, I coach a Little League team, of course, and we talk about that all the time, the High Park Little League. And one of the teams, there's only 8 teams. There's Expos, there's not even Jays. There's Expos, there's Orioles, there's Mets. Anyways, I've been lucky enough to be, head coach this year. Last year I was assistant coach, head coach this year, so I'm flexing this hat right there. Opening day on Saturday, and last year we had Jerry Howard throw out the first pitch. We'll see who's going to do it
Yasiel Puig
this year. Yeah, Yasiel Puig. Didn't he sign with Buffalo or something?
No, he signed with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Oh, that play out of Christie Pitts or something?
Nobody knows who yet. Well, if you're a real baseball fan, you might know who Yasiel Puig is, but he's like a former MLB guy who, I think he went to jail for some fraud nonsense or something. There was some really bad thing that happened, and now he just signed with a semi-pro team in Toronto.
Right, I did see that, yeah.
So I'm joking that he should throw out the first pitch for the League. Probably not the guy you want to go with.
He was amazing, though. Didn't he win Rookie of the Year?
He was ridiculously talented, but you know what?
Just gotta get these.
Talent only takes you so far. Like his effort on the field sometimes was.
Yep.
I don't know the guy, but like I watch a lot of baseball. Sometimes you'd wonder what he was doing.
Ivan Kuba.
What are you doing, dude? He was so talented. He had an arm like Bo Jackson. He could run like the wind. He had more power than anybody. He basically was Bo Jackson in a lot of ways. but Bo Jackson was a hard worker. So the other stock I'm looking at is Robinhood for a potential trend break here. That's just from the low, trying to break this trend, and then it's tight to VWAP, so I don't know if I like it. It's not like an A+, it's more like a B setup. Let's go to Adara. It's almost power hour. Might have found something.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on the market. Seeing comments coming through from Fitch, which is, of course, a credit rating agency. They're saying that the widening U.S. deficit and climbing debt are posing key sovereign rating challenges. So some comments again here on the U.S. deficit from Fitch Ratings. Back to you.
I've been saying that for a while.
I mean, I think that's the next leg.
The bond market has not been telling you a kind story. Just look at the yields ain't exactly coming down as much as you would want. The market hasn't cared, but there's only so long the market, like the stock market, doesn't care about the bond market. Like eventually, that's the kind of thing that comes to roost. But
they say all the big money's in the bond market. So.
If the market's been shrugging off a lot of stuff,
almost
it's been the war. We shrugged off the war. We shrugged off the AI worries. We basically shrugged off. Well, the Venezuela thing wasn't that. Like all that crazy.
Venezuela. Yeah.
No, I mean, look,
what was that weapon that he used? A discombobulator? I mean, that was a big one there. Why doesn't he use a discombobulator in Iran over there?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, has Palantir created the
they don't
discombobulator?
Well, maybe they do.
You guys can look that up. Discombobulator, President Trump. That was a funny.
It was a real thing.
There, it was. Yeah, I believe it still is a real thing. Right in there. Okay.
I don't know what it does, but.
Oh, it discombobulates things. It's like, it's a great tool to use.
If only there was some way to know that that's what it did. Dang it.
Nope, you can't. You can't figure
you have
that
to
out right now. Okay, we're back. Okay, thank you. And we did not fix that, but we're still staying late. So if you guys are looking for earnings plays or earnings coverage, anyways, tonight is your night once again, as we will have Reddit, SanDisk, WDC, something called Apple. I don't know. Hopefully it's not a sour one as we get going. And Dara, which one other than the main ones? Is there one that maybe Rivian, or what is there something that you're excited about? I know Eli Lilly maybe today was one for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have to, based on the price of this ticker, probably not super shocking, I'm going to say SanDisk.
Right.
I'm excited about SanDisk. Also, their report last quarter was a total blowout. That being said, Rivian, in terms of like an infographic perspective, I'm very excited for. I have a fun infographic featuring CEO RJ Scaringe for Rivian that will be coming out right after the report. So please stay tuned if you want to see it live. Again, stay here at Trader TV Live. And again, live earnings updates as well on X at TTV Research.
And MF Dangerous just said IoT is reporting. I thought we said that was Riot. It's Riot. Yeah. On the infographic, because of the way that
Samsara is not that big of a stock.
The way that it looked like it was Riot, but it's not IoT. It's actually Riot. Which, by the way,
I'm all about IoT.
Mara was super strong today. So was Riot. Riot's up 7 points going into the print. I guess it's not that impressive when you look at the daily chart, because some things have been beaten up, but you've got a turnaround. Like Bitcoin's back at 76. I guess we couldn't break the 80,000, but that's not the end of the world. Some of these names have managed to recover. We just hit power hour. See, sometimes I see the graphic.
It's power hour. I took a little bit more off there on Meta just because we've already got that high. We got the high 3 times there on Meta at 618, just sitting there taking it. You're now breaking through. We have 5% left. Meta, let's just see if it breaks to 614. That's where we were initially going to stop out of that one. For somehow, and thanks for the positive comment. I saw some of you saying this about this TQs, man. I mean, I don't know how we have the low of the day other than we just trusted that bottom. We took it a couple times in and then right back up. And here's like a lot of the outs at the 200 period moving average. I'm going to do that all the time. I wonder when I was at the gym right there. And then here's the move back up into 63.40, 63.50. So, in what was pretty horrible start to the day, we were able to definitely battle back and create a good one right now as well. Someone saying that the market's getting to the downside. Yeah. Tesla, though, wow. To pick this one up would have been a dream there before earnings. They're really kind of smoking. They've already been up to $400 on their report. We'll see if they can hold for it here. That's going to be Tesla right now trying to get back through this 282 where we can maybe buy some. Look at it, just respect this 50-period moving average. I mean, this is why, I'm not on here because I know what I'm doing, but these charts right here know what they're doing, and this is the 50-period moving average, just really holding out right there for that play. So that's a nice move right there on Tesla, trying to kick higher right now, breaking through 383, and that's the new high of the day, right? Yeah, so Tesla hasn't even looked back. This was a name that wasn't even beat up. We did get a question earlier about, where are some key levels. We said 70. It kind of breaks through that. It goes down into 68. I still think, I held Amazon $2 plus against me. That was bad. And then that all of a sudden created a movement to the upside there on Tesla. So yeah, looking for it to base out. And like I said, man, learning a lesson every single day. Just got to avoid making the same mistake twice. And we wrote down on this on our note today that we liked this name right here, Amazon, off of these levels. And so when it came in, we tried it. That's 66, 65 into 63, and then stopped out when we sort of broke through yesterday's sort of malaise right there where we closed. So that was about a $2 or $3 hit on a decent amount of shares. So we're just recovering now from that, and then made a little bit of money on Amazon, but still wasn't successful with that name. And then this is where I was just talking to Joe there as they were fixing my situation, and I just said, these are so much better plays, just waiting around for something to actually happen, and then, coming back into view up where it showed that there's been some sort of buy support there. So just being patient and waiting, we wind up taking this for a ride and did pretty well there, needless to say there on Meta. So that's what's been good. And then Marvell was right off the jump. This was basically the same idea that I had in Amazon. Marvell was coming back in. We know this is a super strong stock. We thought with the CapEx spend, there was going to be no problems. You see AMD absolutely ripped up. Why NVIDIA sold off, I still am not super sure about that. But yeah, Marvell came right into yesterday's closing spot, and that's where we just went long. We were going to stop out basically for $1 or $2 on that, but it just kept on going. And then most of our outs here at the pre-market highs. So I'm just trying to, this is not boasting about these trades. I'm just trying to explain to you guys what the difference was. It's almost the same look for Amazon, except for Amazon had earnings. So that's where, you got to think about, the real money's going to come in. And if they want to sell it, they're not going to care about little levels like that. But on a Marvell, comes right back to somewhere where was respected, and it winds up holding. So, we'll try to do better every single day, but I think we've done well today here. Any day where you're, flattish is not a bad day. And, we've been having a good month. And it's, welcome to the end of April. One of the best months, I could just ask Gemini or something, but I think it's one of the best months in NASDAQ history. It probably has to be top 10 as you go from 550 to 667. You're adding, yeah, I know, eh? You're adding right there $110 onto 550, so you're up 20+%. The problem is that we don't necessarily trust this to be exact right there, but it's giving me, it's only saying 13%. I don't know how that's even right.
But that's obviously 20%.
Hold on, maybe, I know, that's the math that I was trying to at least there. Let's try for another candle. Okay, now it's saying 19%, so we're getting closer. Better. But anyways, I feel like it's been a pretty bang-up month.
Has not been up 20%. Okay, first of all, this is perplexity. I don't have this memorized.
That's fine, it's probably right.
Has not been up 20% in a single month in the source I found. The best recently monthly move shown was April 2009, 14%.
What?
That doesn't.
Oh man, it's even better than I thought.
And then if it was a rolling 30-day move, it says the NASDAQ 17.8%. But that's literally the end of this month.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, so it says it couldn't verify one, and then said the best it could find was
perplexity.
April 2009. I find that a little bit surprising. You mean to tell me we didn't have a 20% month at all during the recovery from the financial
I'm not trying to tell you that. I just knew that this was a monster month.
Well, you know what?
I was giving it top 10.
Anyways, I should have. I had perplexity up. I use all the different ones. I already had it open, so that's the one that I just typed it into. I suppose I could have used GPT or Gemini. It's not important enough for me to ask again. I'm just going to leave it at that. I just don't believe it. Of course, we must have had a 20% bounce after the financial crisis, right?
I'm talking NASDAQ.
In a month? There had to have been a month that did that.
It might have been the ES. Financial crisis was a lot of banks.
Yeah, you know what?
And damn Randy with these cookies.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad everyone else took some, because I wouldn't have stopped at the one. I'm not saying I would have eaten all four.
Bad. What is a
probably would have eaten all four.
Caloric intake on that? 300? I don't know.
On one of those?
I don't.
Well, they're not that big, but probably like
Oat, I don't think is very.
they're not that bad, but all 4 of them would have been
all good.
All right, so we're getting a little bit. It's not much. Nasdaq's not carrying, but we're getting a bit of a pullback. This might end up just being, if it's just a scalp into VWAP, like so be it. And then the entirety of this move from top wick to VWAP could be 50 pennies if you can grab 30, 40 of it, and that's all it wants to do. Then I'll go with that. But the buyers just started to.
Oh man, the Nasdaq just went again.
I'm saying like,
I have. So first of all, I have. Oh my, wait a minute. I was like, I have the news in my ear, and I just felt I don't have the news. I was wondering, where did I? Hold on, I must have put it over here.
I have it in my ear, and I haven't heard a thing.
Here it is. Okay.
But I think it's just all quiet.
No, I was gonna say because who knows right now
I haven't
what
heard
the story
anything.
is. We just got a little bit of a volume spike, right? That's sort of what interests my attention right there. A little bit of a volume spike. Bless you. It's not a huge volume. I mean, it's not a huge volume spike. So yeah, maybe it was nothing there. Nice move, kicking a little bit higher over there. Okay. Halter right there. MB, Mercedes-Benz. Of course, that's not what it is. Master Beef Group. Yeah, some of these names. Oh, okay. 27,000, so there's nothing going on there. That's not a name. AIOS for a potential runner here. All right, not much going on there. You guys want to talk about, there's a lot of people asking us about Apple earnings. Yeah, I mean, Adara has, if you go over to Trader TV research, there's some pieces there about Apple and the services and all that kind of stuff and some of the revenue expectations and whatnot for Apple. You know, to sit here and try to predict something, I mean, you guys asked us yesterday, we said that Meta would probably move the most. That was right. Microsoft stayed within the range. They all pretty much stayed within the range. Google outpaced it now. This morning, Google
but not by the open.
No, and it went down to 5%, which was about the move. So I would say that I think Apple's going to get real spicy, man. I like the stock, obviously. I mean, we talk about that. Nice bounce off the 200 period. We didn't really test the 50 period. We don't really necessarily have to. I think the implied move there for Apple, Adara has it. I can go find it. Yeah, 4% or so on that one. So we're not expecting a huge move. Here, I'll get it up for you right now. If you go to TTV Research, everything we're talking about, honestly, is right here. There it is right here. So this is the movement that we're expecting here tonight. So where's Apple? 430. Yeah, so 3.5%. I mean, it does that just for fun, it seems like, on some days. So, you know, paying attention to Apple could be important here tonight for sure. So we will pay attention to it, and you guys are going to join us live as Neil, myself, Brendan, and Adara will bring you home into all of these earnings. Pretty good one. Riot. We can look at that. That hasn't had a great time with this move down in Bitcoin. Rivian, 9%. We just had a little bit of a talk there with Randy about that.
Back to WDC, man. There's way too much.
Yeah, Western Digital.
There's always so much chatter. It's always SNDK this and Micron that and Western Digital. I'm like, yeah, look at me too, Western Digital. Not that me too. You know what I'm talking about. Not the other one. Still going. How are you eating another cookie, Randy?
Randy's back? How come the minute we weren't even talking, like we didn't even talk about Rivian or anything. I just called it up literally 30 seconds ago? This guy appears.
You can just eat all of the cookies that are back there. Yep.
You know, yeah. He might be here a little late. So today we had the building had a power switch over, and of course we have a generator out there. And I saw the security guard this morning. I was like, "What's this guy just standing?"
He's just sitting there guarding the generator.
I didn't know if I had to show. I didn't know if I had to show some credentials to get into here. And then I guess they're flipping it over tonight at 7 or so, Randy, or when do you think it's going to flip back? 7-ish. Okay, so tonight at 7-ish. And we want to thank Randy and the team here for, making sure that we're still up. We're having some HVAC issues. I mean, we identified that earlier, but so be it. Trump reiterates that Randy has obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity. All right, Randy. Good job there. No, but Operation, what was it called? Midnight Hammer?
No, that was the old one. This one's Epic Fury.
Oh, this one's called Epic Cookie. Okay, Epic Fury. That's funny. You see that Hegseth and all that? They love these names, man. They absolutely love all of these.
You might as well.
Trump was patting himself on the back for picking these names. He was like, I went through a list. There was Operation Werewolf and all these kind of things, and I chose this one. And I think personally that was a great choice. I love the confidence.
If it was me, I would name them after songs. Just
yeah.
Just it'd be all the music that I like, and I don't care what anyone else thinks. Just your own playlist, and that's what. But you gotta have some fun. What's the point of having?
That's what I'm saying.
Let's be real. If you're gonna have that kind of power, you know you're gonna take advantage of it. That's a Tropic Fury would be good too. Although
Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder. Oh, for the love of it. One of the guys was on a podcast and said that they actually had a reasonable idea for a sequel to that. And like, I wish they had done it. Because it was one of the funniest movies ever made. The country's doing well despite military operation. Don't want to call it a war. Iran dying to make a deal. Iran cannot be nuclear. Okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is. Doesn't feel like it's the same talk over and over again. I mean, it's fine, but it is. I mean, they talked about yesterday or a couple days ago that they were looking into what happens if Trump declares victory. I mean, I feel like we're trying to sort of do that right now in this space. But okay, so just keep going here today. It's obviously been a good one as the NASDAQ right now takes out the day's high and just continues to march, man. I mean, this has been a pretty epic move higher there and an epic fury of a market. Meta, we just took another piece out right there. I'm still long the TQs as we get into the day's high, so nothing wrong with, again, taking out another piece, and we still have a decent amount left of this trade, so this is sort of helping the day go on here. We don't, not a decent amount, but we haven't got much out in the last hour, obviously, so another out here at the day's high. We'll take the low of the day and the high of the day right there in the NASDAQ, so yeah, we're feeling pretty good about those trades for now. But yeah, who knows where this market's going to go at the end of the day. Looks like it wants to go higher. Will Apple be able to hold those levels? We never even talked about the key levels. We got a little distracted over there. But I think, yeah, Apple coming in here, not horrible. I think if you get it back into 260, I think you'd like that. But we only have a 3% expected move, so 3% on here, just a couple bucks back in. So I think, yeah, some sort of a dip opportunity. We wait to see what the story is on the guide, especially if they do talk, and maybe it's going to come on as part of their conference call or something, but you want to really look forward to the talk on the flip phone. Where's the next revenue source coming from for Apple? So
look, man, as long as the services are still growing, at an expanding rate,
probably not much of a problem.
Like I'll be worried about that when there's a contraction in services revenue. That's when, that's the only time you'll see me come into or be after like Apple earnings and just sort of give pause. Oh, okay, so they grew less in services. It's the end of the month, so you're going to see some bigger imbalances than normal. That's just how it is at the end of the month.
You didn't even look at imbalances.
Well, it's only 313. I just popped it up.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
$2 million to buy CDE. What is it? Core mining? That's a big one. Every single day we've seen, for whatever reason, I don't know. We've seen Barrick Gold there every day for exactly 3 million shares. It's there again. But Nike stands out at $2 million to the buy side, and then CDE Core mining. 8.5 million there. Reddit long or short into earnings. Frank, I mean, if it was that simple.
I got to answer that. I would just go schlong.
Schlong?
Yeah.
I remember one time, there was a glitch in the system. And that's where it came from. I was we were beta testing on like the newer version. This is a long, long time ago. And I remember like only a few of us were in it that were at the head office floor, maybe like 4 or 5 traders that day. And so what happened is they got into position in a long, and then when I offered like half of it out, instead of like, if you had 1,000 shares, instead of it going down to 500, it still showed me 1,000 shares long. And then also 500
I remember those
short.
days, yeah.
It didn't last very long, the issue. And that's where the schlong, somebody came up with the joke that that's schlong. So it's an actual thing that doesn't actually happen. But for Reddit, your guess is as good as mine. But I do think, here's what I like about Reddit. If you have a weekly chart up, where's my Ray? I always have this on, yet it's a weird thing about eSignal. I always have to click it again to show my trend lines, and then it doesn't extend like until infinity. Look at the support on the weekly. Since the actual low on Reddit at the very beginning, higher low, it has held the exact same trend line. So even if things are bad, I would suppose wait for it to bounce off this. It's been good every time. But every one of these bounces, fresh high. Bounce, fresh high. Bounce, fresh high. Bounce.
Fresh high?
No.
Oh, okay.
So if it revisits, it's broken that pattern of when it bounces off that support, getting to the high, which would be a little bit bearish. But if it got there today, you'd be talking $125-ish on Reddit. It's not there now, but that's what I'd be looking out for technically. Let's go back to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. President Trump making more comments about Iran. I'm literally saw these headlines back to back. He's saying, I don't know if we need to deal with Iran. And then right after saying, we might need to deal with Iran. So super back and forth here messaging on Iran and a potential deal here from U.S. President Trump. Back to you.
It's clear. We just take that out on Marvell. We'll do this one more time. Money. All right, next. All right, so we'll let's go over and figure out. Oh, Apple Beats ran out of Mac Minis. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that there's that. I mean, as I had mentioned, looking forward to that next sort of idea generator there, and maybe it is, the Macs, and there was a new, cheaper iPhone that they released also this year. So, I mean, I think there is that possibility. And then we did talk about, of course, the likelihood of the Fold and maybe coming into the Fold.
You know what? The Fold doesn't have to be anything special.
No.
It just has to exist.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'll give you the example. So my dad, my dad is frugal in almost all forms of life. But if Apple has a new toy, he's getting the new toy.
Right, smart man.
That's just how it is. My my brother might wait a cycle or two. Like he's that side, but no. And then he won't just get it for himself. He'll get, he'll get my mom, and then she has no idea what she's doing using the iPad, but she's got it anyways, and she absolutely enjoys it. So as long as you get the new thing, if people like flip phones or folds, then you do that and you keep them in the services, and that's what it's all about. Quickly, there's a bit of there's a volume spike happening, Robin. I said it might not beat VWAP, but it couldn't beat VWAP, and the market got back to the high. So I elected to just get out at the support level, take what you can get and don't be upset. And now look at this thing, and now it's absolutely rocketing to the upside. Still, SMCI still holding. It's not setting up anything new, but this was about this gap filling here. So the target's going to be in front of 27.60, and it's like 10 cents away now. So I'm going to get the order out. Might be the last thing till the imbalances come, for sure. But I think, I don't think Apple's going to do a crazy move. I just feel as if Apple will be a nice, boring, and fun ride back to the all-time high. But I think it'll do it in a very boring way, which is absolutely fine by me. And that's what it's been. At no point during the bottoms, I don't think at any point from the recent lows has there been more than a couple of days where we're like, oh, Apple's the one today. Usually it's, we're talking about AMD one day, and maybe we're talking about or Google. But Apple just slowly climbing and doing its thing. I think it's going to get to those highs for sure. And then remember, once we're done with the conflict in Iran, we get to start thinking about deal with China, right? So the end of the war, it doesn't just mean, hey, good for oil. It's then the refocus on fixing things with China, which could be better for NVIDIA. Maybe that's what NVIDIA is waiting for. I don't know. And certainly that would benefit Apple if you get a deal. So anyways, Apple's also expanding into India. They know what they're doing anyways. They'll be fine regardless. I just think there's more catalysts than just what would happen to oil prices and some of the inputs down the line. And Apple stands to benefit from that as well.
Yesterday, we'll talk about who made money yesterday and who did it. Not a big day here at Real Trading, despite it being Fed yesterday, of course, and a few earnings names. Any of us with these kind of numbers here would be very pleased. But these are traders across the board at Real Trading. $8,200. Amex, NASDAQ, New York. What a great day that was. We talked about Canada being, there it is, Blue Ocean. Someone 5,700. Blue Ocean, obviously a good name to have traded. That would probably include the earnings there last night. I'm not sure if Blue Ocean would be the night before or last night in these numbers. But there's Amex again. So probably SPIes, USO, something like that. That's traded over there on the NYSE American market. Canada, Amex, NASDAQ, so on and so forth right there. So just a little look at who made, or not who made, we don't know exactly who they are, but this is the upside of the prop firm Real Trading yesterday and who put up what kind of numbers. And of course, Neil and I sitting here using the same software that you would too be using if you went to realtrading.com and signed up today. So go over there if you are interested in a prop firm. I might as well go to the best one. That is Real Trading. Okay. On that note right now, I'm just, happy to be here, to be honest with you. Let's go over Roblox. I'm just not like we've really battled back today. You know, there's reasons why I don't have any hair. It's a very stressful job. I'm just going to chill out. We've really, you know, put a lot of effort into getting back to where we are today, and so I'm pretty happy with it. Roblox tonight should be exciting for sure. We had that implied move of 10+%. We'll see, or roughly. Look where we are, man. We're right at a key level, $52. I mean, that comes all the way back. Let me see that date, April of 25. So that's the tariff tantrum lows right there. You're getting close to it. Many names nowhere near that now, not after the month that we've just had on the NASDAQ. And Roblox, tech name, NASDAQ, should have helped with that this month, but it does not do that at all. If anything, faded out in almost a red month. I mean, there's the lows. So Roblox did go from 52 to 65, so that was a great return, but the last couple of days, right back in. So we'll see what Roblox numbers can put up. They don't do, they used to do the monthly active users, but they don't do that anymore, so hopefully they'll give us some active users right now, and when that number is huge and everybody realizes that, I would say that Roblox is probably a decent shot long. I just, you know, if the numbers should turn out to be what they are, which I think they're going to be huge, then we'll see if the market reacts to those numbers, right? So their average revenue per user, probably not huge. I'm not even really sure how they're making money other than collecting those Robux from people, but then they pay them back to the creators, right? Roblox is not something where, like Take-Two, where we wait for, was it November, Adara, I believe, is what we're looking for Grand Theft Auto, I believe was...
yeah, it's going to be mid-November 2026. In their last report, they actually maintained that, which is very impressive because usually they push it back.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. So into November, so we'll see Take-Two. I only thought about this because we were talking about video games there. This would be a name that I think we could support into that release of Grand Theft Auto, right? I mean, it might be sell the news, buy the rumor, sell the news. So maybe you can take advantage of this heading into mid-November, breaking through the 200. I mean, by November, I mean, you can, you know, timestamp this. I believe we'll be back up here to 250 to 260 by the time that happens. And then you may sell off the release, but I still like it. They put billions of dollars into it. I guess the risk is that Grand Theft Auto doesn't work, but there's been so much like hype for it that I think people will get it anyways.
Yeah, they'll get it.
And even if the game's not the greatest, the supporters of it, I think will
I'm not a gamer, but the few friends that I ever see chat in some WhatsApp chats, like in one of my fantasy leagues, there's some...
Yeah, I hope so.
In a different fantasy league.
My 14-year-old is excited.
Super gamers that are just, they're diehard, and they're like, when it comes out, they'll be happy. Let's just leave it at that.
Fabian says there's rumors there could be some crime in that game.
Uh-oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then forget it.
Very, very off-brand.
What are they
for GTA? Yeah, Amazon mooning. Yeah. I mean, we love it. Wow. Okay, like it just sucks that this is going to be, you know, the number one loser today, because man, we had these bottoms, and we had it once, twice, thrice, and we made some money back, but it was this loss there early, and we should have just waited, right? That's 9:45. Like if we just waited 15 minutes, we would have just been. We could have had a record day today, but Amazon, nope, does not help me out that much. And then now there it goes. And yeah, I got stopped out when we broke that low. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and let this happen, obviously. So we get stopped out right there. And then Moon up for Amazon. But hey, man, it's like, this is not Warren Moon. This is the stock market mooning, and you get a bounce off VWAP there, bounce off VWAP there. There's a reason why I'm a VWAP guy. You know, it's one of the names, Meta here. Meta will now overtake number one spot, and that was just off VWAP. So pretty simple trade. And despite everything that happened in the morning, it's just amazing that this was able, for me anyways, to bring me back. And it was just a nice little fade back in, man. I was looking at it. We started to break higher. We had talked about a 600 bottom. That happened today. And then boom, right into there, right into VWAP and upside. So that 600 bottom, again, we started yesterday 670, 680, get into 600. So that's down 10%, and then it bounces. That's why when you guys are asking, I mean, the market's still going higher here. As Apple comes in, maybe tonight, that's where you want to look to see what kind of damage you can put on in this name as well. Because Apple, if it does fall back in, maybe, that's why we say 260, just like 600, a nice even level that we've seen before. So if that does happen, 260 for Apple, I think that would be a buy spot as well. But again, you know, do your own work and assess your own risk tolerances.
I'm convinced of the code name. First of all, love that one. I like that name. Code name Ed.
Yeah.
I'm convinced Microsoft runs an after hours again. Okay, well,
all you need is conviction. That's all you need. That's the number one thing about
that
trading.
being said, running in the aftermarket, maybe mean overnight.
No, after hours. I think he thinks just, after hours. There really is no overnight anymore. I mean, with Blue Ocean and everything.
I think Blue Ocean was what I was going to look at, see what it did. Because I didn't pull this one up for Blue Ocean. I guess it wouldn't be run again because it was down, but it did bounce. Let's see what that 415 on Microsoft. What was that? Yeah. So you know how I just looked up 415? So we're just looking at Blue Ocean in the overnight for Microsoft. 415 was the level that got held on a bounce in the overnight, and look what happened when it lost $415. Sometimes there's key prices that you will see in the Blue Ocean session. So, good luck for it. And, you know what? I would argue that you need something else other than conviction. You need a trade plan. As long as you have a trade and execution plan, then you've got something to build off of, right? Like, what are you looking for? What works for you? Like that kind of a thing. But that's where everything sort of starts. Whoops, I did not mean to go to silver. That was more muscle memory. Went to go to SMCI, which I feel it can't seem to retake that high. The market's busting the top. It's almost 330. The market's busting the high. The reload got to, broke, and then hasn't followed through the high. So I'm just going to, I'm going to trail this. Like this was it's basically been just enough to get back to green today. So if I lose something else, it's going to be on an imbalance play, maybe one of those gold names or the miners that have a big one. And Angelo just asked, what is Blue Ocean? I'll get to the super chat in a second. Blue Ocean is just one of the available overnight markets. So you've got OTC Moon and Blue Ocean. We can execute here at Real Trading. You can execute on either one. Pretty much any stock, just about every single stock. Like I'm on SMCI, I can just pull that one up, and then you can see the overnight session load up. Not a lot of liquidity on SMCI, but if I put up like Tesla, I'm willing to bet you there'd be a ton of liquidity. And Tesla, it's going to look just like normal Tesla, but it's just the overnight session, right? So there it moves. You can trade it. We have traders here, Real Trading, that traded. We have STK Trader, hold SLV long overnight. You're still in it from yesterday. I always think the trend is your friend, and I'm not. Like I turned bullish on it today from bearish because it looked like, you got the pullback. Every one of the pullbacks had a bit of a turn, but you pulled back into a prior support level. And then we started the bounce. You got it's not a rounded face, but wipe out low, and then you just started holding this prior day close. So it dipped, held it. I guess it's the Tuesday close, not yesterday's. Held that, and then got to the high. So I think it's a bit of a trend break. But if it loses that area there, then you're back to the downtrend. It's a start for SLV. Ultimately, it never really broke through to fill in the gap. That'll be a 67 break tomorrow. But I'll sit down tomorrow looking for that. Like I'm gonna come in tomorrow looking long on SLV. It doesn't mean that that's what I'll find, but that's what I'm looking for. Now let's go back to the desk.
Just be aware here, President Trump still talking right now, just talking about his dream golf pairings that he'd like to see, and also saying that, quote, we'll see how long Iran holds out. I want to talk here about Northrop Grumman, NOC. Nothing massive here, but as you can see, this did spike lower, right now trying to recover. Breaking Defense reports that the Air Force is seeking to scrap its E-11 BACN fleet. So I looked into this BACN situation. This is Battlefield Airborne Communications nodes. Apparently, Northrop Grumman has actually developed BACN pods that can actually be used to mount it to other aircraft. So they're very involved in this BACN space. Again, Air Force reportedly scrapping its E-11 BACN fleet. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Dara. Here, I was just trying to tweet out some stuff going on here. But okay, so there it is, man. Meta again. Let's go, man. We do have a little bit of diamond's hands sometimes. And there it is right there, 618. Trump saying he does not care if Powell stays. So, all right, 618 right there coming into play for Meta. So we take that again. Man, that's 4 outs at the high of the day there for META. The market is pulling back in. Maybe it's time to exit just a little bit more of this position. We'll offer 55s. We get it right there. Another high take right in there. And we're running out of bullets here for Marvell, but Marvell's been a good one as well. This could be something that we tweet out. We should also tweet out our Amazon trade and discuss how that one went sour. But there's Marvell, lows into highs right now. And again, we found Marvell just because of strength, right? Obviously, it's a name that I watch and I own, and we talk. Oh, you know what we didn't look at? Talk about a stock that we own, Palantir. This one, man, trying to get lighter in that. That is for sure. You love Scotch? I don't. I'm not really a drinker. All right, so that's Palantir. Nice move there, up into 140 coming through. I'll take like over scotch on the rocks or something, I would just take a nice beer, to be honest with you, on the patio somewhere. All right, so that's Palantir. I'm just nervous about Anthropic. I heard Dan Ives, there was a piece a couple days ago from him saying that these guys have a clear path into the next $1 trillion company. Now, I don't even know what... I guess I have to read about it to find out exactly where that path is, because I feel like Anthropic is standing directly in that path right now for them, and especially potentially getting some government approvals. I think they cleared the way for some Anthropic there the other day. All right, bid, ask, days range. I'm looking for market cap. Oh, geez. Well, Mr. Dan Ives, you must be long Palantir yourself, because the market cap on this one is just 330. So you're thinking triple from here? All right, so Palantir up to $350. Yes, sir. That would be real nice, and that would be good if that were to happen. So we'll see if Dan Ives is right about that call. Their clear path, apparently. Palantir earnings in just 4 days. Choo-choo, all aboard. Anybody interested in Palantir? 4 days from now. Yeah, Monday, May the 4th. So we had, what was the one that was the May the 5th? It was something that
BBAI.
BBAI. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. We have Palantir and BBAI. How the hell am I going to sleep during those nights? But no, kidding aside, we've taken off a lot of our Palantir. I was going to look through, after we file the taxes, I was going to look through the portfolio and figure out which stocks I actually own and don't own. Okay.
Don't be a Don Quixote. Thank you, David. Or Captain Ahab, like me chasing SNDK moves. It never works, but rolling dice on a 30% move outside of the apply. Oh, so you're not a 30% move. Wow. You just want 30% more than the expect. What was the expected?
I think it was 10, right? 10 or 12
so
there.
13, 15. That's doable. Yeah, I mean, it can easily move that much. I'm trying to remember I'm trying to remember what Micron was down their last earnings report, because that had a great report and they ended up in the other direction. But SNDK, I can't imagine it won't be double digits. But again, you probably need it to be 13 to 15 if that's what you're looking for. Look how much this has moved just in the last week.
Yeah, SNDK is a monster, that's for sure. I wrote down so when me and Joe made our picks, SNDK 1039. Like, it's not even, I just picked it because I was like, okay, SNDK, what the hell? But I don't own any SNDK in my own account. It's already up it's at $80 there, 8% from when we made that call over there. Joe made a great call, though. He's got Amazon and Google, so shout out to Joe right now with those calls. Those are strong ones for sure, and I have Meta the other way around. So Meta not good, so we'll have to wait to see where SanDisk goes tonight. 4.5% right now. It's not even at the highs, SNDK. So as the market, there's still more room to go. Wow, we are now $23 or so in the money, as right now Meta just at the highs again. Like, we have a good trade there coming through. Amazon just keeps on motoring, and glad we have this one in the old portfolio, man. That is for sure. Amazon rocking. We own all these mega cap names. Is Starbucks pulling back a bit today? SBUX, 105. So another great report from Starbucks we saw. I shouldn't say another great report. It was a great report from Starbucks. They've been having a little bit of a rough ride, but there it goes. Breaking through that $100 mark was pretty key right into here. So as we've seen many names sort of get off of these levels, let's see what's next for Starbucks. Hopefully to the upside right there. And if Starbucks was based on what the consumption in my house, Starbucks would be mooning right now. 106 and change right there for Starbucks, one of the highs. I still think you would want to sell it near this high. Remember, this is just not a name. The reason why STX and WDC, SanDisk, AMD, Intel, all these names just keep on running is because they're creating things that are in very, very high demand. And you can't get enough of them. That's why you hear the CapEx keeps getting extended out, because the price of RAM and memory and hard drives, storage in general, keeps getting higher. So if you booked 125 CapEx for this year, prices have gone up 50, 60, 70% in these components. So you have to adjust your CapEx spend to build out the same thing you were going to do 6 months ago is now probably 20 or 30% more just from the parts alone, which is why, I'm liking a name like Marvell because we've talked about this at $70. I gave the bull case for Marvell. I don't even know why I didn't pick that one in the account. But, we do have Marvell up 100%. But the idea with Marvell is that we kept on saying, remember the brains of the operation are those chips. Though that's the NVIDIA side of it. That's the AMD. That's the Intel. It's putting it all together, right? Is Marvell. So these guys hooking it up, and you can see there it's a nice move. The 52-week high and all-time high in and around that 170. A good report from Apple tonight or SanDisk. This thing rips as well. So maybe not as much as Apple, but if SanDisk can hold it, we also have we had WDC tonight, I think it was too. So if the component story continues to be a story, then I think Marvell continues to work. Also the custom ASICs, we heard about some of that from Google and whatnot, helping out Marvell and Broadcom. So
yeah, Broadcom was at one point super strong today. I don't know if it still is. I hit enter. It should not be on Nike anymore. Yeah, Broadcom 2.5%. But by the way, Nike, this is weird. So it's now on my radar. See what just happened? The market's at the highs. Nike was cruising along, having a fantastic afternoon, and then just did a right-hand turn. That's with a pretty decent-sized buy imbalance. 2.3 million early look buy on Nike, and it's not tanking, but it's having a bit of a moment pulling back. So this could create an opportunity. I want to see if it gets close to 350. As we get closer to 350, if it's at a decent level, like maybe the morning open area, which would be 44.35. In a perfect world, maybe you're down here at 44.20, and then put it on with 10 minutes to go, and just take if it comes out as a bid. That's the idea, to try to get it long. A guy from work in the chat just said missed. Maybe I missed it, but have you guys ever commented on the state of the market? Do you think this exuberance is irrational? To the extent that the amount of money that has been created and has to chase goods is irrational, then that, if that's the definition of rational, then yes. But that is the world that we are living in right now. There is a ridiculous amount. All we've done is print, and now you're chasing goods. It's where are you going to go? And if you think if you think that this is going to lead to this war is going to lead to recession, where do you think the growth is going to be? Where are you hiding? A lot of times that's going to end up being tech anyways, because that's where the growth is going to be. If you have an economic downturn, then you better hope it's AI that's going to pull us through it, because where else is the growth going to come from? Just all roads sort of lead to that. That's how the market ends up working. And every single bull market is quote unquote, but this is irrational. Why is it like this? That's what a bull market is. It's being up when it doesn't make sense that you should be up. That's what makes it a bull market. If it was the other way around, then we wouldn't be talking about how buy and hold works all the time. A guy from work, do we keep chasing? Don't get left behind. I don't think there's anything about this that hasn't given you dips. This market, we've had dips. You look for individual names that give you value. Look at Microsoft today. Or look at Meta today. Microsoft dipped into the 50-period moving average. You like that stock? There you go. Meta dipped. It actually lost the 50-period moving average. You like that? Oh, you like an energy stock? You think they'll go back up? Look at the dip that just happened in some of the energy names. Look at an ExxonMobil. I'm just giving you examples of things that have done pullbacks if the market's not doing. There's individual names. There's a pullback. There's it trying to break trends. Some of the travel names look like this. I could pull up CCL, and I haven't looked at it since this morning, but that dipped and started a right-hand turn. There's lots of, ooh, that's spicy. Now I just caught myself looking at that. And keep an eye on CCL. I always say with these, trade them, don't own them. That's my take on travel names. I never want to own them, but it's perfectly happy if you can get some kind of a break and a swing. And I like the fact that this is setting up for a potential breakout. Better if the war would end, but beggars can't be choosers. But there's always something dipping that's good. That's how uptrends work. There's always something that's giving you a dip buy.
Yeah, Uber, you could buy pretty cheap right now. It's $340. We do have those imbalances coming out again. And those of you asking, you only get New York names early or Amex names. So, at 350, they'll all fill in on the NASDAQ. So that's only 10 minutes away right now. With the end of the month here, definitely could be a possibility for something to show up here. Significant, so we'll see if anyone's going to be pounding into something here at the end of the day. Adara, did Pulte or anybody say anything today? Because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac today, good bounce off of $7, up 6%.
I haven't seen anything. I was on Ackman's Twitter earlier today, too, to see his reaction to his IPO.
Yeah.
He made some funny comments. I want to see if he made them on X, which he didn't. But, yeah, I mean, Ackman and Pulte, as you said, two people who would be talking about Fannie Mae. I have not seen comments from either. I'm going to be real with you.
Yeah, all good. I think now that I thought about it, I mean, Pershing Square, right? I mean, he's in a spotlight right now. So
There was the mortgage print at 12. Could be related to that.
okay, yeah. So $5 right there, and wow, yeah, man. There's so much more, smarter people, better looks than what I'm looking at, because this just came right into $5. Like, this was a level from February of last year, January, right into there, came right back, and it's going from 450 now up to 850 in just a month. So we talked about what the NASDAQ's been doing. Fannie Mae also, and Freddie Mac, nice upside there. And, Trump has talked about it. And if you go back to where Fannie Mae was pre-Donald Trump, $1.50, he came through, spiked this thing up to $16, $17. Your boy Bill Ackman most likely gets out there somewhere around here. Now the move falls back in right into the lap of buyers at 450. And there we go. Huge move there, back up to the upside for Fannie and Freddie as we go. So that's another good move right there for Fannie Mae.
Missed an IPO today. And it was good. I didn't see the tap. I don't really know what it was looking like going into it, but Avalon, the reason I wasn't interested, it was a pharma one. I feel like we've been looking for things in nuclear, drone, or something along a theme that we're in love with. So this didn't really fall into that category, but it was super clean, right off the open, right away. Do we have another super chat? Is that what I heard? Oh yeah, Sharif was on it. I know for sure, but I'm not slapping the fail on nobody covering it. Sharif was on it. I'm slapping on the fail on not looking at it myself. But I guess it doesn't really make a difference. You have rules, and we always talk about being rule-based traders. It wasn't necessarily in the right space, and it was only $350 million in terms of notional value that was out there. It was like a bajillion SPACs today. I don't know what is going on with those.
By the way, there's Beyond Meat right now. Finally, there is a chicken dinner winner as it breaks. Yeah, broke above a buck. It broke above a buck earlier. We were looking at this thing at 90 cents earlier today, and I was like, you know what? This is when we were looking at it. It was bouncing off of this area, and we were sort of talking about the 200 period. If you joined us earlier at around, 10 o'clock, or when did this spike happen? Yeah, it looks like you're on 10 o'clock. All the volume started to pick up there as the U.S. government says, hey, man, we're looking into some protein as well, and, some food-based products that we could provide to the, I think it was Army, their Navy, whatever, Department, correct, Army. Okay, thank you, Adara. So Army, and there it goes, man, $1.02 right now for Beyond Meat. So, a good possibility here to do something in the after hours would be Beyond Meat. So definitely worth looking at if you are interested in trading some after hour names. This one could get going, especially if something is announced. We do like a little bit of Beyond Meat right here. Not a bad look for that right now. So there it is. Big size, though, on the offer. So watch out for that, as we do have some offer pressure right there on BYND. So holding out that maybe something happens there for Beyond Meat in the after hours. Some people talking about it there in the chat.
Such an odd headline, though.
It does seem weird.
Because I can't wrap my head around why, if it's the U.S. Army, why they'd be concerned about anything other than what is the cheapest way to get protein, and not, they wouldn't care whether it's plant-based. It's is it cheap or not? And to my understanding, I don't see how that would be true at this point. But maybe it is. That would be an
interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, and if Beyond Meat's at the point where they could, that would be gigantic if you could win something like that. That would change the company overnight, you would think. Right? Because that's recurring revenue. For usually government contract like that, you're probably talking about a decade, right? So, man, it's super intriguing. I just can't wrap my head around why they would win that deal. 5 minutes to go till the imbalances, sort of looking around if there's anything that's looking crazy. There's still just that CDE. There's a couple of miners, Barrick and CDE are both mining companies. And then Nike, we already showed you. I got that one up. It's already starting to bounce. I don't know that it dropped far enough to my liking to just automatically take it. but we'll see. Lyndon Meyer saying lots of people, even in the military, went vegetarian. That many? You know what? I don't even know what percentage of the population is vegetarian. I can't imagine. I just cannot imagine that would be a leading reason as to why they would do it.
No, I think just protein is important.
Yeah, it's about the amount of protein and the amount of calories per dollar, and you probably just win it that way.
Well, I mean, to store meat and all that and cook it and transfer and all that, I mean, obviously you can use protein shakes and stuff like that. So I think they're probably just trying to figure out the best and cheapest way to get that done. That is for sure. So, yeah, look.
For Beyond Meat's sake, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's great for them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that's trading Beyond Meat, good luck, and hoping that gives you profits beyond your wildest dreams. Okay, that's that, man. We are doing earnings tonight, so everybody join us late. Stay late with us. We're here till at least 4:30 as we wait for the biggest and the baddest of them all to come through. Apple will be here tonight, so it is an apple of my eye and hopefully of yours as well, and we'll look to see what Apple wants to do. I'm excited for Reddit. That's a name that I'm thinking about getting into myself. So Reddit, we'll see what they wind up doing. Apple going to go out at the highs. I mean, the market's pretty much at the highs as well. So not too much of a surprise there as Apple holding for it right now, 274.75. It's been a good run, right? It's been a great month. We talked about how this month has been for the market. Record NASDAQ month. And there it goes. Upside for Apple, 1.5%. WDC, I mean, this name was pennies on the dollar if you're considering where it is now. I don't even want to show you. This is what I was saying about how like it's retirement level money. If you had done anything with Western Digital a year ago, this was $32. So you're at least 10x right now. We'll see if Western Digital can hold form right now and continue to blast higher. SNDK, another one that's been an absolute smoke show. We are going to tell you guys that. It's going to go out at the highs of the day as they dare people to short them into earnings. And SNDK is another one of those retirement names. In April, this was 30. Okay, I mean, if I really cherry pick and go back to April 3rd, $26 right there. And actually, eSignal will show me what the 52-week low is, and we won't have that. That way we don't have to cherry pick it too much. Here it is, 52-week high today, $1,103. There's our 52-week low, $32.50. $32.50 all the way to $11.14. Man, to put in 10 grand last year at anything around there, and I'll see you on the beach. That is for sure. So SNDK minting millionaires this year, and congratulations if you are one of them, as I'm sure probably some people in the chat are. So congratulations on that one. It just shows, man, you know, the stock market, if you can get it right and you get some of the names, it is a wealth creator and a generational wealth creator. Just got to get it right. So, all right, man, that's what we're doing here. Things are starting to fall back in a little bit with 1 minute to go until the imbalances.
Yeah, Tesla pulled back pretty heavily going into their imbalance. Well, going into the imbalances. I don't know if it's going to have one. Intel seems to be dropping. Like Tesla just fell $4. Maybe they know something. But remember, if it's a NASDAQ name, then you have no idea what it's going to come out as. Maybe they're buys, maybe they're sells. Still all the same names. Verizon popped up. Now it's 3.7 million to the buy side. That tends to be nothing. XOM was not there before. That's now 2 million to the buy side. There's nothing incredibly large expected. I believe the next big one is, outside of it being the end of the month, CCL is supposed to be an upweight on Monday, I believe. That's like an expected buy. But there is window dressing at the end of every single month. So these numbers are likely to be bigger than normal. Again, can't predict how they're going to be, but the first one, once we see them come out there, my guess is you're going to be some chip names that show up there. I wouldn't be surprised if NVIDIA is near the top of the list on the imbalances. But here they come in nowish. Apple, 7 million buy. LFest, 7.3 million to the buy side. CAN, that's a penny stock, who cares? No idea what that is. Must be some kind of a cat thing, 4 million. XOM, that's a nothing burger. Microsoft buy of 1.6 million. NVIDIA 1.4, not that big, but paired 16 million. So already paired most of that off on NVIDIA. 1.4 million to buy there. You've got Snap's not a big deal. That's only 1.2. Netflix is a sell, 1.1 million. That's the only big sell that I see was Netflix.
Yeah, just worth noting, guys, I think this is the only time I remember in my 2.5 years doing these nightly imbalances that I've ever seen 1 billion across the indices. You've got 1.8 bill buy on the market, 1.1 billion buy on the Nasdaq, 1 billion buy on the Dow, 1.5 billion buy on the Mag 7. Only time I've ever seen that. All four here with at least $1 billion imbalances. Also, President Trump just finished talking.
Okay, yeah, I mean, absolutely monster. Look what this did to Apple, right? Just shot that to the moon, right there. Apple 275. I mean, we were just talking about liking what Apple was putting down. We get out of Marvell, we get out of Meta. I just entered all this. So as soon as it came out, we let it sort of settle for a couple seconds and then get out. So yeah, we're out now of Meta, and the only thing we have left are the Qs, and we'll just see if it wants to get a little bit higher, and then we can punch out of that one. So yeah, just waiting for the Qs, and we'll see what happens. But other than that, man, it's been a good one here today. Join us tonight on this exact stream as we will be going over, me and Neil will be flipping it over in just a couple minutes to Adara and to Brendo. And then now we'll go over all of the earnings for you tonight, which is actually quite a nice...
pretty good list.
Yeah, quite a nice list there tonight. There's Microsoft with 1.3 million as well. That's up to 410 right there as that keeps on going. Wow. Netflix with a little bit of a sell here today. Let's see what's going. Okay, there's Netflix, 93. We just talked about maybe buying that at $94, or sorry, at $90 the other day. Now it's 94, so that's a good one there as well. SoFi right to 16, so maybe we didn't get an opportunity to trade that today through 16. Maybe tomorrow we'll see what happens with SoFi in and around those levels. So yeah, the open imbalances good, as Adara said, net in the market, but you can see the market's actually coming back down. So regardless of what those imbalances are, market $1.8 billion buy. Is that what that looks like right now? Not to me.
It doesn't look like they're not treating it like it's a buy. And remember, just because there is an imbalance in one direction of a significant size, it doesn't mean the stock or the indice has to move in that direction. You can use it to your advantage, but if you just sit there and punch long because there's a buy imbalance on whatever stock, it could be even like the overall market, that's just not how it works. Sometimes it does. Like I can show you this random penny stock that's in here. Well, if you're fast enough to a punch long, I don't know, I have no idea what this thing is, but it has like millions to the buy side, and right away that popped up. Was that the first thing I looked at? No, because I don't know what the heck CAN is. Like I was waiting for Nike to do something. And LFST. Like this thing is 5 million buy, it's a $7 stock, like that popped a little bit. So yeah, you could have punched long there. The algos probably beat you to it, if we're being real about it. That was reacting to them after the fact is probably something you used to be able to do a little bit more effectively, maybe 10 years ago or something like that. But now you really do have to try to be a bit of a sniper. That's why the reverse, when 355 hits and some of these would pair off, tends to be a reasonable opportunity. So just going back to the most interesting name, wow, Apple already gave it all up. I was about to say, well, if Apple was at the highs with that buy imbalance, you get to 355, you look for the reverse trade, and Apple's already pulled back. Well, I guess it did it before 355, which again, that's just it's a time at which you usually see a lot of pairing on imbalances. It doesn't mean that's when it's going to curl. This curled way faster and sooner than I would have expected. Apple's now really selling off going into the close. Well, from buy imbalance to now lower than where it was at 350, but we're going to find out at 420 how things are for Apple. I'm not going to hit the key because it's time.
And plus it's 4:30 also anyways.
It's 4:30.
Yeah, so all good there.
Yeah.
But just quickly here, man, we have the low of the day on the TQs, and we're proud enough to say we pretty much have the highs right there. There it is right there. Boom, boom, pow, all the way to the upside right there. We can check out what Meta's. We were out of everything. Okay, Meta went down, so that was a good out. We just hit off or enter, so kind of lucky to get out right there. There could be a switch up very, very soon, so get ready to see potentially the market switching right now on those imbalances. They tend to do that at 315. Apple's not even there anymore as all of the orders come through, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening now to Meta and to Apple. You said Apple was selling off because, again, remember when we looked at this the first time, it was really 7 million shares to buy. Now it's 3 million shares to sell. So this is, I mean, we really hope that all of you are here, obviously, for how handsome Neil is and Joe and all that. But at the end of the day, hopefully you've learned a little bit about what happens at 350. I mean, when you look over at some of these moves, you could really see that this is something that you don't want to get caught in here as a trader, because out of nowhere, right, your longs are cooking, and then boom, you're like, yeah, we got a buy imbalance, and then boom, it just turns into a sell, and you can see the pressure on this, right? If anything, you could learn something as maybe an options trader. Take advantage of this. I mean, tonight is earnings, so you don't want to do that, but you could take advantage of this. Like, this is down $7 right there out of nowhere. The biggest move of the day happening. There's nothing that Apple can do about it because there are some sellers coming in. Look at NVIDIA even, right? That was starting to cruise. Now we're going to break through $200 again. It was 202 a half hour ago. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here in Meta, guys. META on watch. Business Insider reporting that the company is telling staff not to rule out further layoffs. So again, META indicating there could be further layoffs as reported by Business Insider. Back to you.
I don't want to see anyone lose their job, but if you're shareholders, that's fine by me, right? Like trimming, I don't see that as being necessarily a bad thing. Like that's what you're doing. Like you're trying to cut costs. Look at how well that's worked out for Intel. Like Intel got, if you was one thing about
what is Intel right now?
Is Lip-Bu is, he was like, let's bring down costs and let's get more slim, and whether he had any influence in getting the government and NVIDIA to invest in them, I have no idea, but you give him some credit, right? Like he has to be doing something right because they're doing fantastically. So yeah, they might be doing it, and usually you'd think it's good, but right now it is selling. But I guess overall we were sort of coming off of some highs and pulling back in, but forget about them. It's going to be all about Apple. Apple's still falling on that flip, right? Like if you're married to 350, you could have just punched short at 355. I thought it had already moved down. It went down 250.
Yeah.
From 353 to 355. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like that, the reverse has already happened. And then it goes even bigger. Someone saying CoreWeave is getting crushed. That had a really good day today. You don't want to see these things give up too much at the end of the day. My goodness. Well, never mind. At one point, it had a really good move off the bottom. That's now at low of day for CoreWeave. Yuck. The NASDAQ's closing at the highs. If you were a tech stock closing at the low today, something ain't right.
No, yeah.
Something ain't right. I'm going to write down.
Amazing that Amazon battled back. Oh.
Yeah, well, I'm literally just going to write down CoreWeave with an S next to it, and then we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Maybe there's a trade, maybe there isn't. But like if you're market high of the day, you're at the lows, that kind of speaks volumes. And of course, the iPad just corrected CoreWeave to Cray for some reason.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to go back over to the desk. We got to flip around. You're not going to lose us. We're going to be right back in roughly a minute and a half. Brendan and Adara will sort of tee up these earnings for you just in a matter of time. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Fabian and everybody, they're staying late with us. Andre, thanks for a good job day today. Obviously, my guy Joe over there as well as Sharif. Ramin's here. Bless you, Ramin. Right there. Thanks, Adara, for everything. But we're going to talk to them in just a minute. How about now?
Hey, there we are.
Hey.
Welcome to what is going to be. I was just looking through the list. I mean, yesterday was busy, but I feel like today is, if not as busy, maybe even busier than what we went through yesterday. So
yeah.
We got to keep an eye out here as well, because there's going to be some potentially coming right through at 4 o'clock. If you're wondering, markets right across the board, very, very green. Tech leads, as the guys have been talking about all afternoon right now. NASDAQ 0.9, I lied, 1% right now for the S&P. I was just reading best month for the S&P in 5 years.
Wow.
10.5%. You got to go back to 2020. I was just looking on a monthly chart here. 2020 was 12.5%. I'll find that month again, but 12.5%. Here, let's do it now, because why not? We have nothing else. April 2020, 12.5%, 10.5% so far on this month.
I mean,
Crazy.
to be fair, Intel alone was up like 100% this month, Brendan. So certainly helping the index, that's for sure. I mean, I know President Trump credited the White House's investment, but I think you also have to give Lip-Bu and those earnings credit as well. Right at 4, Brendan, we're going to be getting Rivian, Amgen, RIOT. I apologize, some of the timing on this infographic is off. So these first 3 are going to be at 4, everything else at 4:05 other than Apple. So you get Rivian, Amgen, RIOT 4. First Solar to Roku 4:05, Apple 4:30. So you're going to get a 25-minute break before Apple, where we can kind of digest a lot of these other earnings reports, which is great. right? Because as Brendan mentioned, heavy hitting. I'm already seeing reports coming through. But again, Reddit, SanDisk, First Solar, and Rivian, Roblox, some of the many names on watch today.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for some of those ones you were mentioning at 4 o'clock here. Just feel free to interrupt me if you do see any of those. The Reddit crew is going to be all over this, obviously, as we get some of these numbers coming through. Going to be about the user base, going to be about growth potentially whatsoever. For Reddit, it's more or less taken a back seat, it kind of feels like. You know, since the IPO, we really haven't talked about it, I don't feel like, on the show in the past little while. Rivian deliveries we'll watch for, forecasts we'll watch for, costs galore we'll watch for Rivian as well. But then we'll all kind of put our feet up and wait for 25 minutes or so, as you were mentioning, until Apple decides to report earnings, which is going to be the headliner for the night. Guys, thoughts here for Reddit, I guess, and Rivian to kick things off.
Well, for Rivian, hey, the bar's not that high. You just have to lose less money than you've usually been losing. And never mind. And remember that South Park theme? And it's all gone. So Rivian just tanked only about 3 or 4%. I mean, it was up that much going into the session, but it just went down to the 16th level. It isn't just like the South Park. I'm like, well, they just don't lose as much as you did before on every single vehicle. We already know they lose money. Every vehicle they make. So it's not like the bar is especially high here, but there is a bit of a bounce happening. It did get down to $16. You're seeing it back at about 16.4. I'm not actually seeing the numbers on them or Reddit yet, but clearly it's already moving. I don't think this is the case of a fat finger like the other day that we had on a few names. This seems like they're probably out and initially to the downside, but not that big. This is much less than I think the expected move. And then Reddit as well does not really... There might be some fat fingers on Reddit. That looks like it's somebody just buying early, although we've seen that story before.
Yeah, we still wait for SNDK to come out. That's not hitting anything right now.
I think Riot's out though.
Yeah, I saw
have those numbers.
Yeah. Okay, let's go over to Dara for Riot.
Yeah, let's talk about Riot here. I was kind of waiting to see if I had Rivian, but total revenue here barely up on a year-over-year basis for RIOT, 167.2 million versus 161.4 million. This quarter last year produced 1,473 Bitcoin. So it's actually a decline year over year. So producing less Bitcoin than they did last year. Average cost to mine Bitcoin going up by roughly $1,000 on a year-over-year basis. Kind of a mixed report here. First quarter data center revenue, 33.2 million here. So yeah, I mean, not a bad report here for RIOT. Kind of run of the mill. I'm still looking for Rivian, guys. I'm not seeing any. Okay, just got the Rivian numbers. Production here for Rivian. I'll just go so you guys can see this. 10,236 vehicles, just above estimates of, below estimates here of 10,300 vehicles. So slightly less vehicles than expected, Brendan. Cash and cash equivalents also below estimates. Revenue, 1.38 billion versus 1.36 billion expected, losing 33 cents per share. Adjusted EBITDA, a little bit better than expected.
Yeah, the production number not great, but the reaction actually not that great either. Amgen, it's interesting, was out there right at 4 o'clock as well. Huge move down, right back to the upside right now for AMG. And I mean, Rivian not really doing much on this so far.
Not doing much, but looking at that beat from Western Digital, maybe it's just not a big enough beat. The problem here is you know what these stocks have done and where they're going, like where they're coming from has been like rather parabolic and spectacular. Like they're all ridiculous, these memory names. And with SanDisk on tap here, to have a reversal like they did on a beat, like it's right back to where it's at, although it's now catching a bit of a bid. I'd be concerned because if it's one thing when we had, Meta and Microsoft and Amazon do the whole dipsy-do last night, well, none of their charts look like the memory chip names. If these guys beat and they still end up red, well, that's a whole different ballgame because of how much they run. You can see WC getting some pressure underneath it. So I don't wonder what that's going to mean for S&T. Of course, they could just have an even bigger beat than that. It was a decent EPS beat, but the revenue there on WDC was very slight of a beat, just a couple of points.
SNDK getting hit on that as well. There, you have more?
Yeah, I have WDC here. So their guidance is actually really solid for Q4. Q4 adjusted EPS, 310 to 340 versus 273 expected. Sales guidance also well above estimates here for Q4 2026. I guess they're ahead here in the fiscal calendar. 3.55 bill to 3.75 bill versus estimates of 3.46 billion Now, as Neil mentioned here, for the quarter that we just ended here, Q3, adjusted EPS, healthy beat here, $2.72 per share versus $2.39 expected. Sales, $3.337 billion versus $3.245 billion expected.
No pressure for SNDK right now. Just looking at a couple more things, jumping around here all over the place, but just going back to Rivian real quick, guys. The forecast for production specifically, 62,000 to 67,000, in line with expectations. So again, the number was 10,365 delivered. The estimate, 10,279. They're still forecasting for the entire year, though, 62 to 67,000. So overall, this is positive. I mean, the stock is trying to go green and actually just has, but I mean, there's no reaction here yet.
No, I mean, you're looking here at the revenue up 11% year over year. That's probably something expected. EPS down 33 cents as we see Rivian right now trying to get back up to 1650. R2 sales of production have started. First deliveries have been made to employees. So that's something that we're looking for there on Rivian. You can see on the daily chart there, trying to hold out hope at that $16 mark where the 50-period moving average is. There goes Rivian. Nice little tick higher. They're into 1680. So I think they like it right now. The forward guide is something to talk about, as Brendan just mentioned there. So we'll see deliveries a little bit better than expected there. SNDK, let me just quickly.
I got it.
Uno reverse card.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, there it is. Yep.
SNDK here, 97% year-over-year growth in Q3 revenue. I'm not joking. All the way up to $5.95 billion. Their GAAP net income coming in at $3.6 billion, which implies $23.03 per share. So massive EPS here. Data center revenue up a whopping 233% year over year. Non-GAAP diluted net income per share coming in, again, I mentioned here, $23.41. So massive move here. Q4 revenue guide between $7.75 billion to $8.25 billion. And I mean, I talked about these massive numbers, but let's actually look at them versus estimates because it's insane. Q3 adjusted EPS here, guys, $23.41 as mentioned, but Brendan, we were looking for $14.43, so cool $9 per share beat. Sales, $5.95 billion, again, up nearly 100% year over year, and above estimates of $4.684 billion.
A mild 3% right now. Sean, you just said buy it?
I think so. I mean, we've seen so many of these names get hit to the downside and then make their way back up. So, yeah, I think the numbers are good here, but it's going lower. Watch out for that $1,000 mark right now on SNDK as we continue to go lower here on the number. But I think we buy this right now, and you just wait to see if there is a move back higher. But conference call going to be interesting here for SNDK. I mean, when you're reporting numbers like that, you don't expect this kind of a move. But there we go, man.
What do you see on the call? Just point at the damn numbers, man. 78% gross margins.
I mean,
guys, I don't want to interrupt. We just got Roblox as well. Just got crushed.
Oh yeah, okay. I can do Roblox first. I've read it too, which is also dropping. But we'll do Roblox first because that's much more dramatic. What? RBLK. Oh, it's making me go to that link. So we'll just do Reddit. Actually, no, I have Roblox here too. So losses here, 35 cents per share, better than the expected. 41 cents per share here. So slight beat here in EPS. Bookings 1.73 billion, eking out a very slight beat versus 1.72 billion.
Oh, look at
expected.
SNDK.
Average daily active users 132 million. Below estimates of 141 million. At fiscal 2026 guidance, way below estimates for Roblox. They're guiding revenue between 5.87 and 6.14 billion, well below estimates of $8.13 billion. So massive miss for Roblox. I'll go over Reddit quickly if you guys don't mind. Go for it. Because RDDT just flopping around here. Revenue up 69% year over year to $663 million. Daily active uniques up 17% year over year. Net income of $204 million. You've got adjusted EBIT $266 million, up 131% year over year. Lots of triple-digit gains, guys, for this entire evening. Ad revenue up 74% year over year. Other revenue up 15% year over year. Gross margin above their 90.5% gross margin last year. 91.5 this year, guys, for RDDT.
Just seeing comments here from Roblox as well. Roblox Reality, sharing details on Roblox Reality. A project blending hyperscale multiplayer gaming with photorealism and intends to roll out further improvements for age-appropriate access So more comments on Roblox there, but Reddit starting to get going.
Did anybody buy SanDisk right there when Brendan came over to me and said, buy it? Okay, now you're up to $1,035. So you're starting to get back up to the upside. We just said we could hold that $1,000 mark. That's exactly what happened. So there you go. Merry Christmas. But that's a hard trade to make, that's for sure. Yeah, that Roblox is an interesting one. That's for sure. I'm sorry, I can't. I have to do a little bit of different stuff over here with the charting. But there's Roblox 42.50, coming into some good levels there on the daily chart, as you can see near the lows there. 52 period moving average. We'll see if Roblox can wind up holding this. I mean, we're well below that $50 marker on the daily chart there. So Roblox continues to make new lows, but I like that. Changing up their business model a little bit. Let's see if Roblox can continue to.
They got to try something.
They got to do something. They got to continue to battle here, as they also have. I don't know if it's DOJ, but they have some problems there that they were getting looked into about some of their junior. Twilio.
Yeah, Twilio, I mean, massive beat. I apologize. This wasn't even on my radar for tonight, but Q1 adjusted EPS 150 above estimates of 127. Sales 1.406 billion versus 1.342 billion expected. Guiding Q2 2026. Adjusted earnings between 250 and 260 per share. Brendan, the estimate here was 129. So just doubling estimates casually here for TWLO. Guiding sales between 1.42 and 1.43 billion, well above estimates of 1.39 billion. I also just got guidance for Reddit as well, so I want to mention that to you guys here too. Guiding Q2 revenue between 715 and 725 million. Low end of that just above estimates of 714.3 million. Also, Twilio raising its fiscal 2026 guidance. I just got more from TWLO. They're raising that fiscal 26 guidance to 5.78 billion to 5.83 billion. Again, that's going to be beating estimates here of 5.691 billion. Very hard to find anything bad here about TWLO. Palo Alto Networks on watch, no earnings. They're going to be acquiring a company called Portkey to secure the rise of AI agents.
Yeah, I just saw that. It's not really doing anything on that, but yeah, I don't know what that is. Portkey. I mean,
the one we wanted to buy was Reddit.
Negative. Now, I mean, mostly positive.
Well, I'm loving Reddit here.
Yeah,
remember we showed that.
Reddit.
Remember we showed the chart of Reddit. If you look at the weekly chart on Reddit, from the actual IPO, it has the same trend bottom, and we just bounced off of it a few weeks ago. And every single time it has bounced off that low, it has made a new all-time high. Maybe this sounds like it could be the first step towards that. So, I like it. It's only up 6%. It's not like it's up a ridiculous amount, but given how I can only chuckle, given the reaction to SNDK's earnings, it's like you'll take it. Be up 6%. If you're just not getting punished for having a good quarter, I think that stands up. But I like the daily chart here. It looks fantastic. It's good to see an actual good name, a good report get rewarded here. But I'm still blown away. The SNDK numbers. Remember, you have to compare their beats to Western Digital barely beat.
Right.
So SNDK just said, hold my beer. We're talking 97. I'm just calling it 100%, right? We're just calling it 100% revenue growth and doubling it up. And apparently that's not good enough. In the context of comparables, they shellacked WDC here. So let's see what happens overnight. For now, it's holding that $1,000 level. Remember when last quarter, when Micron blew everybody's minds with their numbers, they pulled back 30% from the highs. And then a few weeks after that, you were talking about Micron back to all-time highs.
Yeah.
So sometimes something parabolic just needs to calm down for a bit, and then the dip buyers will come in en masse, and then it goes back to normal.
A couple more comments here, guys, or details, anyways, for Rivian. Rivian saying they've boosted their initial capacity of their Georgia plant by 50% to 200,000 units. That's not bad. While maintaining its full-year guidance for vehicle deliveries. Again, we mentioned that 62 to 67,000. Adjusted EBITDA loss $1.80 to $1.8 to 2.1 billion on the year. Ramin, why are you running away?
Ramin had to fix
my mic is having issues.
Guy's mic over here. Well, Rivian has been going up and down there today. So I think although we talk about that quarter for Rivian, it's just not moving at all. So I think that if you do believe in the R2 as a possible, sort of move higher, the reason why it could be there, the catalyst is the word I'm looking for, then I think you buy Rivian. And they've already talked about delivering it into the employees. Over 10,000 units sold for Rivian, the R1S and the R1T. So Rivian looks like it wants to go a little higher, I would say, 1650. We'll see if it can hold out form on that one. But it's SNDK, I guess. I don't know, Adara, when this conference call is, but you're right back into $1,000 again now for SNDK. I'm assuming 5,530. And we wait to see what Apple's going to come out with, as many of you are joining us for that. Apple had a nice little move up and down. We saw at the end of the day with that sell imbalance there. Apple 430, yeah, Darren.
4:30 conference call for SanDisk.
Ooh, 4:30 conference call. Okay, almost going opposite. Right, was Western Digital. We started off with a big move there on WDC, as we can see, and that name continues to make a little bit of a move down there. So both these major names, we talked about being priced for perfection. Potentially, that's what's been happening there. Huge run up, as you can see on the daily chart, over to $450. Now coming back into 410. So a nice little move back down here for WDC. The most impressive one, I guess, so far is just going to be Reddit. And, you know, people saying that that's an easy one. Yeah, maybe it's an easy one. Daily active users, 127 million versus 121. But here comes Reddit pulling right back in. So easy come is easy go right now for RDDT.
It's not always easy.
We got one more here. Team, TEAM, popping huge.
Honestly, this name was mostly just on my mind because SanDisk just kicked them out of the NASDAQ, guys. But TEAM, very brief tenure in the NASDAQ, and beating EPS and sales estimate here, guys. 32% year-over-year revenue growth. You've got EPS here, 80% year-over-year growth. Cloud up 29% year-over-year. Data center, Brendan, up 44% year-over-year. Maybe, you know, the NASDAQ feeling badly about kicking them out. No, I'm joking, but great look here for TEAM. What a bounce. Trump still talking about Iran also. Just so you guys know.
Just so everyone knows, Trump's still talking about Iran.
Yep.
What is that, 25% we're looking at right now for Team?
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like all these names, we just talked about the run that SanDisk and Western Digital have had, and Teams had to run the other way, right? They've been getting absolutely crushed. So if you can come up with something that maybe beats expectations, you get to the upside. Atlassian right there, part of the IGV crushing.
You need like a different scale for these. If a stock has been cut in half multiple times, then it comes with an asterisk when it has a 20% day. It's not the same thing. Like it's going to take more for it to go, but it's the start of something. The crush, because I guess you don't have to beat by much here for Atlassian. I'm still dumbfounded with SNDK. Maybe it was due, but Roblox is attempting to catch a bit of a bid here. Some of these more beaten up names, and obviously, look, 20% down. There's no sugarcoating it for Roblox. It's been beaten up for a while. Its chart's not dissimilar from some of the other software type names out there, whether it's game software. It's not looking good for them at all, but it is catching a bid. It bounced exactly off of $40. Like, you get SNDK meets a round number at 1,000, and then Roblox holding 40. So I think you know exactly where to look for if this is going to have some kind of a bounce. Not at all roses for them. I think the bar was pretty low for Roblox, and they still managed not to climb it. I mean, and look, the guidance was a beat too. Like the full year guidance for Roblox was a beat. It just doesn't seem to matter here.
We're actually missing. I mean, unless I heard about Roku. Roku. I mean, here it goes, man. $130. So good call out there. EPS 57 versus 32, man. Platform revenue up 28% year over year. You got something more, Darren, on this one?
So yeah, again, EPS and sales beat, as Sean mentioned here. EPS massive beat here, 57 cents versus 31 expected, raising their fiscal 2026 guidance from 5.5 bill to 5.353 bill. Either way here, slightly above estimates of 5.07 bill. Kind of a superficial raise, but either way here, the street likes it. Slight beat here for Q2 sales guidance, 1.295 billion versus estimates of 1.285 billion. Expected. Platform revenue, as Sean mentioned, up 28% year over year. Adjusted EBITDA up a whopping 165% year over year, guys.
This is that stock we always talk about after the fact on earnings day. Like no one seems to really care about Roku other than when it beats on earnings. According to this platform that I just looked at, Roku has beat the last 8 quarters in a row. That seems like a bit of a surprise to me.
Who knew? What's a surprise to me too? I mean, it is true. Like, you're not going to sit there and have every single name be something that you're in love with. Like, I'll be the first person to admit that Roku's never been on my radar. And from a trading aspect, we always look at it the day after because it's strong and it can be making breakouts. But when was the last time when this was at the bottom, someone said, hey, look at the chart of Roku. We should be pulling it up and we should be liking it. But it is a squeezable type of name when it gets going. Like, you have to put that into perspective. It no longer has a decent short float. I think it's single digits now on the short float, but it still has that kind of momentum behind it every now and then. And you're getting, I see rightfully in the chat, I just wanted to point out, there's a lot of mention about what is happening to some of these ancillary names out there. Like CRM is moving upside in a little bit of sympathy. That's doing pretty good. Yeah, ServiceNow is popping. So some of the software names are catching a bit of a bid here. We've already seen some decent bounces. Unfortunately, it hasn't been in SMDK and certainly not in Roblox, but getting some sympathy moves through CRM. CRM was in the red most of the day. It's now green and going to end, well, it looks like it's trying to end in some of these highs. So yeah, good support across some of the other software names that are getting a sympathy buy.
I didn't really see too much to worry about as Randy's here again. What the hell? Rivian, I was going to say, again, seems to be holding. If you check out that daily chart, which is now on the left of the screen, good hold, like around 15, 16 bucks right there. Nothing in the report that I see that's going to be too much of a concern. So I'm actually excited here for Rivian as we see it hold pretty well here. Currently trading 1650, 1660. Rivian looks like it's going to be one that we can now maybe start to nibble in on, because despite the earnings coming out, you're not getting much movement. I think there's enough to go forward with Rivian. We saw Ford get hit a little bit. We saw GM get hit. Rivian not. So, the market must like something here. Rivian, we'll see tomorrow. Not huge volume, did 26 million shares today, but it looks like it's pretty steady Eddie right now, as a lot of the steam has come off of that name. But we'll wait to see if Rivian can get back over that $20 mark again one more time. And we got to 22 just back there in late December. I'm looking for Rivian right now. Good quarter, good report, and holding steady there. RIVN, one of the names that might be under the radar right now for today's report.
The calm before the storm, maybe 10 minutes to go here until we get Apple, guys. If you're just joining or sticking around, remember, 4:30 for.
I was going to say, I wonder how much of a storm it's going to be. I mean, Apple's the most covered.
Potentially nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the most covered. We're excited for it. I think it's going to be a good report. I think it's going to be interesting to look at. But it's the most covered name in the universe. They have the most analysts covering that name. It's in the most ETFs. Yeah. So I feel like they're going to nail this expectation. The insiders know exactly what to expect.
It'll move a point or two.
Yeah. So the expected move is 3.5%. Apple going out near all-time highs as it is already. So here's the chart of Apple. We had a great day today. Despite getting, as you can see at the last little bit there of the day, we did have an up and down movement on Apple. That's for sure. Goes up there on a 7 million buy and then right back down in again for AAPL. But the all-time highs there, 290. I don't think we get to that today, but hopefully we just hold for it and we don't get back below that 260, 255 area. That would be disastrous. If you get like an 8% move or something like that, that would be double the expectation. That means there is something wrong with Apple. We'll see if it can hold out today around that 260 mark. Worst case scenario.
I heard you guys talking about that earlier, but it's really throwing me.
Yeah.
Your Boston. Dara, educate.
I like Boston.
Educate us here.
Great. Boston's a great city, by the way.
On Apple.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So Apple, pretty significant revenue beat last quarter, 143.75. $6 billion, well above estimates of $138 billion. They also had a healthy EPS beat. We know their China sales were markedly above estimates. I think that was the major thing that propelled this company last quarter. They did say that memory prices are going to be impacting Q2 more than they impacted Q1. So this is their Q2, Brendan. So memory price impact could be something to watch here, guys. Either way here, EPS estimate 192 and revenue estimate here $109 billion. And this is going to be one of Tim Cook's last reports. So he's going to be saying peace out to Apple pretty soon as well. I'm getting some word here from AWS. Apparently their Amazon Q developer in the AWS management console is going to be unaffected by their Amazon Q developer sunset. So again, changing some things here for AWS development. I also want to mention here, RJ Scaringe and Rivian. Here's their earnings. Yes, I already made a little infographic for you guys. You can find it on X at TTV Research. But Brendan, what's interesting here, automotive revenue down 2% year over year for our car company. Services revenue up nearly 50%. Like this really struck me.
We were talking about that the last quarter. I remember that services number popping up and nobody seemed to really understand what the hell that was. But I mean, they're obviously selling some sort of software package or something.
Use your picture there on the infographic again. It was funny. A couple of years ago, Brendan was RJ there for Halloween. There it is. So been a good look.
Check it out on X at TTV Research.
Yeah, exactly. Been a good look over there. I want to shout out to everybody on TikTok. I just saw Larry's mobile device there with the super chat. Thank you to Bravely as well for handling that side of things and Thank you to everybody that's watching us on TikTok. And those were kind words. Larry's mobile device there said he wouldn't know what he would do trading without the show. So thank you for watching on TikTok as we continue to expand our reach over there as well. And everybody continue to supporting it. Oh, wow, man. SNDK. Oh my gosh, there it goes, man. SNDK there. We said buy that dip down to $1,000. You got a couple opportunities, about 4 or 5 of them over the last 5 or 6 minutes there, I guess, since they came out. Nice move higher there in the last 15 minutes as SNDK looking right now to take out 1040. So it's just 4% move there. No, sorry, not 4%, less than 4%. We have $40 on 1,000. I mean, it's just so misleading how much this name can possibly move. The spread right now, as you can see, over $1 right now on the spread, but it's trying to make its way back up. All I think that happened with SNDK is rich money got richer on that one. They probably sold this thing off only to buy it at the bottom there as we get right back up as people panic sell.
Taking.
Yeah, it's a little bit, exactly, a little bit of profit taking. This name, I'm willing to bet is above $1,100 tomorrow at 9:30.
I would be more worried about Western Digital because it's got this similar move and it bounced off the lows, but you can't ignore the comparables. And it was very clearly like SNDK blew it out of the water, and Western Digital was like, it was all right, but it wasn't anything crazy. Right now, they just seem to be following each other. I don't know that that's going to be the case. So I'm warning for those that are asking in the chat. I see a few people saying, when is Apple? We're expecting Apple at 4:30. Whether or not we get a massive move, who knows? But when Adair mentioned this is when they're going to talk about the impact of higher costs this quarter. I was going to focus on the services number, but let's have a look at margins too. Those are going to matter. Forget about the top and the bottom with Apple. Forget about the revenue growth. You want to see it by sector. I want to see services. I want to see the margins. And in the call, let's get an update on the flip just to make sure you get it out there. If people like it, then keep them in the ecosystem or drag a few back.
Like, what else are they going to do at this point? Like, it's getting to that point. Yeah. I see a couple people mentioning this one in the chat as well. ZETA just came across. Someone was saying this is their next Palantir. So nice beat, anyways, from what I see. Not a red number. The EPS, revenue, guidance, all to the upside for ZETA. Growth accelerates 50%, beats and raises right across the board.
Yeah, I have more here, and a lot of those software guys on X are also posting about this, like the guys who are pumping Palantir and the like, so good thing to note here. Zeta Holdings here, 396 million here in revenue versus 370 million estimate. They're raising, as Brendan mentioned, guidance for fiscal 2026. That sales guidance going up to 1.779 billion to 1.792 billion. That's going to be above estimates of 1.757 billion dollars here. Zeta, again, double beat here for Zeta. I don't have too much more info other than that. Their super scaled customers went up by 19% year over year. Free cash flow here up on a year over year basis. EBITDA up year over year. EPS really narrow beat, 13 cents versus 12 cents expected. But other than that, as Brendan said, no red numbers. President Trump going after ABC, so just be aware here for Disney, potentially.
The last time I heard something was the next Palantir. It dropped by half. Well, and that was shout out to SoFi.
Yeah, but that's like, I don't know too much about Zeta, but they're like they're an AI marketing.
Yeah, and
company.
Palantir's and SoFi's a bank. So stop coming after the king with these.
But it's not about that. It's just like comparable should be comparable. I think sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think people actually meant that too seriously.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
SNDK grabbing some wings now, man. There it is. It was just at 1040. I said, watch out for 11. Now you're at 1063 as there it goes, man. I'm glad Brendan came over when it was down to $1,000 there, and we talked about potentially buying that up. Risky business doing that in the pre or post market. We'll see what happens on SNDK. Adair mentioned conference call coming there at 4:30, so that should move it around. Checks watch. We are now 2 minutes away, guys, from AAPL. So I'll call it up here. Just have a quick look. It's 272.30 right now as Apple's just dancing around. We'll see what winds up happening. Up and down movement here in the after hours. Gets down to 270.50 there. I'm probably on SNDK and WDC worries, but whatever, man. Apple's its own beast. We're not worried about a CapEx number. I'm actually excited to hear if they do talk a little bit about Siri and what that engine's going to look like moving forward with the large language model. How are they going to improve Siri? How are they going to get more service revenue coming coming through? Will there be potentially something where, hey, for $10 a month, you can attach Perplexity, you can attach Gemini, you can go with Anthropic, whatever, Claude, whatever you're thinking about, potentially Apple comes up with something there. And guess what? People will pay whatever the hell they ask. So watch out for Apple here on a potential service number that could be huge. And then the guide forward, what does that look like? Are they going to talk about the Fold? Are they going to talk about some sort of a flip phone? And are they going to release more Mac Minis? I mean, those things have been hot fire.
Yeah, the demand has definitely been there. So just a minute or two to go. I'm not expecting a big move. I don't think you'll get a gigantic one. This is not going to be an SNDK moment. But with 3.5% expected here, it would be, I don't want to say disaster. It wouldn't be good for the markets if the guys without the capital spend got shellacked downside more than their move. I can live with it if Meta did what Meta did. I don't think I would be very happy or pleased with what it meant for the market if Apple were to have 5 to 10% to the downside.
Yeah.
Like that's a more scary thing for me than what happened to Meta last night. I don't think it's going to happen. But.
No, I think Apple's a buy and hold name anyways, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on here with Apple, and I think we're moments away. So as soon as it crosses the board here, we'll see 273 right now for Apple as we get really excited. I was kind of checking. There's not too much movements on Meta.
Should be right here, guys.
Anything right here. Okay, here we go.
Spamming my refresh button.
Same.
It's down to 270. It just bounced $2.
First move down. There it is. Go ahead.
Apple.
Yeah, let's go over here. Their most timely company ever to report earnings always. So thank you to Apple. Company posting quarterly revenue up $111.2 billion. I showed you guys estimates of 109 billion. So it looks like we did beat estimates. Up 17% year over year. Diluted earnings per share $2.01 also a beat versus what I was seeing. It's also up 22% year over year. Apparently this is their best ever March quarter, so good look there. Over $28 billion in operating cash flow. New March quarter records for both operating cash flow and EPS, according to the company's CEO. They declared a cash dividend of 27 cents per share. That's going to be up 4% here, guys. Let me go through the rest of this report for more details. But yeah, products revenue up year over year. Services revenue up year over year. Again, products here, cost of sales. Let's go to more earnings and revenue. Okay, by region, guys. America's revenue up year over year. Europe up year over year. China up year over year. Guys, up year over year for China. That's awesome. Again, 2 quarters in a row. 20.5 billion versus 16 billion last year, Brendan. And so far, year to date, 46 billion in China revenue versus 34 billion last year. Again, good look for China, for Apple. Japan up year over year. Rest of Asia up year over year. So every single region, we get a year over year improvement for revenue.
As we were saying, a big yawn moment for the market at this point. I mean, we're down a little bit.
They only missed an iPhone revenue. They only missed an iPhone revenue.
One small miss. Okay, you can live with that.
Yeah, we were expecting 3%. We might get 1%.
1% move. You know what? I'll take that. Look, you saw what happened to Amazon. You don't necessarily want those fireworks with the more stable stock. You want it to not move. That's fine. I said in the afternoon show, I'm like, you know what? Apple can be the most boring stock in the world right back to all-time highs. I have no problem with that. I don't need to do Google-type moves. You don't need it.
So what is the buyback right now? Because they got another 100 billion.
27. Oh, sorry, that's dividend.
How much was it? No, it's more. I think they're already a couple $100 billion.
Oh, they announced an additional 100 billion.
Yeah. So I mean, they don't know what to do with their cash. They're giving it back to stock. I mean, that's something that you want to look for. Apple is a perennial buyback of shares. So what happens is if they're going to buy back 100 billion like they're literally buying back companies.
You know why you can do that?
Well, because
you ain't dropping a bunch of money on CapEx.
Well, yeah, and then so what they're doing is they're taking shares away from the market, making them more scarce, right? And so there goes Apple. Here it comes right back up now into 271.50 again. We'll see what winds up happening. Remember, notable, Tim Cook, the demand was off the charts for the iPhone. There's just less flexibility in the supply chain and getting more parts. So that's part of the problem with the iPhone revenue is the fact that Sharif actually said a story there where I believe it was his mother was trying to get one of the new iPhones and he had to buy it at Best Buy. By the time he got to the store, it was sold already. So, and then, so that's part of the problem. Flying off the shelves. MacBook sales, new MacBook Neo, $500 model, absolutely hot fire as well. They're looking at that. A $500 new MacBook, looking at kids and students. So I think that's going to be huge as well. Looking at Google's Chromebook and pointing right at them with that one. The Google Chromebooks, man, they're hot. In our school, like every kid has a Chromebook. So, hey, man, if they switch those over to Macs, then what's going to happen, man? Probably probably more private schools, maybe Max, but right now we'll see what Adara's got, I think Brendan
go
said.
for it.
Yeah, so we have Tim Cook, as I find he usually does. He does an interview like right as the earnings release to kind of explain away anything that looks bad, which is usually iPhone sales. And in this case, Brendan, it is iPhone sales. So he basically told Reuters that the iPhone sales apparently slightly missed estimates due to supply constraints. He said that the supply constraints include those of advanced node chips. But again, the MacBook Neo, as Sean mentioned, driving Mac sales above estimate. So yeah, I mean, iPhone sales missing estimates due to supply constraints, according to Tim Cook, who again loves that post-earnings Reuters interview to kind of explain things away. We'll have to see if John Turnus does this.
Wow.
Yeah, if anybody wants to read that, I just threw that up on
going higher right now.
screen just to get those comments. But yeah, I mean, we're still trying to get higher.
It's green.
Just on that Turnus information here, here it is right here. Apple's incoming CEO, John Turnus, takes over from Tim Cook in September. The iPhone 17 family and MacBook Neo were both spearheaded by Turnus. So there you go. So things that have sort of sparked growth for Apple has been spearheaded by new CEO coming through. So there we go. I mean,
when you're replacing a CEO, this is not a Lululemon situation. It wasn't an Intel situation. This is one where it's like, okay, well, we just want somebody that will continue along a good path, a positive path. And that's what you got. It's already back into green here. So once again, there's nothing wrong with boring, because boring just means that you do what you always do and you head back up. And the one miss is not really a miss. You didn't miss if it was just demand concerns when you have a product which is, it just gets pushed down the line, right? Like nobody that didn't get their iPhone isn't still going to get an iPhone, right? Like that's still where you're at. So it's not, in my books, it's not really a miss.
With the market at all-time highs, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see the market holding at all-time highs and then continuing to.
Dividend increase as well. Dividend up to 27 cents per share.
Yeah. Guys, I hate to cut this short, but I know Randy's pacing aggressively in the hallway because they have to unplug everything again and then plug it back into the building. So they're doing a big power switch over here tonight. So
that's okay. I mean, Randy's had about 14 cookies, so
we'll be nice to Randy and we'll be nice to the guys here, and we'll wrap this up. We'll be back tomorrow, but
floating high on sugar.
I mean, I think a successful earnings night overall. I mean, even most of the ones that were red to start things off, back to positive, even to
except for Roblox
heading into tomorrow. Yeah, Roblox. Definitely separate from that. But, I mean, Apple, a bit of a non-event here as far as the price action is concerned, but decent report for all of them. Thank you, Ms. Adara, as always, for great coverage and tons of information. Guys, as well, great day, great show, great
we're just here.
Afternoon. We'll catch everybody tomorrow morning. Yeah. Join us at 8 o'clock. See you then.
See you guys.
Cookie makes your